Well, I thought this many people in here would be attracting the other folk in here in this server, but oh,
They're recharging. They'll be back.
I was about to say the same.
I mean, they just want you guys are funny. You just want constant drama.
Yeah, they thrive on it.
They're licking their wounds. They'll be back. I'm sure if you do a little
yes,
rain dance, they might join. Can't you like ping or no? That's didn't you guys have like a community ping in the server?
Yeah, they need a certain role to see it to be notified. Guess that's obvious.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure if you go like in the general chat, invite them in, you might get a couple.
Problem is, we want a nice steady flow of them. We don't want nothing for 2 hours and then a whole pile of them all at once. Oh, here we go, a customer.
I mean, you could just call them in right now. Just imagine them coming in. They'll be here.
Well, since
Let's see if it works.
Whistle them in.
No, what you got to do is you got to go and look in the mirror and say refraction 3 times.
That's how to get QE in.
And a wild global will appear.
Hey there, you guys. It's me.
There he is.
Man. I'm a new member of the Flat Earth community. I'm quite happy to be here, you guys. I've been around Earth for most of my life, but I've decided to change, and I'm now a Flat Earther.
That's a nice accent you got.
So same to you. You have a good accent as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So why do you believe the Earth's flat?
That's none of your business, Roots. Just saying. Well, what someone believes in is none of your business. You don't have to force your own beliefs into someone. Thank you.
So why did you come in here and declare that you're a flat earther?
I can't be proud of who I am. Are you gonna be a little bitchy boy and complain all the time? Can't someone just be happy about who he is? Complainer. Globetard.
So, what brought you to Flat Earth, i.e., your own personal beliefs?
That's none of your business. Thank you.
So, you just woke up one Sunday morning and said, "That's it, I'm now a Flat Earther."
No, I'm just saying I'm not gonna tell you, so, yeah, that's it. Retard.
I think we should
That's
throw that
crazy how
one
you're
back
all
into
so
the water.
into one person's.
Yeah, this one's
Thank you,
too
Billy.
bored.
Yeah,
we'll throw him back
let
in
him
the zoo.
go. Cut him loose.
It's crazy how you guys are so into one man's beliefs, man. You want to change how he thinks. You're all pathetic, honestly. You can't just let one
No,
person
we were
have
just
his own
asking
way
you a
of
question,
life.
dude.
It's so sad.
Dude. We were just asking you a
Yeah,
question.
yeah, and I don't have to answer. And I don't have to
Okay,
answer,
well,
but
you
you
don't
keep
have to be
asking.
here, fool. You don't have to be here.
Yeah,
Bye,
you know,
Felicia.
I
Yeah,
want to
no
go
be
one's
ahead.
here.
meant, no
I
one's
We're
want
trying
to
to have
be
a
meant.
here.
conversation. We're not trying to change your mind. We just asked you what you thought.
Oh, check that out. He just put his headphones on.
Thank you.
Cheers.
I just put my headphones on, yeah. How did you know?
Well, it's pretty obvious. It comes up a little symbol that blocks out the sound.
No, it's not, you globetard. You're dumb.
You're calling me a
You can't
globetard.
seem to take a hint that I'm not gonna answer your stupid questions, globetard.
Have you guys
Well,
dealt with Saudi man before, Matrix?
Just fucking mute him.
no, I haven't spoken to this clown before, but I'm glad I don't have a magic red button.
No, he's a globe troll. Yeah, he comes into troll and he plays this little game every time and abuses all the flat earthers and calls them globers and then eventually gets muted and booted. But this is his usual stick.
Ah, right. Well, I'm pleased to meet you, dumbass.
That's really sad.
Those are like some weird laughs, honestly. They didn't feel genuine whatsoever.
Like your accent?
My accent is real. What's wrong with you? I'm Saudi.
Mm.
That's
You're
how
so
fake
fucking
you are.
retarded. You can't tell an actual accent, man. It's so
No,
sad.
that's how fake you are, bro. Your own accent sounds fake.
That's
You can
really
tell it's
dumb,
real
man.
by how
That was
fake
a
it
dumb
is.
sentence. Guys, if you can't tell if my accent is real or not, you're all just retarded. No.
Yeah, I muted him.
Yeah, me too.
And there's the typical childish behavior. I've been muted.
Got like low energy too, though.
I know if you're gonna troll, at least be funny or something.
I think he left.
Oh, Flatsy's in the house as well. What's up, Flatsy?
Hey guys.
Hey, Flatsy.
Good to see you.
Good to see all of you.
Yep. Hello.
Yeah, so I forgot to tell you, if you do that whole refraction thing in the mirror, you end up with a wild glober. It's not a normal glober, so just don't do it.
Yeah, definitely. Was it low vibration?
Yeah, they're untamed. They just get shit everywhere.
All right, later, guys. I gotta go. Take care.
Catch it, Gambo.
See you,
All right.
Kemba.
I'll be back in later.
Yeah, catch you later, bro. Same for me. I'm gonna have a break. Catch you later, guys.
Catch your roots.
See you, Roots.
Well, guess I'll go too. See you later.
See you, Dove.
You're scaring them all off, Flatsy. What's going on?
It's funny.
Well, let's see if this works. Refraction, refraction, refraction.
Hello.
I was going to say, if QE drops in after that, I'm out of here.
All right. Fashion time. Who didn't read my article?
Is this the stereoscopic method of verifying Apollo surface images?
Yes.
I haven't read it yet. I was just talking to my wife.
Real flat earthers don't have wives. They get in the way.
They do, actually. Especially when you spend too much time on Discord.
Did Superman have a wife? Did Batman have a wife? Or did Jesus have a wife? No, because they were busy getting it done.
They're a bit late for me now. 20 years too late.
Hey, did you just say that real flat earthers don't have wives? Did you
Correct.
really say that?
Yep.
No true
Flats,
Scotsman.
Flats is your
Unless-
husband a flat earther?
Well, I was just about to ask, Flatsy, do you have a
Clover.
wife?
Yeah, exactly. You better not convert him.
He kind of already is. He doesn't believe in the spinning space monkey ball religion. He's just like, he's not going to be like into it like I am.
See, did you read this article?
No, I did not. The stereoscopic method of verifying Apollo's surface images. That
Yeah.
I've heard you talk about it. It was on QE's live.
Yeah, definitely read at least parts of it when you get a chance so you understand the concept and actually could, if you were asked, you could talk about an example from the article. This isn't completely unique way of thinking about the things on the moon, but it is current, right? and it is pretty new to most people. In other words, it's a good conversation stirrer because not a lot of people have been exposed to it. And then you could, have a higher level of knowledge and be able to talk through it, etc. Man, I shaved my legs for this. Mm-hmm. Live now. Oh man, I'm falling asleep.
Okay. I read some of it. I skimmed it, and basically, through means of stereoscopic, um, they used the parallax, right? So they could tell that there was a backdrop, or there. I mean, it looked like there was a backdrop, and whatever is behind them is definitely not like that many kilometers behind them. It's actually less than, what was it, 500 meters or 300 meters?
300.
Yeah. So it proves that there's a backdrop. Sorry, it was so boring that I looked at your article. You didn't have to shave your legs.
Excuse me.
Well, I appreciate the effort you went to Overlord. Since I'm into photography and anything photography related, so I've only got a minute, and I'm not going to be able to read that whole article in 1 minute. So I shall read that this afternoon when I get back from work. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, have a great day or night, depending on where you hide.
You too, Matrix.
See you guys.
You there, Flatsy?
Yes.
Jesse sent me that document with all of his instruments on it or his tools that he uses for these observations, and was challenging me to go through the instruction manuals to try and find a max range for him. So I've gone through the first one. I've started on the second one. He's got a few, but the first one is that old. You can't actually even find an instruction manual for it. When you Google it, it even comes up about the device being in a museum.
Oh, brother.
So yeah, I can't look up the manual, but everything that I can find on the device that's not a manual states approximately 20 kilometers would be the max operating range, and beyond that, they wouldn't be able to guarantee any type of accuracy.
Yeah, if you tell him that, he'll just be like, well, I didn't find that.
Yeah, well, he says it's not in the manual, but I'm not sure how you verify that when it's too old and you can't even find an online manual or find the original manufacturer's website.
I hope no one unmutes you, Rich Evans.
Okay, I've read enough of that article, I think, to sort of get the gist of it. So yeah, that's pretty cool. A parallax, eh? Background scenery is moving. You know, it's apparently moving with respect to something that wouldn't be at the distances that they claim them to be, like mountains and hills and things in the background, showing a parallax movement which is not indicative of them being distant away, not closer. What I'm getting from it.
You sounded like you went underwater and then resurfaced right there at the end.
Yeah, sorry, I had my finger over the mic there for a sec.
You there, AI? Have you fallen asleep already?
Passed out waiting for us Aussies to read his article.
Yeah, I've been sort of
What?
reading through it. Trying to do a couple of things at once, but yeah, I'm getting through it. I was going to talk to him,
Definitely.
Kembo. Sorry,
Okay.
go ahead.
Saying good little article there, and a couple of little gifts that we can rip and repost.
Yep. As I say, while we're on this subject with this article, Kembo messaged me. He's asked me a couple of times now to try and arrange something where he wants once a week for new flat earthers or for himself or people who are interested, I suppose, that I do some sort of talk with citations each week, once a week, on a different subject that comes up for an argument against flat earthers, so that the flat earthers are, I suppose, a little bit more equipped to handle some of the arguments if they haven't been in them. I told him I'm happy to do it, but I don't know if I'm the best person to do it. I was going to see if AI was interested in doing something like that as well. There's a few people that seem interested, he said.
No, you've got a good setup. You've got the presentations all worked out and ready to go. Or yeah, your catalog and your library is all alphabetized and all just nice, and it's good, man. I like what you've done.
Yeah, righto, thanks. I'll have a crack at it. I think we'd do it in another room in the original server. But it'd be good to have people like AI, yourself, Overlord, Flatsy, other people involved that have got some experience and good with some of these discussions and topics.
Probably the learning curve chat would be perfect for that.
Yeah, okay. Is that a voice channel?
I think it is. Yeah, text and voice. Yep.
Oh, yep, there it is. Cool.
Flat Earth is gay.
Why is that?
Because if you really think about it, if the Earth is flat, that means all the men are at the same level, which means when you're laying down, everyone's laying next to each other, and a bunch of men laying together is gay.
Yeah, I don't know if that's very logical. You do realise the claim on the globe is that sea level is still sea level.
Yeah, but people are at different elevations.
Yeah, and they can also be in different elevations on a topographical plane as well.
But it's much more than that because there's a 3D spherical space that truly keeps people separate from each other.
Is there? Do you have any evidence of that?
Yes, I do. You see, if you were to set up a series of fences
back to back, not back to back, but like with gaps between each other. You made sure all the land was on the same elevation. There would eventually be a noticeable curvature because of the curvature of the Earth.
Can anybody demonstrate that? Or is this just something you've thought of?
Hey, let me get a video real quick.
My father-in-law built fences, installed farm fences for a long time. A lot of posts going in to the ground, a lot of holes dug, a lot of wiring involved, and he never had to keep ordering longer logs or cutting longer logs with the increased length of a fence. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Whenever I've done any type of long distance fencing, I usually use a water level.
Yeah. Yes, and some old schools just some old schools just do it by eye, but as long as it's holding up. But I mean, he never had to keep digging deeper holes or anything like that, or the further he got, just a standard, about 8 foot or something like that. We have to cut it off here or there, but nothing like spectacularly dramatic differences over long distances. I mean, he's built kilometers and kilometers of fencing.
Well, what Robin has dropped in the chat isn't what he claimed. Regardless, he's given us Jaren's test with a torch, not kilometers of fencing. Is this it? Is this the only globe proof? Do you need a flat earther to finally prove your globe? Is that what you're saying?
No, I was just giving one example of the basic test you can do. You were like, well, can you give an example? And I gave an example. What's your complaint, unless you're just trying to, complain and minge?
Humping them. It was the light not seen. Silent there. What was the purpose of this test? What was it going to demonstrate?
To demonstrate the curvature of the Earth, if I have to repeat the same fucking thing a third time.
What manner will it demonstrate it?
Okay, so you see how there's a distance between the fences, correct? Or did you just not watch the video at all? Did you at least watch the video? Answer honestly.
You honestly think that this would be the first time I've seen this posted?
That's a really indirect way of answering the basic question. So I'm going to assume you're being purposefully disingenuous.
Seen it.
So to elaborate, if the Earth is flat and you put one light on one side and a camera on the other side with 17 feet gaps between that, a fence, another fence, and then the camera, if the Earth is flat and it'll all be at water level, then the light will just go right to the camera and there won't be any obstruction or shifting. However, because of the curvature of the Earth, the person has to hold the light up higher from because of where he's standing than the height of the hole in the fences.
Right, to get it over the curve, right?
Yeah.
So there's a hump in the middle.
What?
The hump, there's a surface hump, right? An obstruction in the middle.
But in
Like a hill
in
in
the
the way.
test, they did it without an obstruction. That was the whole point. Or did you not hear that part because you're retarded?
Right, but you're saying that the surface is forming a curve which would form a hill in between the two.
No, I didn't say
light
the
source
surface is
and the
forming a
observer.
curve. You're taking the graph and applying it literally. You're taking the visualize fucking thing there and applying it literally. And Flatsy-Klein diffraction is completely different than a light being obstructed by something. Like if a physical object is blocking a light because it's a non-transparent object, that's not what the fucking test is showing.
Yeah, I just thought you
You're being
established with me
deliberately
that in Greek.
disingenuous, or you're just stupid. Which one is?
Did you or did you not just agree that the observer couldn't see the light because the curvature of the Earth is in the way?
No, the curvature of the Earth causes there to be an elevation disparity between you and whatever object is fucking, a noticeable distance away from you.
Right. So is there a drop or a curve, a hump in the middle between the light source and the observer?
Hold on, what do you mean?
Causing
Hold on, a curve and a hump are two different things because a hump implies an elevation.
Is there a
or
drop? A drop or a hump? A drop or a hump?
Now you're just removing the word curve out to what?
Yeah. So the curve is the reason why the light is not passing through the holes in the cardboard cutouts, wooden cardboard cutouts, or
Bro,
fences. as you
now
call
you're
them,
saying
right?
curve, bro. If you don't start using consistent fucking terminology and
Yes,
say
the
what you actually
you're claiming
fucking mean,
you're claiming that the
you're getting
curvature of the
ignored
Earth
for the
is
rest
the
of this fucking
reason
combo.
is
And
the
I'll just
reason why
debate
the
this with a
holes in the
smarter flat
cardboard
earther.
cutouts aren't on the same plane. Correct or not? Are you saying that the curvature of the Earth is? Are you saying that the curvature of the Earth is the reason why the cardboard cutout holes are not on the same plane when they are elevated
Yes.
the same above the surface? Right.
Yeah, they are
So
elevated
is
at
that
the same level.
right?
The ocean level was measured, and they are all equally above the ocean level, so it's not a hill or anything. It is
But is
same
it forming
elevation
between
level
the light source?
in accordance
Right.
to
So
the ocean level.
okay, between the light source and the observer on the other side is the curvature forming a drop and away continually, or a hump which goes up and then down.
Okay. You've
The answer
explained how a
is
curve works, so
I'm asking you to clarify what you think is in between the light source and the observer in the form of curvature. Is it a continual drop down and away from the light source, or is it a hill of sorts going up in front and then down?
it depends where
Up
you're
to an
measuring from.
apex
If you're
and then down.
measuring from if you're measuring from the apex of it, then it's just a continual downward slope. If you're measuring from like one end to another, then you could call it a hump.
So this would be important to know just how the holes aren't aligning properly due to that. So it's going to align differently if you think that there's a hump in the middle or a continual drop down and away from you. Will be misaligned accordingly.
If there's a hump
right?
in the middle and then you're in the middle, then that would still correlate with there's a drop down on the ends. Like that, those two things aren't mutually exclusive. Like that's how a curve works.
And is the light going straight?
Yes. The
Going
light is
straight.
going straight forward. Well, actually, light radiates. If you want to get into the technicalities, but yeah, I'm talking about like the forward light radiation where the light is shining.
So how to address Flatsy Klein's point, right? When you shine light through a hole, right, and take, keep in mind that this was originally meant to be a test which involved a laser, right? But the collimator burned out or something to that effect, and it became inoperable, right? So they had to make do with a flashlight, right? Which is not collimated light, right? So they're going to shine now this flashlight through a hole in a wall, right? See if you can see it on the other side, correct?
Correct.
Right. And it's going to go, and it's supposed to go through a series of holes in walls. which
Yeah,
are
that are supposed to be
elevated.
formed in a straight line. Yeah, all at the same elevation.
Elevation above the surface of the water, like sea level, right?
Yes.
So when uncollimated light, right, shines through a hole, what happens? Does that have an effect at all?
It has an effect on the total amount of light transferring through and how it transfers through. Kind of does like a sort of cone effect at times. Not cone, but cylindrical, filtering. It like I guess you could call it compared to like the choke of a shotgun. It restricts and tightens the light. It's why they
So you're gonna
have
have
certain
loss.
flashlight designs.
So you're gonna have loss, right? Loss of information.
Yes.
Right. Do you think that's a reliable test then?
Yes.
When I've just pointed out that there's going to be loss of information through a series of holes, each hole presenting an even more increased effect of what was described.
But that's the whole point, is you're trying to measure the effect. What part of that don't you
and
understand?
as it passes, so you've got loss of information through the first hole, and then it's going to pass. Some's going to get through and pass through the second hole. You're going to have more loss of information, and then continuing on. All right, that is not going to be reliable. That's why it was originally
what do you
going
mean?
to be performed
That's
with a
quite literally what
collimated
you're measuring is
laser
how much
light.
information is lost because the curvature. Oh my fuck! You know what? All right, you clearly want to just
We're
ignore what the actual point
We're
is.
specifically talking about the
No,
reliability
you're good.
of a
You're done.
of a
You're done.
commercially available flashlight versus a collimated laser.
Absolute mental case.
Dude, you agree?
You do realise that
Agree
this
that-
observation didn't match flat Earth or the globe measurements, and that was why he said interesting at the end. So what you're presenting doesn't match or align with the globe, regardless, and using a torchlight is not sufficient for this.
How so?
Well, that's just been explained to you, yeah.
No, it wasn't. I heard someone play word games in Gish Gallop for the entire fucking duration. And then when I actually told him to quickly and succinctly explain what he is trying to say without using word salads, he couldn't.
Well, let's make it very clear for you then. Again, does not match globe measurements, did not match flat Earth, so proves nothing either way. You also have an assumption of straight line light propagation, which is just a fallacious argument, assuming that light travels from a torch in a perfectly straight line in all conditions. So your assumption is incorrectly concluding that any deviation in the light's path must be following the Earth's curvature.
Oh, it's not a deviation of the light's path. It's how much obstruction is caused by the fences despite them being at the same elevations with the holes cut in the exact same places for each fence.
That didn't match the globe's measurements.
How did it not
or
match the globe's
flat-
measurements?
Well, maybe you should actually go and do some more investigation into the actual test that was done instead of just looking at a video and throwing it out there, because it didn't match either in that test, And then as well as that, you've got different factors.
Yeah, I see how it is. So you want to bring up something else besides the video I posted, and then unable source. Got it.
No,
right.
I'm not bringing up anything besides the video you
number
posted.
one. I got it. I see how it is.
I did not bring up any video that you did not post. I brought up the video of Jaren that you did post that you haven't looked into, where it did not match either claim. Okay, he's gone.
Yeah, you were getting nowhere with that guy, AJ. Got your pain.
Yeah, I think Todd will cop most of that. And again, yes, he is assuming straight line propagation. If the light is being blocked by something, then he's assuming from that first hole that he has a straight line propagation. And he's leaving out temperature inversions, optical aberrations, alignment and calibration, beam divergence,
diffraction.
Diffraction.
How did they level the torch? Was he just holding it in his hand? What the heck,
I think he was actually just holding it in his hand.
He was just holding it in his hand. Yeah. It wasn't even meant to be a torch. The laser broke.
Yeah, and it didn't match either, and that was where the interesting part came in at the end. But they just claim it matched the globe.
A more extensive and exhaustive test would have involved more things, like after having established that the light is indeed level, right, for a start, pointing directly through the first hole. Could you not see it? Okay, you can't see it. Let's remove the hole that's closest to the observer on the other side. Now can you see it? No, still can't. Okay, let's remove the next one, right, and go all the way back to the first one that the light's shining through. They didn't do any of that I saw.
No, they just lifted it higher.
Yeah, lifted it higher. I mean, how's that even going to help?
Aaron said that they lifted it back down again, and then he said he could see it again, but they cut that part out.
Yeah. I'm just not sure why you would actually ever go and do a documentary or something with, I think it was Netflix, wasn't it, in the first instance?
Yeah.
Right, yeah. I think I heard Jaren too in some other interview say, or some podcast or something he did, a stream or something, he said that he went back the next day in the daylight to see if he even had a direct line of sight, and there was something like trees or something in the way, and he thought that, that could have been a factor that he hadn't considered.
So Oh, so they didn't set it up right. Oh, imagine that.
Right.
Are
Sounds
you
like the whole
setting it
thing
up
was
right
brain
to
dead
use
from
it?
the start.
I was going to
What
say,
was
are
the
they actually
range?
setting it up right when they're going to use a torch?
What was the range?
Let me have a look. According
And
to this
torches have
video,
ranges. How many?
I,
What was the candle power of the torch as well?
well, I don't actually remember what the range was. I don't think it's in this video that I seen that hit this guy's posted.
Was it an inset bulb with an arc reflector, or was it a straight beam?
I'm not sure. I don't think that actually says
Because
that in this either.
that would affect the available propagation angles, would it not?
Yes.
The answer is yes, it would. Yeah.
Yeah. I was trying to get into that and like go into a bit
Okay, let me
more
ask you
of
this
what
question:
Flaxman-
when light passes through an aperture, what happens?
information is lost.
It diffracts. So it's there's loss exactly. So imagine you have an off angle, fog. Whatever could happen in the ambient atmosphere, and then you have two apertures which are going to diffract the light. You have a light which is not coherent light or collimated, right? And then you have a setup that's suspect. Oh yeah, that's a scientific experiment right frickin' there, dude.
Yeah, and some trees in the way that you didn't see in the daytime beforehand.
Trees would also diffract the light.
Yeah, through the leaves. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, we should be making fun of that so-called experiment ourselves.
If your laser broke, why would you continue with a torch? I just don't even understand at that point.
Because you don't comprehend what's at play. That's why. You're an amateur.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. But like I said, I wouldn't be doing anything with Netflix to begin with. I mean, we can see the content that they produce and what they put out there.
Well,
It's crazy.
well, listen to this line of reasoning. If light is just light and it just travels until it hits something and there's nothing in the way, that it should reach my eye. And that's as simple as it is. And there could possibly be no other factors. Right? It makes perfect sense to the average person, right?
Yep.
Yeah, how many people do we talk to on a daily basis who seem to think that the air we breathe is a vacuum?
Right. So by connotation, that means that in many ways, Jaren is just a normie, right?
Oof.
I know, huh? But in all fair play, I'm willing to give him a mulligan on that one.
Yeah, so did he pick Netflix or did Netflix pick him?
I don't actually know.
I don't know either. I don't know the whole genesis of that. Honestly, I don't think I've ever gotten the whole complete backstory.
No, and I don't really listen to Jaren or many other flat earthers on YouTube. So I haven't really gone through the whole. I don't think I even watched Behind the Curve, to tell you the truth. I don't know. I didn't. I've watched a few of their other little productions they've done, but not Behind the Curve.
Oh man.
I only had to see it was on Netflix to understand that we weren't going to be represented well to begin with, so I didn't bother.
It sounded like a large part of that endeavor was Team Globebusters trusting that Netflix would uphold their end of a deal. It wasn't articulated anywhere in writing with any third parties.
Yeah, I've had a bit of experience with the media though as well, and I used to own a big security company, so we'd do a few different interviews and stuff with media on certain things that occurred at our venues or centers, shopping centers, things we looked after, and it would never come out the way that I spoke it. Yeah, they'd chop it, they'd clip it, they'd make you sound bad, they'd just put it whatever spin they like on it, and I learnt that pretty early on. We've got a news program over here called A Current Affair, and there was another company that had started in the Northern Territory. I was in Queensland, so not the same state. They basically copied our name, but put a hyphen into it. So they obviously got the business name registered. Now, they got in a lot of trouble at one stage for the way that they were treating the Indigenous population in the Northern Territory. And some people got it on camera. And A Current Affair did a big story on it and used basically our name, which was nearly the same. And then we started getting thousands of emails just abusing the hell out of us about the way we were treating people, etc. And I went back to A Current Affair and basically showed them what was going on, wrote them a big professional email asking if they could just clarify that this is two separate companies and has nothing to do with us in North Queensland. And they said, no, we're not doing that. So I then had to go and get someone to write up a big media article to release so that we could try and fight it ourselves in the public's eye.
That same mentality exists with the kind of people we debate here. Flat earthers are wrong at all costs, which justifies my underhanded techniques.
Yeah.
That's too bad, man. That sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah, it's just something we had to deal with regularly. The worst one we had was one of our guards found a guy breaking into cars with a torch, and they chased him and he threw the torch on the ground, and they went back and picked it up, and it was like opened up and it had a little taser in the back of it, and it was getting handed into the police after work. But after work, my guards decided that they were going to zap each other first in the car park with the taser to see if it actually worked and just play around and play the fool, I suppose. And I had another competition company that had sent one of their employees over to work for me. Unbeknownst to me, he was still working for the other company, who then filmed them playing with that thing. And they took still shots, sent it off to all of my clients. I didn't even know this had occurred at this time, what had happened the night before. They'd made complaints to the police. They'd done everything. The torch or taser or whatever it was had already been handed into the police. And they kicked up that much of a stink about it that the guard that actually found it and handed it in actually got charged for possessing it. And that was another one. We had to do a big media release. That news went nationally all around Australia. Security, and the headline was "Security Guards Tasering Children at Shopping Centre."
States. I've heard similar stories here where, like, you hear about a family member who's whose recently departed grandfather maybe left like a gun collection in the basement that nobody knew about from like, I don't know, World War II. And so, she finds it and decides to stuff everything into her car and wants to drive it to the police station. But on the way, gets pulled over, and the cop is harassing her. And I basically convinces her to open the car and do a safety inspection, and discovers the guns, and then arrests her for possession. Stuff like that happens, I think, frequently.
Yeah.
If you have to defend yourself against the state and you win, I still don't think, for most people, you never really get made whole.
Nope.
Hello, guys. Everybody still here?
Yo, Kembo.
Yes,
Hey,
sir.
Kembo.
Hey, did you guys know that they have a new server called Globe Gangsters?
Yeah, it's super cringe. It's so cringe.
Yeah. Just in case anybody didn't know about that, but that's funny.
What's it called?
Globe
Globe
Gangsters.
Gangsters.
Globe Gangsters, and it's like Brenda and like freaking all the crew, the
Embo.
anti-flat Earth crew.
Yep, the G6 is there too. Bacon. Ruhif is in there too. Woo.
The whole
Yep.
Rainbow Coalition.
Yep.
Yeah.
So where is that room?
That's like a
Yeah, I got
server.
it right here. Here, let me send it to you right now. Okay.
Did they have a
We'll put
live
it in the
stream on
stage
YouTube?
chat.
I'm not sure. I didn't go in there. Blood Sticker actually went in there.
Did
But
he
he
get
sent me
muted
the link.
instantly?
I'm not sure about that. Here, I'm gonna send it to you, bro. AJ, hold on. What
Yeah, just in case I want to go and fight with some globe trolls.
Well, apparently they have
They raided this room.
186. Yeah.
They raided this room today. They all came in at once. Rich Evans and Brenda and all of them.
Yeah. They've been raiding the room. Last night it happened last night too. But maybe different crowd or whatever, but they still anti-flat earthers, different crowds. And this morning we got, man, everybody show up, like some of them people, I don't even know them. Never heard of them before, never seen them before. But they all came all at once. I mean, only the Globe server that I've been to before was Jampanda. A few times with Root.
Yeah, it's like the Pentagon.
It was actually fun. Went in there before a few times. Yeah, so I basically said that, hey, this place exists, right? I mean, it's because the topic of flat Earth or the globe Earth. If this topic is gone, Japan ain't got no way to make money off people anymore.
I've been trying to figure out how to engage on X. The short format makes it very difficult, especially when conversations are asymmetrical. With no moderation or anything. It's always going to be you versus 10 of these people.
Or hundreds.
Yeah. And if you don't answer each and every single question that everybody asks in order, then you are evading.
And all of them think you're claiming a disk in space.
Yeah. So you have to correct that off the bat. And then they're so confused why you don't claim it.
Yeah.
But you're supposed to believe it. Yeah, it's a much tougher format. I don't know how to do it. I really don't know how to do it well right now. I'm kind of new at this.
You have to explain it like Dave Weiss style, like you're talking to a baby. Like you're talking to a toddler, right. Trying to teach them how if you have a cup, you have a bucket. Do you agree that they need to have a container? And you have to make them agree to that, and then okay, so if you have a bathtub and a pool, would you also agree that you have to go through just like step by step so they can wrap their brain around it.
And they will lose attention so quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean by that point they just tune you out and they think you're an idiot. As soon as you handle one guy, 2 others show up in the same conversation, and then 4, and it's just crazy. Like I don't know how to make this workable in this situation. It's just steamrolling.
You need to have moderation powers or something, otherwise it's just never going to change. I was in a server a few months ago. It was like 10 people, and I was the only flat earther in there, and it was just horrible. Like, they're just over talking you constantly and just strawmanning you every claim. You just have to spend most of the time explaining their own globe model to them so they can argue it. It's really crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to argue with them. You have to argue with them about what the globe model claims.
Right, and they're not inclined to listen or believe you.
Yeah, they're arguing against the globe model. You're arguing almost. It's like so weird, man. It's like you're arguing for the globe all of a sudden. They're denying it.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens. That's exactly what happens.
There was like an honest globie in here yesterday. He had like a physics degree. What his name? But I was trying to explain to him that how the like I was showing him the black swan and a few different observations similar to that, and I was trying to explain to him how the globers claim that everything is actually like hidden behind the curve, but it's all just refracting up perfectly to eye level. And he's like, no way do they claim that. He's like, not a chance would they claim that. Like, I have to look into it further. I don't believe that they would be claiming such a silly thing.
Well, those kind of things are kind of what piqued my interest early on. I'm like, there's no way. Yeah, I mean, it's really, the more you look into the globe claims, the worse it gets. It has nothing to do in the beginning, really, about examining flat Earth claims or anything pertaining to this. It's just, what is the globe saying? What are people who are arguing for the globe saying? You go through the literature, you go through commentary, you talk to people, you come to find out that really nobody understands what their own claims are supposed to be, and everything contradicts itself all over the place across disciplines. It just doesn't make any sense at all, and you're kind of left wondering, okay, now let's move over to the flat Earth side. Let's look at what these guys are doing with lasers. Oh, let's look at what they're doing with infrared. Oh, yeah, all right, well, so you have on one hand this borderline incoherence. Actually, it is incoherent. On the other hand, you have people that are making sense. And you see all these excuses that people make. Excuses for why, well, you know, it looks so flat because, or, well, everybody knows it's a globe, so therefore we can affirm the consequent.
Yeah, it's sad. It's sad. You know, a lot of them recently have been arguing the divergent rays, you know, that come out of clouds are they're parallel. It's just perspective that makes them look like that. I hear that a lot recently. Such a silly argument. And then I can show them ifs where you can see them like diverging out away, you know, away from the viewer and spanning out. But yeah, then they'll just say, oh, you don't understand perspective.
Yeah, it's like, are all the rays from the sun refracted in parallel at the same time?
Yeah, it's the dumbest argument ever. Like, you can see them spanning out to the left and the right and away, and then they all post railway tracks after that. I don't know what stupid anti-flat Earth video they watched, but then they post railway track. Because look, see here, this is a example of what you're seeing. Like what they'll show railway tracks, converging into a vanishing point, and this is what you're seeing with sun rays.
I'm reminded of like being in school. I used to love drawing. I loved art, and I learned how to draw perspective early on, and then just being surrounded by a bunch of other kids your age who can't draw for crap, and you're like, what the hell's wrong with you guys?
Yeah, perspective. That's the main thing you need, especially when you're drawing anything, really, any scene. You really need to understand perspective.
One of the best books that I'd gone through when I was a little boy with my mom was Drawing with the Right Side of the Brain. It's a classic book. It kind of teaches you how to think about what you're looking at and observe with your own eyes, and to draw that instead of draw from concepts that you reify.
Interesting. My wife has a master's degree in art. She's freaking amazing. I don't know how she does it. Terrible. But she's a flat earther, and she, has a really good understanding. She taught me all about perspective and vanishing points, and she's like, look, it's got nothing to do with the globe. I already knew it didn't, but it makes perfect sense the way it's explained in art training manual.
Yeah, it's a pure way to think. Like, as an artist, you view the world and you draw what you're actually observing. I mean, that is such a powerful thing today, especially.
Some globe earthers are trying to make the argument that you wouldn't have a horizon at all on a flat surface, flat earth.
I got to step out for a bit. I'll be back.
All right.
So when you're talking about these horizontal rays in their own paradigm of terrestrial refraction, they actually have what they call the horizontal ray paradox. Have you heard of that?
No.
Let me find it. Okay, so the horizontal ray paradox. So in general, the curvature of the ray is different from the curvature of the Earth's surface, but here we're only concerned with the rays that bend just enough to follow the curve of the Earth. The simplest solution to this horizontal ray paradox is to remind ourselves that rays are an unrealistic mental construct. In reality, we always have a beam of light infinitely narrow. Rays do not really exist. So their issue is
that's interesting.
That according to their refraction law, there's issues with these horizontal rays of light because it does not cross any boundaries between the denser and less dense air in the stratified atmosphere. So in the end, what they actually call all this is a conceptual fiction.
Wow, that's crazy. I've never heard that before.
Yeah, I'll drop it in the chat.
Yeah, thanks. I'll have a read of that. That's another contradiction.
Yeah. There's two separate quotes there from Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, from his lectures.
That's crazy. I'm reading it, AJ.
Well, it gets even worse than that because for their version of terrestrial refraction, they also have to claim that the atmosphere is also curved as it follows the shape of the Earth in its calculations. They also require the radius value for that light and that atmosphere to curve around. And they also state that they also assume the density depends on the distance from the center of curvature. And the claim is that it's a pretty good assumption. So they don't have sphere-shaped air according to gas law. Gases have no defined shape, no defined volume, and particles move in random motion. And we know that they don't have a measured radius value or drop over distance. So it is all based on assumptions as they state.
Well, I guess the math worked out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so how could the light be parallel when the setting sun is supposed to be something like 3 solar diameters below the horizon? But due to refraction, it's lifted up.
Yeah, but even if you give them terrestrial refraction, there is no type of refraction or atmospheric effect, such as
Yeah,
what they
no known
claim in the
cause.
Black Swan. Yeah, such as in the Black Swan, where we see the horizon or something pushed back approximately 10 times further than it should actually be, as well as looming above itself. Yeah, the horizon
Right.
doesn't loom above the horizon, objects loom above the horizon. So regardless, terrestrial refraction is not an answer for the Black Swan.
Yeah, there would have to be multiple rates of refraction for every one of the trillion rays of light that meets your eye across tens of miles of expanse. And it all conspires together to create this flat image. And then you bring up the horizontal ray paradox, right?
Yeah, I got a whole citation on terrestrial refraction, so I normally start at the beginning and slowly run through it. I can drop it in here for you. For some reason, the document's not uploading. No, won't let me upload the whole document. So if anyone wants it, let me know and I'll message it to you. I think you should have it already, Kimbo, that one.
Yeah, I have everything, bro. I looked at maybe one or two of those that you sent, but I gotta check it out some more. But yeah, man, I think it would be nice if you can do presentation like once every 2 weeks or something, right? In the chill chat in the home server. I think that'd be nice. I tell everybody, to come chill and let you do your thing. Maybe you could show us some stuff. You know what I mean? Clarify certain things.
Yeah, I can do my best. I was saying earlier too, it'd probably be good if we can get people like AI and Alpha as well. They're very good at this stuff. Probably much better than me.
That would be awesome. Yeah. Yeah. So AJ, you read all you read through all those citations? The one you sent to me? You read everything?
Yeah, I read everything because I put them all together and found most of the stuff for it. Some of it I found in our original 24/7 server. Some of it I had to go and research and find.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome, bro. Yeah, AJ, man, you should come here more often, bro, if you have some time. I think you have a very great, attitude or self-control with these globies, right? I mean, a lot of us here, we cool with it too, but I think sometimes we lose it.
That's all right. Sometimes I lose it too. Yeah, I try to be calm, but it's not always easy. I just feel like that, when they come in and they want to try and trigger everybody, that's just their their whole stick, their whole game. So just by not being triggered, you're not letting them win.
Yeah. See, the dude that you were talking to last night, right? Why I kind of went hard on him a little bit. It's because the day before he was talking to every flat earthers that came here. Gregory, he was talking to myself, a bunch of other people was in here, right? For 4 hours straight. And when he was talking to me, he conceded that he can't prove the curvature, right? He can't prove the motion, right? And we talk about outer space or whatever, and we can't prove that either. But that was cool, right? And we all went around. He went around to everybody. All of a sudden, towards the end, that last 4 hours, right? He reset. He was arguing like, "Oh yeah, we can prove the curvature, dude. You just conceded earlier. You can't prove the curvature. You can't prove motion. What are you talking about?" So I kind of went off on him a little bit, so he got muted.
Yeah, I don't know what happened last night. I ran through a lot of stuff with him, and he was pretty jammed up on everything. But in the end, he just said, "Oh, listen, man, thanks for the talk. I've got a lot to think about. I got to get out of here," and he left. So yeah, it didn't go too badly in the end. He didn't reset or anything.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I think you did great, bro. I heard parts of it or whatever because I was falling asleep, but I heard parts of it. Yeah, he wasn't that bad either. That's the thing. He was not that bad. It's just that he talked to people for 4 hours and he conceded on a certain point, and all of a sudden he reset. He trying to argue his way, into the things that he conceded already. Like, bro, it's over. You can't prove it. What are you talking about? So, but you've done a very good job, man.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I think the rest of the trolls that came in were worse. They came in with, was it Ellison?
Yeah, it was bad. Troublemaker. I guess we were talking about stuff. She came in and kind of trying to interrupt, right? But Dove called her out, and she kind of apologized, but she still butthurt about it, so she left. And then she brought more people to raid the place, right? And she came back in and out 4 or 5 times. But every time she come in, she kind of threw a jab, and then the next to last thing she said, "Oh, this place toxic." And then that's when I checked her, Dove checked her some more, and then these guy that she brought in, now they all came at us, and I was the only mod here, so finally I stopped muting one of them, 2 of them, and then you jump in and you heard the rest.
Yeah, a lot of the time, even when I'm in politics, I don't get a lot of opportunity, especially during the day, to talk. The last 2 days I've had to been pretty cruisy. So yesterday when I was talking to that dude, but yeah, a lot of the time I just got my headphones in, trying to listen in, and every now and again I'll just try and jump in with something and get in the conversation if I think there's something relevant. But yeah, we've been pretty busy here.
Yeah, bro. I mean, it's pretty understandable, man. But it'd be nice to have you, like more people from the 24/7 come over here. Because sometimes even, we here, we're not here. Like when I'm here, you see me here, but I'm AFK doing something else, or I'm working. I just park in here, just to have people and get the VC going. Or at least I try to.
Yeah, it would be good to get this built up a bit more, and a little bit like the politics, get a few more people through.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because a lot of time AJ and I, Dubs in here, Blood Sticker, Rude, Adegrash. Yeah, we try to be here. But it would be nice if some of us from the 24/7, kind of come here and kind of help the place out. That'd be nice.
Yeah, I'll get in whenever I can, and if you ever need anything, just send me a message, and I can, if I'm around, I'll try and get in. But I'll try and get in more.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So, are you really moving this year, AJ?
Yeah, as long as I can buy a house.
Okay.
Yeah, we've been tied up here because I said last time, I think I've been doing a subdivision on a large block of land that I've got here, and it just keeps dragging on. Yeah, so I can't really do anything or move until I finish up with this subdivision and get the 2 blocks sold here, and then once that's done, I can get out. So I've got contracts on the blocks. It's just a matter of getting the final approval. So I think I'm probably about 2 weeks out from that. And then the buyers have got 21 days to settle. And then once that's all done, I've got to find somewhere to buy up in Queensland. So I have been looking, but there just hasn't been anything come up that's suitable at the moment. There's one I'm looking at, but it's under contract pending finance, and I know that they're having troubles getting finance, so that one might come through. So 40 acres. So
Oh wow, 40 acres. Oh wow. Is it still going to be in Townsville?
Yeah, just on the outskirts, sort of thing, up near the big dam there. So
Okay. Well, I hope you get it, bro.
yeah, it'd be great. So I got 200 acres here.
Wow.
That's a little bit big to look after. So I think 40 would be pretty good.
Bro, that's a lot
Much
of
easier.
land. 200 acres? Holy moly. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Hey
I got
man,
my
we
sheep and alpacas.
200 acres. We can put all the flat earthers from 24/7.
You could. Then we could really be a cult.
Yeah, they could take us out with one fell swoop.
Yep. Heretic. What's up, bro?
Morning, Harry.
Good morning.
How you
Hey,
doing?
we're all moving to AJ's compound, Heretic. You in?
Doing what now?
It's the final migration.
This is the last time? We don't have to do it again?
There have been some interesting Globers coming by here. It's been kind of quiet, though, recently, so maybe they're eating.
Oh,
Get
there were
wrecked,
a lot of
fool.
them this morning.
You guys bored?
Yeah. It's been tough finding capable people to speak with on the subject.
Yo.
Hey.
The retardation effect has been strong.
Hey, bro.
Ego slave? What
Some of the most-
psychological conditions do you think comes with being a GT?
I couldn't fathom to guess, honestly. AI, you had something to say? Oh, he AI kept butting in the same time as you, and I was like, wait, who? And it looks like he's gone. I wonder if. Anyway, I'm almost afraid to hazard a guess because people listen to our stream, and if they hear us providing any medical advice, even in that regard, they'll flag it. I mean, you could kind of joke around, right? Though.
Yeah. I mean, like, I was thinking we could haphazard some fictitious conditions. You know, like we could say they have blue ballitis.
I see a lot of this too cool for school mentality.
What about bottom quartileist?
Something I kind of think about is how, we live in this predominantly progressively left society, and they're all about inclusivity and diversity. And if they were to study some foreign culture for the first time, some new people on some random isolated island in the Pacific, let's say, if they were to uncover that they were flat earthers, right? Would these people mistreat them because of that? Would they give them the same kind of treatment that they give us? I don't think so.
Nope.
And I got to think part of it is because they feel like we are betraying the system. We should know better, and we don't. And I think that idea bothers them.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Well, I think this talk of inclusivity is the projection that they are not inclusive.
And, you think too, something like flat Earth itself doesn't have to be political. I mean, it kind of is apolitical, right? You could go down the whole rabbit hole of it pointing to a creator, which should kind of guide you into a certain kind of mindset. But I mean, just as a whole on its face, it is a geometric problem.
Well, it's interesting because up until 2020, the people who would not take vaccinations were pretty well ideologically split on nearly every other topic. That was one of the things that was noted, and psychologists were studying to see why it was that that community was split pretty much evenly between hardcore right, hardcore left, centrist right, centrist left, and those in the middle. And so this is another one of those interesting topics that this really should not be a political topic, that either you see the truth or you don't. And I would say that it's interesting because there's no reason for it to be political, but yet it somewhat has become that way. And the only thing that I'll add in is that when we were having the meetups in Florida, we had 14 monthly meetups throughout the state. One of those was in Tampa, and I never got to go over there, but a few people who did told me that a lot of those were really left-wing people. But they are a minority around us, though. You know, you would think that some of the New Age people who buy into it would be a little more of a liberal bend. But for some reason, they're not.
It's a weird crossover I've seen is crossover between many occultists, particularly like Gnostic types, and conservatism. If you can figure that out, like Reagan conservatives.
You know, I know a number of Reagan conservatives, strong Reagan conservatives, who are atheist, pro baby murder, and other what you would think of as very liberal causes, but absolutely cannot stand outside of those few things. They cannot stand any liberal philosophy, period.
So I'd say that this other server is why some of our rooms may be a little bit quiet recently. This new Globe server, Globe Gangsters, looks like all the regulars that we have are all hanging out over there. GF6, Embo, Midwit, Manufactotum, Bendy Space, Kelly, Mordwand, Omnivore. They're all they got their own little room going. Yeah,
It'd be fun to see who they ban.
Yeah, Kembo just sent it to me. I didn't even know it existed, but it seems to be fairly new.
Yep. Yeah, Bloodsticker actually told me about it, and he sent it to me too. So.
Hey, that's good. We can help them be united.
Yeah, Ruhif is over there too. So.
Do they expect like flat earthers to wander in and say, "Hey guys, why do you think Earth is a globe?"
They got all their resources here as well that they're posting. They sort of copied our original 24/7 room.
I bet it's full of like MC Tune and FlatEarth.ws.
There's not too much in there at the moment.
I don't know. It's hard for them to put stuff in there.
Dazza, bacon, the regulars.
I don't want to hear anybody from that crowd then accuse us of living in an echo chamber.
Well, no, they can't do that anymore because I don't know how many flat earthers they're going to get in here. This could be their echo chamber. Appears to be.
Also thinking like what kind of exciting content could possibly be in there? Like what of interest? Like what are they doing? Like maybe posting old episodes of Cosmos from PBS with Carl Sagan?
There's all lots of different articles. Is it Fusely Jerry? He's in there giving him a bit of stick in the chat.
I got to check off here for a few more minutes, but Ego Slave, when do you want to pick back up our ranked roles, VC?
Hard to say, man. My life and schedule keeps getting upended.
Yeah, I understand that. I sincerely do. Yeah, I finished my second course on the CLU, and now I'm on the third one, and it seems like every little thing has just popped up over the last month itself. But I'll be back here in a bit.
All right.
All right, bro.
Yeah, I'm going to jump out for a bit. I got a few things I got to get done. I'll be back a bit later somewhere around the traps.
Okay, OJ. Take care, bro.
Yeah. Have a good one, guys. Thanks.
All right.
Later.
Good to see you.
Take care.
What'll be funny to watch is to see whether or not Globers will grab PDFs, some scientific research, quote unquote, from their new server, and start trying to present it to us, and also not being equipped at all to really talk about it.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they're trying to do, and then they're gonna trying to come raid the place.
But we'll do what we always do, right? I mean, if they're presenting it, then they have to be able to talk about it, articulate it.
Right.
So it's like, don't shove a PDF in my face and tell me that I need to find out where the flat Earth nugget of truth is in it.
Yep.
It's like, no.
Well, just like that one guy, he goes by Neil, right? He supposedly work at some satellite companies, some factory, whatever. And, he came in here and he shoved that whatever PDF or some type of document that has to do with the terrain database, and Box Up basically hold him to the fire, and he couldn't explain it.
Oh, good. Yeah, Box Ops is pretty good. I like Box Ops.
Oh yeah, he's a beast. I love his style.
Yeah, he's one of the few folks that I'd say I'd feel completely comfortable like representing my thoughts in my absence.
Oh yeah, he's been sharing a lot of files with me. He brought me to the little server he has. I've been reading stuff here and there, and
Yeah,
I
he
learned
works hard.
quite a lot from him.
He builds research databases all the time, which allows him to continuously access and re-access the same information over and over again. It's probably a good way to be autodidactic and teach yourself.
Yeah. Well, I have my little own server too. I just start to put certain things in there, like after I read it or whatever, or citation memes and certain videos, just for myself.
I've got an Obsidian research database that I share with people. It's public too. Yep. Box Ops gave me a lot of citations stuff that I shoved into it.
Cool, bro. Hey, I got a question with because somebody mentioned that you help kind of like rebuild the celestial sphere model or something. You help somebody, right?
Gosh, no. Yeah, I provided some spreadsheet math to Shane to help him with his research and understand some concepts. And so he's taken off with that. What he puts out is his own.
Okay, that's awesome though.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, we found some interesting things when we were going through some of this, but I'm really worried about the second and third order effects of people reifying ideas into models and stuff that shouldn't be claimed because they're not models.
Right. I'm probably gonna have to check it out later.
So, like for example, if you've ever seen the video series by Life is Short on optics, he goes through some of the principles and mathematics. So, I rebuilt a lot of that stuff in Excel and showed it to Shane. That's pretty much how that started.
That's awesome.
Shane's been doing some good work. He's a beast. Trying to sharpen his sword a bit.
Yeah. Did you see his debate with Ruhef?
No.
Oh no. Well, I've seen only a little bit. Maybe like 5-10 minutes the most. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he did pretty good.
Yeah, Shane has a true gift, I think. After I've known him for a couple of years now and spent time with him in his DMs, he's got a true gift. He is able to very quickly learn and develop a keen, intuitive understanding of complex topics very, very rapidly and put things into his own words. I've been very impressed with him in that regard. He's super, super sharp.
Well, that's good. Not everyone has that gift.
No.
Like myself.
Yeah, like he's one of these guys where it seems things come very naturally and easy to him, and I have to work my ass off.
Yep. Well, hard work always gonna pay off in the end, man. Sometimes you can be good at something, and if you don't practice, you don't try to keep up with it, you might lose it too. So I think it's all about consistency. Like anything you do in life, whether work and or certain talent or whatever, if you don't use it, you're gonna lose it.
Right on.
So, Mr. Amish, well, I used to live in, you know, across the world, Cambodia,
Yeah.
Maine, and Florida, and now Texas, right? I noticed something, right? The moon, when I was on the, on the other side of the world, it looked whatever. It's not really noticeable. I live in Maine. Yeah, it looked whatever. We see the moon. Same thing in Florida. When I came to Texas, it looked huge.
Oh.
Yeah, compared to all those places that I was at, it looks huge.
Yeah, I get the impression the sky presents itself differently too in places I've been. You go out west. I used to live in Arizona, and it's just besides being away from all the light pollution and things like that, just yeah, I mean it really is like being in a different world.
Yeah. Maybe that's some, wherever I'm at, like around Texas, maybe that's the moon's path, and this is the reason why certain month of the years it just looks so big, man, and it looks kind of like right there too, compared to other places.
Yeah, it's like if you could take maybe three people, indigenous people from different parts of the world without any knowledge of each other, maybe from 300 years ago, and then stick them in a room and give them a way to communicate with each other and say, hey, why don't you guys each describe the sky, the night sky for each other? If someone living on the equator would be like, yep, everything rises up in this direction and then sets over down in that direction, and then they might be able to see one or even both of the poles, whatever you want to call those. Right. And somebody from the north would be like, well, no, I mean, I just see it do this, right? Of course they can turn around and see a different rotation, but they don't see it the way the same guy from the equator does. They would all have different descriptions for the same phenomenon that really is, right? And it would seem unreconcilable, but they could all agree on one thing, and that's the Earth is flat.
Yep. Yeah. Nobody would, nobody would say, "Oh, we live on a ball spinning in the vacuum of space."
But you see, if it is, then it can answer why it looks that way.
Oh, that dude just took off. He just came in, Necro. That's the dude that talked for 4 hours with different flat earthers, and then in the end he reset.
Oh gosh, he noped himself out of here. Yeah, but let's see. I mean, going back to those three dudes, right, from three different parts of the world, each describing stars differently, and yet agreeing Earth is flat. If you have a fourth person to come in and say, well, the reason why the stars do this is because Earth isn't flat. I mean, they all would be like, what?
Yeah.
What are you smoking? And then they listen to the fourth guy justify himself, and he starts affirming the consequent.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, imagine the fourth guy be like, "Hey, the Earth actually moving, right? And
That's no good thing.
spinning,
It's not only round, but it's moving, and we know it's moving because the sky moves.
right?"
Yeah.
Yeah, that will be funny. Another thing too. I start to think about this recently. Why they are anti-flat earthers. I start to think they getting scared. They getting afraid because the amount of numbers of flat earthers are growing, right? So they scared to be the minority in the future. That's why they're trying to fight so hard.
Yeah, they're running out of tricks. They're like 3 tricks that they've got. And they keep having to recycle them again and again and again with every claim.
Yep.
And yeah, and they're learning it's not working out. So they're kind of desperate for new tricks.
Maybe they need Neil deGrasse Tyson to come help them.
Yeah. No, they need you to go in a rocket ship and visit the moon.
Yeah, like seriously, like every time these these globies tell me that, I'm like, look, no. Don't tell me to go on rocket ship. You should go first. Right? You should go first, and when you get there and come back safely and tell us all about it. Right? It's the same thing. They like, oh, where's the edge of a flat Earth? Right? Oh, what's beyond there? In Antarctica? Why none of flat earthers had seen the edge? I'm like, we don't know because they're the treaty is over there. But if you curious enough and you want to know, look, make some money, get some people, get a ship, get a crew, go out there, document everything, and come back and tell us all about it. Don't tell us to go. We don't need to go any other place to know that the Earth is flat. That's what I tell them, and I do shut them up with that
too. How about this? Go take your theodolites and everything, and go conduct some surveys when you get to Antarctica.
Oh, Jesse. Oh, yeah. Every time I hear they are like it just every time I hear it just Jesse pop up in my head. Jesse.
What a headache. It's the same presentation like over and over again. Well, here's an Excel spreadsheet. You see the curve?
Yep. You do sound like him on that part.
Oh no. I picked out 3 different locations. 3 different heights. They matched the curve at 3 different distances. Yeah.
Yep.
I've seen folks like this, including him specifically. They come in here, they get thoroughly wrecked, destroyed by the panel, and then 5 minutes later, they're in another server presenting this topic to another group. The same exact way. I mean, it's like a door-to-door salesman, I swear.
Yeah. He done that. He done that in Flatman server. He done that in this server too last year when we had it run last year, right? He came in here with the same the same whatever stuff that he got, and he came back last month and tried to present me with the same information, and I said, Jesse, you showed me this before, plenty of time. You show everybody this. Like,
yeah,
you got
answer.
anything news? He's like, oh, okay, I forgot.
I'm reminded of like these guys trying to sell insect pest control services through my neighborhood. They knock on everybody's door giving the same pitch. I'm gonna have to go in a few minutes.
No, that's
Again.
cool, bro.
Yeah.
Cool. You know what they should do, right? Well, this is what I told Jesse. I said, Jesse, this is what you should do, right? Find like a lake, maybe 5-10 miles or whatever, right? And next to that lake, build a hill or just go behind that hill, put an object or something, right? And go to the other side and zoom in if refraction help you see the object behind that physical hill, right? If you can see it, if that's the case, right, then we would agree that refraction help you see, help light bend over and see the physical object behind the curve. Do
Yeah,
that,
like
please. I asked him. He said, "Yeah, I never thought of that." Right? And
What?
I said, "Yeah, get it done."
By the way, I got a headset, so it should sound a lot better when I start talking now. Y'all won't hear each other like through my microphone and stuff anymore.
okay, good. Yeah, Kimbo. So they're basically claiming that the law of refraction defeats the law of reflection.
These people.
And I mean that's what I requested him. I said, Jesse, you go out do this stuff all the time. You should try that once and make sure you document everything from start to finish. Make sure you have all the information, right? And bring it back, and we'll see if refraction do this in reality or not. Because that's what you guys been claiming. And he said, well, one of these days he gonna go out and do that. So we'll see.
So he'd never thought to do that before. He does a lot of random, quote, experiments, or where he plays around with things, but he'd never thought to actually test his own globe.
And the funny thing is this, right? He showed me like maybe like a 2 minutes video, right? I guess he claimed that, oh look, I'm here on the top of a hill. I'm looking at certain mountains away, like 100 miles away. Look, he just showed the footage, right? Look, see that? Look, it only happened on a ball. He didn't have any other extra information to explain or the two location, nothing, right? I didn't see no drop over distance that add into that, right? He just showed us the footage. He's like, here, look, it only work on the ball. See the curvature? Like, bro, you just showed me. You didn't show me anything, bro. You just showed me like the footage. That's it. You didn't have like any numbers to go with. You didn't have any math to go with it, right? I said, bro, next time, get all the information together. Make sure you have everything from start to finish, right? You can't just show people, hey, it's a globe. Now believe me. You know what I mean? Yeah, but all in all, Jesse, he's not too bad. He's not that crazy. Well, in a sense of like, controlling himself. I
He's
never.
very polite. Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
that's one thing.
extremely well composed for all the abuse he takes from people, and that's something.
Yeah, same thing like Matthew. I
Yeah.
don't really say anything bad. Like, I joke around with them when they come around. They doesn't seem too bad at all. Yeah, so I'm always nice to them.
I'm just really concerned about this wave of flat Earth content that's just exploding all over TikTok and X and stuff. Just it's horrible. It's all this new age ether business. AE mapped
shit.
models. It's the worst of everything.
Well, the moon map is in there too, bro.
Yeah.
The moon map stuff. Oh, that one. Yeah, I'm not saying like it's impossible or anything, but man, they will get lost in the sauce. They will
It's
get
not so
lost.
much the maps. Like, to me, that's all cartoons and stuff. It's when people mix their spirituality with new age mumbo jumbo. Like, that's when it gets weird.
Yeah, that too.
Like they say, the moon map is a projection, but it is also a reflection. So it's a projection reflection
Off a ball.
Yeah. Of a flat plane. It's like how it's a projection that is a reflection. What?
Oh, Jay, welcome back.
So they say the moon, they'll say the moon gives off its own light, but it's also being projected by the black sun, but it's also reflecting Earth back at itself. I just can't even it's so stupid. I can't believe it. I can't believe people believe it. I mean,
if that's the case,
I gotta
right,
go.
Yeah, okay, bro. But yeah, if that's the case, like if that's the case, then we don't, we sound just like globies, right? With a lot of fairy tales in a sense.
Are we talking about Earth Awakenings again?
He was mentioning X and TikTok, how they're coming up with a bunch of really weird stuff. It's kind of like a repeat of 10 years ago, now that it's just now being introduced to these other people, I guess. So they're taking up all the weird memes and shit.
I've been hearing that stuff talked about on Earth Awakenings several months ago.
Are you, like, repairing your airship or something?
He's got, like, a construction site, I think, huh? Jackhammers and stuff going on.
It's a mixture between jackhammers and, like, power drills or something.
I'm in the engine room of the airship. Sorry, guys.
There you go.
He had his head out the window earlier, proving that you can't have pressure without containment, so...
Here in a bit, you'll find me hanging out in the crew rest area, so give me just a moment. I'll be right back.
Oh, speaking of weird cartoons that are all over TikTok and X, I might end up making one that'll probably end up being shared around, because it would be a 24-hour recording of the alleged ISS's motions, and then with a polar coordinates wraparound.
Sorry, is there like a discrepancy you want to point out or something?
No, I just posted it, well, a fragment of it in the side chat. I would want to do it 24 hours so I can show the path of the sun.
Okay. I often wonder about that. Like, what is the flat Earth explanation for what the ISS? Because you can see it with your eyes, right? So, what is that? No. You know what I mean? Like,
I have no issues with a really awesome Hollywood studio set existing and high altitude aircraft existing.
I guess so.
You can make a model, set it up, have it do certain sciencey shit like bounce signals and that stuff down. But you can also have a set and be like, "Here's our people." I also have no issues with people being up there as well, but I don't make claims to anything. I just know that I made a cartoon based off of NASA's cartoon.
Yeah.
And my cartoon looks pretty cool, so... And now I'm just thinking, man, I want a 24-hour, like the whole thing just going around. That would be awesome, because that would go this way, and the sun would go that way, and it would end up making a full circuit, make a loop out of it.
Yeah, somebody had a YouTube video of that. a couple years ago that was pretty fascinating. It was showing that path, and then had the sun moving around and such. Good luck searching the memory hole for it.
The interesting part to me is that this other image I made using the Zulu clock and Abizade's diagram. That shape is actually from a lens that I put on that diagram and was playing around with sunlight, and I ended up getting that shape of light. So that is a real world shape of light that can be created, and then I compare that to what NASA does with their thing. I'm like, oh, it looks about the same. Mine's more of an ideal artistic version. Theirs would be more modeled based off of where they've detected light to be.
Is this like what in the atmosphere or on the moon or where?
The surface of Earth.
The surface of Earth. So, yeah. So you're saying that these NASA photos of where?
I'm saying that my cartoon lines up with NASA's cartoon, and I just found that to be cool.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that is cool. Especially if you're drawing comparison, you know.
Yeah, because I wasn't even trying to do that. I was just making a thing based off of an assumption, and then I took their actual, little data points and their cartoon, their official thing from their NASA.gov website, animated it, and their cartoon lines up with my cartoon, and I just found that to be cool.
Very cool.
I must take exception. That is not pretty cool. That's really cool.
Thinking about setting up another computer. I have a computer that I'm not using, and I'm thinking about setting it up for the whole purpose of recording for 24 hours. That way I can be able to use this computer and have the other one set to do that without anybody touching it.
Yeah, I'm about to do something similar. I'm rebuilding my PC, but I'm gonna rebuild the old chassis with just the other parts, and I'm gonna use that one for like if I'm running a server on a game, or if I want to just do something processor intensive for a while, and it's just so it doesn't hog up my main system that I use all the time. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, we're kind of to the point where everybody can set up a small server if they want to.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. It doesn't have to be specialized at all. It could just be a laptop, depending on what you're doing. It's cool, man. Technology rocks. And if you don't want to do that, you can rent server space for like pennies. Yeah, what world we live in.
I've been watching a bunch of old military videos, either declassified ones or the ones that were made public just to tell people what's going on or whatever. The propaganda stuff from back in the day. And there is a lot of really cool stuff, because I hear a lot of people talk about Admiral Byrd, and I'm thinking, who's actually watched Admiral Byrd's adventures, like the adventures of Admiral Byrd, to see him talking about things himself?
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, most people haven't, so I started watching them and collecting the videos, and now I'm thinking about putting a whole bunch of them together to try and make kind of a mini movie out of them.
That'd be cool. A remix.
Doing the same thing with like certain projects like Echo. How many people have actually watched the videos about Echo when they launched that, what the stuff that they gave to the public and the things they gave to the military that was I'm downloading them, trying to watch them, collecting everything I can.
Very cool. Yeah, it's amazing what's out there just being, provided. The US have been really good with everything as well, providing all kinds of documents and records and stuff for public consumption.
Oh, dude, Echo was a whole, they set it up and gave people the ability to use it. To bounce their own signals off and experiment with. There's a whole bunch of documentation given to the public at the time.
That's cool.
I think the truth is stranger than fiction, and history is weirder than sci-fi.
Often is the case.
Hey, maybe you could track our airship while you're at it.
Dude, I think that we can send up our own high altitude stuff, like weather balloon type things. Somebody took pictures using what is effectively a really long trash bag. I'm not joking. I can give you I can show you a picture of the thing taken, but it shows kind of the ascent and descent, so it gives a curvature to it with a whole bunch of flat pictures. But
You
it's
can
still
make sounding rockets as well these days quite easily. I mean, when I say quite easily, I mean it's maybe a year and advanced tools, but you could do it in your garage. Send rockets up to very high altitudes.
No, I just mean solar powered things where you're sending weather balloons up that'll stay up for long periods of time.
Yeah.
Somebody basically took what was effectively a $50 toy, put a camera on it, send it up, and it went all the way up enough to see the Kármán line.
It's amazing. Love it.
I'm just saying we're at a point in, like, we live in the future now. We can go ahead and send stuff up now if we want to. Just do it.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Yeah.
And I don't think anybody should wait for somebody else to do it. Just do your own thing. Send up a project.
Well, that's how SpaceX happens. Some company was like, "Hey, we could do it better," and they did. Like, wow, all right.
That sounds like a rich guy's bet. Like, I could probably do it better than NASA. Oh yeah, prove it.
Okay, hold my beer. And hell, did he? He did a lot better. Fucking hell! Like, I'm no Musk fanboy, but SpaceX is fucking impressive.
All you got to do is be the lowest bidder on a government contract.
Well, yeah, but I mean the technology they built, though. I mean, so much more advanced than anything that's.
A lot of it's mostly the same, aside from the marketing teams.
Nah, it's not the same, bro. I mean, they're running on different engines. They're like orders of magnitude more efficient. They fucking come back and land. That's something. That's a minor point. It's crazy that they could do that. Like watching the twin Falcon 9 the heavy boosters land together. That's something crazy. Like, love it. Technology for the win.
Kings and cannonballs. They just got better at it.
A lot better.
But tell me, is that name Stratoflights not an interesting name for weather balloons?
It kind of makes sense. Like, lights to the stratosphere.
Somebody made a solar powered hot air balloon. Set over 30 world records.
That's sick.
Or broke. Maybe they broke over 30 world records.
Mm.
But that kind of lines up with what I was saying before. People have already sent solar powered weather balloons up there. So sending high altitude things up using the sun to do it, that's no trouble at all. They've been doing that since that go.
I mean, the sun just powers the recording devices and such. It's just helium balloon.
No, it's actually just hot air. These things, the way that it went up, it heated up the material.
Oh
which
wow,
then
that's cool.
caused lift. So it didn't use any type of other gases. That's what tripped me out. I'm like, they got a picture of the Kármán line using just sun.
That's
What?
mad.
Yeah,
I
so
didn't
now
realize
I
you
want to
could
get a
get
trash
that high,
bag and send a camera up.
Cool.
Seems like there's a lot of kind of underlying, is setting the premise for a return of airships, and this is a mainstream thing that's being done.
I'd love to see the return of airships. Like that would be so cool, man.
Like,
Like,
I'm
if you could
talking
go for,
about
like, a
on,
cruise over the Atlantic in a fucking Zeppelin. Oh man, that'd be so cool.
and I'm talking about like on a Smithsonian Institute, National Geographic level. Like they're actually talking about return of airships type thing publicly.
Yeah, that'd be so nice.
So and there've already been private airships for a while, like a bunch of different kinds. But they're
not
talking
like
about
passenger airships, you know.
Yeah, because there's only like 15 of them still in use from back in the day when they had them. So
I'm surprised there's that many, actually. I'm surprised there's any at all.
I think that there's like 20, like over 20, maybe 23 of them that are still intact, but there's only 50 or 15 of them in active use where people can just ride on them or rent them or whatever.
I've always thought, like, if I could time travel, right, I would love to have the experience of smoking a cigar in that little thing that they lower you from on a Zeppelin, so that you don't ignite the hydrogen. You know what I'm talking about?
It's not supposed to use hydrogen. They're supposed to use helium anyway, and that's
No,
not
but they did.
flammable.
I'm talking about back in the day, in the early days of Zeppelins. You know, they used to lower you down if you wanted to smoke. They'd lower you down in this little buggy, this little I don't know, we'd call it like a little hot airplane. You sit in it, and they would lower you down so you could have a smoke. I'd love to have done that. That'd be amazing.
I have a video of people getting off of the Zeppelin. Like they're actually anchoring it in, docking it and stuff. Yeah, I've been collecting a bunch of high-resolution videos from back in the day, and they're really big files for the smallest video. Like it'd be like a minute or two, but it's huge. I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
But it's worth it.
Oh yeah. Have you seen a lot of these AI, like what was it called? Basically recreated using AI, like the restored. That's the word I'm looking for.
Colorized.
So it's
I've seen a lot of those, and some of them are pretty good.
Some of them are incredible. Like, yeah, it's unbelievable.
You see
And it's not just
colorized
color.
version of a Humphrey Bogart movie.
Yeah, I don't think it's just colorizing. There's something else going on there. It's just makes it look amazing. Yeah, it really brings it to life. I was watching like Corsairs flying off an aircraft carrier in the Pacific in like 1944, and it's like, fuck, man, it's like really came alive. Technology.
I've been avoiding the AI altered stuff though, because I'm trying to get the original assets before the internet's flooded with all that AI shit.
Yeah, so you actually have the originals. It's a good idea.
In fact, I think I need to buy a new hard drive just for that, so I can start organizing old silent films on one of the hard drives.
For stuff like that, when you don't really care about how fast you can access it, old school hard drives are cheap as dirt these days. Like 4 terabyte ones for $50 and stuff. You know.
Yeah, there's a lot of solid state ones for a decent price. They're pretty cheap.
Yeah, it's true. I don't know how the long-term reliability of SSDs compares to the hard drives. Do you know?
Not sure.
Yeah.
It's kind of on a long enough timeline, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't for either one anyway.
I think you got to put it on multiple servers and trust that they back up for infinity years. You know?
Rule of threes: always keep a backup and replace any broken backups.
Yeah. Yeah, the cloud will be good for that shit. I'm pretty sure there'll be Amazon servers running once the nukes fall. You know, after the nukes fall. So.
The funny thing about nukes, the more dangerous thing when it comes to stuff like that would be if they can successfully create an EMP ring around the Earth.
Oh, well, we can do that. We can easily do that now.
Yeah, and if they do that, then everything shuts out, and you don't have to worry about cities being wiped out or anything. Everybody's just going to go full zombie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. You could, if you could knock out like a few major cities in a country, like people would do the job for you. You wouldn't have to invade. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, look at the blackouts that happened in the States a couple of, I guess it was about a decade ago. There was that big one in New York, right? You know, that was like what 48 hours, and there's chaos. Yeah.
No, one of the
Imagine
videos that I was watching that had to do with that, where they were setting off really powerful weaponry up high. That had to do with trying to create a ring all around the world, to do an EMP that would shut down everything. And then the tech is way more, plentiful at this time.
For sure. I mean, I think a lot of the research, people get really conspiratorial about that HAARP facility, but I think what I believe they were actually doing is they were like trying to work out if you could, agitate the ionosphere here, how would it affect it over there? And the idea was, to explore the possibility of detonating a nuke maybe somewhere in the Pacific or something, and the ionized radiation travels the magnetic field line and hits Moscow, right? That's what they were trying to work out, if it was possible, and it was. So
one of the things had to do with make it a full circle, is all I'm saying. So that would cover that entire region. And
I'm sure it's the same research.
Yeah, so it would affect everybody's stuff, is all I'm saying, because there's more tech around, so everybody would be influenced.
That would be a bad situation.
Yeah, because
I can handle zombies and plagues, but like without Wi-Fi, like it's going to be something else.
Think about this: the FCC sets things up so all the tech doesn't interfere with each other. This thing going off, it wouldn't care. It's full spectrum, not going to give a shit, and it's going to go through ripping through everything all around everywhere that there is tech. So then you got all these people who no longer have a prosthetic brain to ask questions to.
Yeah, I mean, we've lost most of us have lost the ability to live.
So you
without
8 second attention spans, and you remove their prosthetic brain, and they no longer have their entertainment either. Now what?
That'd be wild. I hope I don't live to see that.
I would say that's more dangerous than the whole fire and brimstone narrative that's being portrayed on the mainstream media.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I definitely would.
And my proof would be people who come in here and the way that they behave, just openly. Discord in general.
Discord really brings out the worst in people. I suppose it's because it's like semi-anonymous, unless you actually go digging. Yeah, it's pretty gross. So much like hatred and just, I don't know, just nastiness.
It's funny though, because they'll talk about things related to this, but only when it comes to, oh no, there might be this solar flare that comes off of the sun, but not to, hey, humans can actually hurt themselves and do this dumbass thing. It's always got to be some other weird, fearful narrative, but in reality, it's just going to be people doing it to themselves.
It's easier for people to imagine, isn't it? I mean, it's easier to imagine that we all die in a nuclear war or a plague or something like that than it is to say we just fucking all kind of slowly die off over the generations because we're so incompetent we can't hold a civilization steady. It's kind of depressing. Nobody wants to admit that.
So the solution is education.
Yeah, I agree.
And understanding, to learn more and continue learning, instead of it's the mindless consumerism and consumption of random content that doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah. Thing is, though, it's society's geared in a way to, protect that at all costs. Consumerism is what drives capitalism, and most of the West is that they're just a bunch of capitalists and coats, right? I worry for the world.
The funny thing about capitalism is the right hand still has the left hand.
That's two wings. The thing is, capitalism is like, I don't like to see it as right wing or left wing. I see capitalism as an ideology, and it's a harmful ideology, regardless of how you apply it. It's based on exploitation. So it can never be ethical. It can never be sustainable. It's a bad system.
Well, it's a weird willful exploitation because somebody's granting permission.
Well, you have to really. I mean, if you know, how else are you gonna eat? You know, so that's how it kind of keeps you in it, right? If you don't participate, you starve. You know.
A lot of folks don't know where food comes from, so they would.
I know, right? Oh, jeez, that's crazy. I've still got a little spark of hope that it'll all turn out okay. We'll see. Might be right. Gotta jump up to the Islam channel. I'll catch you in a bit.
What's up, man?
Yeah, just get ready to get the engine started here in the airship again.
Welcome back, man.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Still see them. Math. you would still be calculating that they are going lower and lower and lower away from you. But because they changed the math, the formula, to where they're not going to start that drop until the horizon, it's now allowing you, oh, now we can see 15 miles. And yeah, because it's good.
Not what it does.
Because it didn't drop until no, yes, it does. It extended your guys' fucking calculation to where now you can see something when we go, oh, why can't we see this thing when it's 10 miles away? Oh, that's because, you just got to slide that little refraction bar and there you go. And then you go, oh, okay, so then the math, though, is no longer calculating for that thing disappearing from once it leaves your feet. Look, if you don't understand what I'm saying and you don't understand what's going on, that's not my problem. But I'm just for the listeners. Hold on, Brenda, just real quick. For the listeners that maybe understand what I'm saying and they get what I'm saying, let me explain it to you. Okay, just real quick, Brenda. You could jump in after. Before, this is for listeners, not you. Before the calculator, it would calculate something dropping the second you put a foot to it, 5 feet, 5 miles. But it would calculate droppage from where you stood. And then the height of the observer was calculated, and then they would say, okay, well, if it's dropping away at this rate, this was where it would be way behind the horizon, mathematically.
Yeah, the height always diminishes, but the amount of obstruction bottom up is.
I wasn't done, bro. I wasn't done.
I understand what you're saying, dude. I heard
really
you.
wasn't done. Okay, I'm not talking to you though. I'm talking to people that don't know.
Parent.
Thank you for muting him. So the point, though, is that now, if you look into it, because a lot of people don't do this, if you look into it, now the calculator, when you do it, they don't calculate that hidden position until it's at the horizon. So what happened to the droppage from when it started walking away from you? They go, oh, we don't have to worry about that because we have to just focus on when it's hidden. That's when we have to calculate the droppage. Because now we have an observer and you can see someone that's 6 foot tall 3 miles away from you because you're 6 foot tall. So yeah, we have to wait till he gets behind the horizon and then calculate the drop. That's fucking ridiculous. And now you could talk, Callie.
Hey, can I have Brenda explains things, please? I'd like to hear him talk.
Well, I was going to let Kali talk because I'd spoken enough.
Whatever you feel is best. I'm not.
Well, what do you want, Apocryphon? What do you want, Apocryphon? You want to continue with Kali?
Either of you guys can cut. I just wanted to get that out so that way the listeners can listen and then they can go look into it and they'll realize. Yeah, anyone, you guys. That's fine with me.
You're confusing two different things. Drop and hiddenness.
I'm not confusing that, Brenda. I'm explaining.
Something were to drop, would it be hidden?
No, this is what
drop is calculated from a tangent line at your feet going straight out, right? But that's not what you see when you're 6 foot tall. You don't see through your feet, right? And so a person walks away from you, they start to disappear at about 3 miles. You can't see their feet anymore. You can still see them. Okay. And the curve calculator can tell you how much of that person you can see given your height and their height and the amount of curvature and the amount of refraction.
Right. But before, when things were calculated from your foot, from where you stand, and they would calculate. So let's say you took a 6 foot person, right? And you walked away, and you're a mile away from somebody now, okay? Then let's say you go, wow, I can only see like his shoulders or whatever. You're like, okay, well, that's
that
just
wouldn't
refraction.
Be true. A mile away, you would see the entire person.
Brenda, let me finish.
You would see the entire person a mile away.
Jeff, you could just let me finish. You'll understand why I said that, okay? You say, hey, I can only see like his shoulders and higher. And you go, oh, that's refraction. It's a really hot day. The road that he's walking on, like the heat is actually blocking out his body. But let's just wait a couple hours. Hey, buddy, stop right there. And he stops a mile away from you. And then you let the temperature change. And then all of a sudden, like you're saying, you get binoculars out. Oh, yeah, I can see his whole body right there. I can see his feet. I can see his head. Perfect. right? That is the way reality works. He didn't go behind a curved ball just for a fraction. Kind of really distorted what he was looking like in a distance. You ever seen a car, ever go to Vegas and see a car disappear like 500 feet away from you? And you're like, what the fuck? And no, it's just because it's really hot and the car literally disappears into like the heat of the road. And it's not that it goes over a curve. You know that road's flat as fuck. But what I'm trying to get to is that person walking away mathematically on a globe, 3,959 miles radius, there's a formula to say that when you're going away from your position, you're going to have to be dropping on that radius walking away. So if you're a mile away, you're dropping away, okay? But in your paradigm. But I realized, and then we used to like do the calculations. Oh, well, this is how far. Remember when you guys used to argue the geometric horizon all the time? That was your nail in the fucking coffin with us. Oh, we know it because this is the math and you can't deny it. And this is what it is. And then we go, oh, wait, well, we can see farther than 3 miles. Refraction. Okay. Black Swan came out. Destroyed your fucking geometric horizon. That's why none of you guys even talk about geometric horizon. Nobody even says that shit no more because it got destroyed. So now we're saying, okay, what happened to something disappearing or going down away from you where you stand? Because now the Earth curve calculators, they don't calculate that hidden value until the horizon. They had to do that because we're seeing way too far. That's all I want to say, Brenda. For those listening, I hope you look it up. Prove me wrong. Thank you.
I think we've always argued apparent horizon along with geometric horizon. So the whole thing about that black swan, you're just fucking dumb about yet again.
Dude, I'm Mr. Beast, bro. You can tell me anything, bro.
Go ahead and continue your conversation with Kali. I don't think I can convince you of anything, Apocrypha.
But I'm Mr. Beast, so you can tell it to me if you want to talk to me or whatever. Do you want to hear about the new challenge?
I want other people to have a chance.
But I'm Mr. Beast, though, bro.
Wait, I want to talk to what's his name? NGUBU. Chief Squatting Dog. What's your name on the server? I hear you a lot, but I don't know your name.
Nagubu.
Nagubu. Awesome. I'm gonna.
Is that your real name?
Yeah, that's his real name. Absolutely. My real name is Peter, by the way. So, Nagubu, do you have any like formal scientific like training shit or no?
Define formal training shit.
In a school.
Yeah.
About science and STEM and shit like that.
Yes.
Nagubu, who's your name saying Utu?
No, don't.
Yo, I'm the root to Utu.
Okay. I'm asking this because, like, you know, usually when I hear you talk, I'm sort of like, oh, he's a stupid troll person. But sometimes you come off as a really smart science person. You sort of got that duality going. I think.
Yeah, you're the pseudoscience person.
Yeah. I don't know. Nagubu's pretty smart sometimes. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, dude. I appreciate it.
So we all agree the Earth is round, or what are we doing?
Well, I just wanted to ask either one of the new guys, do they think the Earth is a ball?
I think the Earth is a ball because I see round things in the goddamn sky.
I think we're all just waiting until.
So you see a bird in the sky, but you don't think you live on a bird, dude.
Maybe I do.
Doesn't exactly logically follow.
Okay, well, the Earth is obviously a globe, and everyone agrees. So, like, why do you disagree?
How's it so obvious, though? Like, when I climb a mountain, like Mount St. Helens, you know, I've done it twice, and both times the Earth looked very, very flat from the top of Mount St. Helens. I've flown in airplanes before. It looks flat from an airplane.
A couple miles above the Earth, and it didn't curve much because it has a diameter of 12.7. No, my bad. 4,000. So 12.47 thousand kilometers. And you didn't see a drastic curve. You didn't see the kind of curve you would see if you looked at like a circle.
If I were going to the moon, right? I think that's what you're really looking for. Geometrically speaking, the term you're looking for is going to the moon. Because even at low Earth orbit, they say at 200 miles above the surface of the Earth that even at that distance, you're technically not supposed to be able to see the curvature of the Earth. It's only when you're on your way to the moon.
Right. I mean, I'm never going to be rich enough.
Okay, so that's actually incorrect. you always see the curvature of the Earth. It's only noticeable within the human perspective.
Well, fine. You can
Around
only
about
notice it if you're on your way to the moon.
Well, there are ways to test to see that the Earth is round. There's plenty of ways.
Yo, who's this Into the Break guy? Okay, you guys, you please do some math. Like, please go to your local college or university or whatever, and please learn some math.
Well, Blueberry, I got a question for you about that. Does math always reflect reality? Yes or no?
Math can always be used to describe
Math is the
reality.
best approximation of reality. I said this earlier.
Listen carefully to the question. It's a yes or no question. Does math always reflect reality? Yes or no?
No.
So, no, right? Because I can write,
Okay, well, if math
I can write
reflects
5
reality
apples.
99.99999 so on % of the time, your statement's still correct. Here's the thing. Okay, answer this. Is it that every single time your wife or girlfriend says they love you, that's correct? No, okay. But you operate on the assumption they do, right?
Right.
It seems to be incomparable to the geometry of the Earth.
Well, the geometry of the Earth is way more complicated than you give it credit for, and you just disrespect the Earth. You actually
You seem to be jumping the gun on that,
you
man.
actually hate the surface you live upon.
Dude, you've been talking to me for less than 5 minutes. Where are you even getting this? Are you pulling that out of the ass? What are you talking about, buddy?
Let me give you an example. I tried to say this earlier on, but I got muted, so hopefully I don't get muted now. Has anybody here heard of a paragon?
Who now?
A paragon?
A paragon, yes.
No, I'm sorry, no.
Okay, so a paragon is the shape that has a radius that approaches infinity.
Right.
Okay. It's a completely hypothetical shape. It obviously can't actually be quantified in any way, for obvious reasons. Infinite radius, of course. Right? But it's actually a very useful shape for two things: differential geometry and calculus in general. Because although that shape can't physically exist, it can conceptually exist. And the fact that it can even conceptually exist has physical consequences. As anybody who appreciates a straight line will also appreciate. Because straight lines don't exist in reality, they're just a concept. So stop pretending like math is some weird ivory tower shit.
With that. No one's in contention with that here.
No, many flat earthers are in contention with the idea that they use math.
Well, no, buddy. I think you may be getting a little. Remember the question I asked you. I was just asking you the question: does math always reflect reality?
Discord, YouTube. Go onto the live stream. Go onto one of their most recent live streams, and they will literally have a debate with me about how math for them is okay, but math for me and Globers isn't okay.
Well, I don't think those are the words they would use, right? They would probably say something like, your math is faulty because you're XYZ reason.
Yeah, of course. I mean, basically, when we use math they don't like, it's wrong. When they use math they do like, it's okay.
So, do you think the Earth should be curving at 8 inches per mile squared? Yes or no?
No, I don't think that. I think that 8 inches per mile squared is a very good approximation within a couple 100 miles.
Within 10 miles or less, do you think it's accurate to your belief system in regards to your belief system?
Sure. I mean, it depends what level of accuracy you want.
It also depends
not
on what you're
down
asking.
to the freaking atom, down to the foot, for God's sakes.
Well, it also depends on what you're.
I'm gonna have to Google that. I haven't. When I convert feet to meters, is I can't do it like super easy. But like, yeah, for the most part, like, you got okay. Do you guys know about Taylor series?
Just hey, before you go on to a tangent, answer my question.
8 inches per mile squared works for like a couple tens of miles, I guess. I don't know.
All right. So you're saying like even the surface of water should be curving at that rate, right? You believe that, right? Right. Well, what if it's not?
What if it's not? Then I guess the Earth is flat. But guess what? It does curve, so the Earth isn't flat.
Well, here, keep your eyes on the text channel.
I already know what he's gonna post, boys. So I'm already beating him to the punch. What's happening in that second frame there?
Yeah. The Black Swan, where it's incredibly distorted visually. Because as we know, the proportions
shut up, douchebag.
are the same in the Black Swan.
Yeah, they're both black swans, you dumbass.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
both of them.
as we know, the proportions are exactly the same.
What do you mean by that?
As we know.
What do we know?
As we know.
What do you mean the proportions?
Just the user eyes.
You don't have to say it all ominous like
so much.
What do you mean by proportions?
You're not serious, right?
Well, what are you talking about specifically? What's the same?
Okay. You know what? Superimpose one image onto the other and tell me they are exactly the same proportionally. Like superimpose and enlarge or condense, whichever is necessary, and tell me that they are the same. They aren't.
Okay, they're not the same. We all know that. They're both black swans,
have
though.
been shifted. Okay, areas have been shifted. Some lines have been elongated in disproportion to other lines.
That's a lot of word salad for the horizon moved, meaning it's not a fixed geometric location.
Then you just don't appreciate how geometry works, do you?
Okay, tell me how it works then, and how I'm demonstrating that I don't appreciate it.
Okay, so if you actually didn't know, one of the rules of a metric is that angles have to be preserved. And if you don't know why that's the case, then you're just lost.
So what do you have to say in response to them both being black swans? All this word salad
I don't
aside.
accept that they're black swans because of the angles being not congruent.
Okay, you don't accept that they're further than 1.2 miles? Both of them?
The images are further than 1.2 miles, maybe, potentially.
There you go. What do you mean, not the
Does that
image?
mean
You have a way
object
of being like incredibly vague.
okay.
Like the image is
Does that
something
mean that the
specific
object
in the
can
image
go?
that's further than
Do
1.2.
you know if the objects themselves are further? No, you don't. You just assume they are because it makes you feel good about your position because you're not very smart.
The object? Space. What did you say? I missed it all because some idiot was chanting through you. Hello?
Are you speaking to me?
Yeah. Forgot what conversation you were having?
Okay, right. So even if the images you see are further or closer, does that mean that the actual objects are further or closer?
The images are further or closer. That just doesn't mean anything.
It actually does. It means the data you receive in your optical device has it been calculated to be of a certain distance closer to what you expected?
What the fuck are you talking about? The rigs, the objects in the images are the same distance from the observer in both pictures. The horizon has moved, and it's further than 1.2 on both, so they're both black swans. Plus, it moves, so it's not fixed and geometric and physical as it would be if it were a sphere edge.
Wait, the what moved?
So you don't even know what these pictures are being used to demonstrate.
Yeah, because the GIF lacks information.
No, it doesn't. It gives the information that's needed. Do you know why? Do you know why the oil rigs are even in the picture? Like what their purpose is within the argument?
No, because
I don't
any
think you.
reasonable
Yeah, see,
person
see,
would
no,
look
yeah,
all
see,
the
that's what I
different
thought. You don't know.
variables
You don't know
and be
what
like,
you're
hey,
talking
I
about,
actually
dude.
can't understand enough.
Yeah, you're just trying to baffle people with bullshit. It's really stupid.
Yeah, but to be fair, I don't think anybody posted the
You're
standard black
just
swan.
telling me I'm wrong because you want me to be wrong.
Yeah, I'd rather hear AI. So be quiet for a second.
I'm just saying, I don't think anyone posted the black swan in the argument forum image.
Nikubu
Just
did,
that.
actually.
True. Yeah, I'm just saying that I don't see any geometric horizon at 1.2 in either of those. So
Technically, a geometric horizon is invalid anyway.
okay, cool story, bro.
It is.
Just keep saying dumb shit. Whatever works for you.
Here's the thing. The horizon is a product of the observer.
Not curve. Okay, I'll take that. Good
Yeah.
enough for me.
Here's the thing. If you were on a flat Earth or a spherical Earth or a hyperbolic Earth or whatever other Earth, like a fucking cylindrical Earth, your horizon would be in reference to where you are.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, so the horizon isn't actually an actual thing.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, well, brilliant. Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's kind of the point.
A geometrical horizon couldn't be a thing anyway, because it would have to be a place.
Yeah,
When you say geometrical, you have to respect what geometry actually is. You'd have to use coordinate geometry here, because you're obviously talking about specific points.
like shapes of geometry. Yeah, like a sphere, that would be geometry. I completely agree with everything you're saying. No
about a
contest.
specific
Continue.
place
Yeah, go ahead.
On a
Continue.
shape, you're gonna have to have a coordinate system. So you would need to have a place for the horizon to be, which obviously wouldn't fucking work if it's just a consequent of different perspectives.
Yeah, I agree with you. You just said it doesn't need a place. It isn't actually in a fixed place. We agree.
Yeah,
No problem.
anybody who says that to you is just they aren't good enough at math, to be quite honest.
All right. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, but also I'm not proving your point either. Maybe you're not smart enough to get that, but
Yeah, you are,
maybe
because that was my point. Maybe you're not smart enough to get
here's
that,
the
but
thing,
thanks for helping
feed into
anyway.
your point. Like, a heretic, I really need you to use all 11 of your brain cells.
It doesn't take that many.
Like, really push yourself to have a double-digit IQ, please.
For what? You making the same point that I am? I don't even need to do that. I don't need to have any kind of IQ. You're just making my claims and arguments for me.
From 1 digit to 2. You can really do it. I promise.
No, I don't need to do anything. You're doing it for me.
I never gave you any brain cells.
No. Well, you did volunteer yours. You don't have many, but they're all we needed to make this point because it's a pretty simple one. So thank you.
I was yapping because I got more than all of y'all combined.
Cool flex.
Yeah. You can check the 24/7, what is it? The Flat of Discord live stream.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the server that I'm a moderator in. Yeah, I can check it.
Yeah, you can check the last couple hours because I was popping off. I got muted a whole bunch, but I pointed out so many of y'all flaws. Holy shit.
Hold on, I gotta work.
Yeah, of course you do, though. Yeah, where's D-Mark? Is he still in daycare? Honestly, I have to give Heretic a compliment here. At least he got to kindergarten. Bro, at least... You know what? He passed kindergarten. He's in, what, like, 5th, 6th grade? Respect. AI.
So Blueberry,
AI is more like-
you believe we went to the moon in 1969, right?
1869? Absolutely not.
1969.
But if I said 1869, you would have been like, "Oh, you're such an idiot."
Can you answer the question or what? Do you believe we went to the moon in 1969?
I believe we went to the moon Yeah.
So
Why?
the second question is, how many years in the future would you have to live without being able to go to the moon yourself until you wonder whether or not we went in the first place or not?
Say that again, and please, justify to me why that question matters at all.
Let's say it a slightly different way. Can you buy a ticket to the moon, a plane ticket to the moon right now? Yes or no?
No. I also can't buy.
All right, yeah. No, the answer is no. So the next question,
the Mariana Trench at the bottom
try
of it.
Try to focus, buddy. I'm not talking about the Mariana. I'm just asking you a series of questions. It's a series.
You're my
questions.
fucking inferior. Be quiet.
Okay, so you don't even want to talk? Yeah, that's what I thought.
She ran, didn't she? There's another Linda for you, you globers.
Wait. So he's unmuted now. So, well, anyway. So Blueberry.
Y'all like your mod powers, but you continue.
Anyway,
go ahead.
So
it's not luck. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
Do you think we went to the moon in 1969? You can't buy a plane ticket or a spaceship ticket to the moon right now. So my question is to you: if you live to be like 100 years into the future, 100 years older than you are now, and you still can't buy a ticket to the moon, will you at that point in time still believe we went to the moon in 1969?
Give me a reason why it shouldn't. Really actually be logical, please.
Well, I'm not really. I can do that in a second, but first I want you to answer the question.
I mean, you need to justify why timescale matters.
Well, because it erases suspicion.
Of?
Okay, it reduces suspicion.
Hey, bro.
Explain to me why, deductively.
I'll tell you why. The reason why it's salient is because routinely we're promised that we're going to be going to the moon. There's going to be colonies on the moon and all of these things. And that's happened in the past up to now. Decades later, still hasn't happened. That's what he's thinking. So 20, 30, 40 years from now, anyway, 20, 30, 40 years from now, if that trend continues, would that make you draw into suspicion if we ever went in the first place?
Are you upset reality didn't pan out the way you thought it would? So you're just going to disregard reality? Is that how you live your life?
AI, what if in 100 years...
Doesn't even make sense, dude.
So AI, what if in 100 years we figure out that actually we've been using essential oils the wrong way the whole time, and actually they are the cure to cancer? But what if you live 90 years into the future and essential oils ain't done shit? With all their promises, would you still say essential oils?
Who's promising essential oils cure cancer at the moment?
Many people, actually.
Really?
Yeah. This is big business. It's worth billions.
Yeah, who gives a shit? I don't really care.
But isn't the space industry also worth billions?
Yeah, but the difference is that our tax dollars are spent on the space industry. They're not spending my tax dollars on essential oils for stupid people.
Only if tax dollars are involved. So what about all of the religious cons? Do they not matter to you guys?
You're not answering the question. This is weird.
So does truth only matter if tax dollars are involved?
Should we move on to
I think for the most part, tax dollars don't go to religious institutions except for NASA.
Brain cells?
Right, Blueberry. Let's get down to the brass tacks. If the images from the moon are real, then why is there a shadow passing through the guy's legs in the reflection, but not in the picture? If the images from the moon are real, then why does the parallax of the mountain in the distance, which is supposed to be greater than a kilometer, exhibit left to right shift when it shouldn't from the observation point? There you go. How about those 2 points?
What image?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. So I'll post an article here called Stereoscopic Investigation into the Veracity of the Lunar Mission Pictures. Hold on, I'll post it.
Give me 1 second here.
Are you also gonna have supporting sources?
There you go. There it is, Holmes.
Are you also gonna have supporting sources so that I don't just take this one source on faith?
Let me ask this question. What methodology did you use or witness or review to validate the veracity of the alleged photos from the moon in the history of your lifetime?
Wait, first of all, post supporting sources.
What
Second of all,
the article, that's all that matters, dude. Okay, check this out. Check this out, dude. If one person does something, and within the thing he does, he makes arguments and provides evidences, and he's the only source that does it, then you just have to judge based on the argument and evidences presented,
well,
right?
see, here's the thing. What you're providing is an inductive argument. So actually, a
No,
single
it
source
isn't.
will never ever prove it.
That's
And the
not.
more
That's
sources
not
you provide, the more
Wow, dude,
you get.
you're an idiot, dude.
No, I just actually studied logic.
No, it's not an inductive argument, dumbass.
It literally is.
Okay, explain what my argument is and what part of it appeals to induction. Go ahead.
Okay. So the difference between a deductive argument and an inductive argument is, with an inductive argument, you're given limited information and you have to come to conclusions based on the limited information. But with a deductive argument, you actually have all possible possibilities, or within the set of information you're given, you have to choose between them, because there is some limiting factor where let me finish. Where there's a limiting factor where possibilities outside of those given can't be possible. So with a deductive
that doesn't you don't have to have all data to be able to make a deductive argument, dude. You're retarded.
You're absolutely right. But here's the thing: with an inductive argument, okay.
Hey, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question, dude. If you open up a box and your girlfriend told you the cat's in the box and you see that the cat's not in the box, is concluding that the cat isn't in the box inductive or deductive?
Wait, say that again.
Your girlfriend told you a cat is in this box. You go over to the box, open the box, there's no cat in it. Right? So what type of logic do you need to use to determine there's no cat?
So, girlfriend says there's a cat in the box. There's no cat in the box. Therefore what? The girlfriend lied?
No, therefore there's no cat in the box, dude.
But that's already one of the premises. That's not an argument.
You validated it by doing what? Looking in the box and seeing there's no cat.
Dude. You understand logic? If premise 1 is girlfriend says there's a cat in the box, premise 2 is there's no cat in the box, you can't have the conclusion be there's no cat in the box, because that's already premise 2.
There you go, buddy. So it's not as simple as categorizing everything as inductive or deductive, right? Because not all propositions are arbitrated by logical.
That's what you were saying before.
No, it isn't. Just because I ask you, is it inductive or deductive, doesn't mean that those are the only two options for the answer. You could say, no, you're wrong. It's actually neither of those things, and you're giving me a false choice.
What was the choice I gave you?
Dude, the choice you gave me was that the evidence of this argument is inductive because I only have one source, dude. But if the source provides evidence that strictures it to deductive, then the fact that it's one source is irrelevant. Demonstrating how stupid you are.
God, you don't get this, do you?
How many sources did I need to validate that the cat wasn't in the box? Did I need to phone my friends? Or was me seeing there was no cat in there sufficient?
That's a great answer, mate. Well done, you.
You sound kind of tired. Maybe you should go upstairs and ask your mom to cook you up some Tostitos pizza rolls.
Oh yeah, let me try somebody that actually hasn't abused their mind today. Charles sounds cogent and
But
aware.
here's the thing, okay? When we have an argument where we don't.
So Charles, your girlfriend tells you it's 10 miles to the Best Buy, and you're like, "Oh hell no, you're retarded. It's 5 miles to the Best Buy." She says, "No, it's 10 miles to the Best Buy." So you guys make a bet, and then what you do is you just actually go and see how far away it is. But you only take one trip to see how far away it is, even though in that one trip you measure it at 10 miles. You then ask this retard who was speaking earlier, and he says, "Well, you only made one trip. That's appealing to induction." And by the way, trying to make an inductive argument have any force, usually you have multiple sources. So by limiting it to one source, you're not really appealing to an inductive argument that has any weight to it. So whatever he was talking about, it's just like, "Hey guys, you want to try some of the crack I'm smoking?"
No.
Should unmute him, see if he figured out that making one trip to validate something and using an efficient methodology to validate it's wrong is not an inductive argument.
Somebody said that I've been praying to God. What?
What the fuck has that got to do with anything?
Jedi, stop being so stressed, please.
Stop being an idiot then.
I mean, you can still work on yourself.
You could stop being an idiot.
I could.
Blueberry.
You could work
Why
on
is
yourself.
the parallax? Hey, Blueberry, why is the parallax wrong in the images from the article?
Parallax of the what?
Yeah, that's what I thought, dude.
Parallax of the what, though? You know what? I'm gonna change my audio. I'm gonna turn you up.
Blueberry, why these people does not believe in the globe? What is the main reason?
Stefan himself did.
Well, I hope we all learned something today. There'll be a test on Monday. So a cop pulls you over. He says, "Do you know how fast you were going?" And you say, I was going the speed limit. And then he replies, "Well, I have you clocked at 55 miles an hour." And then you say, "Well, that's because you're using an inductive measuring device."
You guys want to know a fun fact? We can never actually know if somebody actually went 55 miles per hour. We can only estimate. We just assume that they were so close to 55 miles per hour that we can prosecute them for it. We can enact judgment upon them for it.
What
Fact doesn't sound very fun.
What has speed with the surface of the earth?
It's the fact, though. It's like, for example, I said this earlier in chat.
Blueberry,
Whenever you guys talk about
Blueberry question: what has the speed with the surface of the earth? What
Go
has the
ahead.
speed with the surface of the earth?
What?
What has to do the speed with the surface of the Earth? You said 35 miles. We can go approximately.
Okay.
Did you know if you move the table one if you move table, you know that you will move it, but it depends of the force how you are moving the table.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So basically, the
And do you
force
know
you
that
apply,
that has
the
and do you know
force,
that and
the
do you know
force.
do you know that force has nothing to do with the surface of the air, that moving table force?
Well, that's just wrong.
Okay, can you tell me other question? Why these people does not believe in the globe? What is the main reason?
People don't believe in the globe because some people appreciate their senses way more than they appreciate their abstract critical
No, that's
thinking.
not the main reason. No, that's not the main reason. Can you try again?
I like that reason though.
No, that is just it. Like, here's the thing. I see the world as basically
Not you. You are here. You are here with these people. Do you know their position?
what?
Do you know the position of these people? Why they don't believe in the globe? What is the main reason?
I mean, I know I know there were several reasons. It's
No, what
because
is
they
the
don't,
main
it's
reason?
because they don't measure curvature. They don't see curvature.
See your measure.
Okay.
Both.
They
Okay.
don't see curvature because they're a couple foot tall on a planet that has a diameter of 12.4
And what that
thousand
planet
kilometers.
what that planet saying in geometry? What planet is saying? In which distance should to curve?
What?
What is the I'm saying like in this verse, like what planet saying? Like what is how big is the Earth?
How big is Earth? Earth has a diameter of 12.4 thousand kilometers. Like, just
And with
do
your
the math.
and
Like,
with your
please.
height, how much you can see on that given math?
Well, if you have a height of
6
around about 6 foot, you should see just above, a little bit above 8 inches per mile squared for the first couple hundred. What is a couple hundred, a couple tens of miles? It's I can get it up on GeoGebra.
How much you can see with your height?
I'm about 6 foot. I'm like
That means
6 foot
that means 3 miles.
So I'm
3
6
miles.
foot 2, so like 8 inches per mile.
Yeah, 3
squared.
miles.
What?
Yeah, I'm giving you the answer. 3 miles.
I don't understand what you're saying. Like,
It's written in the math. You can type it. How much I can see with 6 foot height on this sphere, and it will give you the answer. It's 3 miles.
I mean, my height won't affect the.
Really? Are you saying if I'm 100 feet and you are 6 feet, that we will see the same?
We're gonna see different, but with a couple feet above the surface of the Earth, we're not gonna see much of a difference.
Let's put it like this. If let's say that you are on the beach, ant and the giant, and where will be a geometrical horizon? It will be the same for the giant ant and you, or it will be different?
It's gonna be different for the giant. You know that. So can you just get to the point, please?
No, it
You were
will not
trying
be.
so hard.
It will not be
You were
different.
trying so hard to get to a point.
No, it
Please
will not
just
be.
get to the point.
No, it will not be different. It will be the same, man.
I mean, the Earth is obviously a fucking. It's a sphere. Like, what are you really? What is your like strongest point against it being a sphere? Come on.
The flat surface.
You gave it to us. We don't measure curvature. There you go. So the Earth is measured flat.
Well, technically, okay, if you guys really respect logic, as somebody who's currently going through a university course in logic because I made the money to do so, everybody give me a clap.
I made enough money. I'm going for university again. Let's go.
If you go
Yeah.
to
USA.
Let's fucking
What
go.
are you studying? Transgender studies?
Why?
if you, let's say that you studied like for 40 years nuclear science, geometry, whatever you want, choose, and that will curb the water.
No, basically, I was doing a whole bunch of jobs for a couple years, and I've saved enough money to do
Where's your
university for math.
This is just waffle. Where's your fucking argument with regards to the measurements of the Earth? This is just waffle now.
Yeah,
It's like
sure.
it's a diversity.
My bad. My bad. I forgot to pretend I'm not a person. My bad.
God help whoever hires you.
Actually, people who hire me really like me.
Good. Address the argument, dude.
Anyway, yeah, back to the argument. You guys can speak about your lives as much as you like, but when Globers speak about their lives, all of a sudden it's off topic.
Is it a lie if I tell you that there is a flat surface in reality? Is that a lie?
Yeah.
Okay, that mean how can that be the lie if I show you the flat surface?
You know what? Actually, technically, it's not a lie because you maybe just aren't smart enough to know that we can't have any.
I'm not smart enough to
truly
realize what
flat
is curved and what is, are you
reality.
saying that I'm not smart enough to realize what is curved and what is flat?
You know what? Yes.
Oh, really?
Yes. I genuinely.
Can you describe me what is flat?
I think you need to go back to school or be taught by somebody who's patient enough.
Not school, man. Can you describe me what for you will be the flat surface?
You want okay? Are you open-minded enough to genuinely accept the idea that you might actually be wrong?
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Okay. All right. Do you think straight lines actually genuinely exist in our universe?
I don't see straight lines in reality. I
Okay,
see the
good.
reality.
Good. Okay. Do you think straight lines actually exist?
Yes, if you drove them.
Where have you seen a straight line? Isolate for me a
Straight line. I see the straight line now. I have a table here, and it's rectangular, and all four, how to say, lines are straight.
No.
All of them.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I can already tell you that table is not straight. That table is approximately straight. It's not straight.
Is it curving?
It's not. Like this table.
Is it curving? Is it curving? Is it curving?
Table, let me finish.
Does my flat rectangular table curving?
Your rectangular table actually has tons of curves. They're just
really?
small.
And
Yeah.
that's the truth. And that means that my rectangular table, it's curving everywhere. That's the truth. But my rectangular table cannot be straight and flat. Is that correct?
Okay, if you want to
I thought that people listening on YouTube, what are you saying?
The only way you could genuinely think like straight lines actually exist in reality is if you deny most of the physics, biology, and chemistry beyond the 1950s.
Do you know what is? Do you know what is when line is spiraling? It's going, zigzag spiraling.
Yes, I can even tell you the math.
How do you know?
I
How do you
can
know
tell you
that?
the math equations to produce a spiral. I know what spirals are. I know how to produce them. And let me fucking tell you, okay?
But
Look,
you are saying that rectangular table is curving,
reality
man. Did
wants
you hear yourself? You said that rectangular table is curving.
It does. It just you have to understand.
Are you listening? Are you listening yourself?
Curves.
Are you listening yourself? Listen
You
again.
are
Rectangular. Listen again. Listen again. Rectangular table is curving. Can you go outside and tell other people that rectangular? Can you go and tell everybody outside that rectangular tables are curving?
I can. I can.
And what do you think if you say? What do you think if you say that in publicity? to
Most
people.
of them won't. Most of them won't believe me because most of them are as ignorant as you.
No, not most of them. I think that they will say they will try to put you in some
Yeah, they will
institution.
say, "Oh, well, it looks flat,
Yeah,
so it
most of them
must be
believe the Earth
flat."
is a ball, Blueberry. Most of them believe the Earth is a ball, like you.
We could always read from
Because how
hyperphysics,
flat it
but
is.
we could also
Wait,
read
hold on a second. So most people think the Earth is flat or not?
is interesting. You
Do you
brought
not
measure it
already
flat.
know? Is that a serious question?
up
Tell me.
They
Do you
measure
Are
it
you
flat.
saying?
No, do
Are you
you not
saying?
already know? Really?
I don't
I
already
have to
know.
tell you.
I don't. I actually don't.
Most people believe the Earth is a ball. Most people believe the Earth is a planet.
Why?
That's true. It's
Because that's what
coming
we're
from
taught in
majority,
school.
or are we realizing truth to the majority or something else?
Yeah, we should stop worrying about belief.
What the hell kind of a question is that? Like, do you live under a rock? Like, seriously, that's what that turn of phrase is for. Is when people say stuff like that. Do you live under a rock?
No, I actually learnt way
Man,
above
I
the average of
appreciate
the
I
math and
appreciate more
science.
I appreciate more that if you say the level is curved then a rectangular table is curving. That's too much.
The rectangular table simply just is curving. It's just not curving within
That means
the amount we can
there is no
understand.
options for
And
flat.
here's the
There is
thing:
no
the rectangular
everything is
table is
there is
curving in general, as
yeah, there is
well
no
as
option for flat.
curving
Is that
on the
correct?
surface.
There is no
Hold on.
option for flat. Is that correct?
Hold on. The surface of my friend's table lays horizontal. Now, it's
Yeah,
horizontal.
I get it. You're lazy.
White finish. Are you saying that horizontal zero slope is curving?
You're lazy. You're just genuinely lazy.
No, I'm asking you a question. The question is, Sasha's table lays horizontal upon the surface. Are you saying horizontal zero slope is curving?
Within a couple hundred meters.
So horizontal curves then. Zero slope is actually a number of slope. Horizontal is an orientation, dude. You understand this, right? Where no path.
Jedi, you are a nigger, Jedi. You are a black nigger. You are a nigger, Jedi. Nothing but a nigger. You are dark because you're a nigger. Your hood is shadowy because
you've just got removed from the channel and the server. Good lad, well done. So back to Bray.
Yeah,
Are you
Jedi.
saying that horizontal curves?
Yeah, so straight lines actually don't exist.
Yeah, we're talking about the orientation of a surface. This orientation is horizontal. Are you saying
I
horizontal?
love when people speak about math because they never know about it.
Oh, awesome. So horizontal curves then?
So just so you know, when it comes to a mathematical surface, horizontal doesn't actually apply. Just so you know.
Mathematical surface.
We're talking about an
You're just making shit up
orientation.
now.
Yeah,
about an
no. See, here's the thing: when you appreciate a surface for what it actually is, instead of just assuming things, horizontal doesn't apply. What applies is where do the normal vectors point?
Where do the normal vectors point? Be a little bit more specific, Sunshine.
You all know what normal vectors are, right?
Yeah, like I said, be a little bit more specific, Sunshine.
You know what? I'll do that when you stop condescending me.
Okay. Vector direction.
So, who here?
That's not answering the question.
Yeah, don't be a snowflake, Blueberry.
Yeah, dude, what's your point? Okay, we know what a normal vector is. Vectors
So my
that are
point
orthogonal
is,
to
my
their-
point is that surfaces that seem straight and horizontal flats, whatever you want to call them, actually aren't over long enough distances. Or what you could say, no, you guys are going to actually lose your minds here over expansive enough domains. They provide substantial deviation.
Could you provide substantial
All these new
deviation?
words. All these new words.
How about this? How about this? Check this out. So what that actually implies is that the statement that said surface is horizontal is actually a false statement. Right? Because if it's actually horizontal, there is no deviation. If it appears horizontal over, check this out. Hold on, let me finish. If it appears horizontal over a short enough domain, right, to a degree that we deem it actually not having any slope or any curvature, any change of slope over this short domain, that can be said, right? That's one statement, right? But then you're asserting that it's not actually horizontal. So then, right? So if someone comes to you and says here is something that is horizontal, okay, and then they ask you, does this slope? Your answer should just be no. If you're honest and you want to challenge the person, you could say, are you sure it's horizontal? Have you verified to X degree? Have you verified, what your error margin is up to said percentage of change or whatever, right? You don't have to be all condescending and say, oh, well, you don't understand it. No, you can really just be precise in your argument.
We understand he doesn't have anything but that, right?
Exactly.
So here's the thing. I'm actually not being condescending. I just expect grown adults to have the math.
So just straight into condescension. Cool contradiction, you prick.
Yeah, I've been listening for the last 10, 15 minutes or so. All I heard was, I'm a student, I'm in math, and I know what I'm talking about, and, if you knew...
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Is he saying there's no such thing as horizontal then?
Yeah.
No, horizontal exists within a frame of reference. Absolutely.
Yeah, he's implying, right, that from what I got about what Jedi asked him, was if this table is horizontal, right, listen to the words closely. If this table is horizontal, are you saying there's curves? And he basically said, well, he went on to this little, jibber jabber about, over a certain enough domain, it'll actually curve or deviate or whatever. No, but the question was, here is something that is actually horizontal.
I guess you just don't respect math.
Dude, I do. Okay, I understand math. I deal with it on a regular basis, not to any.
You notice that you don't debate, though, that you just make you statements. You just talk about the person that you're supposed to be debating with. You don't actually provide anything of substance, and then you just start trying to talk through people, too.
Yeah. I mean, look, as a practicing engineer, okay, I deal with that on a regular basis. I deal with the same thought processes that are required to actually see these things through, okay, applied, okay. I understand the line of thinking that's required to this. And you're deviating from what is required. Mm-hmm. You're getting into personal attacks and shit. Okay? You're not asking the right question.
Okay. Well, personal attacks, first of all, are the forte of flat earthers. Second.
Okay, that was a personal attack. Start over.
Yeah. Look, I've been in here for a while, okay? That's not what I hear. Okay. Go on. Yep.
Hey, fuckface, retard. That's a personal attack.
Hey, Blueberry. Let me ask you this, Blueberry. If we have a bathtub full of water and it's at rest, would you say that the surface of it is level? Level meaning no point any higher or lower than another?
Higher or lower in reference to what coordinate system?
In reference to the rest of the surface.
Okay, when you actually measure distances, what system are you using? Please.
I'm just talking about the surface of the water in a bathtub right now.
Do you guys realize how emphatically ignorant you all are?
There he goes again. You really just can't hack it, can you?
Please.
Like, you just literally cannot formulate any kind of an argument, can you?
Yeah, this guy just sounds like high or drunk or something, or very tired.
Like, I'm tired. Yes, I'm tired. It's like 3 a.m.
Yeah, okay. So how about this? Here, May I propose to you
going to bed
that
and
you
sad.
go recoup?
We've
That
got
you go
a.
recoup. How about this? You go recoup and come back. Take the time to formulate the arguments and your phrasing, and we'll try again.
He'll just come back drunk again because we've got clips of him doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, giving him the benefit of the doubt, there's always everyone gets
I
a
wouldn't.
second
Oh,
chance.
I love the condescension. Thank you.
2,
so
3,
much.
4, 5. How many chances? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
It's been that many, eh? Okay. Well, never
Yep.
mind.
You're
It's-
just bullying me at this point. I don't know why you do it.
No one's screaming, buddy. If anybody,
Yeah, it's
if
just
anybody's doing,
just my
if
accent.
anybody, yeah, if anybody's doing anything, dude, you're like frothing at the mouth. Okay, you're slurring. Like, come on. You're,
This is in reference to what?
like, please, man. We understand you think you're intelligent, okay, because you got a university degree or in class or whatever, and now you're like antsy to apply that and show the world that you have a fucking brain because you got accepted into university, okay, but you don't have to be a jackass. I think everybody in here appreciates intelligence. So, like,
Non-stop. Ad
yeah,
homs.
yeah. Like, how about you put it on display with some respect?
Posturing like he's got all this intelligence, and then he says nothing intelligent at all. It's just all fallacious. Complete garbage.
Well, in my opinion, it's a real shame that he's probably destroying it with whatever substance he's abusing.
What, glue?
That was a good one.
Not even smart enough to choose the right drugs.
Sticking a Pritt stick up his nose.
Alright, so I went there. Now I'm doing the personal attacks. Wow.
Hey, let me ask Nihilist. A
Wish it was
Nihilist,
funny.
like a bathtub full of water, left at rest. The surface of it, is it level? Yes or no? Nihilistic Chris?
It's round. Jokers all around.
Is round.
They have a hard time answering that because they know that it has to be curved, but they know in their head that it's actually level. So they can't say that it's level when they need to say that it's curved. So they don't want to lie in their own little world of misinformation.
Yeah, one way or another, it does seem like those that may be more familiar with the argument, or at least have the intuition to see where we're going with them from the beginning. You know, they do their best to make sure the conversation doesn't happen from the beginning, because they know that halfway through they'll look more like a jackass. All the way through, they'll look more like a jackass. So they're, I've seen especially one brother of mine do this, where I simply asked him the question once: is the line of sight a straight line? And he said, I'm not answering that. I'm not answering. And I asked him several times, like, I just couldn't get him to say yes. I'm like, no, I'm not answering that. Couldn't get him to say yes or no. Is line of sight a straight line? Because he knew that the beginning of that conversation went somewhere he didn't want to go.
Yeah, it's too overwhelming for them. They
Well,
need
that's not a
to-
problem. All he has to do is call you stupid at that point. And then he wins the argument.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's a little more polite. That I was just like, nope. Next subject, pretty much.
Hello.
No.
I was wondering, has anyone here who's like a flat earther, has anyone ever been converted to round, a glober?
None that I know of, but
not me.
Yeah, just none that I know of.
Mm.
There's Callie, but that's because flat earthers think he's an idiot, so he ran away.
Oh, was that Callie? I was just gonna say, I do recall someone coming in here and saying, they were on the globe side, they went flat Earth, and then they turned back. because of whatever reason. But if you take them at their word, sure. But I don't remember the name. But if it was Cali, well, then there's one. Yeah.
Yeah, that concept would certainly not apply to anyone I know outside of Discord, like my family and friends that I talk to about the subject. That definitely does not apply to any of them. They either go on the fence and stay on the fence, go flat Earth and stay on flat Earth, or stay on the globe. But none of my friends have ever gone to the flat Earth and been like, oh, what later on? Oh, wait, no, it's a globe, it's a globe. Like, no, never seen that in like regular real life.
I have.
You should tell us the
Doesn't make
story.
any difference anyway.
Well, I mean, I was just a little curious because it seems like a lot of people go from globe to flat, and I don't see a lot of people go from flat to globe. So,
Well, keep in mind, most people
unsee
are raised
reality.
with the globe.
You just don't unsee reality. Once you've seen it, there's no unseeing it.
Yeah,
It's
or
like the red pill.
another way to think of it is once you realize you've been fooled, it's kind of hard to go back to being fooled.
Yeah.
Sounds very red pill. Like you take the pill and you can never go back.
Well, you know, I think a lot of people in this community, including myself, think that the movie that term comes from, The Matrix 1999, that red pill is referring to, in a subliminal way, the knowledge of the Earth being flat. Like, if I had to guess, personally, I understand I am a flat earther, but nonetheless, like, if I were to guess what
Yeah,
that movie is referring to,
I was
it's
just
the
about to
knowledge
say.
that the Earth is flat.
I feel like anyone who has like some kind of conspiracy theory that's like that largely wide scale would probably think, oh, that movie's probably trying to hint at that too. Like if you believed in the Illuminati, then you'd be like, oh my gosh, that movie's like trying to tell me something.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you exactly why. Because flat Earth is a conspiracy, and it's the conspiracy that falls under the category of easiest to prove but hardest for people to believe. And think about how it was in that story, what he was saying to Neo. That's how he described it to Neo. You know, it's hard for people to accept it. You know, he was saying like we don't bring people out of the Matrix when they're so old because it's harder for their minds to accept. You know, when you talk to, like, I've met older people that have been able to get further on in life and still far down the road of life accept the fact that the Earth is flat, despite the fact that they've been fooled for 90% of their life, of 80% of their life or whatever. You know, they're willing to accept that, but it's less likely that you'll find someone that's that far up in age that's willing to accept it. A lot of people, when they get further up in age, they think to themselves, "Oh, well, if I don't already know it, then it's probably not true." You know, they have that kind of mentality.
Yeah. I've always wondered, why does it really matter though? Like, if the Earth is flat or if it's a globe, like, you're still gonna keep living life. Unless you're like an actual like astroneer or you're into that kind of stuff, doesn't really change much.
Well, I'll tell you, it makes a big difference to me. The one place that I
What
want to go
matters?
more than anywhere
Matters a
else
lot.
on Earth, the one place I want to go and independently explore more than anywhere else on Earth, I'm not allowed to legally. Did you know that?
You talking about Antarctica?
Yeah. And
Is
for
that
that matter,
true?
also
Wait, you can't
within a
legally go to
500-mile
Antarctica?
radius of the North. You're not allowed to independently explore the North either. For that.
I mean,
But yeah.
you could get like a grant though, right?
No. There's this thing started, I think it was 1957, maybe it was 1958. I'm pretty sure it's 1957, when the Antarctic Treaty started. It was originally 14 countries, now it's more than 40 countries, the United States included. And yeah, it basically states that there is no independent exploration or mineral or oil extraction of any kind or development of any kind to be done of Antarctica or within a 500-mile distance from the shoreline of Antarctica. And yeah, you're not allowed to even go anywhere near the shoreline as an independent explorer. from any.
Isn't that only one pole though? What about the other one?
No. You're also not allowed to fly or travel. You're not allowed to independently explore within a 500-mile radius of the North Pole.
I mean, I'm sure people still tried though, right? Like, I guarantee at least like one flat earther's tried.
I've heard of someone trying to take a boat, small ship, to the south and try to land on Antarctica and independently explore. I think, I don't remember exactly how the story went, but I think he and one of his shipmates went to prison, and one of his shipmates maybe got shot, but I'm not sure if that's how the story went. But certainly they went to prison.
What was the findings from that? Like, did they find that it was flat or not?
Well, they didn't get to the shoreline.
The shoreline of Antarctica. Oh, so they didn't make it.
No, their ship was intercepted before they got to Antarctica. They were just on their way there.
Okay, wait, so do you believe that the atmosphere has like a peak? Like in the middle of the Earth, the atmosphere like reaches its highest point?
Wait. Ask that again?
Okay, sorry, my bad. So, do you think there's like at the middle point, I guess, of your version of the Earth, is the atmosphere at its like highest? Because from what I know about the flat Earth model, it's like a dome, which means there has to be some point where it's like the highest compared to the like flattest part of Earth, I guess.
Oh yeah, so the limits of our environment, I wonder all the time what they are, how far you can go any particular direction, dead reckoning, until you can't go any further. Eventually be going south, essentially.
What I mean is, like, okay, so in like the flat Earth model, like the atmosphere is a dome.
Yeah. Well, about that. So it's really it's a colloquial theory, that it's a dome. It's as good of a guess as any, but there's no one in here that's really claiming that, and I'm not claiming that myself. It's really just that we do understand and we do acknowledge and we do observe, most importantly, that gas pressure in the consistent X value form requires a container and a fixed volume. And so, since we have 14.7 psi, and that's our consistent X value of air pressure at sea level, what I'm saying is, as far as we know, we're inside a container with an unchanging volume. But that could mean technically any shape. I mean, it could be.
Sure we are, man. Hey, why are you lying about Antarctica? Why are you saying nobody could go to Antarctica?
I didn't say that.
Why are you
say
not
that? You're putting words in my mouth now. Did you listen to what I said? I didn't say that.
You said you're pretty sure a guy is in jail because he landed on Antarctica and did an independent investigation. That's what you said.
I was not so sure about that, but you're putting words in my mouth now. I said we are
you just
not
admitted
allowed.
you said he was in jail. Yeah, we are allowed to go to Antarctica.
So am I allowed to speak now?
I've actually
or
been to Antarctica.
no? No, you're just going to talk.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. So what I said, listen carefully. We are not allowed to independently explore Antarctica.
Oh yeah.
Are you in
What about? Yes, I am. What about the final experiment? What is that? Isn't that an exploration of Antarctica?
Tell me what the hell that is.
No.
Yeah, look it up.
This is.
Oh, look it up. Look it up.
Yeah, look it up.
Wait.
Be in denial about reality. No, we're not allowed to.
Why aren't you
Looking
going
up in the air. Hold on, brother. Hold on a second.
This is the experiment to prove that there.
Looking up in the air is not an experiment.
I feel like he was about to say
was he
something.
talking about that stupid sun thing? Oh my god. Oh my god. The sun. We can see the sun while we're standing on its icy shoreline. The earth must be a ball. La la la. Let's talk to this other guy who has real questions. I want to hear what he has to say before we get to the other guy. Like, he might have an interesting question.
Well, how do we know where Antarctica's at? How do they prove they're in so-called fucking Antarctica? All these big mouth people.
I think we have maps, right?
We we trace the satellite all the way here.
Like, we.
What?
Yeah, like me.
What?
Yeah, I don't know what you have. You have a map of Antarctica?
Well, I mean, I've been there. Where else was I? Was I on like a fucking Hollywood studio?
I don't know what you were
you're
doing,
getting
brother.
confused here, buddy. We're not saying Antarctica doesn't exist.
I'm
We're
not
not saying
saying. I'm
people
not
can't
saying. I'm
go
not
there.
saying you're saying that.
I think he's just
Yeah,
saying
and
that
we're
we
not
don't know
saying
where it
that people
is.
can't go there. We're saying that ultimately speaking, and this is true, you're not allowed to independently explore. Like everyone that goes within 500 miles of the shoreline, not even on the shoreline of Antarctica, within 500 miles of the shoreline of Antarctica. Whenever you're entering that water space or that land space, one of the two, you are on a preset pathway and you are monitored. If you deviate from, listen carefully, if you deviate from that preset pathway, you will be intercepted by the military of one nation or another, but a military. If you continue to deviate, they will shoot you. Whether you're in an airplane or a boat or whatever on foot, like they will stop you with guns.
You're gonna be surprised when you hear this, but this is every border on Earth. If you fly independently into another
Well,
nation,
not the American border lately, but
Said the guy
it
who
is a
can
lot of
go.
places.
get
It is a lot of
intercepted.
places.
I think happened when Russia flew near Alaskans border. They got intercepted, right?
Yeah. I'm not in denial about that. What you're only furthering my point by saying that. Like, yes, it's restricted. My point is, it shouldn't be.
No, it should be. Absolutely, it should be.
Everywhere is restricted. You can't just fly your own fucking routes anywhere. You get in the thing, they take someone takes you. A designated thing takes you there, a trip person, whatever, and they take you where they're taking you. How do you know that's Antarctica?
Well, because we
It
can
could be
follow
the tip
maps.
of anything.
Like when
What
I
the
fly
fuck
to
does that mean?
Chile, right, for example, unless we're operating on a different globe, I know that I'm flying south from Chile, right? So I know I'm flying somewhere south
No,
of Chile.
not right.
What do you mean not right? I have a compass. I know I'm
How do you know? You're not in the pilot seat. You don't know what the fuck you're doing.
because I can look at my
You're in a
compass.
plane. Brother, listen, I don't care what you have.
You
I
don't
can
care
put
that
you
I have
on a
a
city
compass.
bus and listen to what I'm telling you, brother. I can put you on a city bus and make some magnetic trick or do anything I fucking want with a setup thing, and you be thinking, "Hey, man, look, my compass says I'm going north, I'm going south still, fuck straight to Antarctica because my compass says south all the way everywhere that's not north, every
What if?
fucking direction that's not north." Is
So
that
what
where
if?
Antarctica's at? How
What
do
if
you
I get?
know?
I'll tell you. If I get off the plane and I follow, if I get off the plane and I walk in that same direction the plane was heading from, I could be like, oh, I'm still heading south, even outside of the plane.
Yeah, what's your
Sorry, 2 seconds, gentlemen, please.
Sorry, what?
In
what's
the
your point?
south. Sorry, in the south.
I'm just
when
saying.
you
I know I was traveling south.
Dude,
Sure.
No, you're
literally trying to
traveling.
answer a question. This is getting
Sorry.
fucking frustrating. Thank you. So, with regards to compasses, if I point my compass south, I'll be going south. Have you heard of magnetic declination? Your compass reading will show you a reading following a magnetic field line, but that magnetic field line could be deviated from south by up to 25 degrees. So your compass will give you a false reading unless you declinate, make a correction. Did you know that?
Yeah, I know compasses are inaccurate up to like 10 to 20 degrees, but even 10 to 20 degrees, you're still basically
No,
heading
you
south,
just
southwest,
just
southeast.
say you didn't know that. Just say you didn't know.
As a marine biologist, I can tell you right now, I know that compasses are not 100%
Is
accurate.
marine biology a science?
Yes.
Okay, what experiments have you done?
I've done experiments on coral reef restoration, different methodologies that help preserve plant life.
Okay, what's the cause?
What's the cause of what specific? It depends. What do you mean? It depends.
Yeah, what's the experiment?
Let me just like pull up a paper. I can like send you like a paper like I worked on. I've done over like 100 fucking experiments on this shit. Like, what do you mean? Like, give me a specific example.
All right, cool. So how does that relate to flat Earth?
No, it doesn't. I'm just answering questions. I'm not necessarily a flat
Okay.
earth or glober.
So you being a marine biologist has nothing to do with directions, does it?
No, I just understand. I'm just saying that I understand how.
Okay, so you bringing up you being a marine biologist has nothing to do with the
It
topic.
has to do with
So
the fact I've used a compass underwater. I understand that it's not perfectly
everyone
accurate.
has used a compass. You don't have to be a marine biologist to use a compass, do
Exactly.
you?
But for him to say that, oh, you didn't know it, just say you didn't know. I do know that
But you
compasses are
didn't
not
know
100.
it, did you? Okay,
I
where
know.
does all right? Let's get back to it. So where does magnetic declination happen?
I have no idea. I've never heard of this term, magnetic declination.
So that's what he asked you, and you said you did.
No,
Now you're saying you've never heard of the term.
So what I said specifically is I understand that compasses are typically off from 10 to 20 degrees depending on the magnetic frequency
Incorrect.
found. That's incorrect?
Yep.
Oh, really? So you're saying they're what, perfectly accurate 100% of the time?
No.
Nope.
What we're saying is if you're going to use a compass to go south, that's not all that you'll be doing, because you will not end up south if you follow field lines that are not going south.
Of course.
Good.
It's like the difference
what-
between true north and like magnetic north, right? I understand. Like I never heard of the declaration.
True north is. Sorry, mate. You're getting way off track.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
We're
way
talking
off
about using a compass, and now you're talking about true north, which has nothing to do with a compass. Yeah.
Well, what do you mean? To determine your magnetic declination, you have to know the difference between true north and magnetic north. Are you retarded? Of course,
No, you
that's
don't.
Yes, you do. What? How else would you determine your magnetic declination?
How do you do that in the south?
I asked you first. What does that to do with? I'm saying, how is understanding the difference between true north and
So in
magnetic
order for
north?
you to get magnetic declination in the south, you have to use true north. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay, thank you. So you're wrong.
All we're pointing out is it's just not as easy going south by you.
Well, you use true south in the south.
Oh wait. I'm
This is
not.
why.
Wait. You're saying I'm wrong because I said that true north is part of magnetic declination. You said no, and then I said, well, how
Not
else
in the
would-
south.
You're right, not in the south, but now you're shifting the goalpost.
No, we were going to Antarctica in the south.
Yeah, you just determine it the same way you determine the northern hemisphere.
And how do you do that?
Oh, really?
Well, I mean,
How'd
you
you do
could you could use like a topographic map, and you could try to find the magnetic declination. Like we probably have like a ton of maps where we already have the magnetic declination like listed out in the
Yeah, we
area.
do. Yeah.
Are they all
Yeah.
fake maps?
Maybe.
Who said that? Who said that?
Little Jack said that.
Who
Hey,
said they were fake?
Me.
No, he asked. No, what do you mean by fake? Like a map just simply helps you get from point A to point B. If it serves that function, it serves its purpose. That's what a map is. It's not fake or not fake. It's not really the question.
Well,
But,
it seems like some
silly.
people didn't fully trust some of the ways that we mapped out the world. So, like some people don't think Antarctica is where.
Like in reference to it being a globe, yeah. But back to that,
No,
back
I mean
to curvature. Like, yeah,
specifically
I mean,
Specifically locations. Like some people are like, "Do we know Antarctica is really here?" I'm like, "Yeah, we kind of do."
How did we?
Well, no, I don't think that's what the question was. That he was asking the other guy if he knew for sure he was in Antarctica. Like, that's what he was asking.
Oh yeah,
which is
yeah. I
kind
know.
of the question. But the question I have for either of you that want to answer it, is so like a bathtub full of water. The water's at rest. Is the surface level? Yes or not? No. Either you can answer it.
So my guess would be it's not level. Marine bio. What do you think? Truly inspirational. Yeah.
How would you determine that?
Believes the Earth is flat here. Yeah.
Well,
what does it make
he's
you laugh?
maybe thinking about it. So we'll just ask you. So why would you say the surface is not level?
Because like gravity.
How do you determine that?
Determine what?
So you're saying that word, but can you elaborate?
What part are you confused about?
Well, I mean,
The gravity
I
part.
understand the story that you have in your mind. The story I used to believe myself that gravity gives birth to space balls, and the Earth is a sphere because a bunch of matter in the universe formed the solar system, and part of the solar system is the Earth, and gravity forms spheres and all that, and the Earth is a sphere. Thus, there must be no truly level water on the surface of the Earth anywhere. Thus, even the bathtub, even though it may appear level, it in fact is not level. Is that what you're thinking?
I kind of got the last part. Feel like yeah, probably.
Well, so how would we determine that? I mean, we normally refer to it as level, and we normally use water levels even in construction. Which is a little different than a bathtub. It's still level water.
Well, yeah, but like that's like if you were to make a bridge just going as far as possible for like 10,000 miles, you probably wouldn't use water in that case because then that bridge wouldn't be completely straight. It'd be like turning with the
Well, a bridge
curvature
is
of
a
the
little
Earth.
different. Like
No one's
a bridge is
building
a structure
bridges.
you're building over water that are often curved and
No,
higher
I'm
in
just
the
saying
middle so that boats can go under. It's
water
a little
isn't like
different.
perfectly straight. We just use that because it's like
How
probably
do
the
you,
closest thing.
sorry, how do you know
And
the
also
water is not, so how do you know the water's not straight?
because it's gay. Because of gravity.
No,
Have you got a measurement of the curve?
Wait, hold on. Let me ask something. In the flat Earth, do you guys
I just asked
do you
you a
guys believe in
question,
gravity?
dude. No, stop.
No, you asked me a
just
question.
said,
I answered a question. Let me
okay,
ask you a question.
you just said
All right,
water is
you guys,
curving.
wait.
You just said the
I
water,
think I'm
you just said
speaking
the
facts.
water's, you just said the water's curving. So I want to see where the
Gravity's
water's
doing
curving.
something. Have you got a measurement of the surface of the water curving, so you can assert?
Yeah.
Really simple.
Okay. Who's the other guy in this conversation?
You don't, right, Jack? Jack, answer their
Charles.
question first, Jack. It'll be painless. Just answer the question. The answer is no, right?
Can you repeat the question, please?
They're asking if you have a surface measurement of water curving.
Do I have a surface measurement on me? No, I do not, unfortunately.
All right.
Anyone?
Do you have a measurement
have
of
one?
it being straight?
Does anyone have?
We kind of do, yeah. That's what I gave you the example of a water level used for construction. That's actually an example of it being used for.
When you say water level, are you saying like a tub full of water straight, or are you saying like the little things with the water bubble?
Well, actually,
the
the
water
way
level
they're
is a
constructed
tube.
is more like a tube, really, but nonetheless, it's level water. It's I don't know how to describe that, but anyway, the point is
I don't understand.
the physics. The point is the physics of water being reliably level is utilized in construction. Is the point?
I mean, first of all, I'm not sure how true that is. That might be true. Assuming that is true, I would assume it's for smaller scale projects. Like I said, if we were making something like a
if it
simply
is
flat
for a
plane.
smaller scale project,
Hey,
then
Hey, buddy,
can you show
I'm
us?
speaking right now.
Can you,
I have the megaphone.
Can you,
I have the megaphone.
Can you
I have
show
the
us
megaphone.
the water curving
I
like you claimed before?
I have the
As
megaphone.
part of the start of your argument is that water curves. Now we want to get past that point, and then we can move on. The water curving. Did you say the water's curving? So I want to see the water curving.
Where are these
so
mods
back to the
pausing me
bathtub,
when I'm
Jack.
the one talking first?
Jack, back to the bathtub. You're still insistent that the surface of the water of the bathtub
You guys agreed that
not
if
level,
I
right?
answered your question, I can ask you a question.
Well, yeah, but
I'm trying to
we're just trying to clarify. We want to clarify, Jack. Again.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
The surface of the water in the bathtub. You're going to insist that it's not level, right?
I would assume it's not level. Yes.
All right. I'm glad you're very clear with your words. All right, you're assuming it's not level. Why would you assume it's not level? Because gravity. You're going to say gravity, right?
Yeah, the Earth is a circle. If the Earth with like a flat brick and gravity was just
Circle?
directly below you, then it would be level.
Circles can be flat.
Sphere. My bad.
Oh, sphere. Okay, so that would be the case that the water is curving, wouldn't it?
That is my point. Yes, that's my argument.
Okay, so how did you confirm that the water is curving?
Again, I said it's an assumption that based off of the fact that gravity exists, we live on a sphere, it wouldn't be flat.
Okay, so gravity exists, therefore water curves. Water curves, therefore gravity, but we don't have water curving.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
He's not even going that far. He's assuming
I'm
gravity.
honestly
According
not
to his words, he's
understanding the
assuming
logic.
gravity's doing this.
Can I just try a real quick question? What is gravity?
What's gravity?
Yeah.
In a simple sense, mass attracts mass. The larger the mass, the more gravity.
According to Einstein, that doesn't even exist within your own paradigm. You're fucked.
Cool. Okay. Can I ask my question? Por favor.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
What do you guys think happens when you like drop an apple and it lands on the ground? What do you call that?
Falls down.
Phenomena.
Things falling.
No. Phenomena can be called gravity if you want.
So you guys just call it things falling?
Yeah,
No,
that's
we
what I
call it-
say. What? Oh, sorry, Jedi. Well, okay, I'll just finish that though. When I see something fall down, I just say it fell. But go ahead, Jedi.
No, you're correct. You could just say it's fell, but we can call the phenomena of something falling gravity if you want.
So you don't have like an explanation for why it falls? You're just like, oh, of course it goes down.
You
'cause
don't
it's
have
falling.
an explanation either, though.
Jack, I should point out something that is involved with answering your question. So, some people in here that are flat earthers may believe that the rock fell down due to gravity. Other flat earthers may not. But that's not really the point in contention with most flat earthers. The point in contention in regards to gravity with flat earthers, for the most part, is that we're taught this in school, and we're taught this by people on the TV, and Neil deGrasse Tyson likes to yak on about it in his little specials or whatever, is that they claim, that teach us in school, that the surface of the Earth has an atmosphere, it has gas pressure, and that the gas pressure exists due to gravity. The part that we're in a contention with is whether or not gas pressure can be contained by gravity or not. Because the thing is, no one's ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity. And every example we have in real life of gas pressure existing in a consistent X value form involves a container and a fixed volume.
So
that's
if you're saying there was a container and a fixed volume, that would meet your criteria?
Well, that's what's required in order to have a consistent X value form.
Is the consistent X value, is the volume consistent? Like, have y'all tested this in real life? Is the volume consistent?
Let me ask you a very simple question to demonstrate.
Hold on, dude. I asked the question. Is the volume consistent?
You didn't. Is the volume consistent? Well, it has to be.
So
by definition,
it is.
So,
Okay.
so hold on.
Okay,
Chill.
sure. Pop off.
So if I have, let's go in the realm of hypothetical here. Let's say I got 1 cubic foot inside of an airtight container, 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot, and on the inside I have just air, and it's 14.7 psi. You know, kind of like the air you breathe at sea level. Now, without breaking the seal, let's say I double the volume and I stretch it out and make it 2 cubic feet instead of 1 cubic foot. All right. Now my question is to you is, what happens to the psi inside? What is it then after that?
Did you say you're just increasing the container?
Yeah, I increase the container by 100%. I double the container. What happens to the 14.7 psi? What is it then inside?
There would be less dexterity, I would assume, and probably the psi would like lower.
What's 14 divided in half?
What's 4? Let me think about that.
7. All right, it would be 7 psi. All right, and so what I'm trying to say is, since we can demonstrate this in real life, you know, with real life materials here on the surface of the Earth, it draws into question, you know, certain details of this heliocentric model that were put into place. Certain later.
Okay, tell me what you just said has anything in contention with the heliocentric model.
Yeah, I'll tell you. Like, let me ask you: is the edge of the universe, is it expanding faster than the speed of light at this current moment? Yes or no?
I don't know.
Well,
I'm not even sure scientists know the answer to that.
I'm going to inform you. Within your own paradigm, religion, whatever you want to call it, within your own paradigm, it is.
Maybe. I think a lot of that stuff is mostly experimental. Like even the idea of the Big Bang is mostly experimental. It's a theory.
Okay. So you're saying you don't believe the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light right now?
I'm saying I don't know if I think scientists probably have hypothesized that, but I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying it's right either. I'm agnostic to it. Right?
Fair enough. But you do at least acknowledge that as far as demonstrations here on the surface of the Earth, when you double the volume, the pressure is cut in half.
Wait, what was the speed of light thing about? Like, I'm being genuine when I ask this.
Well, they say that the universe. They say that the universe is 13.7 billion years old.
Okay.
And that sometime around the 4 billion years ago, sometime around the same time that the Earth formed in their paradigm, that's when the universe went from expanding at about the speed of light and started accelerating faster than the speed of light. And that ever since then, it's been accelerating more and more, and is accelerating even at this moment. Faster and faster.
I think I saw a Vsauce video about that. It's like the speed of dark. But okay, so you said it for the whole PSI thing, the requirements are the consistent volume in the container. If you agree that the volume is consistent based on what scientists have tested, we need the container, right?
Yes.
So what part of the heliocentric model does not give you a container?
The vacuum of space and its expansion.
So let's say the inside of the container is Earth, and the outside of the container is the vacuum of space. What's protecting the air inside of the Earth?
Which paradigm are you talking about? I'm a little confused by your question.
The libtard, whatever we believe paradigm. I don't know.
Well, the answer would be gravity.
Partially, but I think most people would probably say the atmosphere. That's the container that
The
contains
atmosphere, it would exist due to gravity, Jack. That's what they teach us in school. The atmosphere exists.
Okay, I
due to
agree.
gravity.
I feel like that's also saying like the container of a box exists due to the atoms being pulled towards each other too, but the container itself is still the box. The container is still the atmosphere.
Well,
And
I
it's
think
being created by
Jack,
gravity.
I think Jack, now you may be starting to just barely stumble onto the holes in what they're talking about.
You just say the container was the atmosphere.
Do you not think that the atmosphere exists?
No, that's the gas.
No, Jack.
Well, hold on.
We actually don't use the term atmosphere. Atmosphere is just one of those terms made up. It's just air. There's no atmosphere. It's just air pressure. No atmosphere. Air pressure. That's it.
Well, okay. I feel like you're not proving me wrong right now. You're saying your side, and I'm just saying my side, right? Like I'm saying there's atmosphere. You're saying, oh, we don't believe in the atmosphere, right?
Dude.
I'm saying I believe in gravity. You're saying we don't believe in gravity, right?
Dude.
We're just kind of going back and forth about what we believe. We're not having like any constructive conversation right now.
Yeah, but keep in mind there's a demonstration on my side, and there's no demonstration. So Jack, if you had a demonstration of gas pressure without a container due to
Hey,
gravity,
Charles, you've been hogging the mic for a long time. Jerry's been trying to jump in, and it's like you don't hear him or something.
I was just finishing this up quickly. Anyway, if you had a demonstration of gas pressure
pass the
without
mic,
a
bro.
container
Pass the
due to
mic.
gravity, go Gemsy, great Gemsy. So, yeah. Anyway, like Gemsy's just going to interrupt me. So yeah, Jedi, go.
I was only trying to add on to your point. This guy's got a misconception of what we mean by atmosphere. Atmosphere is just the gas, right? It's not something special that contains itself. It's just gas comprised of oxygen and nitrogen. So are you saying that gas contains itself? Is that what you're saying?
Hold on. I mean, actually, no. Gravity would be the container. Yeah.
Okay, so gas doesn't contain itself then, right?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying from what I know, gravity is the main part of the container. I don't know.
That would be something. That would be something else. I'm just asking you about gas. Does gas?
I don't know.
Like,
That's my answer. I don't know.
Okay, no, that's what my friend Charles has been trying to point out to you for the last 10 minutes. To have gas pressure and to keep gas in a particular space, it needs to be contained. If, like he did, kept expanding the size of the container, the gas would fill that container, and if the gas was the same amount, the gas pressure would go down. But if you keep increasing the size of the container, the gas will fill that container. If you remove the size of the container and outside the container is a vacuum, the gas will just expand into that vacuum. We understand this, right?
Sí, mi amor.
Say it again.
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome.
I agree.
Charles, cool. Charles, back to you.
Maybe we should go back to the bathtub. So you still think the bathtub is not level?
I think yes. Yeah. That's what I would assume.
So why would? Well, so is it just gravity is still the answer, or is there any other answer to give to why the bathtub water is not level?
I mean, gravity is what I'm using as my answer for now, but truly, I'm not entirely sure. But I'm saying I would assume it is gravity, and that's why I'm saying I would also assume that it's circular to some extent.
Well, here, let me ask this question then. What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
What reason do you have to doubt that the Earth is flat? Because you don't like start off with a position. You start off not knowing, and then you compile and collect the facts until you get to a certain side.
Okay,
So I'm
you
not saying
start off
you
not
should.
knowing until you You start off not
Yeah.
knowing until you open your eyes.
Until you get to a certain side. You can use the red pill language, but yeah.
Oh, what do you mean certain side? What are you talking about?
So I don't understand why you don't understand. I'm saying, okay, you need evidence to prove a claim, right? So you don't start off at the claim. You
I'm
start
not
off with
making
the
a claim,
evidence, and you
though.
go towards a certain claim. If the claim is that the flat Earth exists, then that's a claim that you can go to if you find enough evidence showing that's right and other things are wrong, right?
Technically,
That's all
it's
I'm
not.
saying.
Hold on. I gotta point out something to you. When I say
Yeah.
the sentence, I observe the Earth is flat. That's not a claim. That's an observation, technically. Those are different things.
You observe the Earth is flat. What does that mean?
That means I observe the Earth is flat, is what that means.
So you've seen a perfectly flat plane on Earth?
I didn't say that. There are mountains and hills.
Well, I'm saying when you say that you've seen the Earth is perfectly flat, what you're implying is that you've seen a part of the Earth that is flat, perfectly flat, right?
I've seen very far with my own two eyes, and I've never observed convexity, general convexity.
Does that just mean a curve?
Yeah, that would be a way of referring to curvature of the Earth.
I mean, I can always say that you just can't see far enough. That's possible.
Well, actually, that's exactly the problem, actually, Jack. It's a funny choice of words you have there. That we can't see far enough, because it's actually the problem is we can see too far, is the problem. We can see too far for the Earth to have a radius of 3,959 miles. We can see too far. It's the problem. Do you know what I mean? Like, so if the ocean, if the Earth is the shape of a sphere, then the oceans and lakes would be conforming to the shape of a sphere, right? Like have convexity to them, right?
I feel like maybe you're not grasping
you just said
how
it
actually
yourself.
huge the Earth is. Sure, there'd be a curve, but like even in a bathtub, it'd be incredibly tiny. Like you wouldn't be able to see that.
Yeah, but what about over 8 miles? What
I
about
don't
over
think
8
humans
miles?
can see over 8 miles. I don't know.
You don't think people can see 8 miles, huh?
I don't know.
Well, here, let's see if people can see 8 miles. I got something to post here. Can you see what's in the text channel?
To Bath, Somerset. True, Rich Evans.
I'm on this little GIF here.
Sorry, why is the text chat interfering with the voice chat? I don't get this. You guys got to stay on this, okay?
Oh, my bad.
You guys got to be proving the flat Earth. You don't need me.
Okay, so I
there we
searched
go.
it up.
Found it.
Hold on.
Oh yeah,
I
no,
searched
he
it
was
up, and it
just
says
saying we
humans can
can't
see about.
see.
He said you can see about 3 miles. That's what I got. Humans can see about 3 miles.
Oh,
So,
maybe with the naked
wait. Hold on. You've asked me so many questions. Hold on, please. You've asked me so many questions. How far do you think humans would need to be able to see a clear curvature if the Earth were as the way I describe it? How far do you think that would be?
3 miles.
What would you say?
Is that an Earth with atmosphere
Hold on. Okay.
or without
Can
atmosphere? Sorry.
I don't care about whoever's talking right now. Charles, what do you think?
Well, you'd have to ask the question a little more specifically. From what you mean.
I think you understand what I'm saying. It's the same question you asked me. Come on. You asked me that exact same question.
No, technically, geometrically, your question doesn't actually make sense. Like you have to ask it a slightly. So let me ask you. So let me ask it a slightly different way. Maybe you'll understand what I'm saying. So like, if there's a shoreline, an object, 6 feet tall, like an individual on a shoreline, 8 miles away, and you've got another individual 6 feet tall on a shoreline, 8 miles away, and one of them has a telescope, has the ability to look at the other guy. You could ask me, should that 6 foot tall individual be able to see that 6 foot tall individual from 8 miles away? Like that would be a logical geometric question. But your question didn't geometrically make sense, really.
My question does make sense.
Well, just ask it in that kind of a way, if you can, so you can give me some more specifics. I need any more specifics to answer your question, is what I'm saying. But here,
I feel like for this question, it's better to not have a specific. So what I mean is like, yeah, how far away do you think you wouldn't be able? So okay, so let's say if there were two people, exact same situation as you described, you got the telescope, let's say if you were 20 miles apart, let's say on my version of Earth, do you think you'd be able to see that person?
It's on the optics and the weather conditions. Possibly,
It's just a
possibly
flat
not.
plane of water. Flat plane of water, no wind.
I would say no, because the angular resolution at 20 miles is too small to see a person. You could see a structure maybe that far, but a person, that's kind of a long shot.
You have an insanely strong telescope that can see forever. Would you be able to see that person?
Hold on. Yeah, but do you know what angular resolution is? Do you know what that term means?
Oh, but in my hypothetical, you have a perfect telescope. It can see as far as possible without any of that. Okay, so just answer it.
The answer is no. If you answered the question
be able
that
to see
way,
that
the
person?
answer is you don't know what angular resolution means.
Light
So it's the
attenuation.
angle
It
in
doesn't
which
matter what that is.
it does, because you can't see forever. It's physically impossible for anyone or anything to see forever. Even the largest telescope in the world can't see forever.
Yeah, but
Physically
it can see a few light years apart. I think that's pretty good. You know.
Well,
I think you can probably
that's
see
a
a few
story.
mountains apart.
Jack, let's
Oh,
bring
sure.
this let's bring this back down to Earth, Jack.
You've seen
Can
the
you see
telescope
what's
that
in-
can see like planets and
Jack,
stuff, so you can probably see.
Can you see what's in the
pretty far
text
away.
channel, Jack?
Okay,
see
can
what's
I
in the
ask
text
how?
channel?
Hold on. What were you talking about before? What was the angular thing?
Angular resolution.
Okay, so what's the peak? What's the limit on how far away you can see?
I think you said it correct a minute ago. 3 miles.
No, that's for the human eye. I'm saying for like if you had a magical or just the best telescope in the world, how far away would you be able to see?
Oh well, I can just tell you the world record. The world record, I think, is 274 miles.
Okay. So, do you think on the heliocentric version of the Earth, if you place a telescope, they're like on land, perfectly level, use the water thingy for the perfect level, and you look
That's what
for
I'm trying to show
200
you,
miles,
Jack.
would you
I'm
see
trying
someone?
to show you that.
Okay.
So do you see the text channel that's involved, that's attached to this voice channel? Do you see it?
I see
you
the
go
chat.
down next to the microphone button. It's got the text icon. You hit it, and you go to the text chat.
All I see is Rick and Morty memes right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yeah. Go up a little bit. I see that too. Just go up a little bit, and you'll see the first two things that aren't people talking to each other.
The white pole. So okay.
So yeah, this is me pointing a camera 3 feet above the surface of the water, over the water, pointing the camera horizontally over the water, and seeing what I can see 8.52 miles away.
That's your camera?
Yes, it's a Nikon
How much
P900.
was that thing? Dang.
$430.
Oh, you're
a lot
like
cheaper
committed
than
to
other
this.
stuff I could have bought.
But okay, so if I had to assume, and I don't like using this word, I'm sorry, but I would assume 8.5 miles away isn't enough to like not be able to see something as tall as a white pole that big,
The white pole was next to
in
my
my
campsite.
version-
The white pole was less than 25 feet above the water.
I still feel like in my version you would still be able to see that though. Same as your version.
Why?
So because the Earth is ridiculously big, dude.
Yeah, but do you understand the curvature, right? Like, how much curvature should there be over 8.5 miles?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like do you know? I
There
guess
should be more than 40 feet. It should be 48 feet.
it should be 48 feet.
Yeah.
Is the ground elevated that thing is on?
You mean the camera?
No, like the ground with the actual thing on it. Is it elevated?
Are you talking about the pole or the camera?
The pole.
The pole is sticking out of the water. The pole is part of a dock.
Oh.
You see the dock that's next to the kayak to the right-hand side? That pole is just like one of those poles. It's meant to hold the dock in place so it doesn't drift off in the lake.
How tall is the pole? 20 feet?
It's about roughly 24 feet above the water. I was looking at it carefully. I didn't measure it, but I'm pretty good at guessing that. I was camping next to it.
I mean, I feel like that's an important thing to measure, but
Well, it's definitely less than 30 feet. Like, you wouldn't have to be a genius to figure that out.
was the pole at the shoreline?
It was like, 30, 40 feet away from the shoreline. It's part of a dock.
I mean, it's kind of the random person on Discord's word versus every single celebrated scientist in the world.
Well, that's just it. That's just it, Jack. That's the beauty of this is that you can actually recreate this yourself. You can't go to space
For a cheap price of $400.
Yeah, but can you go to the vacuum of space, Jack, for $430?
I mean, if I
The
tie
answer's
myself to a
no.
bunch of TNT, maybe.
The answer is no. Hell no. Is the answer.
Well, don't say hell. You'll go to heck if you say that. That's what my mommy told me.
Yeah. So the point is, you can get a camera yourself for $430. You can go to a body of water, and you can see what you can see or not see yourself.
I could do that for the low price of $400.
Keep in mind that's the difference between empiricism and pseudoscience, you know, or
Well, okay, but right now you're
lack of
telling me to
empiricism.
trust you, a random person on the internet.
No,
you
no,
know?
I'm not telling. You're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm telling you to not trust me. I'm telling
Okay.
you to go and test the Earth yourself.
Should I trust you about that?
Trust me about what?
What you just said.
My goodness me, Pete.
Trust me about you testing the Earth yourself. What are you talking about?
Yes. Should I trust you about that?
I think that
Could
would
be
involve
dangerous.
trusting yourself. That would involve not trusting me. That would involve trusting yourself. Can you trust yourself?
When I'm on my medication, I can.
Right,
Okay.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
What the fuck, dude? Try and have an interesting, intelligent conversation. It's just passing it off to you, saying that you can demonstrate this for yourself. It's kind of interesting, right? Why are you not engaging on that?
I'm just tired, I guess.
Okay,
I'm not really in debate bro mindset right now.
No problem. Do we need to move on to somebody else?
Are there other Globers in here? Any fellow Globers?
No.
Globetrotters?
Yeah, I'm a Glober. If you thought any
Oh,
more
let's
about
go.
my hypothetical Jedi.
Wait, what?
About
Oh,
the
you-
bottom
he
of
plays
obstruction,
Destiny.
remove the ground between it thing.
Yeah, no, if there's not the obstruction there, then there isn't the surface in the way causing an angular distortion. It's like letting a balloon go up into the sky. If there's no surface interrupting your view, then it will happen, right?
Right, but in your model, your idea of bottom up obstruction on a flat surface, there already isn't something obstructing the view.
Do you remember the video I gave you earlier looking up skyscraper?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So that had a visible horizon, a limitation to what you could see across that surface, right?
How are you using the word horizon there?
Well, it's where the surface of the skyscraper looking vertically up it appeared to meet the sky.
So that will be right at the end of the skyscraper.
Was it right at the end of the skyscraper?
Yeah.
No, it was. See, this is why I can't talk to you because now you're lying. You agreed to this earlier. You watched the video and we all agreed to it. Now you've had a little bit of time to think and reassess your position, and now you're making bullshit claims.
No. What I agreed to earlier was that the angular resolution of a certain section of that skyscraper, when you get
So
close
we
to it, will be
could only
too small to resolve the details of it.
Yes, so we could only resolve.
But I never
a certain-
agreed to this thing about the horizon that you're saying.
Okay, I'll post the video again so everybody can have a look at it and see what an inconsistent little shit you are. No problem. Give me a minute.
Can I ask a question to a flat earther? Perchance. Any flat earther willing to answer a question? Pretty please.
I mean, as long as that conversation is concluded, sure. But I don't want to just trample all over.
No,
the
you can-
I don't think it's
you-
concluded yet.
Okay.
You can crack on, Crypto, if you want to ask the question. I've posted the video.
All right, let's look at the video.
Yeah, go on then, Jack. Sort me out. Hurt me. Hurt me with your knowledge.
All right. So you know how people like when they navigate the seas, when you have like a flat map, you can't use that. You have to like take into account the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah,
you know.
that's
you know about
called
that?
a claim. We got any evidence for that claim?
What? You do not think that's true?
Yeah, that's a claim. So I need evidence for that.
Do you disagree with my claim?
It doesn't matter what I think. It's called a claim. Do you have evidence?
Do I have evidence? I could probably look up something right now. Sure.
Right, so you don't have any evidence. You're just hoping it exists.
Sure. You can phrase it like that.
Think about it in terms of your psychology, right? You actually don't know that what you just said is true, yet you're bringing it here with faith that it's true, and that faith that you can find the evidence that it's true. Why are we wasting our time with you?
Do you disagree with it?
Just think about your psychology right now. Why are you doing that?
Because I'm curious. Because if
No,
the thing is, if
you're
hold
not
on, if you
curious.
hold on, please hold on. If you know about that, I wonder what's your explanation for that.
No, what you're saying isn't true. There's no
So you
reason
disagree
to.
with it?
No, it's like, oh, do you disagree that 2 + 2 is 4? 2 + 2 is 4. What you said isn't true objectively.
What I said was true objectively, or wasn't true?
Is not true objectively.
Which part?
The part about requiring a curved surface to navigate.
No, I'm saying you have to account for the curvature when you navigate.
Yeah, exactly. So requiring a curvature, which isn't true.
Okay. I guess that is true. If you need to account for the curvature, then you do require a curve. That's true. So you're saying that that method of moving doesn't exist? That method of traveling doesn't exist?
No. What I'm saying is that I reject the premise in the question.
So you disagree with me, and like a really fancy way of saying it.
I'm being as accurate as I can. Do you know what a premise is?
Yeah. It's like a fancy
Right.
way of saying claim.
Right. Well, I said claim and you didn't seem to understand that, so now I'm saying premise. The premise is rejected.
So you just disagree with my claim?
You don't have any evidence for your claim, so why would I agree with it?
I know. I'm not trying to have like a super serious argument right now. Like, I think you're expecting like someone who's going to come in and be like, well, actually, it says in section C, blah 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 here. Like, I'm just here to pick brains.
Sure. But
And
then when I asked you earlier, like, why are you
procrastinate.
coming in? Like, because you need to actually think about this. Maybe go away and think about this afterwards. You're coming in, making statements with no evidence, and then hoping that that evidence exists when you Google it. Do you not understand?
Okay,
how
I think
silly that
you're.
is?
Maybe I'm not making this clear enough. I'm not coming in to change anyone's mind. That's not what I'm coming in here to do. I know a lot of people who are round earthers are doing that. That's not what I'm trying to do.
Doesn't matter.
Does that make sense?
Doesn't matter. Imagine if I went into, say, like a communist server.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. So
It
imagine
does.
if I went into a comment. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
You can
Imagine
go.
if
Go
I
ahead.
went into every time I try and elaborate, you talk over.
Just
it.
go.
It's
Just
like,
go. Just go.
Just stop talking.
Okay, I'm sorry. I love
Thank you. So imagine if I went into a communist server and didn't know the first thing about communism, and then started making a bunch of claims about anarcho-capitalism or whatever, and people go, "Oh, have you got any evidence?" "Oh, let me just go and Google that quickly." That would be a waste of everyone's time there. They'd expect at least a base level of knowledge, right? So that's what you're doing here. You're coming in with zero knowledge, and you're making claims, and people are saying, "Have you got evidence for those claims?" And then you're hoping that that evidence exists.
I'm not making official claims. I'm not
You
saying
are.
this is the truth.
You are.
What am I saying is the truth?
You just said that in order to navigate, a curved surface is required. You just said that. And I said
I'm
to
saying
you,
in order to navigate a curved surface, so you have to take into account the curved surface. Yeah.
if you were on a curved surface, yeah, but that's the thing in contention.
Yeah. Okay. The thing I'm trying to say is that if we have to navigate based on a curved surface, or if we have to navigate and account for a curved surface, the surface must be curved. Do you disagree with that premise?
Well, yeah, I'm asking for the evidence.
That's like
for
a
that.
logical premise. You don't need evidence for that. Do you agree or you disagree with that?
Well, I'm asking for the evidence that that's necessary.
The evidence.
In
Okay, so
reality.
if you have to account for curvature when navigating, then most likely it's going to be on a curved surface.
Yeah,
Not
I'm
most
asking
likely.
for
It's
the
going to be.
evidence of that for about the 8th time.
This is a logical thing. This isn't like an evidence thing.
No, I got that bit. So you have said that if you're on a curved surface, then it would be necessary to navigate like you're on a curved surface. I'm not questioning that bit.
Okay, cool.
What I'm
That's what I was
questioning
trying to
is-
make sure.
Okay, I'm questioning the evidence that that is required.
Sure, I'll search it up right now and I'll make a claim based on that.
All right.
I mean, we've been asking flat earthers to demonstrate celestial navigation on a flat surface for years now.
Just a burden of proof reversal, though, isn't it?
No, not really. I mean, it's demonstrated
Yeah,
to work perfectly well.
We know your tricks, Mares. We all
on a
know your
sphere.
tricks.
And they all suck.
Yet to see it work on
they do
a
suck,
on a
yeah.
flat surface.
You've never seen it work on a globe. You're just saying things.
No,
You
I've seen
understand
it work.
you can use basic trigonometry to find your distance from a lighthouse, right?
How
Or
do you
the
find your
height of-
distance from a star?
And what the ground position of a star?
Yeah.
Very simple. Measure the angle to the star. Look at the almanac. It will tell you, because of your bearing, how far away the ground position is from you.
So how do you do that?
Just
Sorry, my Discord broke for a second.
thing is,
Right,
you
so
measure
how do we
the
do that? How do we get a distance from the GP? Let's say we know the GP, right? Let's just use Polaris, okay?
Yeah.
Stays in the same position.
Okay. Let's say Polaris is 45 degrees above the
Right.
horizon. Cool. So my latitude will be what?
45 degrees.
Awesome stuff. And for every degree, it's 60 or 69, 60 nautical miles or 69 statute miles.
Yeah,
Wanna do the math?
69.05.
Okay.
So why is it that?
Well, why is it an angle?
Why is it 69 miles? Why is it not 42 miles? Why is it not 3 miles?
Because that's the statute that we've given it. What are you talking about?
Yeah, we've got a mile, okay.
Yeah, cool.
We've defined a mile as some distance. Okay.
Yeah.
So why is the
A mi-
distance? Why is there a linear relationship between the angle to a star and the distance to it?
Angle
from the
to a
GP?
star?
Yeah.
Yeah. We measure the angle, 45 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
Our latitude is 45 degrees based on our angle measurement. For every degree, it's 60 nautical miles or 69 statute miles.
Right.
Kind of easy to
But
work
why
out
is
from
it
now.
69 miles?
I don't know, mate, you tell me.
Yeah, you guys always ask questions that
The
you
old-
think you have the answers to, so why don't you just give us what you think the answer is?
No, I want you to work through this yourself.
No.
Okay, we've already
Because
measured an
this
angle.
is what flat earthers do. You ask them a question, then they go, I don't know, you tell me.
Well, because
to get
you
out of
are
it.
baiting for something. You think that you have the answer to that, so
Of
just cut
course.
to the chase.
I'm trying to get
people.
you to work it out. And obviously this is a roadblock because you don't know the answer. Well, you do know the answer, but you don't like to answer it because you know it proves a globe.
Well, I don't know the real answer, but I know the one you want to give. Why don't you just cut to the chase already?
Okay. Well, Jedi, cut to the chase.
He's asking you to cut to the chase, dude. I've already asked you to explain more. We've already measured an angle. As far as I'm concerned, the conversation's over from just measuring that angle.
Why is the conversation over from measuring an angle?
Because you require two straight lines to measure an angle.
So I've got two imaginary straight lines.
No, one is it's an elevation angle taken from the surface or a horizontal plane.
No, you don't need a plane, you just need a line.
Yeah,
An imaginary
a
line.
horizontal plane.
No, you don't need a horizontal plane. You
You
just
don't
need an
need a
imaginary line.
horizontal plane, which would be a line from the observer out horizontally.
Well, a plane is not a line for starters. But do you think if I measure an angle, say from, well, my keyboard to the top of my monitor, there's like a flat surface between my eyes and the keyboard?
No, but that's not what we're doing with celestial navigation. Now you're off.
So why
What
when
do
we
we
measure
do
an
in-
angle from the
what do we do
horizon
in
or from
celestial
horizontal even
navigation?
to a star, do you think there's a
Doing
flat
celestial
surface there?
navigation, dude. Where do we take our measurements from in celestial navigation, dude?
Well, you can do it from horizontal, you can do it from like the horizon, then do like a dip correction, you could do it from
where
zenith.
where do we, after we've taken our subtractions and corrections, where's the measurement actually taken from?
Well, it's from wherever you stood.
No, after we've done the corrections. Say you're at 20 foot above the surface of the water. Then you do a dip correction or height of eye. Where's your measurement taken from after you've applied these corrections?
I'm not sure what you're getting at. You tell me.
Sea level, dude.
Okay, so yeah, on the surface.
Yeah, so on the surface will be the horizontal plane that you're standing on and the elevation
No,
up.
that's a reification.
From that. No, it's a horizontal
You're
surface.
saying it's a horizontal plane. That's the
It's
thing
mean
in
sea
contention.
level. It's mean sea level. It has to be a horizontal surface for you to measure an angle up from.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
It does have to be a horizontal surface for you to take an elevation, which means upwards, angle from.
Yeah, it's just an angle.
Yes, which
It's
requires
just an angle
two
from one
stages.
thing to another. You draw one thing from your eye horizontally, then you draw one other one from your eye to the star. Then you
Mhm.
measure that angle.
Yep, and you correct to take it where again?
You don't even need to correct.
You do when you're doing celestial navigation with a marine section.
Unless you're significantly off the ground, you don't need to correct for it.
That's awesome, but when we are significantly off the ground, we do need to correct to it. And where does the correction take you?
Yeah, to the ground.
To the ground, to mean sea level, for you to measure your elevation angle up from. So that mean sea level will be your
Well, that doesn't mean the sea level is flat.
It's a horizontal plane for you to measure your angle
It's
up
not a
from.
horizontal plane. You have a horizontal
isn't it?
line, and it's an imaginary line.
No, it's the it's the
Yes.
horizontal plane that the observer is standing on.
Again, you keep saying it's a horizontal plane.
And would you like me to cite it for you?
You're just reifying
Would you like
the
me
flat
to
Earth
cite
into
it for you?
existence.
No, would you like me
It's a fallacy, Jedi.
Would you like me to cite
Begging
it
the
for you?
question.
Would you like me to cite it for you 5th time?
You don't need to cite it because that's not what you need to do.
Okay. No point talking to this one again.
All right.
Let's
Well,
see
Jedi
what he
loses.
does with the bathtub test. Hey, buddy. The surface
go,
of the
Jedi.
water in a
Charles'
bathtub. Is it level?
Yeah, it's level.
All right, let's
Except for the bit
scale
near
up
the
now.
edges, we know it will like stick to the side of the bathtub. Yeah, it's level.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the meniscus, of course. You know that.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on. Swimming pool. Water level in the swimming pool.
Yep.
Wait. I guess before I go any further, is level curved? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, then there you go. He says level
There we go.
is
Level's
curved.
curved.
Everybody,
Earth is curved.
in a certain manner of speaking, you might as well say there is no such thing as level, right? I mean, why even have the word if nothing's level, right? Why even have that
Because
word?
it means a thing.
What does it even mean, though?
It means of equal elevation.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it
It
does.
means no point any higher or lower than another.
That's just another way of saying the same thing. Yes, no points any higher than the other of equal elevation. Or of
Maybe
equal altitude.
synonymous, but not quite the same.
It's
Be
synonymous,
exact
but not the
with it.
same. Okay. It's the same, but not the same. Charles, you're not very
Anyway,
good at this.
It's a very short sentence. You don't need to make it something else. But so you would say that level is curved. So like
Yeah. A level line will be a curved
I'll
line.
just leave it at that. Level is curved.
Mm-hmm.
So what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat? Cricket? Level. I'm just gonna daydream
the
about
level's
level
curved.
being curved. Level
That'll
is
be
curved.
one.
Thus the Earth is flat.
Yep.
I mean, thus the Earth is a globe.
Yep. If level's
That's
curved,
it.
the Earth can't be flat.
That's it. That's all you got. Certainly,
No,
yeah,
that's not all.
you must have something more
Go
than
into
the surface of the bathtub must be curved.
Hey, you're the one who brought up the bathtub.
Yeah, but I'm asking you what reason I have to doubt that the Earth is flat, and that's still all you're going back to.
Let's have a think. What we got? Well, the angle to Polaris, the angle to stars, they change linear with distance. That wouldn't
That's
happen on the
just
flat
stuff
Earth.
going up in the sky. That's the next
We
guy, all
have
this
things
stuff going
like
on up in the sky.
gyroscopes, mechanical gyroscopes, Foucault pendulum. They show Earth.
Oh, the gyroscope show that it's
Got-
spinning, right? It must be spinning.
Well,
right?
that's what
The
reasons there are
gyroscope?
for the Earth to doubt that the Earth
Well,
is
you
flat.
haven't
I'm giving you some
demonstrated that
reasons.
any of those are reasons yet. So pick one and then use it as proof.
Well, I think we just went over the angle to Polaris one with Jedi.
It's an angle.
Yeah, so we got an angle
Yeah.
to a thing, right?
So that defeated your claim.
No, it didn't.
Nice rebuttal.
So if the Earth is flat and the star is close, as we move away from it, the angle to it would not drop linearly with distance. But it does.
Okay,
If the
that's an
Earth was flat and
assertion.
the star was very, very far away, the angle to it wouldn't change at all with distance.
Okay, how far are they?
If the Earth was spherical and the star was close, the angle to it would drop exponentially with distance, which it doesn't do.
A lot of
If the Earth was spherical and the star was very, very far away,
So it's an inductive claim, not
the angle
deductive.
to the
so we can
star
just
would
throw it
drop
out.
Yeah, it's inductive.
linearly with distance.
Yeah, it's inductive with an implicit assumption that
this is
that the star itself is an actual object with a 3D coordinate, right? That's another basic, implicit implication of this, right? You think, or you assume it's a little orb of something, right? With a spot in 3D space, right? That's another thing that, okay, well, based on what, right? It's more philosophical than anything.
Well, I can see it.
Okay.
That's one thing.
Sure.
It exists in the same reality as me. That's another thing.
Okay,
But you're
so
saying, no. This star follows different rules to everything else in existence. What evidence do you have of that?
It does. I'm just saying you're basically assuming that it has to. And
Yeah, why wouldn't I?
well, you have no validation of it.
Are you a brain in a jar?
Brain in a jar argument. I have no
Are
reason.
you a brain in a vat?
No.
Right,
I don't
you have no reason to believe that, so we can just throw it out. So I have no reason to believe that this star is some kind of magical, physical luminary in the sky, whatever you want to
I'm
say.
not making a claim of it.
I'll assume it follows the same things as everything else in
Man.
existence.
Straw man fallacy.
Yeah, pure
That's
straw
not
man.
straw man.
If I was going to try and make a claim about that, then sure, but I have no reason to do so.
Right, I have no reason to assume that this star is not a physical object.
But you do have to assume so if you're going to make other claims based off of that.
Yeah, I would
Or at
assume
least
this about
one
the
in
star,
the vat.
just as much
At
as you
least
assume
one.
that you are not a brain in a vat. Okay? There's no evidence to suggest that you are a brain in a vat, and there's no evidence to suggest that this star is not a
But
physical
I-
object.
But I'm
So
not.
we can throw out the brain in the vat thing, just the same. We can throw out this. The star is not a physical object thing.
No, because you have to build upon that assumption to make other claims. It's the
Okay.
same. We had this argument with Scott Mackey when he was doing the presentation of how celestial navigation would work on a ball versus flat, right? And in one model, there's an allowance of the assumption that this stuff is infinitely far, right? Presuming it's an orb, flying, in some 3D space, infinitely far. So there's two assumptions right there. And then trying to counter that with, it doesn't work on a flat model because X, Y, Z. It
What
shows.
flat model?
Well, there you go. Their presumed flat model, right?
What flat model are you straw manning? Mez.
The one where you say it's flat.
Right?
When you say the Earth is flat, you're starting to build a model.
Hang on.
No,
You're giving it
it's not
features.
at all.
I
Yes.
was mid-sentence.
No, it's not.
If you allow me the privilege.
Okay.
Right?
Well, Heretic, stop interrupting. Then we can get through, Mick.
That's fine. Right, that too. But basically, the presentation that Scott Mackey was giving after he went from the globe model to the supposed flat model that apparently everyone thinks, we think or whatever. He then superimposed that same limitation, plotting these fixed points in 3D space, right? Not allowing any flexibility with that, and then saying, oh, they don't work because the angles don't change linearly, right? So, you know what I mean? So it's just, I mean, who's making those claims, right? We don't know, so we can't really construct that far without taking a step out of bounds, I think. So I was just pointing that out.
If you don't know, and if you're not willing to present any kind of model, you don't have an argument.
Oh, no, we didn't present a model. That's interesting. A minute ago you were attacking a model that we presented. Shut up. A minute ago you were attacking a model we presented. Now we're not presenting one. Well, you took care of yourself.
Well, that's just the thing. If you're presenting a model, if you're saying, as soon as you say the Earth is flat, you're starting to build a model. But if you're saying, no, we don't have a model, then
Okay, so we are presenting a model then. Which one is it? Make up your mind, Goofy.
He was trying to say something along the lines of, if you're not presenting a model, then you must be wrong, or something along those lines, which I'm very sure that's a formal logical fallacy.
That's not a formal logical fallacy.
Then make yourself clear. Make yourself clear. I don't want to straw man.
I'm saying, as soon as you start to say the Earth is flat, you're starting to build a model.
We haven't built a model. We just said that water is flat, therefore the model you've claimed can't be true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're starting to build a model. In this
no,
model,
we haven't built
the
a
water
model.
is flat.
Starting to build a model is as weasel language. We haven't actually built a model. We've just pointed out that water's flat, so this shit that you're floating as a model can't actually match reality.
Okay. So we've got the model of flat water. And let's use this to make some predictions. And if we try to predict where the stars are, it doesn't work.
Why not? You're going to try to use flat water to predict where the stars are. Can you explain how that works?
Yeah, so if we assume that the water is flat, thus the Earth is flat, and we try to, measure distances from the ground position of a star.
Right.
With the angles. Translate the angle into 69 miles.
Can you show that there's 69 miles per every degree of latitude?
Well, yes, that's just
Can
what
you
it is.
show that? Oh, it just is what it is. Can you show that, though?
How would I show it?
I don't
Pull a
know.
Google Earth?
Go to the North Pole and travel 1 degree latitude away from there and tell me if it measures out to 69 miles. Or are you just going to say these things and not back them up?
Well, I think the whole, Jedi was just saying earlier that, 1 degree to Polaris, every 1 degree that you move south, every 69 miles you move south, Polaris drops by 1 degree. I thought this was a pretty agreed upon thing. So.
Well, I don't know. Why don't you prove it? Sounds like
If we all agree on it,
It just sounds like
what's the point?
sounds like you're just depending on us agreeing to it.
It sounds like you're desperately trying to find a way to weasel out of this.
What do you mean? I don't have to do anything. I don't have to do anything. You haven't even validated the underlying premise in the first place.
I think it would.
You're just saying it and hoping that we're just going to go along with you. I don't know. I haven't been to the North Pole. I haven't measured distances of latitudes up there. I don't fucking know if it measures out perfectly to 69 miles. Maybe, it's a model that has some practical value. But I don't know that it actually represents the world totally.
Yeah, maybe. Heretic
So,
very
Mez,
angrily not knowing anything.
Mez, are you trying to say the stars in the sky do X, thus the Earth is a ball?
Yeah, that's another problem. He doesn't know why the stuff in the sky is doing what it's doing. Could be 69 miles per degree of latitude. It actually could be, and yet still not be a sphere.
How could that be?
Because you're looking at an apparent position, not the actual position of the star, and so you don't need a curved surface or a geometric horizon to make it decline the way that it does.
All right, so now you're going back to the stars aren't actually physical objects; they're just illusions or something.
Oh no, I don't know. I didn't say they're illusions, so that's a straw man.
Okay, so you don't know.
Said that you're looking at an apparent position. Maybe they're phenomena. Maybe they're objects.
An illusion.
I don't know. No, I didn't say an illusion. So that's a straw man.
Well, I like the word illusion.
Yeah, I don't care what you like. You like straw man.
Straw man a lot.
Yeah, we got
Sounds
another
like
problem.
cheerleading.
We got a problem, Mez.
I've got a lot of problems
We
here.
got a big problem with
Nothing
your
seems to
claim.
work on this flat Earth.
Yeah, nothing's working on your globe, and that's why you're trying to steamroll me right now, because I'm about to call that out. So, you think that stars decline the way that they do as you move away from their GPs because the surface of Earth is
I
curved,
don't think he's
right?
listening right now.
I don't really care. You think that's what happens, right, Mez?
Oh, sorry, my mic stopped working there for a second.
Yeah, so-
Oh, sorry,
so-
no, can you say that again?
Yeah, you think that stars decline the way that they do as you move away from their GPs because the surface of Earth is curved, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that necessitates a geometric horizon. Show me that.
It necessitates a geometric horizon.
That would be the thing causing
just
the,
the farthest
the
point
stuff
that you
in the
can see.
sky. Right, so that would be the geometric limitation of the surface of the Earth that stuff like stars eventually vanish over. So can you show me that?
Yeah, just keep walking away from the star. You'll see it drop.
Okay, all right,
Go below
69
the
miles.
horizon.
So 69 miles per degree, right? So that's going to give us what, 39, 59 mile radius, somewhere around there, right? If we do the math, that's going to give us what, 1.2 miles times square root of observer height in feet distance to that horizon, that geometric limitation, right? So that's the math that we should be getting if what you say is true about why stars do what they do.
Sure. If we're just
Okay.
talking about the physical dimensions of the Earth.
Great, that's great. I like it. I get your claim. Now, can you show me the geometric horizon?
Yeah, just look across the sea.
No, you show it to me because I didn't see it.
Okay.
And you need more stars on a
Sorry.
globe. You'd need 2 sets of 12. You need more than one zodiac, because the stars don't, like he just said, you can't point out the stars going below anything. You just say back up from them 6 miles. That ain't doing shit for you. Stars ain't going below 2 degrees. You need them to have to. They're not. Everybody sees the same 12 fucking, you know what I mean, the constellations are the same for everybody. On a ball, you would need the 12 above this half and then the 12 above the fucking bottom half.
I got him on a point, though. I got him on a point where we need the geometric horizon to be the thing that's actually blocking the star, and he can't
100%.
show us that.
Right.
Well, what are you expecting to see? What,
Well, I just told you in
What are you
spades what
looking
I'm
for?
expecting. 1.2
the
miles.
geometric
times
horizon, what
shut
does
up!
that-
Shut up!
what does that
shut
mean?
up! I already told you. So now
Shut
you're
up,
stalling.
shut up.
Yeah,
Any
stop!
time
You're
limit
steamrolling the
on-
conversation, you prick. Yeah, 1.2 miles. I'm square root of the observer height in feet. This
He's
asshole.
deafened himself.
Okay, get the fuck out of here. I'm just gonna kick you.
Yeah.
Again, sorry, my mic just stopped working for some reason.
No,
It's gonna
fuck
keep
off.
stopping.
Just fuck off. He did this earlier.
Yeah, your tactics aren't gonna work.
Right. Why do they re-ask where the geometric horizon is? They're supposed to be pointing out because they know, and they're the great fucking answers of all globe questions, and they're gonna prove it to us. Like, why the fuck would we be telling you anything about some stuff we can't find and no other human can? That's you magically can find the geometric fucking location of the curve.
See how he tried to bail out there?
Yeah. That's his tactic.
He's plugging his ears.
He's a child.
Yeah. Well, he's going to talk over me too when it's getting to a point where he's not going to be able to answer.
There's a list of people. There's a list of people that I detest, and he's right at the fucking top.
You know, it's kind of funny. I hadn't heard the brain in the jar thing said, you know, in a serious fashion in this room in a long time. And you just happened to be the one to bring it up.
I don't even know if he asked it, you know, in a logical context. Like, I think normally you logically ask someone that question when after they've said something else, not after whatever a heretic said.
Yeah, I had said something about the stars, like, oh, we don't know. And he said something like, oh, well, do you know if you're a brain in the jar? It's like, well, I'm not making a claim. I don't know. He's like, oh, well, therefore they're equivalent. I don't have to really worry about it. It's like, well, yeah, you kind of do. Because your cosmology is, you know, has that implicit assumption in it. And then other things are built on that. So you might not be directly saying it, but you're, you know, kind of inferring it or relying on it to be true.
They're invoking the very geometric horizon that they tell us that refraction causes us not to see. When they tell you that 69 miles per degree shit, and it has to be because it's a sphere. It's the curved surface of the Earth. Now it's geometric, and it looks like what it actually is, and refraction's gone. That's it, isn't it? I mean, that's what they say is causing the star to decline as it appears to, right? Problem is they can't show you the thing that they say actually does the blocking. Weird.
Shit, they can't even show you that curve that something's being hit around up close and personal. Can't show you anything drop below 2 degrees.
They can show you all these things that the curve is supposed to be doing, but can't show you the curve. They sure it's the curve doing it?
Hey, nihilistic Chris, you want to tell us why we should doubt the Earth is flat?
Yeah, you're up, Chris. Oh, he's gonna chat skink. I'm just gonna delete everything you post. You can talk in voice. Pathetic.
I wish the Earth were a ball. Because if it was, there wouldn't be any flat earthers. And we'd all be right.
Well, I have some measurements that can help you pretend it's a ball, Charles.
Exactly. Help me pretend it's a ball without it actually being a ball. That's the problem, Jesse, right there.
Well, it might actually be a ball.
Except it's not.
Well, could you give one concrete, solid reason that I should question it being a ball?
Yeah, that's Charles's question, but turned around.
It's a good one,
Yeah,
Charles.
we can see too far for the Earth to have a radius of 3,959 miles.
But doesn't that make the false assumption that light can only travel perfectly straight?
That's not an assumption, that's an observation. And by the way, it's not like we're looking through fiber optics, for God's sakes. We're looking through one medium, and that medium's a gas, and that gas is a mixture of gases, and it's air. And air doesn't function like fiber optics, Jesse.
Well, it might. It actually might.
No, it doesn't, Jesse. That's why we have fiber optics. Otherwise, we just use air instead of fiber optics.
Good point.
Okay, I tagged you with a picture in the side chat. These are photos I took myself. I went to the same location and took a picture of the same thing, and I had my telescope leveled both times, and I had the telescope in the same location both times, but it was different days. One day was a calm, hot day over cold water, and the other was a cold, blustery day. And you can see that on the hot, calm day over cold water, the entire shoreline was lifted up above eye level. The building was compressed up a bit, but it was still a pretty clear picture. On the cold, blustery day, there was no particular vertical compression and the shoreline was below eye level. So something in the air does bend light, because if light can only go perfectly straight, then these two views would have to be the same, because I was at the same location using the same telescope and the same camera looking at the same building. Do you see why I might
I would call that distortion, not bending light. Let's just call it distortion. That's what it is.
Well, but if the light takes a perfectly straight path, then what's happening to it? What is this distortion that can make something appear in a different place without bending the light?
So, are you saying that you can look around corners through air? Using just air?
A little bit, yeah.
But you have no demonstration of this. You're just asserting it with this. And by the way, you're not seeing around any corner. You're just seeing less. Maybe a mirage of a sort. So you're not seeing around any corner, and that's no demonstration right here. So you have a demonstration in real life of seeing around corners through one medium, that medium being air.
Okay, we can go on to corners. Are you conceding that conditions over the water can bend light?
Well, cause distortion.
Well, what
to
is
be a little more
distortion?
accurate.
What is distortion?
Distortion would be not being able to get as clear of a picture as you would otherwise.
Well, the picture is crystal clear. I mean, the two pictures are both very clear.
No, one is more clear than the other, Jesse.
Well, which one is more clear?
The one where you can see more of the building with a greater detail.
The on the left or on the right?
I suppose on the right.
Okay, so, but the one on the left is still pretty clear, right?
Yeah, reasonably so. Whatever. The point is, you have no demonstration of being able to see around corners through air alone.
Okay.
And to suggest that you do, it's kind of ludicrous within itself.
And also, if I may interject, sorry, just to be clear, right? There's an assertion going on that this is a single medium, right? If it's a hot day and it's over a body of water, it's sufficient to say that area or that volume that's being that light is passing through is actually not just one medium. It's a mixture of maybe two, maybe more, depending on how you want to argue a medium, right? Air is air, but oxygen, nitrogen, they're different medium, all that stuff. But suffice to say, it's at the very least, it's two or more sufficient, more so to be the case, two on a hot day. So, that's another, stick in the gears of all this, because it's not allowing for precision without.
There's also water vapor to be, put in consideration.
Exactly.
Water vapor can potentially have a magnifying effect.
So,
or distorting, right?
Yeah, but a magnifying glass and the magnifying effect can do some interesting things, but it can't allow you to see around corners. That's what Jesse's trying to say.
Exactly. Yeah, I just wanted to point that out because it's a nuance that deserves attention.
So, are we all agreed then that if there could be different densities of the air over the water, then there could be possibly a condition that did bend light due to Snell's law or gradient density refraction?
No,
I don't think anybody.
That's two media.
Yeah, two media, and I don't think anyone's disputing the fact that phenomena is going on. The claim that it's a continuous curve consistently over a long distance, that has yet to be fully demonstrated. It's inferred by small samples of instances such as this one, but it's not well-rounded, no pun intended.
So, are we agreeing then that there are conditions that can take place over water that could allow us to see too far on a globe sometimes? Charles?
I don't know how to answer that, but I got a question for you. If you want to answer it.
Okay.
Do you see what's in the the text chat?
Uh-huh.
So you see how there's a mirroring effect going on over the water right here?
Uh-huh.
So, like that house or that structure you see off to the left-hand side, like, it's not really upside down in the water, is it? Like, in reality, it's not really, is it?
No, of course not.
But it appears to be.
Right.
In this picture, right?
Right.
So I'm just pointing that out to you to illustrate, on a hot day when the sun is beating down on the surface of water, the surface of a body of water, like, you can get some funny optical effects. But, again, you can't see around corners to the best of my knowledge. And also, it can make the, Well, anyway, you can make things look different on different days. Like with your example, where you can see some of the house and then less of the house on the island that you were showing.
So you don't think that refraction can allow you to see around a corner?
Not atmospheric refraction.
Oh, so you agree that, like, if I had a prism refractor that angled the light like a prism, that I could use that to see around a corner, a glass prism refractor, right?
Sure, as long as it's two media.
Okay. So I'm gonna post another image for you. Let me go into.
Are you sure this is not to scale? I think this is to scale.
Yeah, yeah. So, you've got that picture up, Charles?
Yeah, I see it. What am I looking at?
Okay, so what I did is I set up a telescope a couple inches below the top edge of that metal blue and white sign. So the telescope was a couple inches lower than the top edge of the sign. So, in other words, the sign was taller than me. I should not be able to see the water over the sign. And then I waited for a barge to come by. And when the barge came by, to my great interest, I could see the water line on the barge over the top of the sign, as if the light was in fact bending around, as if I was seeing around a corner, as you say. And I did this specifically.
No, why do you have an arc line?
All day.
Why
All
is
I can say this is a very creative way to grasp for straws. But this is just grasping for straws, dude.
Well, and unless that sign...
Is that a refutation to saying grasping at straws?
No, I don't know why he has an arc there.
Is that a refutation?
Well, where's the straw grasping?
I can look that word up. What point are you trying to make, buddy?
The arc.
You don't know the word refutation? That's okay.
No, sorry, I don't. And the Earth remains flat and stationary.
Well, let's say for the sake of discussion, the Earth is flat and stationary. How, if the camera was in fact 2 inches below the top edge of that sign, and light is always perfectly straight in the air, then how could I possibly have seen the water line on the ship, which was at sea level and below me, over the top of the sign?
Diagonally.
You messed up, and you actually had it higher than the sign.
I did not mess up. I very carefully measured, and it was a couple inches below the top edge of the sign.
Well, I don't believe you.
Well, that is the biggest compliment you could pay me, because all you've got to do is go out and try this yourself, and then you'll have to give up.
Did you ever think to try what I've tried? Like, so let me ask you this, Jesse. Does atmospheric refraction make the globe unfalsifiable? Yes or no?
No.
Doesn't. Oh, I'm so glad you said no. So then does my observation that I just showed you of the opposing shoreline, seeing part of the docking structure definitely less than 25 feet above the surface of the water, 8.52 miles away. Does seeing that part of the docking structure 8.52 miles away at that height, does that falsify the radius, yes or no?
No.
Why not?
Because you don't know that the light is going perfectly straight in that shot.
Oh, so you're saying atmospheric refraction's involved, right?
Yes.
Okay, so again, does atmospheric refraction make the globe unfalsifiable? Yes or no?
No.
Oh, okay. So, over what distance do you have to see what in order for the globe to be falsified? I don't even know where to go with this. Yeah, over what distance do you have to see what target at what height for the globe to be falsified for you, Jesse?
So the reason atmospheric refraction doesn't make the globe.
Oh, wait, Jesse, I'm looking for a number, like miles, number of feet above water, miles. That's the answer I'm looking for. I'm not looking for a speech.
Any distance that is can be accurately measured.
That's what I was just showing you, accurately measured.
Show me an accurate measurement.
Are you talking about the distance across the lake? Is that the part you're talking about?
No, show me an accurate measurement of flatness.
Well, the observation doesn't suffice you due to atmospheric refraction, correct?
Please explain.
I just showed you a photograph of Lake Chelan from shoreline to shoreline. Lake Chelan in Washington, from shoreline to shoreline, no convexity of the water to be observed. There should be 48 feet of convexity of the water, curvature of the water over that distance. There's none to be observed. I have just demonstrated visually that that water is level over that distance. So what's next?
Well, how much refraction did you have, and which direction was it?
Again, so refraction does make it unfalsifiable. So it does. You're saying it's not, but then it does all of a sudden. You're speaking out of both sides of your mouth.
Not at all, because you're presenting something with a wild card, an unknown amount and unknown direction of refraction. If and when we can quantify and measure and know the amount of refraction and the direction of refraction, then we can make a measurement. What you have is just a picture, and it could be that if you'd actually done an objective measurement, an angle measurement, that you would have found that it was flat, or you might have found that it was actually measuring as concave, depending on the weather. So the picture you provided is not even evidence. Even if light was straight, only straight, it's still not evidence of flatness, because a concave Earth would also look that way. So you have to stop and think, which way is the density gradient, how much is the density gradient, and how much will the light be bending due to the density gradient.
Alright, I know this is getting a little redundant, but I'm just going to ask you again, Jesse, what would falsify, if anything at all, if anything could ever, what would falsify the globe for you?
Oh, predominant measurements of flatness.
Okay, what method, what distance, where, when, how?
As long as they were accurate measurements, it doesn't really matter when, where, or how.
With steel rails? With optics? What are you talking about? You're being vague. You're being very, very vague. There is no falsifying it to you. Just admit it.
Well,
yeah, if I may add also, I enjoy the hearing the degree of scrutiny imposed from the position when it comes to the claim that, oh, it's flat, but oh no, you got to probe, and make all these measurements of all these variables to make that to ensure that it's actually flat and or whatnot. But then when it's presented that, oh, we can see this far. So it's, but it's with no probes and no measurements of humidity and refractive index overall the said distance. Oh well, it is just the refraction doing it, but we'll just use some average or whatever and make the claim that that's what's going on without actually any of the data points. I enjoy that double standard.
Well, we've all seen the skunk bait time lapse. If the shoreline sometimes appears above eye level and below eye level when we're sighting close to the water, and the globers could cherry pick one set, and the flat earthers could cherry pick another, and the concavers could. Don't we all agree that if a quote unquote measuring method gives such wild results that anybody can just cherry pick what they want, then can't we all agree that that's probably not a great way to measure the topology of Earth's surface?
I concur with you that we should be probing these factors to make the claims, but neither side really is doing that. So neither side can really make that assertion without these details. But it is definitely interesting, the disparity that we witness in all of this stuff, right? So it just goes to show that this line of reasoning might be leading to a dead end until such time as other factors or other evidence is factored in that doesn't need such depth of scrutiny. Go ahead.
Well, Jesse, I advocate for that all the time. When I go to, Gem Panda server, and I say to them, hey guys, I want to get, together with my own money and my own blood and sweat, and I want to go out somewhere and start constructing an arc segment measurement of the surface of the Earth so we can prove to these flat earthers that the Earth is really curved with something that's not up to interpretation, an arc segment measurement of the surface of the Earth with solid materials. Come on, who's with me? You want to know what I hear from them, Jesse? I hear nothing. Just like, oh, no, crickets. They just, oh, no, don't want to do that. Because they don't give a shit about the truth. They don't give a shit about the truth, Jesse. Would you be willing to do that, Jesse?
I'll do the engineering if you can come up with the funding. It's going to be expensive, but I don't have much money.
Guess what, Jesse? NASA gets $56 billion a year. They got the funding for it, but they're not interested in the truth, are they, Jesse?
Well, I'm not NASA. Just please don't strawman me. That's an awful strawman.
No, I didn't mean it like that. I think you misunderstood what I said. I wasn't strawmanning. I was saying they are not interested in the truth, Jesse, not you.
Oh, well, I came here to talk with you guys, not about NASA. But look in the
I know, but the point is, Jesse, the money's out there.
Well,
the money's out there.
I don't have access to that.
Yeah, but why would it be diverted, like, on other things when, there's still people that believe the Earth is flat, for God's sakes? Like, we need to do something about this. But how can we live here in the year 2024 and people still believe the Earth is flat? Why, that's crazy. Why, we should take a very, very small fraction, a very, very small sliver, probably even less than 1% would be required of $56 billion in order to construct steel rails, one straight, one curved, demonstrating curvature of the Earth. Certainly we can do this, right, Jesse?
I mean, someone could. I can't. You can't. So
certainly NASA could, right, Jesse?
Oh, sure.
So why is NASA not doing this, Jesse? It would only take less than 1% of their budget. Why are they not doing it?
They are unconcerned with proving that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah. They don't really care about their taxpayers that don't believe the Earth is a globe. They don't really care about this minority.
That's correct. They do not.
Yes, government does not care about taxpayers. We all agree on that. So now look in the side chat, Charles. I put a GIF at 6 past the hour. It shows a laser beam being bent by a temperature gradient in air. So I'm wondering if you might reconsider your idea that air or that light can be only straight in air.
I didn't make that claim.
Oh, so are you conceding that light can bend due to density gradients in air?
I'm saying that Snell's law doesn't apply to one medium, is what I'm saying.
Okay, what about density gradient optics?
How do you know it's bent?
I don't know.
For the curve of the Earth. How do you know it's so bent? How do you know it's not horizontally just above the thing? Vertically up a little higher than the thing, and then you see it at an angle, at a straight angle. How do you know that, Jesse?
Well, Charles, there's a lot of evidence that light does curve towards the more dense region in a gradient, with no boundary layer, no two mediums, just a gradient, including just a temperature. So you've probably seen the fish tank with the laser curving in the fish tank, right?
No, it's not curving. It's salt water.
That's one. Yeah, and also that's one instance of deflection happening. Right? It's not consistent bending, if you will. Right?
I'm not sure what you're talking about. Let me post
So
an
you
image
can't
of
shoot a
my-
laser to the other side of an aquarium? Is that what you're saying, Jesse? You have no laser that you can shoot straight to the other side of the aquarium? Tell me that can't happen. Hello.
Okay, I posted a
Sorry.
picture of my own fish tank laser thing. It looks like a pretty nice curve to me, but
Would you happen to have any not curving? Any lights shooting through water that don't curve? Somewhere you gotta have lights shooting in water that's not curving.
you're hot micing, Ogeezy.
Fuck you, motherfucker.
That's a sweet chap. Charles, would you like to see a video of laser light being bent by a density gradient with no
How
boundary
about
layer?
you tell me how you know the Earth is flat, buddy? Go ahead, because you never want to make the positive claims, eh? So let me flip.
I'm just talking to the other guy, Jesse, if you don't mind, because like you're still just insisting you're describing Snell's law.
Excuse me, sir. I was
Demonstrating that with
talking.
one medium.
Sir,
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
talking.
Everybody, why don't you just tell me? Why don't you just tell me? Let me ask you a quick question.
Sir, I was talking.
What reason do I have to doubt the Earth is flat? Tell me.
Who are you asking?
Measurements of curvature.
Yeah. Whatever the hell. You left anyway. Whatever. You mean you're not measurements of curvature, Jesse? You have no measurements of curvature. I've been talking to you. I was just talking to you 5 minutes ago what a real measurement of curvature would look like, constructed potentially with less than 1% of NASA's budget, which they don't ever do year after year after year. Don't tell me you have a measurement of curvature, Jesse. You're talking directly out your ass when you say something like that. All right, let's go to Thomas. I'm just curious to see now that Matthew's in here. Matthew, is the water in a bathtub at rest? Is the surface level? Yes or no?
Surface is level, but not a straight line.
So it's level curved.
It is.
All right. He's one of the level is curved guys.
Well, I mean, that's the way that we define it.
The way you guys define it, not the way we define it.
Most of the human population. I mean, I guess we can argue about words and definitions. We could just ignore the word level and talk about straight lines versus.
How many aquariums do you got to line up for the last one to start curving funny, for the water to act weird and different?
Reckon, or if I put a ruler flat on the bathtub water, I won't be able to tell difference because it's a very tiny amount. So you're right about that.
So where is it not very tiny? Where does it get to where a boat gets hit by it?
Well,
And you can
Pacific
see that
Ocean,
it's not
something
tiny
large
like the curve, like the edge. Yeah, where can you stand at and show you're at that point? Somewhere the globe has to not be a horizontal. What the fuck, man?
Yeah, we would say everywhere.
No, where's the edge where you can look down and not see dirt and water? Don't say everywhere, show everywhere. Show where you can hover and not see dirt and water in front of you on this so-called globe. The edge of this fucking ball we live on. Let me guess, we can't hover in the air no more, boys. Can't look forward no more. We're looking to see where the globe stops, because that's where the globe starts. Where the globe stops being in front of you, that's where it starts being a globe underneath you. Do you understand, Jesse? Or do you not know what a ball or a sphere are, or the attributes of? Or whoever, Matthew, anyone. Check.
We hear you, DMOC. Charles, I just wanted to say thanks for the nice discussion, and if you ever have any questions, feel free to hit me up. I have actually made a lot of measurements, and I think it is actually very reasonable to think the Earth might be a globe based on my own measurements.
Cartoon lines. Cool story, buddy.
What would those? What would that measurement be entailing? Is that your best globe proof?
Yes.
So
Actually-
would it involve a theodolite or something else?
Some of it is theodolites, and some of it is just surface distance measurements.
But there's no arc segment involved with either of those things.
Probably not. The difficulty with an arc segment is how do you make it, how do you know it's perfectly straight? Because light is pretty, it's like the straightest thing we got. And so if we made an arc segment, we would be like trying to check it against light. Well, we can use light. That's how a theodolite works. But this other thing, the surface distance measurement, is I measured the length of an arc minute of longitude in my area in northern Washington, USA, and an Australian measured the length of a minute of arc of longitude in Australia, and we got a guy doing it in Brazil. So on a flat Earth, the longitude lines could only diverge going south and south of the equator, right? But on a globe, they diverge the widest at the equator, and then they start converging again towards the South Pole. And so what we're finding is that the lines of longitude are farthest apart at the equator, and then they converge going towards both the south and converge going towards the north. So that's only possible.
I don't know what you're on about, man. But I just got to point out at the beginning of what you're saying, you misspoke in a way that I think you should probably know. You said the arc segment measurement. It's hard to know whether or not it's straight or not. I think you meant to say the straight edge above it, not the arc segment measurement. The arc segment measurement would be curved, not straight. The idea is to have a straight edge above it to compare the two visually.
Right, but how do you know that that straight edge is perfectly straight?
Oh, well, that's just it. You're not the first person to ask me that. See, I don't doubt that it's straight. You're the one who's doubting that it's straight. You're the one who needs to prove to me it's curved when it looks straight. That's on you, not me.
Well, but I'm just asking.
Listen, buddy. If I lay a piece of train track, if I lay a set of train tracks on the ground, and I say they're not curving at 8 inches per mile squared, and you say they are, we both observe them as not curving, you've got to demonstrate that they are curving when they don't appear to be. That's on you, not me.
No, I'm just asking from a practical standpoint, how would we actually construct a mile-long, perfectly straight ruler?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not sure if you're listening or comprehending what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
And check this out, right? If you constructed one that was deliberately curved to a degree that was to match the supposed curvature, right? And then you had one that was to the best of your ability straight, right? And you did assume or factor in some degree of bending over a certain period of a certain distance due to weight, right? You would still be able to make the call, right? Because you'd be able to predict how much it should be bending within a certain degree of error, right? And if it's bending entirely to match the deliberately curved one versus not at all, like, you have an answer there. It might not be a perfect answer, but it may be sufficient.
I don't quite understand how that would solve the problem.
How not? What part did you not get?
Well, the fact is, if something is curved at only 8 inches per mile squared, without using light, it's incredibly difficult to measure for such small deviations from straight.
Well, if you have a material that is known to not bend that much, right? Let's say it only bends 7 inches per mile or whatever, whatever in compounds. If you can factor that in over a certain distance, if you have greater than or less than a 1 inch gap between the two things over 1 mile, and then a greater than 2 inch gap or less than 2 inch gap, and then 4 inch gap every successive mile, then you're on to something, or not, right? Like these types of variables can be accounted for.
Yeah, but everything bends much more than that under even just the slightest amount of weight. That's the difficulty.
So if that's an engineering problem, that's an engineering problem. But in principle, I think there's no if there's no limitations, then yeah. But if you minimize that or minimize them, you can still be onto something, even if such things are occurring.
Well, what do you think of this converging southern and southward converging longitude lines thing? Do you think it's possible for lines of longitude to converge south and southward of the equator?
Where are they?
Hey, Timbo.
Hey, how are you, mate?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. Where's the converging longitude lines?
Well, they're converging in Australia.
Where?
Well, they're closer together than they are at the equator, right?
How do you know that?
Well, we're still waiting on the guy in Brazil, so I don't know it for absolute certain, but a guy I know in Australia took a trundle, a distance wheel, those things you push along and it counts the meters, and he went on an east-west street in near Melbourne, I think, and he measured the number of meters in an arc minute of longitude. And in America, I did the same thing here on an east-west street in my area. I measured the number of meters in an arc minute of longitude.
How'd you get the longitude on the ground?
I used a GPS and Google Earth.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Well, but isn't it true that the longitude from the GPS is the same as is gotten by celestial navigation, which is based on the stars?
How do you know that?
Are you disputing it?
No, I'm saying, how do you know that?
Well, that's how celestial navigators navigate. It's in all the books. It's published. That's where longitude and latitude comes from.
Well, you're going from celestial navigation to GPS.
Well, GPS gives the same type of coordinates, right?
Well, it'll give you whatever's on the GPS.
Well, let's say you have it set to latitude and longitude, then it would give you latitude and longitude, right?
So you measured with a wheel of a meter over a distance to get longitude lines?
I measured the number of meters in 1 arc minute of longitude running east to west.
Right, and the guy in Australia, Melbourne, did what?
The same thing.
The same, yeah. Did he account for east-west being 12 degrees off?
No, we used celestial east-west. Both of us did.
Celestial east-west? How did you get that?
It's 90 degrees from celestial north-south.
On the compass?
No, according to the stars.
Which star did he use in Melbourne?
You take a time lapse, and they all form circles, and in the center of that circle is a location, and that's your true south.
True south, or that's true south? Okay, all right.
That's celestial south, geographic
and what
south,
was
and south.
What was the difference in meters?
Let's see here. His was a little bit longer. He had a few more meters at 32, I think, or 34 south than I did at 48 north.
34 south. I think we're at 38 south.
He might not be quite as south as you are.
In
Maybe it
Melbourne.
wasn't Melbourne. I can find out.
Because east-west is 12 degrees off.
Oh, magnetic.
Yeah, magnetic declination.
Yeah, it's like 15 where I am, but we weren't using magnetic north, south, east, west. We were using geographic.
Are you using? Oh, okay. Yeah, I get you. Yeah. How many meters off was it? And what degree
This
are
is
you
the
at?
test I want to do.
Hey, eggshells.
Yeah, I remember you were saying that, eggshells.
So
Remember you
yeah,
were talking about that.
You're a
drive
nigger,
east-west
you're a
in
fucking
my
nigger,
car
you're
and
a
try to
nigger,
figure
you're a
out.
nigger, you're a nigger, you're a nigger, nigger, I hate
doing
nigger, because you're a nigger, nigger, just a
Gotcha.
nigger, nothing but a nigger.
Shut up.
Retarded ass dude.
Go ahead, eggshells.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of how to do it. Like, how do you measure line of sight horizontally? What do you do to the trigonometry of that? Like, you're doing a degree per nautical mile, or what?
Because you were talking about like going into the middle of Australia and then following a longitude line down or something, and then trying to work it out from another longitude line on a different location. Was that what you were talking about a couple of months ago?
Trying to measure, are the state borders north and south?
Ah, the
As in,
lines.
can I check this?
But you can't follow
And then-
the border lines, though. That's the problem.
But you can check what is north and south of one another and what the distance is between them. You can measure out a square and test that the angles are 90. And then go, why is this square not square, right? So you're just doing lines of sight. What I'm thinking, I don't know how to do it yet. I don't have a full method mapped out. But I think I can find geographic north-south.
In the desert.
Yeah, you
Oh,
just
you
look at
mean-
where solar noon is. That defines north and south.
Accurate.
That would be the best way to figure it out.
So it at 30. Let's see. In the Australian test, he measured 1,552 meters per arc minute.
How many? Sorry?
1552 is what he said.
Yeah.
What did you measure?
And I measured 1,251 meters per arc minute.
What degree north are you?
48 degrees north. 48 point something.
Does that work out?
Yeah, it matches the globe model very closely, within a few meters.
And what was his latitude in Australia?
I think it was 32 or something. Let me look.
32 would be New South Wales.
Let me look. I will find out. I'm sorry, 34 degrees south. I tagged Timbo in the side chat with the Australian video.
Yeah, I'll have a look at it. Cool. Oh, Ruhif. I think he's in Sydney.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I don't remember names very well. I probably misstated the location, but he gives it all in his video.
I live in Sydney.
Of course you do. All the weird people live in Sydney. Or Tasmania. Take a pick.
So, if I'm basically if I were at 45 degrees, I would be halfway between the north center of the flat Earth and the equator. So, if it's flat, then the meters per arc minute should be half for me if compared to what they are at the equator, right? And then for Ruhif in Australia, they should be even greater than what they are at the equator, right? Because all the lines of longitude have to diverge, right?
Yeah,
So
they
have
have
you
to
done
get to
these at the
zero.
equator yet? It sounds like you've got someone in the north and you've got someone in the south. Wouldn't it be nice to get somebody on the equator?
We are working on that. Well, at least at like 25 south, which is closer than 32 south.
Well,
34.
2 points don't give us anything. You just got 2 points here and there, but you need the 3 points so that you can figure out what direction it's going in.
Yeah. Although, if the 2 points we did measure just happen to match the globe model, that makes a pretty interesting discussion because it will probably match at the equator too, right?
Probably doesn't count it. You need to find out if it does.
Well, we are working on that. The roller wheel has been purchased, the camera mount has been built, and good weather is being waited for.
Hey, eggshells. Are the borders north south? You know
That's what I intend to
the ones-
test. I intend to test if we can. Like the question is, can we find due north south? That's a yes or no, right? And can we find? Do we know if we can find north south? We know east west, correct? And then on a flat surface, should 180 degrees equal a triangle, and add another 90, I forget what it is, 490, 360 makes a square. And we know that 360 makes a square, and it doesn't. So what do we do about that? That's the test, essentially. So do we
It
know
doesn't,
true
or
north south?
maybe it doesn't. Yeah. All right. Okay. Sounds good. When are we doing it?
God damn it! So, yeah, I'm trying to think what's like some method, Jesse. What would you do if you were trying to know linearly the distance between points? So if I lined up on a east-west shot, mountaintops or something like that, or I don't know, somehow I get a distance on a line that I know how much it is deviating from from due east-west.
So you're trying to measure the distance between two mountain peaks?
Well, I'm not sure. I want to drive east-west in Australia twice, like once higher up and once lower down.
Oh,
and
I
show
see.
that triangle isn't square, that I can know that I'm starting on a line of longitude because longitude equals time, and I know where the sun is.
Oh, right.
So I'm to physically measure the distance east-west. I don't know if you use mountaintops. I don't know. How would a surveyor do that? How do you know how far away you were 20 minutes ago, in your car or something?
Right. If it's line of sight and within, 6 miles, you can use a theodolite or a total station rangefinder. If it's line of sight.
Miles?
What's the longest I can do? Because I don't want to stop every 6 miles. That's a lot of stopping.
They used specialized equipment and radar distance measuring for mountain peak to mountain peak.
Say again?
When they were doing the Great Triangulations, they used specialized radio transmitter receivers that worked basically like LiDAR, but they bounced radio back and forth between the mountain peaks, and that calculated the time or measured the time it took the radio signal to get out and back, and that's how they measured the distance when they were doing it that way. But what if you check the calibration on your car's odometer against, 6 miles or something, and then just drove the Eyre Highway.
Yes, okay. So I could do something that is my car's odometer and something that knows precisely what is north-south.
Right.
Right? And if I know those two things, then I can know how much I could use a gyro to know how much I'm deviating from that.
The gyro would have too much drift unless you were using a gyro compass. A gyro compass would tell you true north and true south.
I'm just trying to find something that would tell me if I've got to push this. Sorry, hang on, I can't talk for a second. I'm playing Valorant. Ow.
Anyway, the Eyre Highway is dead straight. It's almost exactly east-west, and it spans a full arc minute, or a full degree of longitude.
Wow.
It's longer than that. There's 2 full degree boundaries within the Eyre Highway.
There you go, Eggshells. I posted LiDAR for you. You got it.
That's how you can tell distances? What's that, with LiDAR?
Correct.
Cool. I'd want to talk to somebody who made that photo to understand that. Looks like weather patterns or flights or something, I don't know. Weather, I more think.
Correct again.
So the existence of weather disproves the globe Earth. It's
Yeah, all we would have was sunny days on a globe Earth.
Yeah, everybody would have sun everywhere at once, which makes sense because the Mesopotamians thought the entire world, like every city that existed, was like walking distance from one another, right? There were no other cities. Oh, there might have been over in the east, actually. Sorry, there might have been like Krungtep or some, like some sort of ancient. But they didn't know there was very little interaction they had with the east. Why did I do that? Yeah, so drive along an east-west highway. That's your suggestion. I like it. Drive along an east-west highway with testing with my Odo and cross-referencing that with GPS, I guess. Nice, precise GPS.
Well, you would probably want to use mile markers on the highway to check your odometer or something. If you rely on GPS, then the argument will be made that the GPS is lying to you about your actual distance.
I know my Odo is wrong, though.
Right, you have to calibrate. If it's, 10% high, 10% low, whatever, you find out what that is, and then you apply the correction. It should be relatively
stats.
Yeah, it should be relatively consistent as long as the tire pressure is about the same throughout the whole test.
Yeah, I like it. That could be quite good. But then I need to find a similar east-west highway further up. I need to find 2 roads that I can test against one another.
Ruhif has already done an arc minute of longitude at 34 south. So that sort of helps, maybe.
Oh, right. So just compare it to other ones that other people have taken.
Right. It's a start, anyway.
Hmm. I need to think of a complete way to do it if I wanted to head out into the desert on my Hilux, you know.
Yeah. Frankly, when I was looking for a good spot for Ruhif, I came to the conclusion that there is not a single straight east-west street in all of Australia. I don't know how you guys figure out where to put your streets, but I think I don't know how it happens, but they sure aren't very straight. Most of them. Except the Eyre Highway.
The hard corner.
Well, here on Highway 1, it at 18 degrees south is a 15-mile stretch that's east to west and pretty straight. That would do it, right?
I think so. The thing is, it's the whole game is I know that I'm going to find a globe, and so the game that we always try to play is who would be convinced by this, and invariably you will not get up to the day of the test without somebody already having an excuse ready for why that's not globe.
You know that you're gonna find a globe. You mean that you're gonna pass by a trash spot and you're gonna find like globes over there that people throw to the trash, and you're gonna pick it up or something?
If that's what you took from what I said,
You said you know you're gonna find a globe. So what does that
Sure.
even mean? What does that mean?
Like, I'm not honestly testing to be like, oh, could it be? I'm like, it clearly is, but here is a test that I could do that would disprove it if it were false. But it's
You
not
said that you
false.
are you know that you're gonna find a globe. So does that mean you're
Yeah.
gonna pass by some type of trash?
Probably overstated it. I like to avoid being that, certain.
You're gonna pass by a trash field where schools threw globes away, and you're gonna find that or something. And then you're gonna say, "Who? I found a globe." Where are you gonna find it? Where?
If that's what you thought I meant.
What do you actually mean? Can you be specific? Are you gonna find one? You know, or you believe, or which one is it? Because you're gonna do it only in Australia, from point A to point B. You're gonna do a circle around some streets or locations, and then you say that over there you're gonna find a globe between those locations. How is that? How are you gonna do that? Flat chills.
Just a sec. Oh, sorry, I was playing around with Valorant. Look, mate, if that's what you took from what I said, what I was talking about was like, could I physically? What I'm trying to think of, maybe you could help me do it. Is what would be the best way if I wanted to measure? Is a line east-west the same distance as a line higher up when compared to the line that is north-south? Right?
So you want to do a circle around a certain altitude and then another circle at a higher altitude or a lower altitude. That's what you want to do.
On the Earth, at different latitudes, I want to measure a distance of east-west. Basically, measure along a latitude line. Is it possible? And should it be a bigger number or a smaller number if all verticals are parallel? How?
You said that you're gonna do that across Australia, maybe from certain positions, and then you said that you know that you're gonna find a globe doing that.
Yeah,
How so?
like I'm slightly overstating it for the sake of humor, but I'm confident I will find a globe. I'm happy to test the globe in a way that it could fail because I know that it won't fail. That's the idea of falsifiability. That's Karl Popper. All of your like stuff about what's required for the scientific process has its basis in Popper, who suggested there was a scientific process, which is he's like the black swan guy, right? And
Are you gonna go across a longer distance than like Florida? Are you gonna like cover Florida distance,
be a
like
lot more than
the whole?
width of Florida. No, I do a few thousand kilometers probably, east-west.
That sounds like a pretty decent distance. So I showed you a LiDAR for 1,120 kilometers. Do you like that? That might just give you the answer right there. Across water, 1,120 kilometers LiDAR, horizontal. There you go. You got the answer. You got it.
That was good.
How's this, eggshells? I found a 16-mile section of pretty much east-west on Highway 1 that is completely within the longitude range of the Eyre Highway. And
Okay.
and at a much different latitude.
Oh, nice.
I'll get you coordinates. So obviously the Highway 1 does not have a lot of straight stretches, but you'd have to work with 15 miles, but that perfectly overlaps a section of the Eyre Highway, which is at the bottom end of the country and which is perfectly straight.
I can't wait to get on the highway again.
Hey, Demo, Excel said that he's gonna travel across the highways and he's gonna find a globe somewhere.
I think
Hopefully
maybe.
hopefully he finds it like 50% off.
Yeah, it's like because would anything prove it to you? Would any measurement east-west? You get the idea that it's a difference between a Euclidean triangle and a non-Euclidean triangle, and if it breaks Euclid's postulates by
It would keep
error,
Euclid.
then you know that it's.
Actually, I already gave you the answer. I already gave you the LiDAR image, 1,120 kilometers across water. I already showed it to you, and you're like looking away from it, bro. What are you doing?
Yeah, come on. Reality's right there, Eggshells. Quit running from it as fast as you can. Running just as fast as he can. Trying to hold a globe in his hands.
Sorry, I just used it.
What's that?
You see that demo? We spoke to him directly by name, and he said, "Sorry, Jesse. Sorry, Jesse." Blah, blah.
Yeah, because he's running. He's got a globe in his hands. I could picture him running right now from a horizontal. He's like, "No, Jesse, help me get away from this horizontal line."
No, I'm not okay. I'm just wondering if anything, can you think of what I'm talking about and sort of going and the question to you is, do you get the idea of what I'm trying to test and how I'm trying to test it? And do you have a better way that I could test it? Because I'd still
Yes, I got the idea, and I got a better way. I got both the answers. Yes. Did you ask the questions? Yes, and yes, and I showed you the LiDAR over 1,000 kilometers, and you're still looking away from it. So, well, what else do you want? Do you have a better idea than this 1,120 kilometers? Do you have anything better than that?
How big would the ball be if you can see horizontally for 1,000 and some kilometers and there's no curve? Like how big a fucking ball you guys live on? A sun ball? Your ball 1,800,000 times bigger than the Earth? That's fucking cool. You guys live on a big old ball. Big, 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 so big, 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 big ball.
I DM'd you, Eggshells, the coordinates for that section on Highway 1 that overlaps the Eyre Highway.
Yeah, that's I'm trying to get what do you think? Can you think of a way to make it really visual, the difference?
I might not understand what it is you're trying to do.
Oh shit. He said the word visual.
I'm trying to think of how to measure a square. It's not never going to be highly visual, is it? I would have to like map it out. Oh, that's what I could make it. I could make a 3D model of it to show it.
Hey, look, I gave you a visual. It's an infrared. It's 1,120 kilometers. An infrared, bro, across water level. Look, Eggshells. You've been asking for it. There you go.
A little bit farther than your theodolite, isn't it, Jesse?
It's right in front of you, bro. Just look. Open your eyes.
The horizontal horizon will never run from you guys. The only thing that's running is that curve. You guys better catch it.
He said he's gonna hit the road and he knows he's gonna find a globe. And I asked him, "Are you gonna find it like on a
That's why we test
trash
it in a
can,
falsifiable way.
like on a trash can, or like in a cell, like in a, like a somewhere on a school in a trash can? That's where you're gonna find it." Because if I show you an infrared of the distances you're asking about, you said 1,000 kilometers, and look, it's over 1,000 kilometers, and you don't want to look at that. What else do you want? You want to hit the road and just dream Dream about the
I don't
globe,
want to
and
talk.
you're
What
gonna
is it I
find
don't
it.
want to talk about? Go for it. Go for? I didn't. Sorry, I didn't mean to shut something down. Go for it.
You said that you want to travel across 1,000 kilometers or something like that, right? On
The
the road.
idea is a line east-west should be getting smaller, right? So if I drive to change the time, right? We know longitude is time.
But I got something that supersedes that. Supersedes is it goes. You ask for something better, right? That's what you said. Do you have anything better? So
A test
I'm
I
showing
can do,
you
yeah.
an
Not a picture you
infrared.
don't understand. But that's just a picture you don't understand.
What do you mean you don't understand? I overstand it because I'm
You
looking
don't
down to it.
understand.
You don't comprehend it.
Maybe I don't comprehend it, but I mean, unless you can describe.
Well, there you go.
how
We
this-
try to give you the answer, and you're looking away from it, and you're just like, nah, I'm gonna go find the globe somewhere
Fine,
across
like
the
explain
road.
it. Go for it. I'm going to reserve some skepticism that you fully understand it.
Do you know the
Because I'm
globe
gonna make it.
math? Would you happen to know any globe math by any chance? Has any of you guys ever done any globe math? Now put it to 1,000 kilometers by any chance, and then let's see what happens when you can see for 1,000. Right.
What he's trying. What you're trying to say. What you're trying to say is that this infrared is supposed to be curving, but it was made horizontal, right? That's what you're trying to say. Because what we see in the photograph is a horizontal line that you see the people that grab the data and the images, right? The infrared, they made horizontal lines on top of the imagery, right? You see the lines that go from one side to the other, and they go across 1,120 kilometers. And what Exels is saying is that no, those lines are supposed to be curving, but in the image they're just horizontal.
Supposed to be hiding a lot of stuff
flat image there.
between you and me, between you, point A and point B. Supposed to be a lot of stuff hid, a lot of humps, a lot of protracting water.
Hang on, is that your whole argument, Gemsy? That because the way they've presented it there is flat, therefore the Earth's flat?
Is that your argument? Because you're the one saying that. I'm showing you a water level that is not curving. Horizontal line, zero slope. You see, not curving.
I've seen
When the
maps
ball
of
is
the
supposed
Earth
to,
mapped as
in
flat
the ball,
before.
on the ball is supposed to be curving. So there's level right
Sure.
here on the water across the Atlantic Ocean. You can see with your own eyes in infrared, no refraction, and you're like, nah.
Yeah, no curve left to right or forward. What the fuck? So just imagine 3 of those views left to right, that distance covered, no curve, Billy Bob, and then forward, no curve. Where's our fucking curve at? That's our
Wherever you want it,
conundrum.
man. Wherever you want
Wherever we want it. Well, that's the problem with you Globers.
So look, I show him a lidar that is showing across the Atlantic Ocean, and the other one on top of that is from Texas to the Middle East, right? And horizontal lines are all over the place. And he's saying, no, I'm gonna go find the globe across the road in Australia, from point A to point B. You're gonna find it there, but across these oceans and across these continents, it's not there. But he's gonna find it in Australia.
On a little road in 15 miles. So in 15 miles, he's going to find it, no problem.
Do you guys think it's possible to test the difference of a distance of longitude, east-west?
We don't
it's a
know
possible
what
thing.
curve
That
looks
humans
like.
have that capability.
Do you think it's possible to produce an Earth curve physically, so you guys could just shut your yap and quit imagining shit?
What about you,
Lines of
Gemsy?
latitude are a measurement of where the sun is. That's what they are. So where solar noon is, that's when the sun is over top of you. And they split that up into 24 time zones, or in a circle around the North Pole. And that's where your longitude lines come from. So when you're on a longitude line and somebody is on another longitude line, they might be 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, or up to 23 hours away from you.
Right. Sure. So
on a
do you
flat
think,
surface.
yes, you can measure the length of a line of longitude, know that you're pointing north-south and you're traveling east-west?
East-west is not a straight line. You cannot go dead reckoning east
Right.
or west, okay?
Exactly.
You can't do that.
Essentially, what you're doing is you're testing. East-west is not a line. In either model, it has to be a circle. But if there
Absolutely.
is only one center on a flat shape, which is necessitated on a flat shape, there can only be one center that the sun is revolving around, the lines must all be getting bigger. But if there are two centers, which is not possible if all verticals are parallel, if there are two centers, then it must be an
So
object
you and
with,
Jesse.
So
diametrically
what,
opposed
what you need to
surfaces
be
that are
looking at, you need to look at the sun, and you need to find some locations, and you need to get some people to measure when they're at their solar noon. Okay, so when the sun is over top of them, and then you have and then you find their location and their longitude, for example. Okay, and then you need to find somebody else on another longitude line, and wait for their solar noon. Okay, it doesn't matter about their latitude, just their longitude. They just need to be on the same longitude line, and they both look for their solar noon. And then once you've done that, then you know that that is the 15 degrees apart that they are, if they're, say 1 hour apart, for example, here. And then you can figure out what the measurement is between those two locations, more specifically.
Right, and I sort of did that. I found a YouTube by Mitchell from Australia who had filmed, I can't remember if it's a sunset or a sunrise, but he filmed it and he recorded the time and the location and the date. And then I also found another flat earther on the far other end, on the west end of Australia, who also filmed a sunset or sunrise, I don't remember which, and he also recorded the time and location and the date. And I checked them against SunCalc, or timeanddate.org, I don't remember which, or whatever, and they both matched. So I think timeanddate.com or whatever, and suncalc.org, I think those do accurately tell us when sunrises and sunsets are based on location.
Yes, I think we can know when the sunrise is going to be out of location from a website because we've checked it, and everywhere we have checked it, it's correct, which can lead us to presume everywhere we haven't checked is also probably correct, unless it knows specifically where I am to make sure that works.
So you guys are trying to look at the longitudes and based on the sun location, right? And you're looking at the celestial sphere and looking at the movement of the luminaries and looking away from the water and looking away from the ground.
How would you use
trying to establish
find east-west? I don't know. Where does water come into it?
You're trying to find what you're looking for, right? You said you know you're already gonna find the globe, right? But you're saying you're gonna find the globe based on the longitude lines, latitude lines, right? But that's not the ground.
Same way everybody's found the globe, right?
That's celestial stuff. That's celestial. That's why you're talking about the sun. That is celestial stuff, not the water.
How else would you find you're on a line of longitude? Do you think lines of longitude?
How else are you gonna do? You know, depend where you find. You look across the water.
You need to wait for solar noon. You need to do it at solar noon so that you're looking for when the sun is at its highest point above you. Not wait for sunrise and sunset, because that could be off. That could be altered by atmospheric conditions at the particular time on one end, so it wasn't quite according to date and time where it should have been, but it could have been. No, solar noon. You can't go wrong with that. And now you've got two locations that are 15 degrees apart, and then you can measure the distance between those two cities.
Go ahead, Exils. That was for you. Go ahead.
And if you had a ball,
he's back. He asked the question. Now he's back to the video game. He's gonna play that. He didn't hear what the other guy said about solar noon.
Oh well, I'm done then.
Hey, Exils, you got another answer for your questions, and you're ignoring it again.
He could also write
my
some
question.
lines.
What was my question? That's a way to test about how far apart two cities are.
Do you hear what the guy said about solar noon? Do you hear that?
Yeah.
What did he say? Repeat it.
Sorry, I'm playing a game at the same time. That you can get solar noon at one point and another point and know how far apart they are. Right? Correct or incorrect?
Is that what you said, Plumbob?
Absolutely not.
Oh, sorry.
But
go again. Sorry,
close.
Plumbob.
I knew it.
But absolutely not. When you're done your game, maybe pop back in here and maybe we can discuss it again. I'm not going to talk to somebody that's not paying attention.
Fair enough.
Yeah, he's been playing this game with us since he's been playing that game over there.
You know, it's just unreal. They're talking about trying to measure distances and getting a precise measurement and everything. And then they start talking about sunrise and sunset. Well, those things are arbitrary at best. You know, yeah, they should happen at a certain time, but you might have fog, might be cloudy, it might be piss and rain or something. And you don't see the sunrise or the sunset exactly when you should, or the sunset comes early or something for whatever reason. And it's like, come on, guys, use something that you can measure solar noon, and then you know that the sun is right there, not like, oh, the sun is over there. And according to that, like, where are you going with this? I don't see how that's going to support your argument.
He's bluffing. He's bluffing his way out of non-answer just to ignore what you're trying to say.
Because I'm trying to find also other ways that don't involve looking at the sky. I agree with you. Longitude is just what is solar noon, and that will tell you how far longitudinally two places are apart. What I'm trying to do is, if we accept that, what distance is there between those 2 points?
You have to accept it because that's what longitude is. It's the solar
we're both
noon.
on the same page.
Okay, so you have to accept it. So that's something that's a given. And then the only thing that's in question is, what is the distance between this city and that city?
Yes, bingo. So essentially we go, I know what noon is for me in Perth and me in Sydney, and I find out what it is in Perth, and I go, that means it's this many longitude. Now I'm testing the truth of the longitude, which claims these shrinking lines of longitude.
That's fine.
By
You still need
seeing
to,
if they
you,
shrink or
you
not. And
still
if they
need to
don't
know the
shrink,
distance between those two cities. And that's where I said you need to do this at 3 places. You need to do it in Australia, you need to do it on the equator, and you need to do it up where Jesse Patch of Light is there.
well, I want to do it possibly still still in Australia, but just 3 in Australia, and go, are those lines getting smaller? Because
that's not. No. Do it in 3 different places across Earth, if you can, that are vastly different, so that there's no confusion. There's less room for error because the amount of difference should be so great that you should be able to see it, and less likely that it could be faltered. So you do one in Australia, you do one on the equator, and you do one at around 45 degrees north. And then you've got 3. And you can see.
I agree. I wouldn't say no to more data, but I'm trying to think, how can I do it just myself? I think I agree with you. It's very similar to what Jesse said, which is use other people's data as well. And I think I will. Like, some guys done it. The length of runways is very strictly recorded and given to pilots. And you get the longitude and latitude of the ends of the runways. And many of those runways are fairly perfectly east-west. So you can know already, if you're willing to take other people's data, you can know that this is the case, because you can do an analysis of the length of a runway versus how many arc minutes it is. And that will be a longer line. Like, the runway will be shorter to cover the same degrees at the equator. Right, because the distances stretch out at the equator. We're coming to a point at both poles. So all I'm trying to do is go, could I do a few of these myself? I would compare it to people in the north, though, as well, absolutely. And what you should find is they're shrinking at the same rate equal to latitude as if we're on a sphere. Both ends, they're shrinking towards them in a curve you can draw out.
Yeah,
and it's
fair enough.
got a linear relationship between degrees.
You still got like 1,200 kilometers of flat there that Gemsy posted there, so you got to take that into account too.
I don't even know what that is. Like, I would love to talk to the person who made it and how they made it, and was it planes or satellites? That's probably satellite.
I looked it up.
Oh yeah, how's it?
Yeah,
made?
it's a reconstructed image from multiple radar or lidar soundings from a satellite.
From a satellite. I called it. Didn't I call it? Yeah. Okay, tell us about it. What else?
I don't know a whole lot about it. It looks like the satellite basically flies along shooting these lidar shots out, recording the reflected time and intensity and angle of the light that comes back, and from that it maps out clouds and stuff, and then it like reconstructs an image out of like all these slices, kind of like
that satellite, it would produce flat images, right? Because it would have a fairly consistent radius, it would be a consistent distance above the surface.
Right, exactly.
It's traveling parallel to the surface of the Earth, so it's going to appear. So if you didn't do anything to the data and there was something orbiting above the Earth, you would just have the difference in radius as a straight line.
Right, yeah.
That's interesting. What do you guys think about that? Gemsy Flat Earth Proof is a satellite LiDAR that would produce flat images because it would probably have a quite consistent radius to Earth.
The data was
Sound
acquired.
would be parallel at any
Hey,
point.
silly monkey, that's water. That's a water level. Horizontal line. There's no earth on that one. There's a water and the sky. You see there's no soil there. What are you talking about?
The data was acquired over a 14-minute period on January 4th, 2011, as the satellite flew 1,120 kilometers from north to south over Greenland, the Greenland Sea, and Denmark Strait, as depicted in the map above. So, yeah, it was just moving like a sonar, like a fish finder on a ship, just moving along, sounding, and then it created that picture from all those shots that it took along that entire 700-mile path.
Right.
It's not a photo. It's a reconstruction of a scan, basically, like a CAT scan.
A reconstruction of the curvature of the Earth into a horizontal line.
Yeah, why would you construct a horizontal line? What the fuck? How could you do that if it's making what it is? If it's filming what it is, like showing you a car has the sleek design of a car, how the fuck is that turned horizontal, Jesse, magically?
Like
You tell us.
Like Eggshells just said, because the satellite is remaining at a consistent altitude above the surface of the Earth, and that's why it looks like that, because it's
Consistent altitude above a sphere that drops below you every second. A consistent altitude not dropping. So does the LiDAR thing drop every second? Does it keep dropping down? I want to see its flight path and watch it drop down every second, Jesse, to keep going around the globe and down below. And then can you film it go down below 2 degrees for us, please? LiDAR ever fly down below 2 degrees, or any fucking object for that matter?
We'll
Why
film
can't
it.
you Globers film anything up close and personal without any dirt and water in front of you? We're looking for no dirt and water. We're looking for no horizon.
We'll film it
That's
in
what we're looking for.
16K with the side view, and we'll put it all in your bucket with the gravity.
Yeah. See how retarded you are? Now, why are you such a fucking retard when I'm asking you a serious question? Like, why can't you Globers film the edge of your fucking ball?
Ever taken a photo with the horizon in it?
The edge. No globe in front of you. Curve. Matching protractor. The top of it, not the bottom, stooge. Have you ever seen a fucking curve? It's not horizontal, goofy. Do you understand that much? You have to understand this, right? The protractor has two things on it. A horizontal bottom and a curved fucking top. Those two things do not match, both you fucking retards. So quit acting like they do. They don't fucking ever match. So now could you kindly line up your motherfucking top of your motherfucking protractor with the curve of Earth, stupids? Because a curve don't bend on the left and right, only somewhere in a fucking image of a satellite image. It curves in the middle of itself. And now, go up in a helicopter and just point the fucking camera forward and don't see no earth, dirt, or water in front of you. Then we can watch the sun and moon go down and rockets and everything, satellites, all that good shit. Drop down below zero, stupids. Your
My
helicopter.
my wife, her grandfather, I just spoke to him the other day. He's a building inspector in a major city in Canada, and I told him that level nowadays is considered curved, and he laughed at me. He's a building inspector, and he just laughed.
Not funny. It is laughable, but not funny.
Well, I think it's sad that people are believing this. Like, level used to be level, one part not higher or lower than the other part, level, consistent, all the way across. And all of a sudden it's curved. Everything's curved. You got sea level, not sea curve, sea level.
That's why they can't show you globe elevation up close and personal. If we lived on a globe, that would be no problem ever. Every fucking little kid that's 5 years old would be able to get up and be like, yeah, I know what Earth curve does. Goes below this horizontal line. It's exactly not the same. It could never be this horizontal line. It's the epitome of the opposite of this fucking horizontal. That's what every human knows. Now, a glober thinks a horizontal line is a fucking curve. And they don't know what a globe looks like. Because all they keep doing is telling us, describing flat Earth to us and insisting it's a fucking ball. They have no ball in hand. They have no little drones placed at 20 different positions on a fucking sphere that just sit there and rise up 1 inch or half an inch or a millimeter off that sphere's surface and look forward like the retards they are. Guess what they're going to see? Exactly what I'm telling them. One of those drones ain't going to see no fucking Earth in front of it or below it. And if a moon went down, it would film it right in front of it with no Earth in the way, no water in the fucking way. Only drone camera, only camera from the helicopter, boys. Have you seen a ball lately?
Say what we say when we say it.
No ball with no little drone with a camera. So you've never seen what the fuck a ball looks like. Make it to scale and use a drone and make that to scale for an aeroplane.
Boom. Boom.
You need a little bitty model if you don't understand. You can't keep them to pointing to flat Earth like, damn. You guys sound like you're drunk. You're like, look what flat Earth does. Look what flat Earth does. Everywhere flat Earth. Look at that flat horizon. Look, everything flat. Look at these flat maps. Must be ball. How? Where? The flat map, the flat Earth doesn't have the edge you can go see where there's no water and dirt. That's the fucking problem. You dummies are keep confusing your flat Earth that where you can't find the edge with your fucking globe that's nothing but an edge.
And is the entire population drugged out on ADHD drugs and has no feeling of their own senses anymore? Like, what is going on? Has everybody lost control of their own bodies?
And mental capacities. You got to think about a picture. This picture is so fucking powerful. I'm going to tell you the power of the picture. The picture of a globe is so powerful that everybody just lives on a globe, and no matter what you show them in reality is not good enough because they got shown a fake cartoon fucking picture. So your reality that me and you show them, we could tap them in the face with stuff, touch them with it. No, that's not real, guys. How do you know that's real? They'll say. But
Well, it gets worse than that, Enoch. It gets worse than that because not only did they give us a picture, they also loaded us up with textbooks filled with pseudoscience. The whole meaning of science has been taken away from us too. It's no longer cause and effect. It's whatever you want it to be. That's science. You do anything. Oh, that's science.
Because you know what?
Did it in the name of science. Therefore,
You
it's
know
science.
why? Do you know why? Because real science was too hard for them ever to do or commit to. Do you know how many variables do you know how long your life would have to be just to study the one blade of grass over the other blades of grass? You couldn't live long enough. You couldn't live long enough to study the variables of fucking water. You're not a million years old. You can't live to be a million. Today, 2024, they don't know what the fuck water is. They don't have 100% gold. They don't have 100% gas. Everything they write down in a book is some fucking cartoon shit and some made up attribute of the action or reaction that we can record, and they put a fucking cartoon story behind it.
Yet it works. Engineering proves you wrong.
Provided they presume that the plane is constant mass, rigid, symmetrically weighted, and that the Earth is flat and the atmosphere is motionless.
All of
Was
which
that
is
English or Australian?
You know, it's a simplifying assumptions. The engineering.
Did you just say wet Earth? You believe you are a wet earther?
You have a funny habit of saying, "Did you just say?" and then say something very different.
Yeah,
I said.
It's Friday night after all, and I think that Jack Daniels is getting around.
Jack hasn't spoken today, so.
So
Sorry, Jack.
why don't you guys like the idea of an east-west length test?
You got it done already? You got it done?
Well, yeah, preliminary one's done. The
Why
runway
don't you like the idea of just hovering in a fucking hot air balloon or helicopter and pointing your camera forward, showing us there's no dirt and water in front of you because it all fucking curved down below you, Scoot? Which one's easier?
Like you don't want to
Which one's easier? Which one's easier? Fly a drone up, stare it forward. Yeah. What retards? They don't understand the globe is nothing but a curve, an edge.
Yeah, they
Nothing
don't have
but a
balloons in Australia. They don't have balloons in Australia, bro. He can't do that.
They don't have drones. They don't have selfie sticks you can extend 20 foot above your head. They have fucking nothing now. We can't even look forward.
They don't have infrared cameras there either. So
I want to know what they're looking at when they look forward. They're not looking at a globe. The globe's gone. You're standing on the edge of the fucking globe. You are the horizon of the globe. How the fuck are you looking forward at it? Eggshells.
You know, when you say it like that.
I'm still waiting for you guys to get a real ball and put some little cameras on there and show us where you don't have exactly what I described. Liars.
hey, actually, have you ever experienced adding water to a bowl and the water not doing like splash on the floor?
Yeah, it generally follows the vector of down, sure. Bit sticks to the ball, doesn't it?
That's because you're not
splash?
spinning it fast enough. You got to spin it faster, and then it'll stick more.
All right, 1 revolution per day. Is that fast enough? How fast do you want to spin it?
You mean like the sky is doing that per day? Yeah, like the
1,000 miles an hour at the equator.
We need
1,000
three
miles an
vectors.
hour at the
Spin
equator.
a
That's how fast we
basketball
want it.
at 1,000 miles an hour. So the outer
66,600.
and you think
1,000 and 400,000 is what we got to move it. Funny boy.
It's rotational speed.
Yeah, there's more than one vector here, so we got to put them all in there. Demuck there just listed a bunch of them off, so you want to write them down, and you can get this ready for your basketball. This will be fun.
So you just don't want to talk about a test that we
66,600. While you're going 1,036 on the equator, you got to get that and scale it down to an RPM of some sort. And then you got to have 66,600 RPM. And then you got to add 400 something thousand RPM to that. Right? Goof troop.
Yeah.
Let's not leave none of them out on your magical
The
fucking school
RPM
bus
is 0.00069.
No, it's 1,036 miles an hour.
I'm talking about RPM.
66,600 miles per hour. And then it's 400 something thousand miles per hour. So those are all mile per hours. So
Right.
you can
Those
scale
are
them down.
RPMs.
Right. You can scale them down.
the wrong
So now you'll need 66. thousands.
Demo, remember that's fantasy. Remember that's their fantasy
So,
story.
so show me how you're
That's not
just going to
reality.
do all these RPMs at one time.
And then remember, when all that's done, the water has to stay on the ball.
Right,
And not splash.
Yeah, the physics works out. The math works out. It's internally consistent. And if you deny that, you're just ignorant about the physics. That's all.
Well, we'll deny what you demonstrate. If you don't demonstrate, you're fucking.
I love it when you tell the truth. We'll deny what you demonstrate. He just comes out and says it sometimes.
Yeah, you'll need to
I
demonstrate.
do like it.
How we
I think
how
that
we
was an
denying
accident.
anything you don't have.
Deny what? He hasn't demonstrated what he's saying people are denying. He hasn't demonstrated that. Denying what?
He's like, we'll deny what we do.
How can we deny you're spinning ball holding water when you haven't fucking demonstrated it, funny guys? Get your ball out, rotate it, pour the fucking water on there, funny boys, and show us what you're talking about.
Sure, you
Or
get
else you are fucking sadly mistaken, and
You get a
you're against
basketball.
reality.
You get a basketball, drench it. So
No,
it's
I'm not getting
100%
shit.
wet,
I'm not
and
getting
then,
in there.
And then you spin that
You are.
basketball once per day, and then you see if it.
No, I'm not spinning anything. You're going to spin it 3 fucking speeds, and you're going to tilt it 23, and you're going to have it rotating around your fucking room while it's rotating that way and going somewhere at 400,000 RPM. So it has to go that way 400,000 RPM while it's rotating and spinning. Gooch.
Nobody claims 400,000 RPM.
It's not going with the sun. It's not moving through the universe and through the galaxy and through the Milky Way and through with the sun. The sun's
Not at 400,000 RPM. The maximum RPM is
going up at 9.8 meters per
0.0069.
second. How fast is the fucking Earth going? Total.
And 0.00694, is that the
No, retard in space.
That's the rotation
No,
of
in
the Earth.
space
That's
with
the
the
highest
sun.
number you're going to get. That's the highest RPM you're going to get.
So in space, you guys are going 0.0000 nothing. Right? Welcome to Flat Earth, no movers.
I said 0.000694 is the maximum RPM that the Earth does.
Yeah, every other one
RPM
just becomes orders of
Revolutions per minute.
Where's
We're talking
what
about
about
how
the
we're talking about
66,600?
spinning. RPMs talk about RPM is the correct measurement for spin.
Yeah.
It goes to revolutions per day. And
Yeah,
then
so
a
get
day
your
is
fucking ball
nearly
out and start
a
spinning it.
degree
Show us
for
what you're talking about.
364 days
Quit
of the year,
dreaming about this
360
shit.
degrees.
Why do we got to keep dreaming about you guys' balls holding water? These fantastic stories.
1,036 miles per hour is still a real speed. That's a very real speed. And you'd think
Right.
that would have some kind of an effect on the water and the air.
It does. It's about 0.3%.
Yeah, okay, La La Land.
No, it's
Fucking
just the math.
true.
It's the raw math.
Physical material, you dumb motherfucker. What are you spinning?
That's why
You
the
don't
math
have a
works.
little earth. You don't have any math that goes along with any physical attribute of any stuff.
We do.
Where's your water sticking to something, doing what the fuck you just said, Goofy?
All this stuff exists in math, and that's why Matthew is good with it, because he knows how all of this fits into math. It's not reality. We don't see this stuff in reality, but
Sure we
we
do.
can figure it out in math.
No, you don't see it in reality, Russ. You guys that have a ball right now on TV laughing at us and pointing and saying, we don't trust reality. You're the motherfuckers who only go to cartoon, imaginary dog shit, which is nothing physical at all. No little ball, no RPMs, no 3 speeds, no tilt, no 23 degrees, no little sun, no temperatures, not a fucking squat. You guys got nothing.
Except for
I don't
GPS,
even
and
understand
sunsets,
how
and satellite
broken
TV. So we got nothing besides all those evidences. So if you call that nothing,
What evidence? Get the ball out and show me how your temperatures work, motherfucker. Where'd you get your evidence from scratch?
Oh,
Where's the first
yeah, no,
evidence you
temperatures. That's a good,
ever got
another good
that
example.
temperatures
Seasons.
work the way you claim? 93 million mile away heat source. Get the ball out. Get your fucking heat source and show us how that works in reality.
Hey, Matthew can do all the math he wants, but he will never be able to attach water to a spinning ball. Doesn't matter how small that ball
Yeah, you will.
is.
You can do that with a basketball.
Doesn't matter how
No,
slow that ball is gonna spin. That water is not gonna stop splashing on the floor.
These guys can't even show the
What are you talking
seasons and
about?
the
You can do that with
temperatures
a
according.
basketball.
Hey, we can go to many places that have balls like built spheres on platforms, and every time you attach water to those balls, the water splashes on the floor. Matthew, you know this.
If you take
Yeah,
a basketball,
I mean, he's
if you take
making
a
a claim.
basketball and if you dunk your basketball in a swimming pool and bring it up, most of the water will fall off, but the basketball stays wet for a few minutes, and so there's an example of water sticking to a
So
ball.
Earth has 2 minutes of water. When did that pass? 8 billion years ago?
The water splashing is an example of the water not splashing.
I'm talking about the water that stays on the basketball, making the basketball wet. That's an example of water
Not doing
sticking
what
to
the
a ball.
globe does.
Example of
Not
what?
doing what the globe does is what the globe is doing.
The globe doesn't match reality at all. Show the temperatures
Demox
with
said the
your
water doesn't stick to a
basketball.
ball, and I
Show
just told you
how
that
top
it
of your
does.
basketball dimples are cold as fuck, and how the bottom of your basketball is going to be super fucking hot with your sun. Get a
This straw
basketball
man,
and a little sun.
Demox straw man is so strawy. I can hear the horses chewing on it.
Okay.
Do you know?
It's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
So show us how.
Democ doesn't
Hey, you
doesn't
guys
have a.
wanted
how
basketball
water
in
sticks
your
to a
Earth.
ball.
Now you don't want it. Now
That
you
you
don't
just
want it for
claimed.
seasons and
That was
temperatures,
your
right?
claim. Show it to us.
Yeah, the claim is temperatures work on that fucking basketball the same way you want to dip it in water. So get your sun, whatever source you pick, even the real one, I don't give a fuck, and then pull your basketball out and show us how the tip of your basketball bumps are super cold like mountaintops, and
Just
how the
the tip.
bottom of it's really hot.
Just the
Whatever
tip.
you want. Yeah, whatever you want. Just support your claim that you just made. Just support it. Go ahead. Do you know the claim that you made, or do you need refreshing?
We don't know who you're talking to or which claim you're mentioning.
The person who made the claim.
Well, that's the whole point. Who made which claim? Which we've been having a conversation here. So
there is no claim. Is that
The claim is water attached to balls and doesn't fall to the floor and splashes. That's the claim of the globe.
That
no?
it never
Okay, I see what you're
falls
saying.
before
Demox
because our
said
ocean
that
didn't
water
go anywhere.
doesn't. Demox said that water doesn't stick to a ball, and I said if you dunk a basketball in a swimming pool and bring it up, the ball will remain wet for a few minutes, and that's example.
How
of
many
water sticking
minutes
to a
is
ball.
equivalent to your lifetime?
so?
If water has
Is that
been here
your
longer
claim
than your
of
life,
proof for a
if
ball?
water is
No,
on
it's
Earth
my
longer
claim
than
that
2
Democ
minutes,
was wrong by saying that water never sticks to a ball.
Straw man anyway.
no, I'm not wrong.
That's what he said.
So
And you also have to show the temperatures. Can you now use that basketball, the same thing you're using for your Earth? And don't straw man yourself.
We're going
Still
to get
man the
Scallop
fuck
off
out of
to a
it.
different topic.
Don't forget
Yeah,
about the
no,
14
you're going to go to the
PSI around
basketball
the.
Earth. You're not going to divide it from itself. Stop trying to divide your Earth from its fucking self into 5 pieces, stupid. It's one fucking ball. So now you need the temperatures and the seasons, please. Water boy.
Such a loaded request.
Yeah, temperatures and seasons. Such a retard who can't comply.
I'm not sure how Democ strings words together and for what reason. I think it's mainly sort of a
Temperatures and seasons on your basketball that you chose to use as your example for an Earth. Let's
Yeah, what
get
do
to
temperatures
it.
and seasons
I'm
have
not
to do
sure
with the
how you
shape of the
string
Earth,
your
Democ?
fucking retard imagination together, but let's get some physicality added to it. A fucking sun, a little one, and a little globe,
You
retards.
keep calling me a retard, but I'm not. I'm very smart. That's
Temperatures
incorrect.
and seasons, smart guy. On a ball. Let's go. Smart
Norm is
It
incoherent.
has to do with the angle of the sun, which
Yeah,
is perfect.
seasons
Matthew,
are the globe.
The angle of the Earth.
Yeah,
The
Matthew,
Earth is
you
slightly
sound pretty
tilted.
smart to me. What's your claim
It's about
I'm
what?
fucking repeating that, dude.
about the Earth?
They got a ball that can be hot.
My claim is that the evidence that we can see, our observations clearly point to a globe Earth, which explains the evidence way better than a flat Earth.
Going nowhere.
Which is
an observation.
What's
Which
the evidence that you're?
Observations like sunsets, GPS, seasons, moon phases.
Let's take one at a time.
Sure, which one?
Pick one. You pick. I mean, it's your claim.
Sure. The seasons are best explained by the tilt of the Earth and the globe model than by any flat Earth attempt at seasons.
Wait, how so?
Because our model describes that the different latitudes are heated differently during the different seasons based on the angle of the sun, and that's what causes the temperature differences in winter and summer.
Is it based solely on the angle?
Pretty much. I mean, the angle and the length of daylight, like how much solar radiation the ground gets, is the chief factor in determining what season it is.
How about the distance of the sun.
The distance to the sun varies throughout a year by less than 0.2%, so it's a minor influence.
Not the driving force.
Right. In fact, the sun is,
it's
the sun
about
is
the angle,
closest,
like you said.
Yeah, the sun is
right?
closest in July, which is during the middle of the summer here.
I'm trying to get to your claim. So distance has nothing to do with it. It's the angle that is.
Not nothing, but the angle is the chief cause of seasons.
The chief cause. How do you measure the angle?
By looking in the sky and figuring out how high the sun is.
So the sky is sky is at an angle, and the sky is doing okay.
The angle, the elevation angle of the sun. By elevation, I'm talking about the elevation angle, not the height of the sun, but the elevation angle of the sun.
Yeah, which is pretty much the height of the sun to the
negative,
baseline.
Strider.
Yeah,
negative.
elevation angle.
The
That's
height
not
of
the angle?
No, the height of an object and the angular, the viewing angle of an object are completely divorced from one another.
No. They can be, of course, but when you say the angle, let's say the elevation angle of a star or a celestial body, like the sun, for example, what's that measured from? That angle?
From horizontal, which is 90 degrees from vertical. You can hold a plumb line, get 90 degrees from that, and see how
so
high.
from horizontal, correct?
Right.
So I wasn't off when I spewed my little words there. That's exactly what I said. Exactly what I said. When I was just accused of making shit up.
Yeah, but you called it the height.
What? Yeah, elevation angle?
Elevation angle is different than height. That's all we're saying. We're saying the same thing. It's just we need to be careful with the terms.
Sure, no, but I was careful by explaining what I meant with elevation angle.
Okay,
so that's why I asked you, and we explained it exactly the same way.
Okay.
Correct?
So yes, but what causes the different elevation angles of the sun on a flat Earth conception?
What's
That's
the
a
question?
celestial body.
Wait.
That's a
Ask
celestial
it again.
body, not the ground.
Right. We're talking about the seasons.
Sure. What was your question?
The globe Earth says that the seasons are caused by different elevation angles in the orbit of the Earth and the tilt of the Earth. Explain why those happen. So my question is, okay, if the Earth is flat, why are there different seasons on the flat Earth?
I'll tell you.
Same reasoning.
Well, it can't be the same reasoning because I just cited the orbit of the Earth and the tilt of the Earth, which you don't think exists.
What orbit?
It's because the sun
You're making
moves
shit up
between.
here.
Hang on
What
a second.
orbit?
Flat Earth, Egypt. It's because
Sorry.
the sun moves between the tropics, Capricorn and Cancer, and those are when it's at when the ground position of the sun is running through the Tropic of Cancer. That's when it is summer in the north, and when it is traveling through the Tropic of Capricorn, when the GP of the sun is located in the cities that would be able to confirm that, it's solar noon here. That's the extreme of the sun. That's as far south as it goes, is down to Capricorn, and that's when it's summer down in the south.
And that is the sky doing that stuff.
Yeah, so I would agree that that's the closest flat earthers can get to describing the seasons. There are a couple problems with that conception. One
Not
is
the
that,
ground.
Well, completely ignoring the fact that they cannot answer any question about the mechanics about how and why
does that
happens.
happen? Exactly.
Yeah, why does it? Why does the sun move
may
back
not
and forth?
move real. For this to happen, the sun has to speed up when it's going through the Tropic of Capricorn and down in the
and
south.
it doesn't do that.
Now, hang
And
on,
it doesn't
just
do
hang
that.
on. Hang on a second. The only thing that we know is that the sun moves at 15 degrees per hour so that it can do a full 360 degrees in 24 hours. That's all that we know for a fact. But what is the sun? That brings up another question. It's a possibility that the sun isn't real and we're just seeing a light. We're just seeing a light.
No, that is not
being
real. It's an
reflected,
effect
that
that
is
is being
moved around. That
it's
moves
clearly
around.
a physical object where we see it.
Well,
Is
it
that a
looks
claim?
like a physical object, but
There
whatever
really-
it is,
it's going to be moving around at 15 degrees per hour, and it always does that. It moves at 15 degrees per hour.
Is the Tropic of Cancer smaller or larger than the Tropic of Capricorn?
Cancer is smaller than Capricorn.
Then how come the GP moves at 951 miles per hour on the two solstices?
Why? It doesn't.
And yet takes 24
that's
hours.
straw man. Right
Yeah,
there.
I don't think that's right. I haven't heard that before.
No, it is right.
It's a pretty complicated argument. That's why I don't use it very much, but it's very clearly the case.
Unpack it for us so we can understand it.
The GP of the sun is the point directly underneath the sun, and that point moves, and this is talking about on the Earth, that point moves 951 miles per hour during the
According
June
to what?
solstice.
Wait. Miles per hour?
Yes.
How do you get that?
By measuring how far it goes, dividing by the time. Miles divided by hours.
Yeah,
Time
it's
of
supposed to
what?
go about 1,000 miles an hour.
Wait. I'm confused here. What are you measuring?
The location, the changing location of the GP of the sun.
Changing. Is it speed? Is it
Yes, it's speed.
Degrees.
It's miles per hour.
Miles per hour. We're measuring miles per hour. Okay.
Yes.
Great. How are we measuring that?
Observations on Earth.
How?
You can tell when the sun is directly overhead.
Uh-huh.
And 951 miles later, at the same latitude, it's directly overhead that other spot.
Same latitude?
Same latitude, 951 miles to the west. On that same latitude, it's directly overhead 1 hour later.
Wait, are you traveling west?
No, there are two observations at two different locations, and they note that the solar noon happens at 1 hour apart, 951 miles apart.
How do we know that?
Observations and looking at the location of the sun.
No, the observation is like you told it, but how do I know? Like, how do I know that with the distances that you mentioned as fact?
How do we know distances? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, the distances you mentioned to be as fact. How do we know that to be as fact?
The same way we know any distances, we could use celestial navigation to determine the distance between 2 points.
That's bullshit.
Well, celestial navigation has nothing to do with distances.
It does.
It's to
That's
do
all
with
that celestial navigation
angles.
does.
No, it's angles.
No, celestial navigation gets you a distance to a GP.
No, an angle.
No, it doesn't. It gets you a
Nothing to
distance.
do with an angle.
Trilateration. Doesn't have anything to do with
Yeah,
angles.
the
You use
distance to
angles.
the GP is to do with the almanac, right?
You use a naval almanac to do that. Yeah.
The almanac, correct?
A naval almanac is used in celestial navigation.
And
To
where'd the naval
determine
almanac come from?
the very thing
The
you
Navy.
just claimed, the distance. How do you establish distance without an almanac?
If you don't have an almanac, you're not going to be able to establish the distance. You won't be able to
Exactly.
do celestial
Yeah.
navigation.
So distances are established through the almanac. Correct?
Be very careful invoking ground positions of celestial objects because you're gonna
Yeah,
fall
buddy.
into an irrefutable thing.
Well, don't help them.
Yeah, so
I'm doing this
I
for
thought you
him
said
to
that
fall.
wait, do you think celestial navigation doesn't work?
No, I know celestial navigation works, and it proves flat Earth.
Celestial
Not a
navigation
globe
can
Earth.
be used to determine distances between 2 points on Earth.
Yeah, on a flat Earth.
With a straight line.
I'm talking about just the raw distance between 2 points.
Yeah, a flat Earth.
Straight line.
Well, I don't think it's straight, but yeah,
It has to be.
Yeah, we don't care what
That-
you
that's-
So you agree
like,
that you can
by definition.
Okay, so you agree that you can find the distance between two locations on Earth, right?
Yeah, only if the Earth is flat.
Okay, and then you take the distance 951 miles. You notice solar noon happens 1 hour different in those two different places.
Solar noon happens different in two different places.
It happens at one place at one time, and then 1 hour later it happens 951 miles to the west of
Yeah,
it.
that's what
on the
solar
June
noon
solstice.
is. Do you expect them to happen the same way in all points?
No,
Straight.
solar. No, I'm talking about the GP. The GP of the sun on the June solstice travels at 951 miles an hour. Guess what? The GP of
It doesn't travel at any fucking speed.
Yeah, it does.
Of course not. Wait, how?
Well, I think it's because the Earth is rotating. You think it's because the sun is moving. So it does
Wait,
move.
you think the Earth is rotating?
Yes.
It's a non sequitur. The non sequitur. Either way, the GP of every celestial object is in a constant state of moving. Every single one of them.
Yeah, and so to
You
finish
find the GP right now. 10 seconds later, the GP of every celestial object is different. They're always moving.
my point is that on the the December solstice, the GP of the sun is moving around the Tropic of Capricorn, and it's also going 951 miles per hour. Guess what? It takes 24 hours to complete the whole circle in both cases. Therefore, the circles are the same size.
And your
Go
point
away,
is,
Globo. Therefore,
what's
they
the point?
can't. They're on a flat Earth. The Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn must be different sizes. However, we know that they are not.
Why?
I just explained it. It took too much math. I don't think I'm.
No, you didn't give any math.
You thoroughly explained it.
951
No, you
miles per hour times 24 hours. That's the size of the both tropics.
Why should they be equal?
I'm saying observationally they're equal. You tell me how they can be equal on a flat Earth. I don't know. They can't.
They cannot.
They're equal, therefore.
Therefore,
What's your
the flat
point?
Earth
I
is-
don't get it. You're not making any point. They're equal, therefore.
On flat Earth maps, the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn are different circles and different sizes.
Show it to me. Which
every
flat Earth map?
Every flat Earth map with the
Which one? Show me one. Just one.
The typical
That agrees
AE one
with
would
your
be an
claim.
example. It doesn't matter where the continents and
It does. They don't exist. You're making like fucking straw
How about
mans.
this? Any map with the North Pole at the center and concentric circles around it, no matter where the oceans and continents are, must have the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn as different sized circles if the Earth is flat. However, we know they're
And
not
the
different sized
point-
circles. Therefore, it
what's
cannot
the
be flat.
conclusion?
Therefore, flat Earth maps are incorrect because it doesn't work.
Therefore, all maps are incorrect, according to your logic.
No, I think the 3D maps are.
Let's adopt their logic. All maps are incorrect then.
All flat maps have distortions, yes.
All maps are flat.
Not the 3D maps we were talking about earlier.
Which ones?
I showed you a picture of one a while back.
That's not a 3D map.
Yeah, it is.
Of course not.
It's a map that's in 3 dimensions. What would you call it?
Oh, so the coordinate system is a 3D coordinate system?
No, I'm talking about the map itself is not a flat piece of paper. It's a
What do you mean, the map itself? Not the coordinate system?
Well, you could do it without a coordinate system. I'm just talking about the map that shows
What?
the
You can have
continents.
a map without a coordinate system?
If you don't draw the coordinate system on there,
Wait, you can have a map without a. You said it. You said without the coordinate system.
If you don't-
can you have
yes.
a map without a coordinate system?
I don't know if you can. I mean, you don't
can't.
have to draw the.
Let me
coordinate
answer your
system.
question. You can't.
Yeah, you can. You can draw a map of something. You can draw a 2-scale map of something without laying an arbitrary grid or some kind of a coordinate system over it. It'll still be
Yeah,
an
well-
accurate representation.
Of course not. It's not accurate.
Yeah, it is.
Accurate-
If it's to scale.
According to what? What scale?
You would have to determine that distances are the same.
Yeah, exactly.
But I can measure the distance from one place to another without invoking a coordinate system because I'm just measuring the distance between those two places.
Well, that's the whole point of a coordinate system.
No, it's not.
It is. The
No, it's
distance
not.
is between X and Y.
No, it's to determine your exact location, not the distances between two different places.
Exact location. You just...
No, absolutely not. I can drive to my neighbor's house and measure that it's 2 miles from my house to his house. I do not have to know the latitude and longitude of my house or the latitude and longitude of his house to
So
determine
what
that they're
would you
2 miles
know?
apart.
What would you have to know then?
for measuring the distance, you'd have to have a established, what's the word I'm looking for?
X
A
and
standard.
Y.
No, you don't have to know X and Y.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to know
what
X
do you
and
have
Y
to
to
know?
measure a distance. I just need a unit of measurement, which is
Like
arbitrary.
what? Give us
A
an
mile.
example. So,
A
and
mile.
let's
Feet.
okay.
Inches. Miles. Kilometers.
Sure. So
Fucking
get
crazy bread. Anything you
awesome,
want.
awesome, bro. So let's go through an example where you can prove your claim. Can you
Okay.
do that?
Sure.
Sure. So, you have an example, I'm thinking, somewhere on the globe, right?
Don't need to invoke a shape to the surface of the earth at all for this, actually.
Whatever. So,
Okay.
Yep. Go ahead.
Keep going. Oh, I'm
No.
going now? Okay. I take out a, you ever seen one of the, I forget what the technical term is, but it's one of those wheels that you can push along the ground and it measures how much distance you've traveled?
Yep.
In feet. Yep. I could take that to the high school football field right next door to me, and I can go from one end of it to the other and measure that it's 100 or 300 feet. Because it's 100 yards, right? 300 feet. Did I have to know? Did I have to know any latitude, longitude, or XY coordinates
that
to
a
go
map?
from one end to the other?
Is that a map?
If I kept measuring different distances out there and wrote
Sure,
those
but
down on a piece
no,
of paper,
you just made a claim.
yeah,
You just
that's
made a
getting.
claim.
Yes, that's making an act. I
A
can
distance.
measure distances from one object to another.
Is
and
that a
then
map?
yes,
So
it's
a
a map.
map.
It's an accurate map. It is a
Of what?
scale representation, accurate representation of something.
Of what?
Of the football field.
Which is represented by.
What the fuck are you talking about? It's a football
You
field.
said, yeah, exactly. I have a football field, and
Yeah.
I'm measuring distance.
And where did I have to invoke a coordinate system to measure that football
What
field?
did you measure? If you measured anything,
The
did you measure
distance
anything?
Measuring how
from
many
one
circles
place
it is.
to another.
It's just measuring how many circles it is.
How many circles?
Yeah, because it's using that's the equipment.
What's
he's
the
using,
unit?
right?
Well, he means rotation.
Wait.
Rotations. Whatever we call it, we can call it circles, we can call it miles, we can call it feet, we can call it inches, whatever you want. Doesn't matter.
Sure.
We can call it
I
oranges
don't-
if you want.
It's not up to me. I mean, it's your claim. What do you call it?
It doesn't matter what you call it. That's what we're claiming.
No, I'm asking for the unit of measurement that you're claiming to make, because you're
1
saying
meter.
it's a measurement.
I'm Australian, so I'll say meter. Every rotation is 1 meter.
Meter. It's a meter.
1 meter.
1
Don't
meter.
make fun of my accent.
No, I'm not. Honestly, I love your accent. I love Aussie
Shut up,
accent.
seriously.
No, seriously. Fuck. Man, seriously. It's my favorite fucking accent. I'm not making fun. Honestly. Like, I love the Aussie accent. It's the equivalent. Have you heard this before? In the Arabic, do you know what the equivalent is of the Aussie accent in Arabic? Have you ever heard this before?
You're tagged as Muslim, but I've never met a flat Earth Muslim.
Oh, well, yeah, all Muslims are globers, just like Christians, just like anybody on this earth is a glober. But sure, I mean, what's your question? I mean, I'm really not trying to. Honestly, I'm being honest here. Like, if you have a question, I'm willing to answer it.
How are
but,
you stupid? It would be my question.
What's your question? Say it again.
Don't worry about it.
No, say it again, please.
He said, "Why are you so good?" I think, or something like that.
So good, am I?
I might be wrong.
You
I think he's wrong. I'm not.
I mean, either you're an amazing troll or you're just like incredible.
I'm not a troll. I'm a fucking true flat earther. I know the earth is flat. It's measured that way. I can prove it so many logical and metaphysical ways. Whatever you'd like. I mean, take me there. But I'm like, I want to listen to your ideology. where you get your understanding of the globe. Like, are you willing to engage, or am I just trolling? I mean,
I just think you're trolling. I don't know. I went to
Sure.
school and I learned about science. That's all I needed to know.
so did I. I went to school. I learned science as well. I mean, you want to test my science? Go ahead. If that's what
How
we're-
does your theory of gravity? How do you form your theory of gravity?
gravity.
Yeah. What's gravity?
Well, what the
to
fuck
you?
is gravity?
Gravity is just the law of attraction, like how things.
Law of attraction.
Yeah.
So when I'm attracted to my girlfriend, like that's gravity.
No, that's a different type of definition. You're being obtuse.
Yeah, I'm asking you for a proper definition.
Like we're talking like physical, like pure physical animated objects attraction.
I physically get attracted to my
No, that's a meta attraction.
Not my girlfriend. She's my
It's a
wife.
meta attraction. Now you're just being obtuse. Like, why would I bother engaging with you if you're going to be?
No, you're not making sense. What's the difference?
So attraction
between-
is when things of mass attract other things because of their mass. Literally, just that's it, right? So the more
So
mass you have, the more force you have to attract other things.
Sure. So
What is a
mass?
vector?
What is mass? Mass is that weight? What is mass? Is it the
It's not.
amount
It's
of,
not weight. It's similar. It's just the
amount of,
volume
atoms?
of stuff. Yes, volume of atoms.
volume? It's a volume of atoms?
One way to think about it is that it's a measure of the resistance to acceleration.
Oh, resistance. Okay, but therefore it's not the measurement of atoms, correct?
The amount of resistance to acceleration depends on how many atoms there are and what kind of atoms they are. So yes, they're related.
so? Wait,
The more
how so?
atoms you have, the more resistance to acceleration that object has.
Okay, so it's not weight.
Weight is related to it, yes.
I'm
It's not weight.
asking you a direct question.
Mass
So
is not weight.
Wait.
You mean
what?
related, like blood related?
Mass is measured in grams, and weight is measured in force, like newtons
Okay.
or something.
So
Weight
what is
only has a meaning on Earth. Like if you're in space, you have no weight.
But wait, what is the vector of that gravity that you're talking about?
What do you mean a vector of gravity? What do you?
Is it going? What is it going? Like, what is it causing?
Vector direction.
Gravity just attracts things to other things. It's why we are stuck on Earth, right? Because Earth is really freaking big. It's why the moon revolves around the Earth, because the Earth is also really big.
What
and it's
about
also
things
why
that are
we
not
revolve
stuck
around
to
the
the
sun,
Earth?
because the sun is more big.
What about things that are not stuck to the earth and go away from the earth? What about that stuff? Is that gravity too?
Nothing goes away from the surface of the Earth.
Just want to be clear that he's just thrown Einstein under the bus. Mass attracting mass hasn't been around since 1915.
I don't even know what mass is.
Yeah, I don't need to know how a tire is made to know that a tire is round. Like, I don't have to
No,
know
but
every intricate little detail about something to understand
Sure,
how
but
it
you know
works.
what a tire is. I don't know what mass is.
I just told
What
you
is mass?
it's a measure of resistance to acceleration.
It's a measure of resistance to acceleration. Can you give me an example of a
Sure.
mass?
If you put something on a ice rink and you push it, if it doesn't speed up very much when you push it, it has more mass. If you push it and it does go faster, it has less mass. So it's a measure of how much resistance it has to the same
medium.
force.
It's a measure of the medium, the action or reaction in the damn medium.
Medium
well-
has nothing to do with it. Don't
What
just throw.
about the stuff that goes upwards, not to the ground?
Nothing goes up. Nothing goes up, Jimsy.
Oh God!
Oh my God!
Again.
Nothing goes up.
I don't think that's
Hey,
what we're talking about.
Jedi,
up
he's
or
the one
down.
who Jemsy's the one who started talking about the downward vector. I did not bring it up.
You say things go up. It's just bollocks. It's like you
Up,
don't
up is not really a
you
thing.
don't-
It's only really a thing on Earth. There's no such thing as up in space.
just very quickly, like the evaporation cycle. The water's heated, turns to gas, and goes up.
Because it's what?
So you said nothing goes up, and I'm pointing out a state of matter called gas that goes up.
It doesn't go up. Something that's more dense than it goes down to take its place.
Does it go up?
It's how density works. It's how
Does it
all.
go up? So it goes up then.
It doesn't go up. Other things go down to occupy its space.
So it goes up.
Can you explain how that works?
It doesn't go. Okay, there's no force making it go up. Like a helium balloon. Like a helium balloon doesn't move up on its own. It goes in the direction of up because other things more dense than it occupy the space that it's currently in. Because that's how density works.
So it
What
doesn't
about
go up?
the gravity gradient that it?
Wait, the balloon doesn't go up?
No.
In relation to what you just mentioned.
Not in the way that Gemsy is trying to say that. Because first
Look,
Gemsy asked, well, what's
I
the
just
vector?
posted something here, and it's showing the vector, the gravity gradient, tension tether, and it shows a arrow down, and in the upwards, it shows a gravity gradient, tension tether upwards, away from the Earth.
What
Up
even is
and
this?
down.
What is
This
this?
this is an electromagnetic satellite. A tether, one of the geomagnetic satellites. So it goes up and it goes down at the same time. And you're saying it's not.
Gravity gradient tension tether.
Yeah, and it's going up, not down.
So it's not. Okay, so why doesn't it just say gravity?
As NASA.
Why don't those two arrows just say no? It's not just you're the one invoking it. You're the one bringing it up.
So you're saying there's no up, but there's an arrow saying up.
Yeah, but it doesn't say gravity. It says gravity gradient tension tether, which it tells me it's talking about an object.
He's not
Okay,
claiming
so-
gravity though. That's you. That's your claim, not his.
Well,
But you
Gemsy,
said that
what do
it
you
doesn't-
think that arrow?
But, Platypus, you're saying it doesn't exist, but it does, right? But there's stuff that goes up. No?
Not because of gravity.
Well, why
Okay.
then? Because of what?
Anything that moves up, such as a helium balloon, there is no force pulling that object up. There is a force pulling things more dense than it down. And that stuff attempts to occupy the space that the less dense thing is in, the helium balloon. And as a consequence of that, the direction that the balloon appears to move is up. But it's
So
not
in a-
going up
in a
because,
vacuum-
excuse me, it's not the thing that's going up. Something else is coming down.
Yeah. So in a vacuum, what's going up and what's coming down?
Is it a vacuum near a massive body, or is it a vacuum totally far away from anything that has any kind of gravitational pull?
A vacuum, let's say, close to the alleged vacuum of the alleged space that we're allegedly like floating in.
Yeah, things that
10 to
are
the negative
things that are
17
yes.
torr.
Yep, that's fantastic. Things that are technically out in space, just high enough off the surface to be out in space, are still subject to the gravitational pull of the Earth. They still get pulled toward the Earth.
Okay, so if let's say I have like a makeshift vacuum, I got a bowl with a mechanism, and I create a vacuum.
You make a vacuum chamber down here on Earth, yes.
Yeah. Where's that gravity that you're speaking of? When I create that,
What does gravity have to do with your ability to make a vacuum chamber?
I mean that's what you're claiming.
I don't understand what you're talking about. Those two things have nothing to do with one another.
So when I create a vacuum, right?
Yeah, you made a vacuum.
Yeah,
Okay, what does that have to do with gravity?
exactly my point.
Oh
It doesn't
god.
nothing to do with gravity, correct?
Platypus,
Yes,
can you
but
go to
why are
sleep
you
early
talking?
today?
Okay. Let me get to my point. So, let's say I'm a like I'm going to the moon. I work for NASA. I'm going to the moon. What's holding the gas when I'm trying to travel to the moon?
Oh my god.
Why is it not filling the space of the
Gemsy, are
10
you
to the
asking me to
negative
leave? If you're
10 to
asking
the
me to leave,
negative
I'll
17
oblige.
floor
No,
vacuum?
the other guy. Are you drinking, bro?
Who, me?
Who is it? That sounds a little bit like
Flat Earth
weird.
Flat Earth Egypt is sounding a little under
No,
the
I'm
So
asking
influence.
a
it's not
simple question.
you, Platypus. It's the other guy.
No, dude, I'm asking a simple question.
You're asking that what happens when you're going to the moon? That's just ridiculous.
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying if we can travel through a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum from a positive pressure system, the one we're breathing air in,
Well,
we
what's a
all know we're
positive? Hold on a minute. What's a positive pressure?
the one like I'm breathing air, correct?
No, what
Are you breathing air?
Yeah, but what do you mean by positive pressure? What's your point of reference?
That's exactly my point of reference. The one I'm breathing.
Atmospheric pressure?
Pressure. Gas pressure.
You said positive pressure. What's your point of reference? What the
Positive
hell is
pressure
positive
is any
pressure?
pressure that is
You're
greater
confused.
than
You're
the
confused.
pressure
Let me
that's lower
rephrase.
urine.
Gas pressure. I'm breathing gas pressure right now. Are you not? Are you breathing gas pressure?
I'm breathing gas.
Is it pressurized?
All gas has pressure.
Sure. That's my point. But if you assume space.
Am I in the Twilight Zone? I don't understand where he's
Let
going
me
with any
finish
of
my
this.
question. If you
That's what I'm
assume,
saying.
yeah, if you assume Earth is a globe within space, right?
Uh-huh.
How does that work for you?
He wants to know what holds the air on the Earth, is what he wants to know.
Yeah, gravity.
Well, when I create a vacuum,
Yeah. Is that any
is there-
different than me making? Is that any different than me pressurizing a tank of air with a compressor at work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it? How so?
Dude, what the fuck are you talking about right now? Like, seriously.
I'm saying, is it any different?
No, it's not. They're relatively different pressures.
I think it's time for round.
I think I got confused.
Dude, I feel like I hold on. Give me 2 minutes. I'm gonna have to go and pop a beer or
That's what I
3.
was saying. I was like, is it Platypus or is it the other guy?
No, I'm not drinking, but I'm about to have to start drinking.
Sure. Go
If you're gonna have a beer, Platypus, I'll have one with you.
Yeah, give me a 90 seconds. I gotta go grab it.
Please answer my
Yeah,
question
joining too.
when you come back.
Getting my
Please.
beer.
Hold on. I'm going to get a drink, Flat Earth Egypt.
Yeah, just answer my question when you get back.
Okay, ask
And
your
if
question
you-
one more
if you
time.
don't
I'll think
understand
about it. Hold on. Ask me again. I'll think about it the whole walk to the beer and back.
Just come back and I'll ask you the question.
Okay, fine.
That'll work better, I guess.
Still struggling with the comment of things don't go up. Struggling with that.
Yeah.
Heat doesn't rise, apparently.
All maps are flat. That's a fact. I'd like that challenged by anybody. All maps.
That's such a nonsensical statement.
No, it's a fact. It's a factual statement. All maps are flat.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at your monitor, it's flat. Come on, let's get it going.
if you have a map of the solar system, is that flat?
That's not a map.
What would you call it then?
I don't know. What's that? You call it. That's your claim.
The thing about the solar system is that that is part of a bigger system, which is the celestial sphere, and that doesn't include the Earth. The celestial sphere includes the sun, the moon, the north toroidal, south toroidal,
like if
all
I
of the luminaries. Don't interrupt me. All of the luminaries, and when you're talking about the solar system, it's all of that you're talking about except the Earth. The Earth is not the solar system. It's not part of it.
What do you mean the Earth is not part of the solar system?
So the sun, the celestial sphere is not just the sun. The sky is not a solar system.
No. So when I refer to the solar system, I'm referring to the sun up to like Pluto.
Okay, listen. Try to follow, right? What you call the planets are moving, right? And there is the sun, the moon, and the wandering stars. That's part of the celestial sphere. That's part of the celestial sphere. But the Earth is not included in that system. The celestial sphere, the Earth is not included. So when you talk about the solar system, the wandering stars, the radiance, north toroidal, south toroidal, all of those things, that is celestial, not the ground, not the Earth.
So when let's say I want to draw the sun, Mercury, Venus. What do I do next?
Exactly. You draw all of those as observed from the luminaries, the sky, right?
Okay, so do I just draw Mars next and then just have a gap? Is that what happens?
Listen. Exactly. So all the drawings.
So I have a gap, right?
Hello, the drawings that you're doing, that the observation of the sky and all of the luminaries, including all of them, you're never gonna see the Earth on that observation. The observation that is done of the celestial bodies, the Earth is never observed as a celestial body. Never.
How do I represent Earth then? Like, let's say I'm an alien and I need to draw like a map for an alien. What do I do?
Oh, listen, if you're an alien, someone from another land, if you're from Mexico, doesn't matter where on the earth you're from, and if you're from Russia and if you're in America, doesn't matter. You will never see the Earth as part of the celestial bodies. Never.
You would use Earth as the level reference.
You're saying because the Earth is the point of reference, you can't draw the Earth.
Horizontal.
Is that what you're saying?
Horizontal. That's how you establish horizontal.
Okay, so when I send, say, a spaceship to Mars, and I want the spaceship from Mars to draw.
That's not happening.
What do you mean never happens?
Let him finish.
That's not
finish your question.
Let's say I send a spaceship to Mars, and I go, "Hey, I want you to give me a photo of everything from your point of view." Is the Earth just not there? Like,
that's
what
you saying. That's basically you saying. When I open the wardrobe and I walk into Narnia and I speak to the talking lion and the witch, what's happening then? That's what you're saying right now.
But we have sent terrestrial vehicles to Mars though, and we make them take photos.
You cannot send the little girl to open the wardrobe and go to Narnia. You can't do that, bro.
I came back and we're talking about Narnia.
You claim it as fact.
Listen, hello. So from all the opticals that we have on the ground, all of the spectrum of light, all of the optical equipment that you can imagine, all of it, never you're gonna see the Earth as part of the celestial bodies. Never.
So have you heard of Voyager 1 and Voyager 2? They're space probes that we sent in 1977. So and we sent them from Earth and we sent them all the way to Pluto, right? So what happens when it's at Mars?
Not right, left. So listen, you're breathing air, you live in a
No. You're confusing the word left with a direction. I'm using the word left as in it's gone.
Yeah, but you're confusing that you're breathing
anymore.
air and you don't have containment for that, and you think that you can just leave this play and send things out of reality. You're saying that you
wait. What do you mean send things out of reality? Are you saying nothing leaves Earth? Are you saying nothing ever leaves Earth?
Yeah. When you get in in an airplane, you're not on the ground anymore, right?
Wait, how do satellites work then? Why don't satellites just crash into Earth? Why don't we have a million why don't we just have hellfire rain? Satellites are objects that we send.
So the initial thing was the solar
gravitational pull.
system, right? The initial thing was the solar system. So if you're talking about satellites or equipment up in the luminaries, so we have devices up in the sky that are connected to the ground communication system. So satellite don't work without the ground system. Do you know this, right? You know this,
Right.
Correct. So without the ground, satellites don't work. Okay? Get it?
But from your point of view,
perfect,
just doesn't exist.
Perfect. So you got it. So
when the satellite takes a picture of the space, where's Earth in it?
It's in it. What's the problem?
Right. So when it takes a picture and the moon's there, is the Earth in it as well?
Sure.
Sometimes
what's the problem?
You don't have any photographs of Earth as part of the solar system.
Let him speak.
You mean you don't have photographs of Earth? If I could totally just Google a photo of Earth with another planet.
Guys, it's getting really chaotic. Can we do like a one at a time, back and forth, so that we can actually hear what's going on?
Yeah, I've been
here?
trying to jump on top of the drunk guy as well. So it's
like Hollow Earth.
No, we don't go there right now. Let TDA and Gemsy speak.
So like I told you, from all the observations, all the opticals that we have, you'll never see the Earth as part of the celestial sphere. Now show it if you say you can see that the Earth as part of the solar system. Go ahead and show me a photograph of that. Go ahead. Where is it? The guy that's claiming that the Earth is part of the celestial bodies. Can you post that?
I think he ran away. Oh, no, he's there. TDA.
No, I'm just looking. I'm trying to find
He's
you
looking
a
for
specific
it.
photo.
Yeah, go find it.
You're just not going to go fucking crazy and pretend it's not real, okay? So you need to calm down.
Guys,
Give me more than 10
give him a
seconds.
chance. Give him a chance.
I'm gonna give you a chance. Go ahead and find the Earth with a photograph as part of the celestial sphere and the celestial bodies. Go ahead and find that.
It's just a model, right? In the solar system. It's not like there's no photograph of it.
There is a difference. Yeah, I'm gonna reply to that guy that just spoke. And there is a difference between the celestial bodies and the things that people draw on paper as the solar system, and they draw the Earth on these drawings of the sun, Venus, Mars, Earth. That's not what we observe up in the sky. That drawing that you think that you drew, the solar system that you draw with crayons, that is not what we observe.
Yeah, I think if he's looking for a solar system photograph, it's going to be quite redundant, yeah.
I know, but he doesn't know that yet.
Well, not even photograph. Any kind of evidence for that claim.
Hey, I jump in for 10 seconds real quick.
All of the evidence that we have from all the optical equipment that we have is not going to show you the Earth as part of as a celestial body. So just letting you know now.
Yeah, at best it's going to show a flat horizontal plane from which you measure angles to the celestial bodies. That is the absolute basis of any measurement.
No, it's not.
They can't even stop.
Show
the
otherwise.
ISS.
That's the that was the challenge. Show me otherwise.
You can't even pause the ISS
Not me.
and not have no dirt water in front of it or under it.
Just before
Where's there no Earth below the ISS? Where the fuck's
I've
that
just
at?
posted an image of Earth with the moon from Mars.
No, where's no Earth under the ISS?
What is that?
What do you mean that is that? That's Earth and the moon.
Listen, I told you that if you draw a cartoon with your crayons, that is not what we observe as the observable phenomena that we label as the luminaries, the sun, the moon, the radiance, north toroidal, south toroidal. All that stuff, you will never see the Earth as part of that system. What you posted there is a cartoon of a blue thing with a gray thing.
like half and half stuff. That you don't have the solar.
You realize how big space
hello,
is, right?
hello. Where is this? Where is the solar system here? Where is it?
It's
And
a
this is not
zoomed
the.
in picture, okay? So that's
Do you
Earth.
think that's, do you really think that's the Earth? Is that the ground below your
Absolutely, it
feet?
is.
So a cartoon is the ground below your feet, dude.
It's not a cartoon.
That
It's a
is a
photograph.
cartoon. No, that is a cartoon.
Can you post the
You don't live in a
for the
cartoon,
photo?
TDA. You do not live in a cartoon, bro. Come on.
So wait, what was the other question?
Is there a source for the alleged photo? Or
Yeah,
no?
this looks like the 1044p dogshit photo.
Because if you're gonna claim it's a photo,
It's
then
like
there must be
you're
some...
taking a picture of Bigfoot, you know. It's always washed out.
Bigfoot might be more real than this.
Yeah, true. Actually. Oh yeah, it's always a perfect sphere. We know.
So the Earth is so round that if you scaled it down to, like, say, your basketball, like your average basketball, the basketball is going to be more rough than your Earth scaled down. That's how smooth the Earth is.
Let me ask you one thing. If you look at the picture from Matthew Learns, do you see the Earth depicted there?
21 past the hour. That image was taken yesterday.
Doesn't matter. It's about the clouds that we see that are roundabout. So how is it that planes can go above those clouds, but we don't see those planes anywhere in those pictures, and supposedly trash that is flying around?
Oh my god.
Yeah, where are the airplanes, Matthew?
They're smaller than a pixel. Each pixel is probably more than 10 miles.
Why don't they
It
zoom in
should
and
be
show
able
airplanes?
to be determined and depicted in there also.
Wait, what's the question? I
The
can
question
answer
was,
that.
why don't they zoom in and show the airplanes? And the answer is maybe the military does, but this camera it doesn't have that mission, so it doesn't.
Is that the question, really?
I thought this.
Yeah, like why can't we see airplanes flying upside down or around?
Because the airplanes are way too small.
Above the clouds. If you look exactly at the circle around this picture, you actually would see something blinking or reflecting off of it.
You're
mainly
out of your mind. You are totally out of your mind. Planes are so
is it so?
incredibly small compared to.
Then why
Look at
is
this.
it that
I just measured
different
it. In this
satellites
photo,
can
hold on.
see each other and we see them?
In this photo, the entire
150 miles above.
In this photo, the United States is 136 pixels wide. That's it.
Apparently,
you think
from
with
this
that
picture, the
resolution,
estimate photograph from the station that took the picture should be around about 1,500 miles. So
No, you have
should
no
be
idea.
able to see any reflection
No,
coming off of
absolutely
any
not.
object that comes from it, especially rocks and such that fly around it.
No, ridiculous. You have no idea how far away this thing is at all.
I
why
would
do
just
we
ask
see this?
if you can explain it to us then. I mean,
Are you asking me or?
yeah, the person making the claim,
What I posted is what we should see in reality.
which is
Just the Earth there.
The Earth is there.
Yeah, if you look in the chat.
And you
Well,
can't see
I agree that the Earth has to be there.
no ISS up there above an airplane. When you guys take all your airplane rides and you talk to all the Globers on an airplane, say, get your badass cameras out and point them up at the ISS. And if you can see them from the ground with your damn eyeballs, but can't zoom into it 7 miles closer when it's closer to you while you're closer to it, something wrong. Then where'd the
They
ISS
should just
go?
show an airplane flying around the globe. Zoom in and show it. Then everyone's gonna go home, right?
The ISS is rarely above you.
An airplane can never show where there's no dirt and water in front of it or below it to say it's going down and around a fucking anything. If there's always dirt and water in front of you, you're not going down and around it. You'd be wet or crash. That's what kamikaze's called. Into the fucking dirt and water. Nobody's kamikazeing into nothing. You show me that spot. Show me where the fucking satellite's kamikazeing down to no water and dirt. Past 0 degrees. Dumbos.
Oh, we're not dumbos. We're smart.
No, you're not. You're
Yeah,
dumb
we
as
are.
shit. No,
No,
you're
we're not.
not. Yeah, you are.
Bounces
You
off
don't know
me
how
and
to
sticks
show
to
a
you wherever you
horizontal
agree.
line. You don't know how to line up a horizontal line right off the curb of your earth like a little diving board and watch it go below it, stupid. That's
Yeah,
how
we do.
dumb you are. Dumbo.
We're not dumb.
Yeah,
You're
well,
real fucking dumb. You can't even find
you can balance it on your
What's
finger.
up? What's up? What's up, mate?
You posted, what do you posted there?
I posted a satellite image of what Venus and Earth and Mars looks like from outer space.
So Earth is a light in the sky?
Yes.
From that distance, it would be.
Oh god.
Yeah, this is.
Wouldn't it be bigger than the sun? So you
No,
got
it
the
would
sun
not.
behind it. You got the sun
Dude,
above
man, you guys have lost your ever loving mind, man.
Yeah, we need the sun
Holy
moving the Earth because
crap.
I need to see that the Earth is 4 times bigger than the
These
sun.
ball earthers I'm listening to, honey. Yeah, they've lost their mind, dear.
No, we haven't. We're very smart, and we have internally consistent stories about how everything works. Do you?
No, you
Come
don't.
on, Matthew. Now my girlfriend knows you guys are idiots. That's all right. Matthew's an alright guy. I hope you're doing well, Matthew.
I am.
Even though you're a baltard.
They
I
just
still
lie
like you.
about. They just lie about the attributes of a ball. That's all. They're all right people. I'd have a beer with them. I've had lunch with them. I don't even drink, and I'd have a beer with them. Isn't that crazy? You know.
So TDA, we have you're breathing air right now because we have gas pressure around us, right?
Yeah. What about it?
An antecedent to gas pressure will be a containment.
What?
Because the force of the gas pressure is the force that gases exert on the walls of its container.
What are you talking about, dude? You're going on a tangent about some nonsensical bullshit.
That's not. You're saying that gas pressure is nonsense?
The pressure at ground level of
Gas
Earth is
is
1.
the force that gases exert on the walls of its container.
Yeah. What are you on about, dude?
Where are the horizontal walls of your container?
Where are the horizontal walls? They're next to me.
The horizontal walls of your gas container? Show us a sphere next to you of water or gas being held by your container.
Why do I have to show a sphere?
Because that's what you believe happens somewhere. That's your claim, that a sphere of gas can happen in a vacuum somewhere.
Let me talk to this guy. TDA, so
What's the sun?
Yeah, hold on. TDA, do you think that the air that you breathe is not contained?
No. You're kind of making a very vague statement, like by saying the air you breathe.
So the air that you and I are breathing is a vague statement?
You're about to make a very vague claim. I can see what this is going.
No, the air that you and I breathe is gas, is it not?
Yeah. And what about it?
So if you're breathing this air, and we have gas pressure, which is the air that you're breathing, in order to have gas pressure, you have to have the gas being contained. It has to be contained.
Yeah, the Earth is containing it.
Okay, so and what's a mechanism that's containing the air that you and I breathe?
Gravity.
Okay, so can you demonstrate gravity containing air?
That's almost impossible for me to prove.
Well, I mean, if it's something that you're saying, then obviously it was proven at some time, right? Who proved it?
There's nothing in life that I can prove for 100%, right? You just you have a theory, and then you try and disprove that theory, and then you go on from there.
No,
That's
you're
fine. but
devaluing your own capabilities.
Yeah, hold on, Ripcord. 1 second, brother. So how did you figure out that gravity is a container, TDA?
Because everything else just goes to the ground when I drop it.
Yeah,
right?
everything else goes to the ground, but you still said that gravity is a container. Now, where do you see gravity being the container for the gas that you and I breathe?
I don't need to see it, right? You're making this is the equivalent of me saying I think you're a horse, and I need to prove that you're not a horse, right?
No. If you're saying that gas pressure does not need containment, and I told you that it does, a physical container, and you said no, it needs only gravity, then I have a demonstration of a physical container containing the gas and making gas pressure, right? And you don't. So if you say that the gravity is containing the gas, then where's your demonstration? Because I have a demonstration of a container holding in gas and creating gas pressure. Now, how do you have gravity containing gas and creating gas pressure?
So technically, there's no pressure because the gap under my door makes my room pressure neutral.
No, we're not talking about your room. We're talking about the earth, the air outside, TDA.
Right. Okay. So you're talking about the entirety of Earth, yeah?
Yes. So if you're on the ground, it's somewhere around 14 psi, pounds per square inch. That's how much gas is being exerted on the floor. That's the pressure we have on ground level. You follow?
Yeah, it's due to the weight. It's due to the weight of the gas.
Yeah.
I'm just looking up that claim because I would think the pressure of Earth on ground level would be equal to 1.
No, it's 14 pounds per square inch, give or take a few.
Yeah, I agree on that.
All right, Henry, just hold on a second. I'm talking to a new guy. So, TDA, is there any way that you can tell me that gravity is a container? I'm going to give you a chance to think about it. And if you say that you can't, there's no demonstration, then say, I don't know, which would be the easiest way.
So what do you mean that like gravity is a container? Are you saying if I don't prove it, all the gases from Earth are just like flying outside of Earth?
No, because you don't have a demonstration. You can't say that it's something that's actually happening in reality. Because you made a claim that gravity is a container for the gas pressure that Gemsey talked about when he first said gas pressure needs containment. Do you get it? Now you're saying that it's gravity, and I'm telling you there is no demonstration of that. You're just saying words.
No. So the problem here is you're conflating the word gas as if it's like as if it's an actual object by itself. But when you break it down, gas is like atoms, right? And atoms themselves are bound to Earth by gravity.
Right. So you still haven't had. It doesn't matter which way you go. I need a demonstration. If you're trying to qualify gravity being the container, I don't see a way that you're trying to do it. You're not justifying it for me. You're just saying words. Now, unless you're able to justify it or say that there's a demonstration that you can show me gravity being a container, then I can't give it to you. You have to prove it to me. I can prove to you that gas pressure absolutely needs a container every time. You thinking about it?
So when you fill up a bottle of water, right?
Yeah.
Water is just liquefied gas. Why does your bottle not just fucking explode?
No, we're not talking about it exploding. We're only talking about gas pressure, which is the air you and I are breathing, needing containment. So gas moves omnidirectionally. Water does not.
But water is liquefied gas.
I understand that, but does it move omnidirectionally like gas?
No, it moves.
So right,
it moves in the abstract of what we call down.
That's fine. It's a different state of matter. So we're talking about gas. Follow?
Yeah, you're talking about gas, yeah?
All right, so go ahead. If there's no way that you can demonstrate that gravity is a container, say I don't know. That's the best way to go.
What do you mean? Like, it's just such a nonsensical statement that gravity is a container.
You're the one that said it, sir. I did.
Yeah, so gravity keeps things from flying away from Earth, right, through the atmosphere. Yeah,
that's it. Those are words. Now I want you to qualify those words. You haven't done that. As in gas pressure being held down by gravity. You have not qualified it. And I'm waiting for you to either show me a demonstration or be able to tell me how it's possible that gravity is a container. And if you don't know, just say I don't know, which is the best way to go.
I've just said when your bottle is full of liquid, right? Your water doesn't just simultaneously explode. It just sits there.
TDA,
if nothing's acting on it, yeah.
TDA, why are you talking about water?
If nothing, because water is just a different form of liquefied gas, right?
TDA, relax. We're talking about gas, not water. Focus on what we're talking about. Stay on topic. We're talking about gas, not water. Gas. So how does gas pressure be held down by gravity? Is there any demonstration that we can talk about? If you have none, say I don't know. That's the best way to go. This is the third time I told you. You're just prolonging the inevitable. TDA, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
So, what say you? Say, I don't know, sir. That's the quickest way to end this. Waiting.
You know what? Just for the sake of moving this discussion on, I'm going to say I don't know. I don't want to hear what you're going to say.
Okay, so I would say that gas pressure requires containment. That is a necessary antecedent. So in order to have gas pressure, you need to have a container of some sort. That's the way that you attain gas pressure. When gas is exerted on the walls of its container, that's how you have gas pressure. If you don't have that pressure pressing against the walls of the container, you don't have the gas pressure. So it's important to understand this very simple fact. And if somebody says otherwise, then a demonstration would have to precede that explanation, which nobody has other than what we understand. So it's a very simple way to talk about gas pressure is force per unit area exerted by the walls of its container. And it's I don't know if Jedi's in here, but PV equals nRT. We'll talk about pressure, volume, and exerting on the walls of its containment in order to have this gas pressure that we have, the air that you and I breathe. TDA.
Yes, and thank God we have a lot more way for this. You know, there's a lot more room for the gas to move.
Let me see if Jedi can't come in with it. If you're there, Jedi.
No, I'll join in when he's responded to you. At the moment, he's gone very quiet. We're just talking about gas.
TDA, are you there?
Like, what has this got to do with like a flat Earth though? Like you're talking about like gas containers and stuff.
So there's three main pillars for the Earth to be a globe. The first pillar is that there's curvature on the surface, so we can see and measure, right? That's the first pillar. The second one is that the Earth's in rotation, axial rotation, the spin of the Earth. The third one is that the cosmic vacuum surrounds the Earth, which means that the vacuum that they say, the cosmic vacuum, is surrounding the gas, the pressure gas that you and I are breathing, without a container that would stop the gas pressure from expanding into the available volume. So three main pillars. Like I said, the first one, curvature. Second one, axial rotation. The third one is gas pressure without containment. So if you don't have these three main supporting pillars for the Earth to be a globe, then the Earth is not what they're telling you that it is. That it's a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. It's not that.
In case you haven't realised, we're debunking your pictures from Mars.
He's putting pictures in there.
Yeah, so you gave us apparently pictures of the Earth and Moon system from Mars. That's how we got to this when he was talking with Gemsy.
Okay.
So we're just trying to remove that from him.
He's not responding. I don't know if he's.
Yeah, I know.
Did you?
No, but like, so out of the 3 pillars, which are you saying that I need to demonstrate because you think are false?
All 3.
What do you? All 3.
If one is false, then everything crumbles, basically.
Well, just let him walk through it, Ripcord. So yeah.
We know the Earth is tilted because we derive it from the seasons, right?
Yeah, that's great. These are, like I said, these are words that people say to make it sound like they're trying to justify the Earth being a globe. But I need you to realize, if you're going to start, take one of those pillars and try to see if you can demonstrate any truth out of it.
What was number 1? No, number 3 was something stupid about the gas container.
Curvature.
What's number 1? Curvature.
Mm-hmm.
So you realize, like, the Earth is so, like, perfectly round before, like I've said it, right? That if you took your basketball, your normal basketball you have, and you made the Earth the size of the basketball would be more bumpy than the Earth. That's how smooth the Earth is. That's how big the Earth is, and your brain is, like, incapable of realizing just because there's a mountain and there's a sea, it, like, the scale of how little that matters in comparison to the size of the Earth is, like, you just can't comprehend it because you're just that stupid.
Okay, so now you're just resulting into insults. Is that how you do things?
Oh, okay. Remove the insults. Like, so how big is, like, what's the tallest mountain we've got? Mount Everest. How big is that?
That we're not worried about mountains at the moment. I want you to see if you can provide evidence that the Earth has curvature, TDA. So if it's possible that the Earth has curvature, and what method can we look to demonstrate this curvature on the surface?
Basically, you just told us we can't.
You can measure the angle of the sun.
Sorry, the angle of the sun?
Yes.
Like 45 degrees above the horizon. Do you mean like that?
So you can measure the angle of the sun from different locations. So if I go to a different place on Earth, I can measure the angle of the sun.
Did you not hear? I asked a clarifying question, dude. Do you mean the sun is 45 degrees above the horizon?
No, as in the tilt of the sun of where it is in the sky.
Tilt of the sun. You said we can measure the angle of the sun. I've given you an elevation angle measurement. Let's say the sun is 45 degrees above the horizon. We can measure the sun's angle from any location from the Earth. 90 degrees above my head at my zenith, 45 degrees, 20 degrees above the horizon. Is this what you mean? You think about what you mean.
He goes
It's gonna have to be in relation to something, right? So you can't just say, well, it's what are you measuring an angle to, like, and what are you using as a reference?
Yeah, it's easy, TDA. If you say, just say that you don't know. It helps the conversation move along, because if you're searching for an answer right now on the internet, it's not just like wasting everyone's time. And when you could actually, I'll tell you what, you could take some time, come back tomorrow or the next day after you've done some more research, and maybe perhaps you have a better answers. This isn't a prideful thing, dude. We're not trying to insult you or anything.
I'm actually happy because I'm actually learning about shit I don't know. Unlike you guys who think the Earth is flat, so this is pretty cool.
So from that, apart from that, what do you mean about measuring an angle to the sun? I've asked you to clarify. You haven't yet. More fucking silence. So I'm talking to a 5-year-old. Well, then answer. I'm trying to clarify.
So you would measure it from 2 different locations, right? So you would measure the angle of the sun from one location, and you would take another location, you would measure it, and then you would do it at a different time, at the same time. So, like, maybe we measure it. So you measure it from London or whatever you're from, and I measure it from Sydney, and then we'll come back in 6 months and we'll measure it, and then we'll see the difference, right?
Okay.
And if it's the same
how do you
spot in
measure
the
it?
sky,
Sorry.
How do you measure it?
using time.
This is what you said. Angle measurement, didn't you? Hello.
Time, literally time. Like the length of the day will tell you like where the sun is, right?
The angle. That was.
Let me ask you a question, TDA. You're looking for the sun, and we're trying to provide evidence that the Earth is curving. Like, how is this going to help you provide geometry of the Earth?
You know, you can go to like certain places at certain seasons, right? So you can go to certain places at certain seasons, right? And you will have like almost a full day.
I don't think that you're realizing that I'm talking to you. Meanwhile, you persist.
Because you're interrupting my point, and I need to.
No, it's not. You don't have a point. I'm asking you a question. How does this provide the geometry of the Earth, the sun?
Because if the Earth is tilted, it creates distance for the time of.
Okay, if the Earth is tilted, we don't know that yet. So how can you find out first if the Earth has any curvature? And then we'll get to the tilting part. You got to first go for the where the curvature is, a method to find that out, because you're looking right now at the sun and not the Earth. This takes forever.
So for example, if you go to Antarctica, you will literally have no nighttime, right? So how's that possible on a flat Earth?
Who cares? We're asking you to provide the evidence that the Earth is curving. Now, what method do you have to do that? Who cares about that other stuff about the sun? Do you know if the Earth is curving, and is there a method to find out if it is? Yes or no?
You know, since it's imperceivable and all.
TDA? Well, this guy has some strange long pauses, man. It's just, wow.
His brain's buffering, dude. I can see the little circle going round in his mind.
I mean, you guys are flat earthers.
Who gives a shit, dude? Who cares? Do you have the answer to the question? Who gives a shit who you're talking to right now? Do you have the answer to the question, does the Earth curving, and is there a method to find out what it is?
The Earth is curved.
Yeah, that's words, sir. Justify it. What method do we have?
Okay, so we've also done the thing where we've seen a ship just drop off the horizon, right? And that's not possible without a curved Earth.
That's even just incorrect.
Oh, well, then you're making a claim, but thanks.
That's fine. Would you like me to demonstrate the claim?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, no worries. So the assertion is you can make things disappear from the bottom up on a known flat surface. Be prepared for 30 videos that show this phenomena of things moving away on a flat surface and being obstructed from the bottom up. This is because of the limitation of angle across a surface. You just got an assumption that the boat went over physical Earth curvature. That's going to be a problem for you when we show you the horizon isn't physical curvature at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet or meters. Post the videos for you.
Thanks, Jedi. And once again, back to you. There's no way that you have a demonstration that the Earth is curving. There's no method by which you've demonstrated that the Earth is curving. So all we have is your words and no demonstration, no justification. You haven't done anything. You can't get past the first pillar, TDA. How do you expect to get past the second and the third? Well, there's that. You all done, TDA?
I don't know. It's up to you, man. Like I've given you many things, and you guys just shoot them down constantly. So
Shoot them down. Did you
I'm
give me?
getting kind of tired, but it's up to you.
Did you give me a method by which curvature was demonstrated, TDA?
I can link you an entire wiki page.
Answer
which you'll shoot
my
down.
question.
Do you want me to link the entire wiki page?
I don't listen.
Are you good
no.
at maths, or did you skip math school
Would
too?
you at least tell me, is there a method by which curvature can be measured?
Yeah, there is.
What is it? What is it? Hello?
Yeah, I've posted it in the site. They all revolve around looking at the sun.
Looking at the sun, we can tell that the Earth is curving. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're going to look at the sun and we're going to know that the Earth's geometry is well intact. It's a globe. Yeah?
I mean, it could be a fucking football. You
why
just
are
need me
you
to prove it's
telling me-
curved, right? It could be a
Then why-
football shape, right? Like if I have to, I don't have to prove it's a globe. I just need to prove it's curved, right?
No,
that's
you have
your
to
words,
provide evidence that the Earth is a globe of a radius of 39.
Okay, so now you've changed the proof.
What do you mean change the proof?
No,
It's always been that. The curvature of the Earth would substantiate the globe being a radius of 3959, a circumference of 24,901 miles. All of these things would be substantiated with the proof that the Earth is curving, sir. Yeah?
How do you explain like seasons and
Oh
like,
my God, it's not about
no.
me, listen.
I want you to tell me how to season.
We're not going to tell you anything because you didn't give us the method. So why am I going to tell you something? This is just an easy way for you to get into another conversation and swing off this point that you don't have. You do not have the method. And I'm pointing that out. You need to realize that.
Do I get shorter days? And why is it colder?
You still talking? You see that red mic that's right by your name?
Talking through the mirror.
Goodness.
TDA,
Go
if
ahead.
I may, right?
Yeah, go.
Alpha just mentioned some values, right? Circumference, radius, diameter. Okay, so we're given those values as being the dimensions of the sphere Earth, right? Can you run us through the process by which they derive those values?
We'll let you Google it if you need to.
So what do you say, TDA? Can you run us through the process, the method by which those values which were mentioned are derived?
Are you asking about how do we know the size of the Earth?
Asking you how they get to the values of the dimensions and the size and dimension of the Earth that we're given, right? So there must have been something they did in order to get those values. Can you run us through the process?
Hello, McFly.
Google.
McFly. Is TDA tapped out or something?
I think he's Googling.
Now I guess he got a blue screen or something. Needs to restart.
So we figured out the size of the Earth in ancient times, and that was just using guesstimates. But we have satellites these days that we can actually use to measure the distance of the Earth accurately. But when I tell you how it works, you're just going to deny it. But I can tell if you want.
No, we won't deny it. We'll walk you through it, and we'll
Okay,
demonstrate.
so with a satellite, you can. Let me explain, right? So can I say my claim, and then you can dispute it, yeah?
Fuck me. If you go really, really quiet, and then when somebody starts talking,
All right, I'll let you speak then.
Thank you. That's all I asked, mate. I wasn't going to be much longer. So you can walk us through the process. What we will do is we won't deny it. We'll show you how that is a flat Earth measurement. Off you go.
So satellites, they can send light to something, right, and then receive a signal back, and we know how fast light is, unless you're going to deny how fast light is, and then we can send it to different locations, and then we can measure the difference between the signals, right, and then we can measure the distance between time, because it's a triangle.
Okay, so this wasn't the ancient times thing that I thought you were going to speak about. Unfortunately, though, you've mentioned satellites, which invokes the vacuum of space, so you're going to have to demonstrate gas pressure without a container.
Why do I have to demonstrate gas pressure without a container with a satellite? Like satellites, we know. Are you going to deny that satellites exist?
Because you've invoked a satellite that's in the vacuum of space. No one's denying technology in the sky, but your claim is extraordinary. Your claim is in a medium that can't exist because it violates the second law of thermodynamics. To achieve gas pressure, you require containment. If you don't have containment, entropy will increase and the gas will fuck off. So unless you've got a demonstration of gas pressure without a container, I can throw your satellites away.
But
also,
we can also set. Okay,
I haven't finished. You're also going to need to know the radius of the Earth before you start sending things up into the sky to go around it.
Would it not be possible to say send a satellite to or an object to the moon, send a light signal to the moon, have another place send a light signal to the moon, and then measure the time and distance between them?
And what's that going to prove?
That the Earth is round, right?
How?
Because the time that it takes to send from different places to the moon and get a signal back, you can calculate because it's going to be a triangle.
A triangle? What? 3 straight lines?
Oh my god!
Triangle, 3 straight sides? Hello? Point of clarification?
You're going to get a lot of triangles, but it's not going to be straight.
It's not going to be straight. It's not a triangle then. God, it's like fucking talking to rocks.
I mean, how did he get through school? Like, the teacher was addressing it, he put his hand up.
Tina, are you Australian? Because I can't believe a fellow Australian would be this stupid.
Is that what you did in school? Put your hand up to ask a question, and then you were prompted to speak, and you just sat there with your mouth closed? I mean, what the heck, dude?
No, I asked plenty of questions. I'm pretty sure the first thing a kid wants to know is why don't they fall off the Earth if it's round?
Okay, so when you're asked a question, why can't you return the favor?
Because maybe I don't know. We know the
Say
basics.
something. Don't just sit there in
for example,
silence.
if you ask me exactly how big, if you ask, you cannot know and still know that something is true, right? Like if you ask me how big the Earth is, I don't know exactly, but I know that the Earth is big, right? Like that doesn't make my answer incorrect.
If you don't provide anything to your statement, then yes, it is incorrect.
Well, okay, so if I said the Earth is big and you said I don't know how big it is, does that make it small, does it?
No.
Does it make it round?
No, but it
Our
doesn't make
big
it flat
flat Earth is so
necessarily
flat.
either.
Our big horizontal Earth is so horizontal. What's that mean?
So, sorry, repeat your last sentence.
Our big horizontal Earth that's really, really big and horizontal forever.
It can't be horizontal forever because if you walked
What do
in
you
a
mean?
straight line, you'd go back to your place of origin.
No, you wouldn't. That's your goofy imagination running wild, going back to where it started from. What you should do is figure out where the edge of your globe is, where it curves.
Globes don't have an edge.
What? That's all a globe is.
Full edge.
Yeah, nothing but an edge. What do you mean?
No, but you're according to your flat Earth, you have an edge, right? So like you'd like fall off or
No.
something.
No.
Like, you can't fall off a globe.
No, I didn't say there was an edge to anything. There's an edge to a globe. You're the one that has to prove you can go stand on a ball without falling off on the bottom, idiot. Go do it. Show us.
Have
Show
you
us
put
what
an,
the fuck
have
you're
you
making up.
have you put a speck of dust on a ball? Like I said before, the
Yeah, put it on
size
the
of the Earth is so big that like it when you
So-
shrink the Earth to a basketball, the
So
basketball
what's
is more
your
rough
speck
than
of
the
dust
Earth.
stand for? What's your speck of dust
Fascinating and
represent?
everything.
Sorry?
Fascinating and everything. But what,
So the
what would
Earth
it look like if
is
it was
so
flat?
big, you can't
What do you
tell
mean it looked like it was flat?
It's
So you're saying it's so big that it looks flat, right? Because you're just
No,
this tiny
I'm
little
saying the
speck
Earth
on your
is so
huge thing.
big in comparison of what
Right,
you're
yeah.
trying to think that
Right.
if you shrunk it down to a basketball, the basketball has grooves, right? Your normal basketball has grooves. The basketball is going to be more rough than your Earth. That's how smooth the Earth is in comparison to a basketball.
and
If you shrunk it down,
this is a point why.
because you guys think the Earth can't be curved because it's got rough edges and shit because of mountains and seas.
No.
Never said that. Never.
We say the Earth's flat. It's because it's how it's measured.
Apparently, to your model, mountains do not exist. You know.
No, mountains do exist.
No shit.
Yeah. Why is it then so smooth?
Because, like, how tall is Mount Everest?
Fucking
Taller than you.
What, above sea level?
Yeah, Mount Everest is we'll round up 9 kilometers above sea level. How big is the Earth? How big is the Earth in comparison?
Above a horizontal line? What would be the reference you're going above? A horizontal line?
How would you tell the elevation? What would be your reference?
Earth is circumference is 40,000 kilometers.
Tell us how a tilted mountain is. What's the elevation of a tilted mountain at like 45 degrees that way? Tilted.
What do you mean the elevation?
The elevation of a tilted mountain. What is the elevation of it?
Why is the mountain tilted?
Because it's on a globe. It's on a globe. There's a million of them. One of them's tilted that way, stupid.
But so gravity. No. So you're kind of conflating the idea that things are tilted. There's no such thing as tilt when it comes to
There's
gravity.
no such thing as tilt. What the fuck are you talking about?
So what he's
It was
talking about
firing.
is that the Earth is so big it appears to be flat and smooth, and mountains will never appear to be
there's no
tilted
tilt.
because of the curve of the Earth. So it's
Correct,
going to
no
appear to be
tilt.
flat. It's exactly what you're experiencing is a flat Earth, but it's a big ball. And it's too big to be measured to find out if it is or not a ball because you experience a flat Earth, but you just believe it's a fucking ball. Because my fucking pastor
Yeah, 'cause
scientist told me so.
if I put mountains on the top of a horizontal line, they're not going to tilt ever. That's what the fuck you're claiming you live on. You need to show something different than that, which would be a ball. Crazy guy.
So the problem is your point of reference is different to my point of reference, right? So like, okay, I need to get my point across before you.
My mountains don't tilt. I don't have a problem. Stop saying that.
My mountains don't tilt either. Like,
welcome to Flat Earth, you dummy. What would Flat Earth mountains look like?
No. That's not how it
What would
works.
Flat Earth mountains look like?
on
Draw
a
my-
globe,
Hey
right?
guys,
On a globe,
guys,
I live in
hold
Australia,
up, guys. Come on, I need to take control here. You can't be talking over top of one another, one at a time. TDA, go ahead.
Okay, so I live in Australia, right? And you guys live in America, right? So according to you guys, I'm upside down. And according to me, you guys are upside down. But that's only in the point of reference that, like, I'm on a different side of the earth. Technically, there is no upside down. We're both just standing right side up, right? So it's a point of reference. So technically, mountains aren't tilted because you need a point of reference in order for the tilt.
Yeah, the ground, the globe, the center of the globe, stupid. The little focal point down in the center of the fucking globe, the R, the where the R starts from.
But if you're under everything, nothing's tilted. Everything's just pointing outwards.
Under? How are you under the dirt?
You're in the core of the earth, right?
No, your feet are on the top of the fucking dirt. The core of the earth is itself. What are you talking about, dude? Are you on crack? Listen, just draw a horizontal line. Draw a horizontal line and draw mountains on it. Now draw your globe and draw mountains all over it. Like 100 mountains. 100 mountains on the top of the globe all the way around back to themselves. And then draw 100 mountains on a flat surface and see what you see in reality, dumbass. Which one matches which? The ones we see in reality have no tilt. That's the horizontal one. Now the other one is a ball where you only have one that's vertical and all the other ones are tilting away. Diverging. Sphere. Now draw that out for us and show us what the fuck you're talking about, how a sphere doesn't have any tilted mountains when there's only one vertical mountain on that bitch on the top and one on the bottom. One facing down and one facing up. So
I've tried to use the basketball, and I'll use it one more time before I'll probably just give up.
Put your mountains all up there real quick.
You think Mount Everest is tilted,
buddy.
right? So you think Mount Everest is tilted,
brother? Put
because
mountains
it's so big
on
to you,
your
right?
globe.
But, okay, look. Do you know how big a basketball is? Right?
I'm not thinking anything. I know for a fact.
Do you know how big a basketball is?
Brother, put the mountains on there and stop fucking talking.
Okay. I will put the mountain on the basketball, right? To
No,
show you.
100 of them. 100 of them. Stupid
How
ass.
big is a basketball? Do you know how big a basketball is?
100. It's regulation size.
Right, regulation size. Right. So Mount Everest on a basketball to scale would
Get
be 50% of a gold atom.
Good deal. Get about 100 of them
50%
on
of gold.
there.
We're not talking about gold speck, a gold atom, right?
Put them all vertical
What the fuck
too.
are
We
you
want them
talking
all to be
about,
vertical. Vertical. He's talking about. Hold on. He's proven vertical. All his mountains are vertical on a ball. So he's going to put all of his mountains on a ball, 100 of them around a basketball, little miniature mountains. He's going to show us how they're all vertical. Hurry up, brother. We can't wait.
No, that's stupid. That's stupid. Like,
Yeah, this is
look, we don't want to.
mind-bending,
We don't want to.
They're not
Wait a
the
second.
same
Wait a second. Wait a second. Yeah, we don't want to hear your excuses, right? That's not what we were asking for. Asking about how was the knowledge of the Earth being a sphere obtained? Right? And we seem to have drifted way back off that and gone back to basketballs. We don't want excuses as to why your sphere looks flat and doesn't look like a sphere. And doesn't
Because you
act
guys
like
are
a
getting
sphere.
scales wrong. You guys think mountains are just going to fall off on a globe when mountains adjusted to scale are like so small you cannot fathom them.
Brother, stop imagining shit.
What's he on about?
You need
I don't
to
know.
learn to listen.
Do you have any proof that the Earth is fucking a globe?
TDA, hey TDA, you're saying that the people are getting the scale wrong, right? So what if I show you an infrared of over 1,000 kilometers?
I mean, you guys are flat earthers.
I don't know what's so funny. You're a flat earther.
255 miles. That's like almost nothing compared to the size of Earth, right?
No, 696 miles.
We can give you further.
Your curve supposed to be dropping below your feet, your toes.
The Earth is 40,000 kilometers. 600 miles is like barely.
How did they get that? How did they get that? How did they get that value? Where'd that measurement come from? What was performed in reality to gain
Maths
that
was performed.
value?
Did you skip maths class?
No, it had nothing to do with math.
Run us through exactly what was done, exactly the process, so that we can go and replicate it, and we can do it, and then we can know with certainty that we are on a sphere with a circumference of 40,000 kilometers.
The physical location you started and stopped from exactly would help also. Like, where did you measure this curve at? What person did it? From what city to what place to what water to what? Like, where did they do this and get this? The first people, like, somebody had to, right?
And
come on, educate the dumb flat earthers that you've been making fun of.
And if you reference somebody and the source that you reference says that they came close to getting the actual radius correct, but they were off by a smidge, what was it that they didn't get right, but somebody else did because they made a confirmation on how close he was to the actual one?
He left. He's no longer listening.
Right.
Flat Earth is dumb, and anyone who believes it is dumb.
Thanks, mate. You understand measured flat, though, right? Crystal? Your little drive-by shooting there? You're going to hide behind your white mic, are you? Not going to engage? Just going to drive by, make an assertion, and go quiet?
No, I'm playing Call of Duty, and my TV's quite loud.
Okay.
We don't hear it.
We say the Earth is measured flat. Lays horizontally to those waters, not curving. Have you got a measurement of Earth curvature?
I've been to space. I've seen it curve.
No, not you again. You ain't been to fucking space, you idiot. No one believes you. Fuck off. See, this is what we have to put up with. People lying that they've now been to space. I've been to Narnia, and I've had a chat with Aslan. He says you're a prick.
Yep. This is what we're left with. They've got no curve anywhere. They got no globe anywhere. So all they got left is they better lie. How about we give him one more chance there, Jedi? What do you think? Should we give him one more chance and see if he's got real curve in the globe?
He's unmuted. Or she. Don't want to assume gender.
Person that's been unmuted. Do you have proof of the globe?
I already gave my proof. That's all I wanted to say.
You didn't give any proof. We didn't see any proof or hear any proof. You gave a slander is what you gave. You called us all a bunch of idiots or whatever. You've got no proof, so you got nothing.
Yeah, I'm a flat earther. I could prove the globe better than these flat globerists.
I know. They don't even know the reality that they apparently think that they live in. They've got no concept, no clue.
Yeah, that's sort of the irony, right? They are Globers because they do not know what they believe in. We are not Globers because we do know what they believe in.
You guys are liars. It's not flat. It's not flat. You're just a bunch of liars. That's all they have. And it's like when it comes down to it, they don't even know what the curvature rate is or how big the ball is or how fast it turns. They know nothing.
Yeah, they just say big Earth, you small. Like there's no neurons firing. It's just repeat what their elementary school told them, because apparently they stopped education at elementary school.
So
when is the time when they tell them mass attracts mass? At what time? What is that? 5th grade? And they just stop learning after that.
I'm pretty much convinced that everybody is on ADHD drugs, and those drugs, for whatever reason, stop them from being able to use their actual own senses. Nobody can can look and see that level is level and flat is flat, curved is curved. They've got everything is gone. Like, what is wrong with people? Wake up and use your own senses.
Can I get some?
Well,
yeah, you can
the
just
common,
hold. We have
the
the
common
vestibular
part of that,
system.
the
We have
common
the
part of that
vestibular
was
system, which
sold out
is
about 100 years ago, and there's no more common sense left.
Oh yeah.
yeah, we have the vestibular
How old were
system,
you?
which
How old were
is
you when you
basically
figured out the globe was flat?
a level in your head. You just hold your hand out horizontally.
Just talking about
There, you
common
did it.
sense.
Well, let me just say that I knew something was wrong about 30
When
years ago.
you seen it on YouTube, when you read a book, when someone else told you.
I don't think there was much YouTube around 30 years ago. I just knew something wasn't right 30 years ago. And it was about 10 years ago when I finally put the
Somebody
nail
told
into it that, yeah, the earth is definitely flat. And now I know it's flat.
One thing I don't like is when people, and I'm not saying you're doing it, maybe you're valid, but I always come across people that think they're so smart. And even look at atheists, whatever type of topic, whatever communists, but they can't even contemplate or even think of that theory or concept if it wasn't for somebody else that told them. Like they
Yeah,
would
no,
never
I
have come
hear
to
ya.
that conclusion on their own.
I hear ya.
But then they sit up here on their not you, but like everyone. I'm just tired of Discord today. It's like, bro, like you're just being a parrot, but you're acting all like you're all high and mighty and better because you read it. Like we seen the same video, bro.
If you only knew how different each of one is and contributes to the topic in a whole, each from his own experience, everyone could write a book about this.
I think after this much time that flat earthers are kind of, justified as. Yeah, I guess it's never justified being on a high horse, but I mean, they can revel in a little bit of victory, can't they? After like so many years of being ridiculed and being told not to have children, and that you don't have an argument, etc., etc., etc. The science is settled. Science proves it. Science doesn't prove anything. Like all these contradictory statements we get from the Globers over all the years of
All right, so who here
integration.
believes there's a dome?
Could I just take a break here for 1 sec
I
there? I
do.
don't mean to interrupt there, but there is a little bit of an issue apparently going on in the side chat. Gregory, can you maybe slow it down a bit? I'm getting a few complaints coming in, and I haven't got
No,
time
Gregory's
right
been
now.
fine. Ham is just hamming it up. So to
Okay,
speak.
if everything's fine and everybody's happy, then that's good. But I've been getting a few complaints, so I thought I had to address it. That's all. So please go back to the conversation because it's been fun tonight.
Hey, I'm out of here. He's worthless.
Do you guys believe that? Do you guys believe that there's a dome?
Yeah, here I got the record. Here, I'll post this recording I made. So this is him saying for 5 minutes, all I did was talk about other people. And so I made a nice compilation here. You guys can take a look at that.
Great.
Crit making friends.
Yeah, it's really glorious. This guy is a habitual. So watch this. We'll bounce Ham out of here, and it'll completely fix the problem.
Ham will also pretend that you're roboting out and he couldn't hear you and continue to finish long, monotonous statement.
Oh, what a bunch of horseshit.
He's a habitual liar that you have to deal with, and his whole shtick is that. So if there's always a conflict and Ham is one of the participants, you know who the problem is.
Well, the guy that said we never that we didn't know until we watched a video, I actually knew in 1975 in kindergarten. when I told my freaking teacher, Miss Sightsoff, how does the water stick to the globe? You know, and
Say
then
gravity.
that lying little freaking C word, she freaking brainwashed me. Yep. She told me gravity, and I freaking believed her. Damn her. I knew everything at
Pretty much
6
my-
years old, and she freaking,
Oh,
she
yeah,
scammed me.
Faith.
my whole class at that age knew, because otherwise, if they didn't know, they wouldn't need to be told it's a ball.
Yeah. They would just trust what their senses are telling them. Period.
One of the things that for me too, it was like I remember being young and asking, I'm like, hey, so what happens when you go from, like, I look at the globe map and there's these clear lines of demarcation between desert, prairie, mountain, swamp. What does that look like? You know, like we're kind of like where the sidewalk ends. You know, that story about, you know, kids who grew up in the urban environment. You know, like I grew up in Arkansas. So I asked the teacher, I'm like, so what happens where the grass ends? You know, where does that look like when you get to the mountains? Yeah, and she had really no answer. She couldn't even articulate, you know, like how the map of the Earth, the globe here, and what it looks like at a human level. Because it doesn't match. There's like a blending of the environments. It's like, you know, scrubland or whatever. And that part alone shows you that that the globe itself does not represent what the Earth looks like at any level. At any level that you'll live your life, any elevation, you'll never be able to say, "Oh, yeah, that's it." It doesn't match. The globe does not fit this model. That's why it's great to ask the globalists. Show me what's inside your head. Draw me a picture. What cartoon ball do you think you live on?
You guys ever seen the North Star?
Yeah, it's in the sky.
Does it ever change?
I can see it from my house. I can see it when I go outside at night, when there's no clouds, of course.
Every night?
Sits over the peak of my barn, and it never fucking moves.
Every night that there's no clouds in the sky, I can see the North Star. Absolutely.
I started to question this stuff in astronomy class when I started looking up at the sky. Like I as a kid, I never really gave a fuck about none of that shit. But like I started looking up at the sky, and I was like, I keep seeing that like a pan or something, you know, and they call that the Big Dipper or something. And every night I looked up at it, and I was like, that bitch ain't, you know. And I realized like it's not, you know. And then I was going through astrology, and we're supposed to be like rotating, you know, like around the sun, but like it never was moving.
Oh, you're not paying close enough attention then.
See, what's interesting about the globalists is they'll tell you all about, hey, look at the North Star, look at these stars and everything. But then you ask them, hey, just generally point which direction's north. And they can't do it. They have no idea what they're looking at. They wouldn't be able to spot the North Star if you pointed it to them. You said, that's the North Star. They still
I
wouldn't.
just know it's the brightest star, and I'll start looking for the brightest star in the sky, and I'll always find it. But it's never like on the other side of the Earth or something. It's always there.
Yeah, these guys are hopefully ignorant in how any of this stuff works. It's just a belief system they have that causes them to go down these really weird pipelines.
You guys believe in a dome?
A container. Or the second law of thermodynamics is wrong.
You don't need the container.
You know, there could be a really strong membrane. How about that?
Yeah, even if a globe,
I don't know what's up there.
Something to hold in pressure.
Even if globe, you need a container. You just will call your container.
I'm bouncing
like
my
gravity.
No, I say the
cantaloupe, baby. Sorry.
Right.
There's always going to be.
I don't know what's up there.
Sorry, I'm not. I'm not. I'll yell at you loud enough to hear me.
Bear, you're really loud, man.
Very loud.
I was talking to my girlfriend. I thought I was muted. I'm sorry.
Like I was saying, I don't know what's up there, right? but I know it's not an ever-expanding vacuum.
It's water.
Super fluid. It could be all kinds of things. We can wait till Sunday to speculate about the sky. But that's what, a lot of flat earthers talk about the second law. And really, all three of them, it's strike for the globe. It's like strike 1, strike 2, strike 3. Strike 1, energy cannot be created nor destroyed. You've got Earth as a perpetual motion machine. Number 2, gas pressure requires a container. With entropy, there is no container in the globe. And then number 3, you can never reach absolute zero. They tried to tell you they got the James Webb Telescope down to an absolute zero.
What did they
How it
say?
keeps spinning.
Wait,
Ask them how it keeps spinning. Who wound that top up and who keeps it spinning?
That's my question.
Oh, are you going to say that? Cool.
Yeah. What's the official narrative on that?
Yeah, it's complete violation of the first law.
No,
This
what's
is
the first? Hold on, Crit. What's the first law again?
Yeah, look it up if you don't know. I would say go through a process so you can learn something, that you'll be able to learn what's being said, who said it, and why.
So I subscribe to an object in motion stays in motion unless it's acted upon by another force.
Yeah, you could probably look that up again. Its energy cannot be created nor destroyed. You got what happened here is because of your low IQ and low education, you fucked up Newton and also the law of thermodynamics. You crossed.
No. I didn't say that was a law of thermodynamics. I was just citing Newton. I know they're different. I know the difference between.
Okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. But it did sound like you just, like...
I timed that very poorly. It sounded like I was stating the first law, Newton's first law of motion, as though it was the first law of thermodynamics. But that's not what I meant. It was just poor timing on my part.
Yeah, I grant that. No problem.
Okay. I'm also... which one is this? 3 beers deep now.
I was rather surprised when you said that, because normally you're pretty spot on.
Plum, are you still drinking?
I'm still on my first one. I've only had a few sips out of it. Holy crap, you're on third?
First what?
Pussy.
First what? Bottle, glass, cup, can?
And
first bottle, third can.
Nice.
Yeah, if you guys want to check out the audio I posted from Gem Pandas, it's basically talking about the final experiment, and when I gave a couple good rebuttals to how this won't change anything. This final experiment, even for the globe side, they won't accept the results. They won't change anything about what they'll just drive on the next day like nothing happened at all. And then Ham and Mackie just flips out for the next 5 minutes talking all about me.
Well, Crit, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, of course, dude.
In the southern hemisphere, on a flat Earth,
okay, stop
should
right
you?
There. You just
okay.
contradicted.
You know what I mean?
No, I mean make sure.
Okay, fine. I'll reword it. South of the equator. South of the equator.
Okay, south of imaginary line.
Well, you still got a line on yours that you call the equator.
Not necessarily.
Damn.
Am I nuts? Am I crazy, or does the flat Earth not, it at the very least, invoke the equator, and B, the two tropics?
No, I don't think anyone's here is claiming to know the precise path of the sun and all that shit. And equator probably changes because isn't that the path of the sun?
Yeah, that area, those 3 lines are like wide swaths. They're not very accurate or predictable. That's why you get this like El Nino and El Nino. There's these shifting weather patterns. So
what's your short handle for when your latitude is 0 on a flat Earth? What's the short handle for that?
Yeah,
what do you call that?
The elevation angle to Polaris.
No. When you're talking,
yeah.
No, it's 0 degrees latitude.
0, yeah, which would be 0 degrees angle to the Polaris.
We don't call flat earthers don't just call that the equator.
No, you can colloquially call it like the equator, but it doesn't mean there's actually an equator there. And you can go exactly east and exactly west, and you'll see that Polaris will appear and disappear again. So that area is plus or minus a huge air margin.
Why are you talking about Polaris?
Let's talk about the freaking Georgia Guidestones and how we can't freaking map it anymore.
Well, what was
your
shit up? What was your question?
Well, his question was going to be.
I know. I think that's why you were answering it already.
Yeah, if the question was going to basically boil down to its rawest form, was going to be if the Earth is a globe or if the Earth is flat, why is it a globe? That was going to be his question.
No. My question was going to be, if the Earth is flat, should you ever see the sun for 24 hours straight south of the equator? I said hemisphere, and you stopped me because I said hemisphere, and I corrected myself to something that should be more agreeable with you.
But then you stopped asking the question.
I'm drunk, and B, he kind of derailed me with interrupting and being like, no, you said hemisphere.
Your question is incomplete.
It's incomplete?
Yeah, you're asking the other person to fill in a logic train full of assumptions that you're not openly stating. So it's a disingenuous question, dude.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Because there's no flat earther makes an earnest attempt to map the surface so that we can figure any of this stuff
out. That's all we do. That's all the flat earth does.
Oh, show me the flat earth map.
Yeah, that's a cool story. That's a cool story. No. What does that have to do with an object that's not the surface? Because you said, why can't, there's something about seeing the sun, okay?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so north of the equator...
Baked in there is an unspoken assumption about somehow the relationship between the sun and the earth matters in a particular way, right? That you're trying to put on the table, so you need to parse that out.
Well, I was assuming that you knew a few things about the sun and how it moves on your flat Earth. I assumed we had a basis to
The sun doesn't move on a flat Earth. The sun moves on the heavens above the celestial stuff.
Yeah. Ask me the question again. I'll give you your answer very swiftly. Go ahead.
On a flat Earth, if you're south of the equator, should you ever see the sun for 24 hours straight?
Should I?
No.
I don't know. It seems like the question changed because now it's like, should I or shouldn't I? That seems like a moral question.
This is what you should see. You will always see the sun above your head. You will never see it go below your feet.
Damn.
So people are going to the final experiment. Imagine going all the way to Antarctica just to see the sun in the sky, as predicted. There it is. It's up in the air.
There's still a question on the table, though.
Dude, nobody knows how the fucking sun works. You guys, you act like we have all these existential answers to these questions.
Does the sun have a ground position at all times? Does it have a ground position?
I don't know.
We call it high noon.
We don't know how big it is. We don't know how far away it is. You know, you're just asking things like we know things.
And it's not
Is the sun on the ground?
Well,
How do you know? What do you know about the sun? How about you tell us your observations of the sun?
Ground. It's not touching the ground anywhere, and it's moving, so it doesn't have a position.
It's smaller than the Earth.
Well, then when people describe the GP of a celestial object, what are they talking about?
You tell me, bro.
Plus or minus.
I think AI is trying to get in. AI, can you get closer to your mic, guys? AI is trying to say something.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Just gotta ask them what a ground position is.
I didn't hear that until a couple of months ago in here. I'm curious. What is a ground position?
What is it? You said it, so I'm asking you what it is.
Well, I was under the. Let me word that differently. I think I've had it explained to me here that it's the point over the surface of the Earth where a celestial body is directly overhead.
That's not correct.
Oh, so if you know that's not correct, then you must know what is correct. So I'm asking you, what's the correct answer?
Okay, I'll tell you what is correct. What is correct is that is the point that a celestial body is seen from that position as being directly overhead. That is a big difference than is directly overhead.
I'll give you that one.
That's the crux of the whole issue, friend. Okay, so if you ask me, okay, so let's say, for example, you went to Antarctica and you saw a 24-hour sun, right? And you said, why can I see a 24-hour sun? Well, the answer's simple, because the light is reaching you. That's the true answer. Then from there, you make all kind of inferences, putting claims about geometry, putting claims about the arrivaling relative to the receptioning, all of these things, right? And you say, oh, if I make out this assumption and map it out in some kind of geometry, then I can tell you where the sun is relative to the Earth in my circular assumption and then make claims about the surface. That's the problem.
So you can't, there's no correlations that you can make on a flat Earth between the surface that you're standing on and the position of the sun.
No, it doesn't prove or disprove either one.
And as a position, are you talking about a point or the size of the sun shadow on? Like if you were to put the physical sun, like what are you talking about?
If I was asking about the size, then I would use the word size.
So you're talking about a singular point, like the small little point, like you put your finger and you can point, right? You're not talking. It could be anything above you because the sun supposedly is bigger than yourself, right? So there would be a large area where it would cover, right? Or it would be a point. What are you asking? The center of the sun?
When did I say the word point?
You were asking for a position of the sun.
Ground position.
Yeah.
Yes.
What kind of position? A singular, like, grid coordinate or an area like the size of the sun? Or an area like the size of the light of the sun?
I don't know. I'm the one who was asking for clarification on what a ground position is.
I'm asking what kind of ground position you're talking about.
I'm asking what kind of ground position you guys are talking about. I'm literally asking you what do flat earthers mean when they use the term ground position?
Who used the term? Who used that term and how did they use it?
Okay, let me put it this way. Anybody in here who can hear my voice right now, if you've ever, in the course of talking about flat Earth versus globe Earth, used the term ground position, could that person please chime in and let me know what you meant by ground position?
Yeah. Okay. I would say the answer would be if you attempted to take an angle measurement to the sun from your position, you wouldn't get less than 90 degrees.
Well, because that's an angle of elevation.
Right. So it'd be your zenith. Like if you attempted to do that with any sort of instrument, like a nautical sextant or something, you're not going to get an angle less than 90 degrees. Would be what I would think they mean by when they say ground position. So it's
less than 90 degrees. The only way I would
you won't get one. It's 90 degrees to your location. It's like to the surface of the Earth. It's 90 degrees.
Yeah. What are you trying to get at?
But now he's.
That's what I'd say the answer is. That's the ground. That's what would be being defined as being the ground position, would be its angle relative to the surface of the Earth, 90 degrees.
Well, yeah, any object that's directly overhead is 90 degrees.
AI have told you already. Did you goldfish the answer that AI gave you earlier?
I didn't understand what AI was trying to say, to be honest.
He said it's not a ground position directly over your head. It's the person taking the angle measurement to the star relates to a ground position. I think you're mixing that up with that star being directly over someone's head, that being the ground position. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Alright.
if it's directly over my head, wouldn't I
From
be
the position
standing?
of the observer, from the
Yeah.
position of the observer taking the angle, not directly above someone's head. It's a correlative thing in a chart. Yeah.
Okay, then how do I determine an object's ground position?
It's in the almanac, isn't it?
What you have available to the instrument. Okay, check it out, homie. What you have available to the instrument is the arrival angle of the light at that position. That's what you have. You could say, okay, if I take this angle and I trace an infinite vector, at some point along that vector, I will intersect the physical object. Now, the information of the arrival angle is not sufficient to make the secondary claim that if I follow this vector, I will intersect the object in free space. That's the difference between saying it's directly overhead versus the image that I'm citing in my equipment is 90 degrees to the Earth. Those are two different claims, geometrically. That's what I meant when I said the ground position is not when it is directly over your head. That's all I meant by it.
But if you drew that vector from two different locations toward that same celestial object, you'd arrive at the same point from both of those vectors, right?
Not true.
Oh, so the ground position isn't a single position.
Oh, it's that you don't have intersections in free space, dude.
I don't know. Maybe I'm too drunk. I was just wondering what the hell ground position meant.
You got to think about it. You got to think about it as well. Like the whole idea that they claim that the angles can work at any height is because you're not intersecting your lines. You understand?
Well, the angles do work at any height because the angles don't change with any appreciable difference in height on the surface of the Earth.
Right. Then how could they intersect?
I don't understand why we're invoking an intersection of some kind. All I care about is the elevation angle.
What are you trying to do?
It sounds like I'm trying to determine my position on the surface of the Earth using celestial bodies.
Yeah, but how can you do that if you don't even know where they are?
But I don't need to know what. Okay, what do you mean by know where they are? Because I can look at them and see them and say, "Hey, there they are."
I mean, that's disingenuous.
Yeah, but why? How could you determine your location?
Because you can, dude.
No, I know,
all the time.
But what is he? I'm just he's confusing me. But I don't get what he wants. Or what he's
trying to say that if the sun has a ground position, and that ground position means the sun is directly above it, and somebody that's not in Antarctica has a ground position to the sun. Then when you're in Antarctica and you see the sun for 24 hours, then geometrically, how is it going around them, or they can see it above them, but you're seeing it for 24 hours, if you're supposed to be around this huge ring of Antarctica? versus a central point at the bottom of the globe. That's what he's trying to ask.
Yeah, more or less.
But you're asking a question about like Antarctica and stuff that's like unproven, right? Or is it certain that there's sun there always, or whatever you're asking?
Well, you could pick either one of those. I think it's.
I mean, I don't know. We're talking about something that none of us have been and seen, right?
Well, this all started from me asking that exact question of a flat earther.
Yeah, but you're
I
asking a
asked
question
Fred,
about no one has any proof of or verification.
you can't even predict whether you like with your flat Earth, you can't even make a prediction of what you should and should not see in a particular area.
Because I don't know what the medium or the celestial bodies above my head actually are. Right? I know the air is above my head. I know that the sun, moon, and stars are above my head. But the makeup of everything in between me and the stars and whatever's beyond the stars, if they are not reflecting off of something that's above them, or if they're projecting an image through something which is causing them to shape, change, or alter their location, their actual location above the earth itself, I don't know any of those answers. What I do know is that I watch the sun, moon, and stars rise in the east, set to the west, and it's perpetual, like clockwork.
Okay, so for
And I know that
you, hold on.
Polaris sits in a single location,
No, it doesn't.
and I can step off of my porch and look at my barn, and the peak of my barn above it is going to be Polaris. Every night, every morning, Polaris will always be above that point from my porch.
I want to hear how he says it's not going to do that.
Well, one, Polaris does move throughout the course of the night.
How much?
And it stays above the peak of my barn. I don't see it move.
Well,
I mean, I got Stellarium.
Have you seen it?
Stellarium. Stellarium tells me that it's making these tiny circles, but from my observation point, I don't see the tiny circles.
Have you seen it move, Platypus?
Yes.
You've documented the North Star moving?
I've gone out and watched the North Star and looked where it's supposed to be over the course of the night and traced that out, and it traverses a tiny, tiny, tiny little circle. It's very small.
I filmed it. Right?
That sounds pretty crazy.
I took a long exposure
Hold on.
of it. Let me find it.
It's not that crazy, and you could take one night, like early in the night and then late at night, and verify this yourself.
But you're talking about moving, dude. I mean, are you talking about actual moving or a tiny, indiscernible movement?
Well, if it's discernible, then it's moving.
How are you discerning it? Just looking at it?
By noticing that the sun isn't in the exact same spot over the course of the night.
Well, how come the other guy can't discern it?
What other guy can't discern it? What, the guy with the barn?
Anyway,
the guy that looks at it every night.
Is listening to the guys in the lab coats and believing what is being told, and he goes, you know, it kind of looks like it's doing little circles. Yeah, that's it. It's doing little circles.
Why is this important? Isn't this a trivial point?
Track of the sun. Did I hear that right? You were watching the star and keeping track of the sun at the same time. You didn't say that, did you? How many beers are you on, Platypus?
I didn't say that at all.
I stuck in the site.
Hold on.
Why did you trace it?
Plum, I actually genuinely did not say that. Even drunkenly, I didn't say that. I was just talking about Polaris.
How did you trace it? You said you drew it?
So I didn't trace it per se. What I did was I set up a camera to point directly at it. I zoomed in on it as much as I could and centered it in the frame of the camera. And then left the camera, didn't touch it, came back 2 hours later, looked through the camera again, and Polaris was no longer visible through the lens of my camera.
Okay, so there's no other possible factors that could have made that happen, you're saying?
Well, are you sure you didn't map that out on your Etch-a-Sketch, Platypus? Did you map it out on your Etch-a-Sketch? Is that what happened?
Hold on. So if
There's no
that's
issues.
where I
There's
left
no
it,
issues with
hold on.
Polari doing what it does. Hold on. There is
Can
no
I finish?
issues with
You
the
haven't heard the full story of
luminaries.
what I did. You haven't heard my full story yet. Can I get the full story out before you start judging how I was doing it?
No, I'm not judging anything. I'm saying that there is no issues with the Celestial
trying to make
North
the
doing
point
what it
I was
does.
trying to make.
It
Polaris.
does. Gemsy, does the North Star, does Polaris move? Even if it's a little bit, does Polaris move?
Listen, there is no problem with Polaris doing what it does. There is no issues with that.
Right.
But
There's
even
no issues with whatever
yeah,
Polaris does, guys. Because Polaris, you know how the sun moves, but the radiant from where the sun comes from is not the sun. So Celestial North, or I mean Polaris, which is a light, right, that we see with our eyes, is coming from what is called the North Toroidal radiant. So this circle that is around this celestial, what we call celestial north, that light that we observe and we can see optics, whatever it's doing is doing it. Just like the sun, just like the moon, just like the stars. There's no issues with what these luminaries are doing.
I'm fine with that, but I'm just curious as whether it actually does it or not. Like this guy Jesse posted a picture. I don't see any Polaris moving in a small arc. How do I look at this?
It does.
So
Which luminary doesn't move, guys? Which luminary doesn't move? Tell me, which one doesn't move?
the right hand picture, Hollywood, shows Polaris as the brightest star. So that is Polaris, and it is moving around a small circle.
Yeah, there's no issues with that.
So you're saying it's not? You're saying it's not in the center of all the stars?
No, it is not at perfectly 90
Listen,
degrees.
Polaris is a phenomena that is being caused. And within Polaris, there is something called the North Toroidal. That Polaris is in that North Toroidal. Okay? So that toroidal, that movement that we see, is not just Polaris doing it. It's the whole area of the sky doing this North Toroidal thing. That's one of the radiants.
Gemsy, you're on step 3. You're 2 steps ahead of these guys. When you jumped in just now, we were still trying to hash out whether or not it even does move.
Dude,
Yes,
I'm trying to hash out why the fuck the sky matters on the flat Earth.
He said it does not matter whether Polaris is or is not moving, right?
Why are we
He
concerned
said
about
it's
it? Though?
not a big deal. That's what he stated. It's not a big deal.
That's
it doesn't
trivial. Trivial, guys. Trivial.
Why does Platypus care so much about it?
The observable phenomena that we see of the sky, we're standing on the ground and looking at it, right? It is important because we observing it's observable phenomena, but just to make claims that it's doing or not doing or this and that, it's not gonna determine anything. I mean, because this is one piece of a bigger puzzle. Because this North Toroidal that we're observing is one area of the sky of a bigger picture. So I mean, this is not gonna determine anything. And arguing about it is just whatever, guys. Keep arguing about it. Let's see what it comes from it.
Nothing will come from it.
The only reason I got Gemsy, the only reason I was making a big deal about it, it's the only reason I ever make a bigger deal about anything in here. It's when somebody says something that is objectively false. And somebody in here said that Polaris does not move. That is an objectively false statement to make.
I don't think so. I think probably from the naked eye, it does not appear to move.
Well, yeah, because the apparent rotation that you see in the celestial bodies, the closer you get to the point at which they appear to rotate. Notice I'm using all the correct vernacular for you. The closer you get to the point of rotation.
Dude, all I care about is what we're talking about, and we're saying something about Polaris, right?
Yeah,
yes, and my statement was my statement.
Tell us you can see it a little bit, cool, but who cares? It doesn't really move much. It's always stays there, dude.
Yes, my statement was, you can quote me because my statement was, I step off of my porch, I look at my barn, I look at the peak of the roof of my barn, and Polaris is there.
Yes,
It
that's
does
correct.
not move in the night sky. And
That
then
is a
someone
correct
wants
Yes,
to
it
statement.
be
does.
anal about it.
Yes, there we go.
Somebody wants to
Hold
be
on, hold on,
anal about
Platypus.
it.
You
Yes,
can't
it
even.
does.
But you
It makes
can't even
a tiny
claim to.
circle.
You can't
It
claim
Let the
makes
to
a
guy
know.
tiny
finish. Let the guy
circle.
finish. Let the guy finish.
Okay.
They get anal, like you're saying. It makes a tiny circle. I don't notice the tiny circle. But like Jimsy said, it doesn't matter. It stays above the peak of my barn, period.
It
If it's
does. It
making a
does
tiny
that.
circle,
Yes.
I don't see it. I don't notice it. It doesn't matter to me.
Listen, doing that little circle doesn't mean that it's moving away from that position. That is celestial north, right? And that little circle doesn't take it away that it is celestial north and that it is inside the north toroidal. So
Can I
that's it,
can I
guys. Come on, it's not a big
can
deal.
I make a point distinction here, and that this is something that comes up in the this arena a lot, and that is the difference between exactly versus approximately. So the statement that Polaris is above the peak of this guy's barn, that statement is 100% correct. It doesn't appear to move, okay? But technically, it's 0.75 degrees away from the North Celestial Pole. So technically, Polaris traces a very, very tiny circle in the sky. So it's like the difference between exactly and approximately just trips a lot of people up.
Okay.
But
Well,
I think
apparently the
everyone's
meaning of the word
So from
technically
this
is
point
tripping
forward,
you
where
up
we
as
headed?
well. Whatever. I'll just drop it.
So from this point forward, where we headed? All that was said for what?
The stars move, not the Earth.
Oh, I
How?
thought the Earth was spinning, so that's why Polaris was spinning.
The stars are the thing that move. The stars are the thing that move.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yes,
I have
you
some- I
can
have some
observe. You,
questions.
bro,
I have some curious questions about that. Would you be able to answer some
Could
questions?
you ask them when someone
recorded.
else is not done
Platypus.
finishing their reply?
Go ahead.
You said yourself that you recorded the stars moving. You observed it, and are you asking if it's happening?
No, I'm asking.
Exactly.
I want to ask some questions about the stars moving.
Then ask.
Man, what?
Wait, why do the stars move?
Oh, why? God made it that way.
Why do you shit your pants when you're young?
You're gonna have to get on your knees and ask God. Why?
You
Why,
see,
God?
I
Why
have
you
to
did
say
this?
this because he usually does this. After we make the very obvious observation concerning this, then they have to persevere to scrutinize with questions like, why is it happening? Which is to tacitly presume I'm going to expose it because they're not going to expose it. They're going to ask that question, and if we fail to answer it, or if we answer it with an answer that they think they can refute, then that's supposed to invalidate or falsify the observation of seeing the stars move and the earth not. Regardless of what is the telos and or the cause of the motion of the stars, the question is, what do we observe, first and foremost? So there's no good reason to believe the doctrine that the stars are merely apparently moving and the earth is really spinning. You've never seen the earth spin, never empirically detected the earth spin at all. We've only ever detected the stars to be orbiting. True statement, Platypus?
All right, so Gregory's restating the thing that we already know and agree on, which is that the stars appear to move.
No, he's stating that you shouldn't ask dumbass questions.
It's not a dumbass question. I want to understand more about the stars.
No, it's not a dumb question. It's a obfuscating question. You're obfuscating past the observation issue towards the teleological issue with the word why in the question.
Yeah, hey, why
or
does
with
the
causal issue with
platypus,
the
sorry,
colloquial sense of why?
platypus, why does the earth spin?
Because there's
If you
nothing
want
to
to
act
know,
on it to stop it.
Are we the first person
How did
people
it
that you've
start spinning?
asked?
How did it start spinning? No. Or why did it start spinning? Let me.
Now, that question doesn't actually have a definitive answer.
How do you know it doesn't
my
have an
knowledge?
answer? How do you know that? Wait a minute.
Because people,
That's a heavy answer.
hold on, because people disagree.
Why would you?
Hold on.
Am I talking or not? So why
Yeah,
would
I
you expect anyone else to have an answer? If you don't know, then you ask a question and someone else says, I don't know.
Listen,
Then
it
why
might
would
be
you
similar.
expect?
Let Platypus answer that.
Yeah, my bad.
I just wanted to know what the answer to the question was.
No, you're trying to
Okay,
get a
so there's that.
gotcha. But yeah,
Don't
go.
presume that you know why I'm asking questions and why I'm not asking questions. You don't know what's
Yeah,
going
look,
on in my
Well,
head.
you
there's that.
presume, but you presume that we have a why of the stars moving.
I don't
So I'm
presume
going to
anything.
presume that you have an answer as well. So am I alright to presume if you presume, or maybe not?
Well, you know what my accepted answer to that
No,
question
because
is.
you just said you don't know.
Do you doubt other
Hold on,
people's
hold on,
answers?
hold on. That I don't know why the Earth is rotating.
Yep.
That I don't know. I don't know where the Earth gets its
There we
rotational
go.
motion from.
Thank you.
no, that's a how answer, not a why.
It's also directly to your position because that is the only way that other people observe the world is directly to their own position. And they use the sky for this reason. And that means that they're using a flat plane with elevation angles to these stars.
Why do I have to? Why do I have to only? How do I word
There you
this?
go. Ask you why.
How come?
Why are you
How
asking?
come I have? Bear with me. I already said I'm drunk.
My
How?
5-year-old. Why?
Hold on. Why do I? Why does it only work on a flat?
Platypus?
Why? I don't know.
Go ahead, ask the question, Platypus. Let's see where you go.
Sorry.
Well, would it not work in both of these models?
What would
Either
not work?
in both, determining where you are by looking at the stars.
Why?
Don't be
Why?
facetious. I'm trying to be engaging. I mean, I can go if you guys just want to have
I'm engaging you.
a flat
I
Earth.
am engaging you. Why would it not work?
Oh, please don't go.
For what reason would you say you cannot navigate the Earth using the celestial bodies?
It's not what I said. I said it would work on both models.
Oh, it would work. Did I mishear you? It would work?
Yes, I said it would work
Okay,
on
how
both
could you
models.
get an angle off from a curved surface?
Why would I need an angle off of a curved surface?
Because you're trying to get the elevation angle
I
to
have
the
to.
star.
Okay, Gregory, if I walk out in my backyard, I can see my city's water tower from my backyard. Do I have to know
This is
anything else?
Can you answer my question that I asked before that?
I am answering your question.
Dude, stop.
I'm answering your question.
Dude, no, you're not. You're asking me a question.
Yes, I am.
Answer my
I'm answering
question,
your question.
not with a question, with a predication, not a question. How are you getting an angle up from a curved surface?
Because I'm not invoking the surface or a shape of the surface to get my angle.
So you're not getting the angular relationship between the star and the Earth, correct?
I'm getting an angle of elevation. That's
Angle
it.
of elevation
Above what?
the surface that you're standing on.
Well, let him answer. Let him answer.
No, it has nothing to do with the surface.
Okay, so you're not getting the angular relationship between the star and the Earth, correct?
I'm getting an angular relationship between my position and the star.
What's your
Your position is on the Earth, yes?
Yeah, but that could be many different
So then
places.
you are
on
getting
Earth.
the angular relationship between the star and the Earth.
Okay, Gregory.
Yes.
Gregory, hold on. Gregory,
Earth
hold on.
has many
Hold on.
different places.
Hold on a minute. Can I get angle measurements to determine my location on the Earth if I'm standing in a drained swimming pool?
Location.
You're answering my question with a question.
That would be to do with the Earth then.
Literally
the
doing what he
surface.
said not to do.
All my questions are very deliberate and pointy, and they will get to the point.
Okay,
right?
for
So
anybody,
the reason you're not answering yes is because you know where this leads, because we've been down this road before. So let's stop pretending this is
No,
our
you don't
first
let me get
time
there.
in this silly song and dance of yours. You're
Hey,
not
you're
going
right.
to
Hey, Gregory, you're
acknowledge
right.
that
You're absolutely
you
right.
don't need to keep talking through me
Come
because you're
on.
the one stultifying the dialogue. The channel is not designated for you to just run your mouth without actually progressing forward. So you listen. Good grief, dude. I'm gonna ask you again. Are you getting an angular relationship between the star and the Earth? Yes or no?
No.
And what's your
Okay, so then
fucking
you
position,
failed to
dude?
navigate the Earth. Then
I'm getting an angular relationship between the star and my position.
And
okay,
where
so you
is your
failed to
position?
navigate the Earth. Then, and not only did you fail to navigate the Earth with your first answer, by implication, you're contradicting yourself with your following answer because you're getting the angular relationship between the star and your position. Your position is on the Earth. Or if you want to reify your position to not be on a material object, but just your position simpliciter per se, that's even more idiotic.
I'm
So either way, you're wrong.
I'm always on the surface of the Earth, no matter what I'm doing. When I'm getting
Okay, you're
my
talking
angle
past the critique
measurements,
and not engaging.
it's not talking past the critique, Gregory. You can pretend that it is.
You're
Go
not
look up what.
engaging anything that I just said to you.
Do yourself a favor. Go look up what a bubble cell.
You're not engaging anything I just said to you.
And then,
Platypus, you refuse to accept that you're standing on Earth, dude. You're out of your fucking mind.
Hold on.
I literally just said I'm always standing on the surface of the Earth.
Okay, so let's try again. Let's see if he engages this. He needs to engage and concentrate his reply to this rebuttal. Either you are, by implication, contradicting yourself because you just said that you're not
Just
getting the
ask
angular
your
relationship between the
question
star
again,
and the Earth,
Gregory.
but then said you're getting the angular relationship between the star and your position, which is on the Earth. So you're not getting angular relationship between the star and the Earth, and then you are getting an angular relationship between the star and the Earth by implication, since you're getting an angular relationship between the star and your position on the Earth, or it's an immaterial entity that is just your position simpliciter per se, which is not at all a piece of matter to get an angular relationship between that and anything else. So
Are you
either
done?
way, with your answers, you're wrong.
Are you done?
Now,
I'm
let's see
getting
if he
an
actually engages what I just said to him and was actually listening. Let's see what he chooses.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat all 560 words that you just said?
That's
So does that reply convey that he was engaging what I was saying?
Just shorten
Or is he
it,
just replying
Gregory.
with irritated sarcasm?
It's not irritated sarcasm. You talk at length for absolutely no reason.
Do you need someone else to translate?
Okay, let me put it this way. Hold on. Let me put it this way. I'm getting angles of elevation, and I'm standing on the Earth. No, I am not invoking the surface of the Earth to get those angles of elevation.
Okay, the angular relationship between the star and what?
Gregory, I will give it to him simply. Okay. You just referred to your position on the ground and then said it had nothing to do with your position on the ground.
Nonsense.
That's
Yeah,
not
it's
what
one
I
that
said.
contradiction. You're right.
No, negative, Flatsy.
So let's
That's
see if
not
he
what I said.
finally moves forward.
Stop,
You're getting the
Gregory.
angular relationship between the
Sec,
star
Mike.
and what?
Platypus, I'm really
Sec,
confused,
one sec.
dude. Like,
One sec.
if you're not
Hold
on
up.
Let him
Earth,
answer the
where are
question.
you?
Let him answer my question.
Hold up.
We need to move forward.
I'm tired
One
of trying to
second.
answer, Gregory.
1 second. Hello. 1 second. Just a quick word. He said from his location, right? It's relevant to his location. Location being the key word there, all right? He's already admitted this.
Yep. He's still contradicting himself, so here we go again. Let's move forward. Platypus, concentrate. You're getting the angular relationship between the star and what?
And my current position.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
is your
location.
position matter?
That's the thing I'm trying to determine.
You're trying to determine whether your position itself is matter, a material entity or not?
You're using your position also
I know it's
to
frustrating. I know it's frustrating. But this is what happens with people like him. Let's see if he can engage. He said, no, not the Earth, Gregory, your position. Okay, so let's see if he can make sense out of his reply. The angular relationship between the star and your position is your position material.
My position, yes.
in
Okay,
relation.
show me the matter that is your position.
What?
Show me. This is a very poignant question. As weird as it may sound, I know it sounds weird to you.
It
But
can't
this is how
be
awkward
poignant
your
and
answer.
weird
Stop
at the same
talking.
time,
Stop
Gregory.
talking, dude. Stop talking.
Contradicting
You don't
yourself
understand my
now.
answer. Listen. Just stop talking. Listen. You said you're getting the angular relationship between the star and your position, not the Earth, not the material entity that is the star and the material entity that is the Earth and or the oceans. No, it's between your position and the star. So, is your position a material entity?
I'm standing on the earth.
That's not what I asked you. I didn't ask you, are you standing on the earth?
Gregory, I didn't ask you that. Gregory, could you please
I didn't
ask
ask you
the
that.
question in 10?
I didn't ask you that.
Shorten your
Stop.
question. Take your
I
words.
did not ask you
take
that.
your words.
You're not listening to me.
Take out the
I
filler
did not
words.
ask you that. You're answering a question I did not ask you. Let's
20
try
words
again.
or less. 20 words or less.
No. Stop talking. Engage in my question.
I'm
Is your
trying to engage your
position a
question.
material entity?
What the hell does that mean? Would you?
Hey, this is how stupid your answer is.
Dude.
So because you won't acknowledge, stop talking. You don't understand what's going on. I'll teach you. Because you refuse to acknowledge the obvious fact that everyone who does celestial navigation is getting the angular relationship between the star and the surface of the earth and or oceans, you are now stuck in this stupid position where you can't answer very poignant and simple questions about your answer as though you know better than us.
It's really sad.
I'm not using the surface of the earth.
Which is exactly the problem.
Yeah,
so
dude,
because you're not getting the angular relationship between the star and the earth, you're not going to get the GP, the ground position on the ground, the earth, terra firma,
It is
under the star.
Okay, so if I look,
You're not getting the angular relationship between the earth and the star. You're getting this angular relationship supposedly between the earth and your position, but not any material entity like the earth.
Believe position.
It's just your position, simpliciter.
Yeah, but you find your position by using your position to the ground positions that your position is in. So you're using the ground position from you to the ground positions of the celestial bodies.
All right.
So it's
And
really
you're right.
Okay.
Flatsy.
All right.
You get it. He
Can I
don't.
attempt to steal, man?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So he's saying that in the actual process of obtaining an angle relative to his line of sight, right, from a star, so let's say from his vertical, right, he does not require to reference the surface in any manner. He's just using his vertical position and the star.
He didn't even add vertical. It's just his position. His position on what?
Hold on.
Didn't specify.
Hold
His
on.
position relative to what? Didn't specify. Just his
Gregory,
position.
Jesus Christ, do you ever
Just
any other
just his
person in
position.
your state?
Dude, stop talking to me. I began speaking before you. Stop. So that's what he said. I know that's how stupid his reply is because people are trying to make sense out of his reply. That's why we keep talking past each other. But that's why I'm so analytical as I am, because he's giving these answers so that he can talk past the obvious conclusion that he's trying to avoid.
You're not being analytical. You're being word salad, as usual, is all you're doing, Gregory.
Hold on. I'll give you his position, like dumbed down right now, because I'm Southern America. I got this dumbed down version of everything. I promise you. So you're using your position on the surface to find your position on the surface, because your position on the surface is relative to the things that you are referencing. So you're finding your position in relation to those ground positions of those things.
Yes, because there's only one position. Hold on. Yes, because there's only one position that you can possibly be on the surface of the earth,
I'm giving
where
you
those
gold.
things.
I'm giving you
I don't think
gold.
she finished, man.
You're not accepting it. You're talking through me instead. I'm
You
giving
were
you
Flatsy. I'm sorry, Flatsy. On my end, hold on.
Platypus, she
You don't
didn't
want me
finish. She didn't finish.
You don't want me to finish the gold that I'm trying to give you.
Hold on a second.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
It's not factual, actually, what you said.
Okay, somebody say
not
something.
exactly factual.
Hold on.
That's
Flatsy,
not what
say,
you,
hold
what
on.
you said isn't factual.
Jesus Christ, I all of you were roboting for the past 30 seconds, so I dropped out of the room and came back
Can
in
you
to
hear
see
me
if you're
now?
still
Can you
roboting.
hear me now?
Can
Can
you hear
you
me?
hear me now?
I hear both of you fine now. Jesus Christ, that's all I was
Okay,
trying to
cool.
say.
Can you hear yourself?
What did you hear last?
No. I heard you say a sentence with the word position in it like 6 times, but it was really broken.
Okay, I got you. I'm going to go ahead and give it the rundown again. So you're using your position in relation to the stars to find where you are with those relations to the star. So you're using the same plane that you're standing on to find the relationship with you and the ground positions of those things in the sky. It doesn't matter if they're apparent or not, they have a fixed position on the earth at any given time. And we have that with the latitude, longitude grid system, right? So we don't have to just guess where we are. We can go and figure it out. But we could never figure it out without the sky as a factor. So if we blacked out the sky completely, you couldn't see it at all. You could never figure out your latitude, longitude position without your electronics telling you where it is.
Yeah, off the top of my head, I can't think of another way to do it.
Yeah,
if you were completely devoid of any
Of
celestial
course not,
objects below.
because that's where latitude and longitude lines come from, the sky.
That's
So there
not
is
where
no
latitude
other.
and longitude lines come from. They're completely arbitrary.
If you didn't have GPS and the sun and the moon were blacked out, you would be fucked, dude.
Okay, so latitude lines come from angles, right? Platypus?
No.
Okay, how do you get a latitude line without the
Okay.
stars?
I want you to picture
How
for
do
a
you
moment.
get a latitude line without the stars? You gonna answer the question or not?
I don't give me. I don't know why you're bringing up the stars.
Okay, why do
It's not the
latitude
stars.
lines? Why do latitude lines come in degrees?
Because circles come in degrees.
Why do latitude lines come in degrees? Degrees from what?
Of a circle.
Degrees from degree. It's
Yeah.
an elevation angle.
What the hell?
Dude, seriously acting like you don't know that it's from
Did he say
Polaris.
circles as an answer to the question?
Yep.
Why are you acting like you don't know it's from Polaris, Platypus?
It can't
If
be
you're-
from Polaris, Flatsy. Polaris doesn't even sit in the same fucking
The
spot in the
angles of
sky over the
elevation
course
from
of
the
the night.
category
Hold
circle.
on, excuse me. How am I going to use an object that
You're an
doesn't
asshole.
stay in the same person?
I'm gonna
Because
ask you
acting
again.
like
I'm gonna ask you again, Platypus. How do you get latitude lines without the sky?
you just carve up the sphere that way.
dude,
You're a fucking idiot. I thought you were smart.
How delusional.
Okay, why are they okay? If they're based on Polaris, then why would I be picking? Why would I base them on Polaris?
You don't even get the.
Flatsy, I feel you. I feel you, Flatsy.
Yeah.
You should be muted, and you
I
have
thought
no
I thought he
right
was
to talk
smart.
anymore.
Not wrong.
Not wrong.
I
I'm a smart person.
I don't understand this. Show me that they're based on
You
Polaris.
obviously don't.
I don't
I
have
asked you
the
this
power
3
to.
weeks ago, and you still haven't gone and
I
looked at
did.
it.
I
And you're
Nobody
in
under-
here arguing.
Nobody
that
understands you,
latitude lines.
Platypus.
And you're in here still arguing that latitude lines aren't from the sky. I told you this 3 weeks ago. I can't believe you haven't been to look at it.
They're not.
Honestly, your position about not having a position was some of the dumbest shit I've heard in a long time.
You are so stupid. You don't
It
even.
really hurt. It really hurt my brain.
So let's review. Let's review because he's obviously stultified.
Yeah.
I'm not anything, Gregor.
All right. If I'm at
So,
45
go ahead,
degrees
Timbo.
north, sorry, mate. If I'm at 45 degrees north, what does that tell you?
You're halfway between the equator and the geographic North Pole.
It means that Polaris is 45 degrees in the sky.
No, absolutely not. Over the course of the
Oh
night,
my
Polaris
God.
moves.
What a shithead.
Wait, we already
Okay,
went over this. Wait, Platypus, we went over this. It does not move anything. It does not move
Dude.
that much. So
Gemsy,
you saying that it moves more than a degree, I think, is disingenuous.
Gemsy, please come back for 10 seconds and say it again. Are you there?
But
He's not
Platypus,
on your side on
Yes,
this
sir.
one, mate.
Again,
are
yes or no?
you saying that
Hold
the
on.
North Star moves more than like 1 degree, where his answer would be
Wait.
incorrect?
Well, how
But
far
that's not
off
even.
of?
But that's
Hold
not
on.
even
How
the
far?
I
point.
mean,
Hold on.
just basically
How,
on the.
No, you're
hold on.
letting him run away. You're letting him run away from the question.
Exactly.
Hold on. Does Polaris sit perfectly at 90 degrees
Incorrect.
north latitude?
Hold on. That's not the
Stop
question.
getting
That's
off
not the question,
topic.
Platypus. The question was if I'm learning today too about this North Star moving a little bit, but it doesn't sound like it moves very much. And I think you just tried to say that he was incorrect because by default calculating, if it moved more than 1 degree, then it would move more and it wouldn't make sense, right?
See, here's the problem. Let me clarify this. Here's the problem. He's equivocating motion. He's not correctly conceiving the very basic distinction between an apparent motion versus actual motion. The actual motion of Polaris is to stay where the fuck it is, as it's been throughout all the history of creation.
That's
the
a good
motion
point.
that we're referring to is the apparent descent in our visual perspective.
Not at all what I'm doing, Gregory.
Look,
Oh my god, dude.
As usual.
I know that's not what you're doing. That's why I said what I said. Fucking moron.
Yeah, I don't understand why we have to argue this. This is very plain and clear to see in our own observations. You can see. Okay? It's not like, oh, we're talking about something that you can't see. We're not doing that.
Polaris didn't actually move. An apparent descent or ascent, the further or closer away you move from north to south or south to north.
I'm not talking. No, hold on a minute, Gregory. I'm not talking about the change in Polaris when you move. I'm talking about the change in Polaris when you don't move. If you just stand still for over the course of the night, Polaris moves.
Who cares?
No, it actually doesn't really move
Yes,
that
it-
much, dude.
Okay, it does.
What
It
does that
doesn't
have to
move that
do with
much, or
celestial
it doesn't
navigation?
move. Hold on,
What does that
Hollywood.
have to do? Just talk me
literally-
through the clarification.
Is there a difference between? Hold on, Hollywood. Is there a difference
You're
between
appealing to
doesn't
that
move that
supposed
much
fact.
or doesn't move?
Listen, stop talking.
If it moved
You're
like
just
the
stultifying
sun,
the
there would be a
dialogue.
difference.
Just let me clarify, dude. Just let me clarify. You're being ridiculous.
Just use less words to do
appeal
it.
to the fact that Polaris pretty much stays in its position with that small, itty bitty, minuscule circle that it orbits within. Therefore,
So it does
what?
move. So it does move.
Therefore, what?
So it does. So how are you basing your coordinate system on an object that moves? Makes no sense.
Because it doesn't move very much, you dipshit.
You're picking a moving reference point.
Dude,
it makes no sense.
If I picked a 1 millimeter radius circle, right, and I picked 100 meter radius circle, right, they're both moving, right?
It doesn't even move.
One appears like it's not moving, dude. That's the whole point. Do you get that? It's like basic.
Polaris doesn't move in a circle. Okay.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does, Flatsy.
Whatever. It doesn't move enough for anyone to
makes
see it
Star
with their
Trek.
own fucking eyes, dude.
Does not move in a circle.
Yes, it does. It
No,
makes a star trail. That star trail is the shape of a circle. It moves in a circle.
Circle. It moves.
Have you videotaped that yourself?
show
Platypus? Like, show us, dude. Seriously.
Okay, hold on. For me, Flatsy's roboting again. Am I the only person who's hearing roboting in Flatsy?
There is. Sorry. Am I roboting?
No.
Not for me.
Okay.
His ears are broken
Yeah,
too.
Polaris doesn't move in a circle. It moves in a semicircle. That's it. That's all it moves in.
But it does move.
It only moves in a semicircle.
God, this is stultifying again.
Literally?
So what? Let's go with his premise because he's being stubborn. This is why I do this. So let's say his premise is true. Therefore, what?
Yeah. What now?
Therefore,
What
it's-
now? What now? It moves a little bit. What now, bitch? Sorry. Sorry.
Therefore, it's not the basis of your latitude and longitude system.
Dude. Okay, so then what is? Look, watch. So then if that's not how we determine latitude and longitude, then what is?
It's arbitrary. It's just carving up the
Okay, so
sphere.
you don't
That's all
know.
it is.
So who
You
carved?
don't know.
So who carved it up,
It
dude?
is.
Who
It
carved
is
it up,
okay.
and how did they
hold
do
on.
it?
It
Yeah, you
is
don't.
laid
No,
out.
not hold
Hold
on. It's arbitrary. You said there's no referent. It's
I
just
can tell you
ipsy
how it's
dixit.
carved on
We
my
say that
system.
this position is here and that position is there. So you don't know. By
I can tell you
implication,
how.
given your
Hold on,
answer. So
Gregory.
you don't
I can
know.
tell you. Hold
So
on.
you
I
don't
can.
know. Stop
Are
talking
you gonna let me
past
talk?
this.
I'm not
Stop
talking
talking
past it.
past this.
I'm
Stop.
not. I'm trying to answer you.
Stop.
I'm not talking past you. I'm
The
trying to
answer
answer
is
you.
self-defeating. You don't know. If it's arbitrary, if there's no referent, then it's just ipsy dixit.
It is arbitrary. It's why they picked 90
Right. So
and
then
not
it's
100
subjective.
or
Your answer
80.
reduces to subjectivism. There's nothing you can say after that. You just reduced your position to subjectivism. You have no objective referent, no canon in any sense to determine whether your position is what you think it is or not.
Dude, saying something is arbitrary is not the same as saying it's ridiculous or that it has no basis.
Which is obfuscating my reply. You have to keep talking past this. I'm going to keep dragging you back to this because it's a self-defeating reply. If it's just arbitrary and there is no referent, you're not referring to anything at all whatsoever in the cosmos so as to ascertain the position along the surface of the entire earth and oceans, then you don't fucking know what is what and where it is.
I know exactly why it's laid out the way that it is on my sphere.
So
I
then
don't
it's
know
not
why
arbitrary
it's laid out
then,
that way.
right?
It is arbitrary.
Okay, so then
Because
you
it could have
don't
been
know.
anything. Because it
Okay,
no,
so you don't know.
Gregory, it's arbitrary because it could have been anything. They could have made it 0 to
Right, so then you
100 or
don't know
0
then.
to 80.
You reduce to subjectivism,
No.
collapsing
You
into
know-
skepticism.
No, not at all.
Okay, so then it's not arbitrary then.
At some point when you stop talking, I will be able to explain to you
Platypus,
why it's laid out
dude,
the
you
way that it
literally,
is on my board.
Okay, guys,
back and
point
forth,
of moderation,
tell
point
him
of
to stop
moderation.
talking when he's not even talking.
Hello. So I'm also trying to listen to everyone. So just give him a chance to reply, and then reply to his reply, okay? Because
They were actually
jumping on
doing
each
it
other,
fine.
I'm almost not able to comprehend anything. So I'm trying to listen as well, please.
Okay, so let's try again. So then it's not arbitrary, right? Given that you know something, right?
It can still be arbitrary, Gregory.
Okay, so then you don't know. You fall into subjectivism and collapse into skepticism.
No, not at all.
Okay,
I
so
don't
then
know
it's
what
not
you're going
arbitrary.
on about, Gregory. Are we going to get anywhere with anybody else on this conversation?
Hopefully, when you stop
aside from-
contradicting yourself by implication. Hopefully.
I can't get anywhere with him talking. I'm trying to
You can't
engage
get anywhere with
Polanski,
your
trying to
answers.
engage
You're
Hollywood.
stuck in a dilemma. Give me your
No,
pattern of answers.
you're just word salading, Gregory.
No, you just don't understand because you're not competent to engage me on the subject. So let's see which one you pick now. So if you know it, then it's not arbitrary. If it's arbitrary, then you fall into skepticism, fall into subjectivism, and collapse into skepticism. So let's see which one you choose.
Okay, you clearly don't know what arbitrary means.
Who cares, dude?
Okay. So
That's
you're
what I'm
obviously
saying. Tell him to
not
get off of
engaging
it.
anymore.
Dude,
You're just trying to
hold on,
condescend to me.
Hollywood.
So let's see if you can
That's
try
what
with the
I'm
dialogue this
saying.
time.
Tell him to stop.
Now you're talking to me when I began my reply before you.
No, I'm trying to talk to literally anybody else but you,
you're
Gregory,
literally trying to
because I
talk to
don't
me when I
get
began
anywhere with
speaking
you.
before you after Gen Z just told everyone in the room, stop talking to one another. I waited till you were done, then I replied. Okay, let's see if you can track with the dialogue, not the cacophony and bickering, the dialogue. So, how do you know latitude?
For me and my model, latitude lines are the carving up of the surface of the sphere in a way that makes sense. Since it's a sphere, it's easiest to ascribe circles to the surface of that sphere, going all the way around the surface of the sphere.
But that will
If
be
you
the
draw
celestial
a,
sphere, right?
if you
The
no,
celestial sphere?
no,
Let
if
him
you
finish.
if it's a sphere and you draw a great circle from pole to pole, that's 360 degrees, a circle. If you start at the pole and call that one point, and you go halfway between one pole and the other, that's where the equator is. They decided to call the equator 0, and moving toward any of the poles is 0 to 90 degrees of that circle on a sphere. That's why it's arbitrary, but that's also why they
that
do
they're
it
correct.
that way.
Yeah, now you're extenuating your reply. So then they don't know that their assertion is correct. There was no measurement.
All I did just now.
There was no
all I
standard.
did.
Now you're just extenuating your answer again.
I'm not
so you
dealing
can
with you,
talk
Gregory.
through the critique of your answer.
I'm not
That's what you keep
responding to you,
doing.
Gregory. I'll
You're just
respond to anybody else in
extenuating
this
your
room,
answer
Gregory.
through my reply. Stop.
All I did was answer his question.
You're extenuating your answer through my reply. All you have to do is stop talking. You obviously said your reply.
Just stop. Jemsy, did I answer the question?
I almost got it. I almost heard that it was an agree upon lines of position, but
right.
I
So
know
here's
you
the
and
reply
I.
now.
Hold on.
He's trying to suppress
Gregory,
my
stop.
reply.
I'm talking
Let
to
me reply
Jemsy.
now. I'm well within my right to be contemptuous against this. He's just trying to suppress my reply. Stop.
it's okay, bro, because I can't speak too much. I'm just trying to moderate. So just let him reply and then reply. Let's just try our best. It's just.
All right, I won't keep poking you.
Yeah, so then they did not measure anything. You didn't mention measurement once. Let's just get a ball. Let's just draw lines around it. And let's pick the center one as the equator. Ta-da! Now we know longitude and latitude. So there was no measurement done. So it's just an ipsy-dixit, so you don't know. Thank you for conceding to your subjectivism, collapsing into skepticism.
I think there's a little bit more than that, actually. It's not just arbitrary, is it? Because there is the observation of the movement of the luminaries, and the longitudes and latitudes are kind of like based on that, and then on ground positions and drawn political maps. That's where the agreements come on the map drawings.
Now that's where our disagreement in this room is coming from, because people are trying to say that grid system is somehow based on Polaris, which is an object that doesn't stay in the same spot at all times. How can you base your coordinate
Polaris
system
is a central
on a reference point?
That grid. Polaris is a central point of that grid, but it's also
not a
like
central
a ground
point,
position.
It moves. It's not the central point. Yeah, but that ground position moves because the star moves.
I don't know, man. Are you actually saying that the geographical north on the maps is moving?
No, the geographic north stays the same.
Okay, so then the celestial north also stays the same, but reportedly,
yes.
I seen grid. I mean, how do you say? Have to look it up again. Some degrees that it changes a little bit, like maybe 1 or 2 degrees or whatever.
It does change, and you are also correct. The celestial North Pole also does not move. The misconception here is that Polaris sits on the celestial North Pole, and it doesn't, which means it's not based on the position of Polaris.
So Polaris will be the star, the light that is doing a little circle, but celestial north will be the actual position of that center of the sky that the angle is being drawn from, that actual grid position that is central to that grid.
And you actually don't have to use Polaris for that. Any star that makes a complete star trail at night, you find the center of that circle, it's the same center for all of the circles. That's the celestial North Pole. Polaris is not the center at the center of the celestial North Pole. It's not the reference point. It's never been the reference point. It's a visual short handle to give you a rough estimate of what your latitude is, but it isn't perfect. It's only gonna be perfect 2 times a night.
I think
you don't know when those
I think there's something. I'm not saying I'm gonna agree 100% with him, but there is something there. I think there is something to what he's saying. I'm gonna have to say. I mean, go ahead, guys. Reply to him, because I think there's something there.
Sorry, the problem is that we're talking about observer dependent relationships to the star. So if you're using the same observer dependent relationship to the star,
Hmm.
you need a plane to do that.
You don't need. How do I word this?
Show me where it's not
You
using a plane.
you don't invoke the surface of the Earth, but
Yeah,
you do. You no, you don't.
sorry,
But you
but
do.
we do.
I don't need to. What happens if I can't see
You
the
know,
surface of the Earth
I
at all?
explain it to you because we have your relationship to the stars are what determines where your relationship to the stars are. So why are you telling me it doesn't matter?
The surface of the thing you're standing on, the
Yeah,
shape of that
yeah.
surface, is the thing that does not matter in any way.
It absolutely matters because you're trying to find your location and also another location away from you so that you can make it to that location
No, okay.
on the surface.
Hold on, Flatsy. Hold on, real quick, because I don't think I used the correct verbiage there. The shape of the thing that you're standing on, that
Is what you're using, GE Platypus.
no, not to do the actual measurements. It's not.
It has
Are
to
you
be.
kidding me?
No,
It
the
It has to
measurements
be.
tell
Citation.
you.
Enough. Citation now. Go.
All
Yeah,
right, you got
prove it.
something,
elevation
Flatus, for that?
Okay,
is
so I'm
not.
okay. Hold on. So hold
I'll
on.
go.
I've got to do what Gregory's asking. So I'm gonna stop speaking and go and prowl around the internet.
Yeah, do it.
So I'll be back whenever I get that done.
Good.
Okay,
You're
so
not
I
going to
will.
get it done,
Go ahead.
GE Platypus, because it requires your elevation above sea level. Everything is going above sea level.
Flatsy, you think latitude and longitude lines are based on Polaris? I don't want to hear it.
Latitude lines are based on Polaris.
No, they're not, because
Latitude
Polaris's position changes over the course of the
Citation.
night.
Dude,
Citation.
it really doesn't change that much. That's so stupid. Like
But
from
it
what I've
changes.
learned. No, it doesn't. No, it really
Yes, it
doesn't,
does.
dude. It really
Yes, it
doesn't.
does.
Do you have the attention span of a fruit fly?
I'm gonna
Citation.
make a claim right now. Latitude lines are based off of degrees from Polaris,
Mm-hmm.
and longitude lines are based off of the sun's position at solar noon.
All right, gonna crush you on the first one. The second one, the sun at high noon and longitude, I'm pretty sure it will line up that way, but that doesn't mean that's what it's based off of.
It is based off of that. That's where it comes from.
No,
Also,
just the same thing.
it's
Go ahead.
absolutely based off of its elevation angles away from Polaris.
Again, just like the Great Circle that goes from pole to pole, you don't find it coincidental that the equator, then your longitude lines also add up to 360 degrees? Really?
Yeah, I don't have to do that because we don't have to
I know you
wonder. Shut up. We don't have to wonder about the sun's position because anywhere that it is, we would see it in a position like we would see on maybe say you have one ball on a turn wheel where you have an inner circumference and an outer circumference around that, but it's all moving at the same speed. We would see something like on the outside edge move at a faster speed, but it's still moving with the degrees of any like linear motion.
Yeah, but that's not what you see with celestial bodies, Flatsy.
Yeah, we do actually.
No, you don't. Just like in the north, the closer you get to the north celestial pole, those objects don't appear to move as fast. When you go in the south and you look at the objects near the southern celestial sphere, those ones also move slow.
literally the same thing that I just said.
Yeah, and that doesn't make sense on your flat Earth even a little
You
bit, and
just
you
said
know that.
what I said. You just said that they don't move that fast in the northern region, right? They don't move that fast because they
That's
wouldn't have
that's
to
not
at
exactly what
the
I
center.
said, but
Okay, but if they're closer to the center, they wouldn't move as fast as they would on the outer edges. Boom.
I didn't say outer edges. You're putting words in my mouth.
It doesn't matter, dude. I'm just
The southern celestial. I said the southern celestial pole. It's a completely different thing than anything related to an edge.
Okay, but something on the outside of some sort of a. Think about a clock. Okay, think about a clock laying on, like a flat surface.
Is that what you think the Earth is shaped like?
No, no, I don't. Just listen, okay? Can
I'll
we
listen.
just talk about the clock that I'm talking about, not like something else? Okay.
I'll listen.
Okay. So we have a clock resting downward so that the face is facing up. Okay. So we have the innermost of the big hand, like creating the smaller circumference. But if I gave you the circumference of the outer, like, most of that same hand that moves, that gives you a small circumference, it would give you a bigger circumference. So it would have to move faster than like the smaller circumference around. So we have to measure it in what? Degrees, right?
That's what we choose to measure it in, yes.
No, that's not what we choose. That's what you do measure it in. What is wrong with you?
Okay, so he hasn't given a citation yet. He's just stultifying the dialogue still. So he's trying to walk around the fact that if you're getting
No, I'm
longitude,
not, Gregory.
latitude,
I'm trying to
you have to
engage
get
with
angular
flats. You
measurements
be
between the
quiet.
celestial bodies and the
Quiet.
earth.
I'm not
No, not
talking
hold
to
on.
you.
No, you
I'm
hold
talking
on.
to Flatsy.
I
You're
began
interrupting my
speaking.
conversation
I
with
began
Flatsy.
speaking before you. Stop talking. Not hold on. Fucking asshole. So as I was saying before, you rudely interrupted me again. He's stultifying the dialogue. He's sitting here trying to argue that you can get longitude and latitude without doing the angular measurement, the angular elevation measurement between the celestial bodies and the earth, so that you actually have some sort of objective reference to place anything anywhere. It's ridiculous. So you see the citation that I tagged him in the open chat from NOAA, from Ocean Service, .noaa.gov. Like latitude, longitude is measured in degrees, minutes, and seconds. Although latitude lines are always equally spaced, longitude lines are furthest from each other at the equator and meet at the poles. At the equator, longitude lines are the same distance apart as latitude lines. 1 degree covers about 111 kilometers, 69 miles, whereby 60 degrees north to south, the distance is down to 56 kilometers, 35 miles. By 90 degrees north or south, at the poles, it reaches 0. Now,
You're
the problem
literally
is,
giving
we
me
can
a
do the internal
paragraph.
critique. We don't have to slavishly devote ourselves to this passage. You've been talking
Oh my
enough.
God.
You sit there and be quiet. Fucking ridiculous. He's not going to acknowledge the fact that if there's an angular relationship being ascertained, that it's an angular relationship between two material entities. And if you get an angular relationship, especially to the surface of the earth, because the whole point of longitude and latitude lines is supposed to be about the surface of the earth, then it necessarily entails that the surface of the earth is the horizontal baseline connected at the vertex, which is your position, with your eyes stretching up to the celestial body, making that angle with two straight lines intersecting at a point. But he refuses to acknowledge that. Why? Because he doesn't want the earth to be horizontal, to have a horizontal surface. He wants the earth to have a ball. So now we scrutinize his pattern of argumentation, and let's see if he finally engages it now. So if you're not getting the angular relationship between the star and the surface of the earth, what are you getting the angular relationship between?
I'm reading this paragraph that you posted here. I love this. This is the same thing we ran into when you tried to drop MGRS on me. So the paragraph that you literally just posted says that the longitude lines meet at the poles. How the hell is that possible on a flat Earth, Gregory?
Yeah, you're not listening.
No,
Did you?
that's not a question for
Watch.
Flutter, bro. Hello?
Watch. Look,
That is
I
not a
hear you, Jimsy.
question
Look,
for
watch.
Flutter.
It's not a
My
problem
bad.
with Flat Earth
Go
at
ahead.
all. Right. He's not getting it deliberately. He doesn't want to get it. Did you hear the part? No. Did you hear the part where I said to you, we can do the internal critique, yes or no?
Whatever the hell an internal critique is, sure, go ahead and critique
Okay,
away.
you don't know what it is. Okay. Did you hear that when I said that?
Just acknowledged it, Gregory. Of course I did. Just go on. Just continue with
Okay.
your point.
So
Keep going.
why are you acting as though I didn't just say the internal critique?
Oh my God. Just make your point, Gregory.
No, not my God. Right? No, not my God. You godless fool. No. Why are you acting as though I didn't just say the internal critique rather than engaging the internal critique that I just said? Specifically the question. Yeah, so let's see if you can track with the dialogue this time. If you're getting an angular relationship between whatever up there and the surface of the Earth, which is what this paragraph, this citation is about, because that's what latitude and longitude lines are all about, this array on the surface of the Earth, rather a property of the surface of the Earth and oceans, you have to get an angular relationship. So if you're not getting an angular relationship between the star and the surface of the Earth, then what are you getting the angular relationship between?
My literal point of this whole conversation is that you're using your position on the earth to find your position on the earth. Dude, are you kidding me?
I understand that part of it, Flatsy. It works because there's only one place you can be standing on the Earth where you get those angles to those
You didn't
celestial
answer my
objects.
question. I'm not going to neglect this.
Your
Why should I allow you to just talk past my question?
Because I'm ignoring you, Gregory.
Right.
You
so
shouldn't ignore
I'm not
Gregory.
I'm not
right.
talking to him.
Just ignore me. Right. Not engage. Right. So why
Okay,
should we engage you?
how about you try giving me a citation from a
Why should
source
we
that
engage
doesn't
you?
say it's
You're just
globe?
going to ignore me. We're ignoring you now.
You
You're
cited a
ignored.
reference that says
You're
it's globe.
ignored. You're ignored unless you want to
Okay.
actually engage now. Because you're going to engage to answer my question. Otherwise, you're ignored. I'm just going to ignore you, Gregory. Motherfucker.
You have to use your position to those stars to find your position to those stars. You're literally using your position to those stars to find your position to those stars. So why is this in contention? I don't understand.
Flatsy, I'm looking at the stars to find. I don't know my position. That's why I'm looking at the stars to find my position.
Your
Did you answer my question, Platypus? No. Let's see if you answered this time. What do you get in the angular relationship between, if not between the star and the Earth? Are you just going to continue to ignore me like he just said explicitly? Just la la la, I can't hear you?
Why can't you guys understand this? It is so simple. I just said it so many times. It's not even funny.
Yeah, so it's obviously a concession. Anyone who especially explicitly says, I'm just going to ignore you, that's not a refutation. That's a concession. You're done. So if you're getting longitude and latitude, right, especially in the case of longitude, clearly implies that the surface of the Earth is horizontal, so that you get the angular relationship between the surface of the Earth and the star. You are trying to get an angular relationship. We're trying to ascertain longitude. Therefore, that necessarily implies that the surface of the Earth is horizontal, so that you get the angular relationship between the surface of the Earth and the star. It's called modus ponens.
It's so simple. If you can't figure it out, I don't know what is going to be like the simple method for you to understand it. You're using your position to the stars to find your position to the stars.
I'm using my I'm using my position to the stars to figure out
So
my
recycle the
position
debate.
on the surface.
So recycle the debate as though and pretend like you want to be critically considerate when you obviously just conceded.
He's basically saying that he's going to use just a relationship based on him alone, his line of sight and a star, get an angle from that, and then proceed to see to find out its relevance to his location upon
You
a
got it.
certain surface.
You got it, Timbo. That's exactly what he said. As idiotic as it is, which is why I asked him. So you're not getting the angular relationship between the star and the Earth. You're just getting the angular relationship between the star and your position, simpliciter. Just your position, not your position on anything. Just your position.
Tita, the reason that it works that way is because there's only one place you can be standing on the surface.
Hell, that was T-Dub.
That's not true. You said that earlier, and no, I just got to correct him on this. That is
That's
not
T-Dub.
true. That is not true. There's a circle. You could be anywhere on that circle. That's more than one position.
When you only use one object, yes, there is a circle.
Right.
That's why you use more than one object, because
Then
the
there
intersection.
isn't only one position you could be in, right?
You need if you're
There's many.
only using one object, yes, that's why you have to use a minimum of 3. If you use 2 objects, there's 2 places that you could be on the Earth where those intersect that way.
We know circles of equal elevation. We know.
Yep.
Yes,
Getting elevation angles.
and for the record, you can have circles
Elevation
of
angles
equal
up from the
elevation on the surface of a
Yeah,
plane
elevation
and
angles
on the
up from the
surface of a
Earth.
sphere.
You don't get it both
Keep
ways.
talking through this. Elevation angles up from the Earth, necessarily implying that the Earth is a horizontal baseline.
Circles of equal elevation. That was the exact correct word to use.
You use circles of equal elevation to find your position on the Earth using your position on the Earth, by the way. You're not just, oh, my position is here and I'm not going to use that. You're going to use your position on the Earth relative to the stars to find where you are in relative to the stars.
No, that's what the stars tell me, Flatsy. They tell me my position.
Find your
So contradict her with the words that she just said to you.
That's the whole reason I'm looking at the stars to
Yeah, so
figure
keep contradicting
out my
her with the
position.
words she said to you, and not give yourself pause to your idiocy.
Yeah, you can't find your position without them.
Yes, that's why I'm looking at them to figure out my position.
And also,
Right, so keep condescending to her with her words as though you're refuting her.
within them, you're finding your position within the stars' ground positions so that you can celestial navigate.
I don't really care about their ground position. I care about their angle of elevation.
That's the problem. You don't care.
No,
about
that's not what I mean when I say I don't care. What I mean is
doesn't care about
ground
the
position
angle of
doesn't
elevation.
matter.
What an idiot.
It does matter.
No, it doesn't. I don't need to know the ground. If I go out, I can measure the angle of elevation to any object that I see anywhere.
Hello.
To the top of a building, to the top of a mountain, anything. I don't need to know the ground position
And now this
of
is the
that
part where you
object.
bulldoze
to
this
the
everyone's own
elevation.
voice to maximum now.
You need your position in the relative position of those stars to know where your position is in relativity to those stars.
Flatsy, no, I don't. That's literally what I'm looking at the stars to do. I'm looking at
And
the
he still
stars
has not
to
given a
find
single
my position.
citation. Right? Not a single citation for anything he said. I gave a citation, and I did the internal critique of his scientist zealots that are members of this government institution, demonstrating the
citation,
veracity
bro?
of our position, the falsity of his. So he's just going to keep contradicting Flatsy, contradicting himself, contradicting me, just contradicting, while sustaining the premise that the Earth is a ball and that you're getting angles of elevation up from a ball so that you can navigate the Earth along the latitude and longitude. No citation, no argumentation, no rule of inference, no facts, nothing.
We're giving him the plane of existence that we're using for where we are relative to stars. Okay? We're giving you that. We're giving you relativity where we are.
It's completely divorced from the shape of the Earth, Flatsy. The Earth could be shaped like a pyramid and you could still do celestial navigation.
No, buddy. We need the shape of the water.
No, you don't. It doesn't matter. The shape of the thing you're standing on doesn't matter. Celestial navigation will still work on
How long is
any
this going to go on?
object.
I mean, I know this is a 24/7 flat Earth. I mean, but how long is this going to go on? Like, he hasn't given any argument by any rule of inference with any facts. He's not engaging any of the arguments that I've said or that Flatsy have said. He isn't given any citation. He's not doing anything that progresses the dialogue forward. He's just stultifying.
Flatsy, you think that it's the you think
You're about to do it
use
again.
a horizontal
He's
plane.
about to do it
when you're
again.
standing
Why
on.
should we sit here and
That's not
suffer
what you're
this?
using.
He's not engaging.
We have
He's
to
not
have
engaging.
So I don't even need to see the surface to do it.
You have
You're still doing it.
to do
So
it.
let's try one more time. Let's try one more time. Are you going to answer the question?
Wait, 1 second. When okay, now that I think about it, when you say you don't need the surface to do it, what does that mean? Like
Exactly. Thank you, Gemzy. That's why I said what I said in the first place when I began engaging him. No, you're not getting the angular relationship between the Earth and the star. It's just your position simpliciter.
yeah, let him reply because I wanna kind of image this.
Let who reply?
You.
Okay. I'm not using the surface of the Earth that I'm standing on because that surface can be any shape at all, and celestial navigation still works. Because whether it's a ball, a pyramid, a cube, it doesn't matter. There's only one place you can be standing on that object and have those angle measurements to
What do you
those
mean by
stars
place?
at that exact time.
What do you mean by place? What's the place?
So if you're on an airplane, let's say you're on an airplane. Can you do this on an airplane? Okay, so I'm gonna do celestial navigation on an airplane.
Yes, celestial navigation still works on an airplane because the elevation change the elevation change between you standing on the ground and sitting in that airplane 32,000 feet off the ground. That change in distance relative to the stars doesn't make any difference. You can still celestially navigate in a plane.
What are you talking? No.
It's totally divorced from the shape of the Earth.
Wrong.
Yes, you can do celestial navigation.
Okay, you said it already.
Above
Okay,
the
so
surface.
that's his answer.
India
That's what he
was
said,
here.
Gemzy.
India was here the other night, and he said that there was this tribe that will navigate from island to island, and they didn't know the shape of the Earth, right? But they looked at the sky and imagined the sky was a highway, and just looking at the stars and just traversing the highway on the sky. No shape
They
of
didn't
the
know
Earth.
it was a ball. They didn't believe it was a ball. That's his point. That's what Indio says.
Yeah, no shape of the Earth. They were looking at the sky, traversing
Yes,
across the water.
The Polynesians. That's how they did that. They were voyagers. That's how they did that.
So that's a point. So yeah, there's no shape required to look at the sky and use the sky as a reference to do that. I mean, to navigate
which
from
is him
one point
attacking
to
a
another.
straw man. Flassy's point was not about emphasizing the shape of the Earth. Talking about the
Because no one
orientation
is
of the
claiming a
surface.
shape. Yeah, no one is claiming a shape.
This is about your location upon that surface, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Can't say that you're not utilizing the surface in order to find your location upon it. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, you are on the surface. You're
That's
going
exactly what
across.
Flatsy said 1,000 times.
Yeah, you are on the surface, so you need the surface to traverse across it, right?
If you're gonna use your position on the Earth to find another position on the Earth, you best believe that that's on the same plane. If you don't,
Listen,
please give us some uniform, maybe some uh, ob- objective reality, like demonstration that it is that, without any manipulation whatsoever.
I can do that, Flatsy. It's called a bubble sextant.
No, that's not what. No.
Yeah, do you know what a
I'm really
bubble
tired
sextant is?
of the refutations of the heart and
Right.
mind being talked past.
It
Because
is.
this is why it's going on and on and on.
I asked
He's
Flatsy
already
a
said
question.
his
I
argument
asked
several thousand
Flatsy a
times. I'm going to
question.
repeat the refutation.
Okay, go into this. Okay, so your bubble sextant would come after a what? A sextant? It's modeled after what? A sextant? Yeah.
Okay,
Right. Okay. So let's go ahead and go to its model. What does its model reference? The horizon? Oh, yeah, okay. So we need a straight line. Oh, okay. So we need a horizontal reference frame. You're not giving me anything that
yes. Hold on. Yes, absolutely. Hold on. You're right. Hold on. You're right, Flatsy. You need a horizontal reference frame. And on a bubble sextant, that's what they call an artificial horizon.
Thank you. Okay, I don't need to understand what an artificial horizon is, because I understand what a marine sextant is, and the sextants that are derived from that. Oh, okay. So they are modeled after the marine sextant. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. I love that they're modeled after that. So why are they modeled after that? Oh, because you know what the marine sextant does? It references the horizon, which is a straight line.
Which works great when you can see. Hold on. Which works great when you can see the horizon. But what happens if you can't see the horizon? What if you're in the mountains?
It's still
No, what if you're in the mountains and you can't see the horizon to align your sextant with?
sea. You don't get that problem on the sea, so shut.
It's called a red herring.
Hey, you're intentionally cherry
It's a red
picking a
herring.
situation where you know
Yeah,
you're
stop
always
talking
going
past the
to
critique.
see
That's
the
a red
horizon.
herring.
Full
It's a red herring.
on the sea.
I'm engaging Flatsy right now. Whoever's
It's a red
talking,
herring. It's a group call.
whoever's interrupting, I'm talking to Flatsy right now.
It's a group call. Get over it. That's you're digressing to a red herring.
Yeah. I'm telling you that you don't actually see what you're telling me we see over the sea.
At the end of the day, you're still creating a position that would represent a horizon using the bubble sextant. That's why you're trying to say that if I can't see the horizon, no, that's why platypus or whatever his name is. That's why he's saying this, because the bubble sextants, when they use them, it's because they can't see the horizon, like he's saying.
Exactly.
But you're still gonna make
The artificial horizon is what? Right, Apocrypha. The artificial horizon is what? A body of water with a horizontal surface, not a curved surface.
Exactly. And the point I think maybe you're missing
That's
is
where
maybe you're trying to say that you don't need that surface because maybe you're trying to pull that angle from a zenith position.
Yes, that's absolutely what I'm saying. I am saying you're not using the surface of the earth. And you do.
I heard you for the past half hour telling them that, but the point is that what you're not understanding. I was going to jump in earlier, but they kept doing a good job getting you, but you're missing this point. The point is that when you do an angle from your zenith, you're still going to base that upon the surface being a baseline, because the angle that you draw from it is going to be from 0 to 90. And
yes, but that 0 to 90 is from the artificial horizon that I made with my bubble sextant, not the actual surface of the Earth.
But hold on, though.
It has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
Hold on, though.
To talk through the refutation.
But what you're missing, though, is that 90 created was because that is the plane of which you are trying to derive that angle to that celestial object in the sky from.
No, negative Ghost Rider. You're the one who's assuming that
Oh
my
my God,
artificial
bro! If you took the 90, look at. If you're standing in the middle of the desert, okay, and then you took an angle from your zenith, not even from the ground. Let's say you're surrounded by mountains, okay?
You're using the position.
Hold on. Wait a minute. I love the example he's going with. I want to hear this.
No, I'm going to go ahead and say what I'm saying. You're using the position of the stars that you're like observing to find the position on the Earth from the star that you are on.
Yes, that's the purpose of celestial navigation.
Hello.
Yeah,
I agree with you.
The guy was talking about the guys. I was trying to listen to that guy finish his sentence. I think it was a Procophone, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, the Procophone.
He never finished.
So if you don't mind, let me finish. So what I'm saying is, I get what you're trying to tell Flatsy and Gregory. You're trying to say that you don't need the surface, that you don't need the horizon even at this point, because all you're saying is I can just take my angle to the celestial object, and you're trying to say from your zenith. But remember, I'm saying, let's say you're surrounded and you can't see the horizon, but you're going to take your angle, and the fact that angle is going to be represented from a 0 to a 90. It's because you created a right triangle. You created a right angle, which is going to make your position now, no matter what elevation you are, whether in your plane, whether you're in 5 miles up in the sky, or 30 feet off the surface of the water or the ground, what you're doing when you make it a 90, okay, or an angle from 90, you're making a planar, like a checkerboard, all around you in all directions with that 90 degree. And then you can look at another star, because you could choose 2 or 3 stars, right? And you're going to get all those positions. But for each one of them, going from your GP, creating the 90, now in every direction you look, like just like how the Polynesians did it, I guess they understood it. Why can't you? They just know that they're representing that angle to that star way over there. That they're going, okay, if I create 90 to it, that means its GP is going to be equal to me where I'm at, and then they can go ahead.
Did the Polynesians need to? Okay, first of all, ignoring the fact that you're invoking a 90 degree.
You invoke it when you say I'm going to take it from my zenith. You invoke the 90 degree because that zenith is a vertical to your horizontal where you stand. You created that 90 degree yourself. The second you say I'm going to take an angle from my zenith, you thus created a 90 degree. So go ahead.
Okay, I'm streaming right now. I got MS Paint open.
No problem.
So all I need is 2 things. One, I need to establish my horizontal plane of reference.
That's where you stand.
That's not what you're standing on. This works regardless of the shape of the thing that you're standing on. Remember, you said the mountains. You said in the mountains. You can't see the plane.
Stop for a sec here.
Oh my Christ! Can one single person get into a dialogue with me without getting interrupted by another person?
This is another person. Okay. Look, you keep saying that it's not the Earth. You're doing it from another plane. You're using an artificial horizon with a bubble sextant. You said earlier that it didn't matter what elevation you were at, the angle to the star would be the same. Therefore, if you're using a bubble sextant with a artificial horizon, and you're assuming that you're 1,000 feet above the Earth, well, guess what? It's a horizontal plane which is parallel to that of the surface of the Earth. So it doesn't matter whether you're using a bubble sextant or not.
Yeah, because you're in your when you calculate it, you've already created the baseline for you, no matter what elevation you're at. That's why you don't have to see the horizon. You could just go off your zenith angle and your elevation. You can do it that way, or the opposite way. You can go off your dip correction to the horizon if you can see it, and then you get the angle from the ground going up. You can do it both ways, and it works both ways because you're taking that angle from a 90 degree, and that's the point. So go ahead and you have your person drawn. Now, you standing are the zenith at this point. You understand that?
No, that is not that. I'm going to show you all I need. All I need.
All right, let
my bubble
Platypus
sex
finish his point. Go ahead,
with my
Platypus.
yep. Thank you, Joe. With my bubble sextant, this is all I need. First, I have to use it to establish my horizontal plane of reference. Okay. That is nothing. Notice how I haven't drawn anything under my feet.
Yep,
okay?
yep.
I don't care about that. Don't care about that.
You could be in a plane. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Go ahead.
I put it up to my eye, and I determine with the bubble sextant my horizontal reference plane. That's this right here.
Exactly.
With my eye, right?
Yep. Yep.
And
now that I have that,
the surface of the Earth.
No, it is completely. It doesn't matter what the shape of the thing under my feet is. I have created this artificial horizon, this artificial plane of reference. It doesn't matter if I'm standing on a Cheeto Puff. It doesn't matter if I'm standing on a pyramid-shaped Earth. It doesn't matter. This is all I care about. This artificial line. Then now that I've
finish his point, guys, I want to get this.
Now that I've established my zero, now when I look at one of these stars, that didn't go quite straight. Now I have a plane of reference. From this plane right here, that star has an angle of elevation from this plane that I established of looking at that looks like it's about 40 degrees, 45 degrees, something like that.
Why did you establish the plane horizontally? Why didn't you just put it like 10 degrees off or something? Why have you got it looking horizontal there?
Because if I don't establish that, this line, that's not an angle. You need two. Right. You can't. That's a straight line.
Now you're
How
getting
do you get an angle?
Now you're getting it. So to
I
get
can't
that,
make an. Hold on. Almost there. Almost there.
Okay,
I can't make an angle until I do this. Establish my horizontal plane of reference with my bubble sextant.
Gotcha.
That right there. It has nothing to do with anything down here.
Sure it does.
I didn't even have to draw
right there. What are you trying to figure out, Platypus? Are you trying to figure out where you are and how to get somewhere? Is that probably what you're trying to do? Aren't you trying to figure out where you are on the surface of the Earth? Of course this has something to do with the surface of the Earth. You're trying to figure out how to get somewhere and where you are.
Yeah, Plum. But guess what that has nothing to do with? The shape of the thing I'm standing on.
I said the surface. I said the surface.
Angle to a star. Angle to a star. Angle to another star.
And
angle to. Hold on.
Another star.
Holding my shift key is my.
That's fair.
So this is what you need a minimum of 3. Okay. If you only use 1, you have a circle of infinite possible places that you could be standing on the surface of whatever the hell the shape of the Earth is. Again, those circles of equal elevation work on any shape.
Stop letting him extenuate the reply.
This is it. This is all I needed.
So Platypus. So Platypus. Okay, so 2 things I want to make mention and point out here. Okay, I know you're saying I don't need the surface. And you're right, because you created the surface. See that flat line you made with the bubble sextant? You created a horizontal for yourself. You literally created the surface, because the surface,
I didn't create a surface.
Hold on.
No, but you're wrong. I didn't create a surface.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
3 seconds. He won't give Apocryphon 5.
Platypus.
Let Apocryphon reply. Go ahead.
Platypus, you did create it because when you drew that, then you established all your angles from that line. So when you create that line and then draw all your angles from it, that is your that is where you're making it to be. Now, the reason why you would do that is because that is parallel to the ground in all directions. Again, where you're going to make your angles, draw your angles to the lights in the sky, or as you drew these 3 points. Another thing, again,
Observer dependent.
right. And another thing, again, the way you drew the angle, again, off the flat line. Just like someone said, like, why don't you put like in a 10-degree tilt and
We
you go
got
big?
I can tell you. Yeah, we got this. We know that it's off a flat surface.
So when they said, why didn't you do it off of a line that has a 10-degree slant? You yourself said, because then I wouldn't be able to get the angle to that star accurately. We agree with you. We're saying we know that. And the reason why we know that is because if you were to take a protractor, that's how you're going to get the angles, right? And the baseline, oh, go ahead, Flavia.
No, we're talking about apparent positions in the sky.
I know, but we're talking about the angles to them, and so if you were to draw,
understanding the apparent positions to the observer in the sky.
He's not understanding any of it. So you're both saying facts.
I don't know. I don't know how I can explain that any more simply than I can with this drawing.
See, this is the problem. See, now I'm going to say this. Because he's been repeating the problem at least a dozen times. Now I have well within my right to give the meta-analysis to expose the problem that keeps making this debate circular. Because every time an argument is said in refutation to him, he just repeats himself, or he says some retort that is not at all remotely logically relevant to what was last said to him. So it doesn't matter what we say to him. He's going to keep extenuating the dialogue, extenuating the debate, without actually engaging the substance that is concentrated to his replies.
Hold on, Gregory. Platypus. In the picture that you've got up on the screen there right now, the star on the far right, okay, that you've got a line drawn to, that star has a ground position underneath it at 90 degrees to your horizontal. That's going to look really silly because it's way off the edge of your curve there, but it's way off in space, off the curve of your Earth there.
Hey, Plum, hold on, Plum. I got a question for you. How many lines do you need to measure an angle?
Finish. He had to do that. He had to interrupt with why.
I started to interrupt him, and then I stopped myself.
Because he was making too much sense?
Hold on. Plum Bob, hold on. Yeah, can I address Plum Bob first? Flatsy?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Plum Bob made a very good point. You need to be able to derive these angles off of your position at any given position. What are you deriving those positions on the ground off of?
I'm not using the ground. That's the whole point.
You should be, because
you're measuring the damn ground.
He's still on.
Plum Bob, listen. In this drawing, at any point to get an angle to that star, did I have to draw a line from that star to the surface of the Earth?
Dude, yeah, right.
It's a simple
move that question. Move that out, right? Move your little guy on your little Earth. Move that away and just replace it with a point at which the light enters the eyeball. And you've got 2 points. What are you going to do with that?
You mean like this?
He doesn't know, because not
right here. There's my angle.
Let him finish the reply.
No, remove the little guy. Remove the little guy.
That was the first thing I drew. It would erase everything.
So redraw it, dude. It takes 2 seconds.
Because you're talking about a point of light, right? A point at which the light enters the eyeball or enters the optics that you're using. In this case, like the
draw an eyeball.
monocular lens of a sextant. It's got 1 point and 1 star. That's it. What's it in relation to? What are you going to establish? What sort of plane are you going to establish with just 2 points?
So funny. You
Underneath
guys have made him
that
show
first,
everybody.
underneath 1 point. Going to be able to reference it to anything to get an angle.
No one cares about the veins, dude.
Intrinsically linked that your orientation upon the surface is.
Here's my eyeball.
So
you wanted me to draw an eyeball? Hold on.
And now he has to talk past this. Go ahead, platypus.
Well, wait, it's what he wanted me
Why
to do.
is it orientated horizontally? Why is it orientated horizontally?
That's the way
That's
we
a good
resolve
question.
the surface against the sky. We resolve the surface against the sky as horizontal because it is horizontal.
Is that why it's called a horizon?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because horizontal lines are derived from the horizon.
But at what point did I bring in the shape of the Earth in order to get that
Stop
horizontal
attacking
line?
a straw man.
The
Stop doing it.
second, hold on, I can answer that. The second you took your bubble sextant and you made a horizontal line, that's the second you took the Earth's surface into account, because
That's not
you
the answer to this question.
recreated.
Absolutely not.
You
Absolutely
recreated it.
not.
You
Parker, that's not the
recreated
answer
it.
to his
Right,
question.
and you're assuming
Yes.
because
Parker,
you're a
listen.
flat earther.
Come on,
he's
he
right.
didn't ask
No.
You're
about.
assuming
No.
the surface of the Earth is
You cannot
parallel
He
to
didn't
that
ask
line.
about the surface. He asked about the shape. I
What are
heard
you going
him.
to reference your horizontal to?
Exactly. The shape, it was the line he made. It's a straight line. That is the shape.
That's not a shape.
Because
No.
no. Oh, no.
Don't fall for it. That's not a
Hold on.
shape.
You're right. You're right.
God,
It is the surface, though.
listen.
Thank you.
The
Yes,
way
it's the
that
surface.
you
You're right.
resolve the way that you resolve the surface against the sky is horizontal.
Didn't use the surface in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, so if you didn't use the surface, watch.
Dude, this is such make-believe bullshit, dude. Like, this is not real, bro. You're in real life. You're a real person standing on the earth. This all is make-believe. This is so stupid theoretical. I can't even believe you guys are doing this.
Listen, watch. Let me expose him. I'm about to expose him again. This is why I love arguing this way. He wants to insist his answer. So, given his answer, that's why I said the argument earlier in the first place when I began engaging him. If you are not using the surface, then you are contradicting yourself by implication. How can you ascertain your position without the surface upon which you have a position with?
Your elevation is based off the surface.
I can see you circling that, platypus. How did you get your horizontal? How do you know that's a horizontal plane?
What's it based off of, dude?
Well, I'm assuming that you think. Excuse me. I'm assuming you think that water is level at rest, right?
It's visibly.
See, this is why we
dude,
didn't
it's
get anywhere. Why didn't you
Is that
let him
not-
answer my question?
Is
Why
that
didn't you
not
let
how
him
a
answer
bubble
my
level
question?
works? Hold on. Is that not
It
how a
is
bubble
horizontal.
level works?
It is horizontal.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm still waiting for you to point to.
No, I'm still waiting for
where
you to
on
answer the question
surface
I
of the
just
Earth.
asked. That everyone just whistled past like it didn't make any sense.
Why is it horizontal? Why is this level horizontal?
Wait, hang on.
Sorry,
Like I'm trying
sorry.
I just asked a question. Everyone just talked right past it. That's why we don't get anywhere. Concentrate.
There's no getting
How
anywhere
are you
with him.
getting a position? I'm gonna phrase it in the question. How are you getting a position without the surface upon which you have a position?
Because I'm not using the surface, Gregory.
Okay, so you're getting a position. You're getting a position without being positioned upon a surface anywhere.
And in your spirit level, where is it getting its level from, dude? What is it related to?
Wait, that's a different question. Hang on, one thing at a time. It's a good
sorry.
question. It's a good question, but one thing at a time.
It's the bubble
he just
level
said
in the
this.
bubble section.
He's trying to get his position without the surface upon which he has a position on. That's self-contradictory by implication. I have a position but I don't have a position. I have a position without being positioned anywhere. If you have a position,
Word
you're on a
salad.
surface.
Word
If
salad,
there's no
Gregory.
surface to be positioned on, then you don't have a position.
Word
Exactly.
salad, Gregory.
No, it's not word
Stop
salad.
saying that.
Yes, it is.
Hold on. Shut up. If you cannot see the sky, you cannot determine your position organically at all.
Hey, Flatsy, luckily I can see the sky right
See,
now.
talking right past the heart of the matter again.
Because she's
Again.
because she's stating a fact
not
that I
her,
agree
not
with
her,
100%.
not her. She just concurred with me. Not her. She ain't the problem. You
She's
are.
the one I'm talking to.
Yeah, of course she's the one you're talking to because you can't handle me.
Shut up.
That's the
You
truth.
cannot position yourself without the stars. You are finding your position with your position directly relative to the stars.
Yes, absolutely correct. Yes.
Okay, so you
Thank you for your
are
concession.
using that latitude, longitude grid system to find your position. You're using the stars as your relative position to those stars.
Yeah, because look, platypus, if you were to then get those angles and the time, you could then open up your almanac and then you'll say, okay, that star I'm this far away from, because what that represented, your angle to it represented its GP or ground position. You can be up in the sky and saying, I'm not using ground, but those stars are representing the ground. That's the whole point, platypus. Another thing, if you were in that plane and I hung you upside down from it, can you still take your bubble sextant and map out the stars accordingly? Or do you have to be standing vertically straight up? Yes or no?
You can find it, buddy. You can find it upside down because those stars stay in a fixed position.
No, I can find it upside down because I can find them upside down because the bubble sextant, no matter what way I'm facing, is going to get to its same level position.
Self-contradiction.
Okay,
Talking
so
right
now
past my expose of his self-contradiction again.
What's your bubble sextant leveling itself based on?
Exactly. That's why I said that.
He's trying to position without the certain
Now hold on.
his
Now hold on.
position.
You know, hold on.
I'll say it again.
Hold on.
He's trying to get a position. He's
Too many
trying
people.
to ascertain his position without the surface upon which he is positioned. That's self-contradictory.
We understand that.
He's using it anyway. He's
But
using it.
what's your sextant leveling itself based on?
Well, since it's a bubble sextant, it's leveling itself with a bubble level, like the kind that you would use to level a table or something.
Yeah, and what makes it do that? And what is it also? What is it what is it parallel with? Let's just ask that basic question.
Parallax with
No,
things
like-
are.
No, it's
Well, let him scrutinize a platypus this time.
Okay.
No, but like what is a bubble level or a sextant bubble level or whatever you're using? Any leveling thing. What is it parallel with?
Well, for you, water is always level at
For
rest.
everybody, dude. For everybody. What is a level parallel with?
Sea level.
Why are you not answering, platypus?
Well, sea level's an elevation.
Don't move past the question.
He's got to
This is the trick.
listen to some answers from somebody else
This
to
the
like
trick.
fucking.
Stay on this question.
The fact that you
stay on that question until he answers.
he's
This
like
is where I
searching,
wanted
he's
to
like
go.
frantically searching
So
or having
keep
people like
on it.
talk to him or something. I don't understand why you can't just
Don't
answer.
move. He hasn't answered yet.
It's
Don't
because I
move.
got 6 people
Platypus,
talking.
address this, please. Address
No, you
it.
don't. You have one person. I
Where
asked you a simple question, dude. What is parallel with your level? What is your
Dude,
level based off of?
Relax.
I don't care about anything being parallel with that level. I just care
Just
when the
dodge the
level
question.
reads level.
Oh
And
my
why
God.
does it read level? This is like the position without the position shit. This is sounding
avoid the
absolutely
issue.
obscene, dude.
It's just the way it's the
So
way
the
a
question-
bubble level works.
Yeah, but okay,
It just is the way.
You move one end of it up and down until the bubble is in the middle.
Okay, it just happens to work
That's
like
it.
that. Okay, it just happens to work like
Yeah,
that.
Platypus, stop
Do
talking
you-
to him.
do you-
His microphone is being static and all that.
Mine?
Yeah. You gotta get
hold on.
stulted. Yeah.
I probably
Little
yelled. Okay, Platypus. But do you agree or do you disagree that a spirit level or a bubble level is parallel with sea level?
Sea level is a elevation, not a literal level.
God.
It doesn't. What are you saying?
Say again.
Unbelievable.
Dude,
You're
It's
not
a
a builder, are
traditional
you?
level.
do you agree or do you disagree that a spirit level is parallel with sea level?
Or the plane of the horizon, right?
Yeah.
Don't
Hold
move
on.
from the question. Stay
Hold on.
right here.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
No. Just
Hold on.
answer. Just answer. No, I don't want to hold on. I want a fucking simple answer, dude. This is like just basic observational skills.
I want a simple answer.
See,
It's
this
a
is
yes
his
or no.
tactic.
It's a
He thinks
yes or no.
delaying his
Is a
reply is going to make him move past the question.
is a
So stay right
spirit
here till he answers.
is a spirit level parallel with sea level / the horizon?
TikTok, Platypus.
No.
Oh my God.
All right. Well, may God have mercy on your soul.
Well,
You've
sure.
Let
never
me
built.
rephrase
You've
the same
never built
question.
anything.
Sea level
You'll
is
understand
hold on.
this.
Answering
What
Look,
is
look,
sea
watch.
level? Hold on.
I'm going to
What is
rephrase the same
hold
question.
on?
I'm going
What
to rephrase the
does
same question.
I'm
Listen, watch.
can I get
answer
can I
that
ask
first.
Horizontal
can I get a
surface of the water
clarification
in
from
the
Hollywood,
spirit
please?
level,
Yeah, I know.
I
parallel.
need
He has to talk
clarification
through
from
this.
Hollywood.
He has to bulldoze through this. He has to. I'm going to
No,
rephrase
I'm
Hollywood's
trying
question.
to finish talking to
Yeah, he
Hollywood.
has to
You're
bulldoze
bulldozing
through
through
this.
that.
I'm going to
I'm not
rephrase Hollywood's
bulldozing this.
question.
Platypus,
You're not
literally,
going to just talk past this.
Platypus, go fuck yourself. You don't want to talk to me, dude. You didn't want to answer. You didn't want to do shit. So don't talk over somebody else claiming that you wanted to do that, dude. Shut up.
That is what I wanted to do.
No, but space
Well,
and
I don't want to
opportunity.
hear it anymore,
You
okay?
just sat
I
there
don't want to hear it
silent.
anymore.
Okay, never mind.
So like, I'm going to say the question again. Not you try to talk past the issue. I'm going to rephrase the question to be very conspicuous. Is the horizontal surface of the water in the spirit level parallel with the horizontal surface of the sea level? Yes or
You threw extra words in there that he did not.
no? What did I just say? What did I say before I said my question?
Is that
What did I
allowed?
say? What did I say before I said my question?
All Hollywood asked
What did
was,
I
is
say
he
before I said my question?
Hey, disregard me, Platypus. Just fucking answer somebody else
What did
now.
I say?
He's not
What did I
asking the
say?
same question that you did.
What
He's
did I
changing the word.
say?
He doesn't have to, dude. I'm done with my fucking question. I'm done with you.
Yeah,
Answer
look.
somebody else.
Yeah, look. What did I say? What did I say, Platypus? What did I say?
You're
Before I
asking
said
me
that
if
question, what did I say?
you're asking me if a spirit level is level with the horizontal plane of sea level.
No. I said before I said the question, I'm going to rephrase Hollywood's question. So of course I didn't say the exact words he said verbatim. Fucking moron. See if you can engage this time. Is the horizontal surface of the water in the spirit level parallel with the horizontal surface of the sea level? Yes.
No.
Oh my God. You
God
never
damn.
built anything, huh? Hey, Platypus.
God damn.
I
Hey,
think we're
Platypus.
done
Have
here,
you?
folks.
Prove it.
Hey,
Prove
hey,
it.
Platypus. Have you ever built anything?
Prove it. No, I tell him to prove it.
No,
No.
if
Don't
you think that the answer is ridiculous, then you must think the
prove it.
inverse is true.
Okay,
That it
prove it.
is level.
Platypus.
Hold on. You're
Everybody in the world can literally use their eyeballs and see that. It's true, dude.
Look, watch.
Like
Let me ask you a more basic question under that.
a normal globe earther would literally understand this. You're
Yeah. Look.
fucking retarded.
Listen. Okay. Look. Is horizontal line A parallel with horizontal line B? One on top of the other. Horizontal line A is above horizontal line B. Are they parallel? Yes or no?
you're assuming the oceans are perfectly
I
horizontal.
didn't ask you any of that shit. Can't answer my question. Is horizontal line A above horizontal line B? Are they parallel to one another? Yes or no? I'm not moving.
Wow.
TikTok, Platypus.
The way you're wording it, I'm assuming the way that you're wording it, I'm assuming that they would.
The way you're wording
I'm
your
assuming
answers
hold on,
just
hold
make
on.
you
I'm
sound.
assuming it.
Finish your reply, Platypus. Got all the space in the world. Finish your reply.
Well, again, if it is a globe, a horizontal line in one place wouldn't be
The fuck are
parallel
you
with a
talking about? I
horizontal
wasn't talking
line
about a
in
globe.
another place.
The fuck are you talking about?
We're talking
I'm
about
what
a
I'm talking
spirit
about.
level, dude.
Let's try again. Let's see if you can track with the question being asked to you. Horizontal line A on top of above horizontal line B? Are the two lines parallel, yes or no?
If they're using the same point of reference, then yes.
What the fuck is that caveat? If they're using the same point of reference.
I'm sorry, my math is a little bit delayed. Is let's say is X, is that a straight line? Is that X is a straight line across the Y plane or whatever?
Why can't you just say yes?
Like is X plus 1 and X, are those parallel?
Those would be parallel, yes. Oh, no, absolutely. Yes, those would be parallel, yes.
Okay, so just yes, just simply yes, not
a line. The way he worded it was definite.
Right? None of that extra verbosity just in front of yes. So yes, horizontal line A above horizontal line B are both parallel, correct?
The way you're wording it, it's not a definite answer. The way whoever that was that just said X and then X plus 1, then yes, absolutely, those lines are horizontal.
Oh my god, dude!
That's an absolute.
Look. What's wrong? What is the error in my question? What's the error in my question?
Because depending on what your frame of reference is, horizontal lines won't be parallel.
What the fuck, bro?
Oh my god, dude!
Dude, you're so lost.
He worded it in a mathematical way, which is absolutely true.
Oh my god!
You're literally just trying to fight Gregory now. It's sad.
As opposed to non-mathematical horizontal lines. I mean, what the fuck?
No. To the contrary, I would rather be talking to literally anybody else in this room one-on-one except Gregory.
Clearly, that's why you treat him.
You said that several times.
That's why you
obviously.
just
So we're
treat
not going to digress to that.
No, it's because
we're not going to digest to that. We're going to keep putting his feet to the fire, right? So let me ask you something else, right? Not that other shit. Not that, right? So, in a mathematical sense, I'm talking about horizontal lines. So, are there non-mathematical horizontal lines or what?
There are lines that are horizontal for someone, but they're not horizontal for somebody else because they're in a different plane of reference.
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
It is irrelevant.
It's not. See, you didn't word it. You didn't word it absolutely. The other guy did.
No, because
mathematically, absolutely.
All this shit is just obfuscation. Fuck all that.
If he would have worded it absolutely, you would have complained that he used too many words, dude. So shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Fuck all that. Fuck all that. Look, next page. All that verbosity bullshit.
This is really trash.
It's so simple. Horizontal line A above horizontal line B, are they parallel with one another? Yes, obviously. Fucking next page. So the horizontal line that is the surface of the water in the spirit level, and the horizontal line that is the surface of the sea, are they parallel?
Oh my god,
yes
the water in the spirit bubble isn't fucking level. That's why there's a bubble in it.
The level it's
not level.
It is though. It is.
No, it's got a goddamn bubble in it. Show me a picture of a level.
You're fucking kidding me.
Hold on.
When the bubble is in the center, the water is horizontal. You're dumb, dude.
It's not. It's got a fucking. Oh my god! Now I'm gonna go to the internet and get you a picture of a spirit.
It's not gonna be level, dude. You're not using it properly.
Oh, it's not gonna be level now.
It's a fucking tool, dude. You are totally like beyond my actual comprehension now.
Have you ever built anything, Platypus?
Ever what? I didn't hear that word.
Have you ever built anything?
Have you ever used a fucking level, dude? Just act normal, dude.
Have you ever built anything in your life?
Just built a swing set for my children 2 weekends ago. Yes.
Okay. Did you have to take any elevations of anything?
No.
Did you use the curvature of Earth when you?
Hold on. So your swing set, elevation didn't matter, right? Because all the poles are already, you just put them together and it just worked, right? Now, did you ever build anything to where you had to establish a height? Ever in your life?
No, I've never built anything like that.
Okay. So
you mean like a house or like a shed or something? No, I've never built anything.
Anything, even if you had to do a fucking like a plant fucking window frame, something. I don't know, something where you had to establish elevation. Yeah, have you ever set up a TV in your house where you had to establish maybe for like the wall mount, and you have to say, okay, if I'm going to be level here, I have to make sure either you have a level, or you can just take a measuring tape and you can go, both sides have to be, let's say you're like, I want my TV to be like 6 feet off the floor or whatever, or I have to measure it right here.
No, I got you.
Okay.
Hold on, I got you. No, I did not. I didn't measure
Okay.
it. I didn't measure both ends equidistant from the
Okay.
ground. I
Okay.
used a bubble level.
Okay. So yeah, because they both do the same thing, right? This is where I'm trying to walk you down. Why does a bubble, like, or spirit level, I'm assuming you had a spirit level because you're doing your house. Why does a spirit level, or why could it be used by itself and you wouldn't have to measure the left and the right side of it? Would you agree that that's because a spirit level, once you mark it as level, it's infinitely in a horizontal line to where anything along that line is going to be the exact height from the floor? Yes or no?
Okay, you were good right up until the end of that sentence.
Because
yes,
you don't like
it is. It is going to. Hold on, you were right. It is going to make an infinitely extending horizontal plane.
Right.
The part where you're wrong is that infinitely extending horizontal plane is always going to be the same distance from the surface of the Earth.
Okay, so hold on.
Well, you can't prove that though.
Furthermore, I don't care whether it's always level with every part of the surface of the Earth.
Okay, so
I just care about the horizontal plane that I made. That's all I care about.
So let me share something with you, okay? All right, I'm going to share something with you, but you have to pay attention, okay?
Don't be condescending.
No, I'm not being condescending.
Literally, Platypus, dude, just I don't care if you don't want to be a flat earther and you want to be a globe earther. Just be fucking normal, dude.
Okay, so when you said that the Earth is not going to be parallel with your that infinite, horizontal that you created with your spirit level, this is what I want to tell you. If you think that the Earth is going to bend downwards from that position, we're going to call that column A, okay? When we started on the People Mover, we're at column A, okay? What we do is we transfer a benchmark, right? And what that means is we're going to take a horizontal, just like the spirit level in your TV, not for the TV, right? Once you establish a horizontal line, you just follow that line all the way down, and the changes, because of, like, let's say the topography, like, let's say some parts when you get inward towards LAX, the some of the ground is going up, some of the ground going down. Usually though, the earth movers, they're going to grade it to where you don't have to really like worry about that too much. But the thing that does remain like constant is you transferring that benchmark from the first column. So 2.5 miles later, we're still transferring that same line to make sure we've built a bridge that's horizontal into LAX. And 2.5 miles later, Platypus, there was no curvature accounted for. Now, in your paradigm, when you said that it's not going to be parallel to the spirit level that was originally placed, we call that column A. But I'm telling you, in reality, it was that. It was parallel because we kept that benchmark the same. And if you're not accounting for curvature at 1 mile, and you're not accounting for at 2 miles and not at 2.5 miles, then when should you start accounting for curvature? Because somewhere, somehow, we have to get this ball to start to curve if it's a ball. Do you understand what I'm saying, Platypus?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
You see how he has proof?
We're kind of going away from celestial navigation, though.
Who cares? You don't deserve
Well,
to talk about
Well,
that
I
anymore.
care. It's literally what I've just invested 2.5 hours of my time into with you guys.
I know, but I'm
Oh, I
trying to get
consider
you
it
to.
wasting 2.5 hours of most of our times.
I'm trying to get you to
What was that, Greg?
understand.
Trying to say we concluded that. Good.
Okay. All right. No worries. I was just gonna say, but we were trying to teach you, Platypus, what level means and where that comes from, where that's derived. When you have a bubble sextant setting up in an airplane or on top of a mountain or on the beach, what you're doing is you're creating a horizontal line from sea level, because that's the way we build it. Matter of fact, when we were building it, if I remember correctly, I think it's 432 feet above sea level, or that might have been actually the platform above us, including the flooring and everything else. So maybe that might be wrong, but the point is that when the blueprints say, "Hey, this is 572 feet above sea level," meaning we're using that as a ground, as a zero marker. So we know, okay, so if it's 572 feet and we're going to make this a 10-foot, frame here, then that means when we get to the top, it better be at 582 feet above sea level. And that's how we know we did 10 feet. And then once we do that, then we don't have to keep saying 582 and 572. We could just say 10 feet and we just transfer that line. And then we know we're good. And then when we get down all the way to the edge, we could double check the benchmark. Are we still good? Yep, we're still good. Lines up. Because we transferred that line, the horizontal line. That's real platypus. That's not some dumbass on YouTube telling you the globe is Earth's curve and but no, real world. We don't fucking have to account for curvature in anything. That's not the way we do it. It's actually the opposite. We have to account for horizontally flat, vertical, and horizontal. That's all day, every day. That's what plumb bobs do. They're establishing the verticals and the horizontals to be good. Like, all right, we're good here. All right, that's horizontal. Yeah, that's a vertical. Good. Then we know we got a 90 degree. Let's build it. That's reality, platypus.
Well, plumb bobs don't care about the shape of the Earth. They care about that downward vector.
Again, it's not about the shape of the Earth when we're building anything, because we are building it horizontal and vertical. That's it. There's no we build on an XY grid, right? And a Z if you're adding depth. We understand that. We're not stupid here. We're grown adults. But there's no curvature to that. In the blueprints, nowhere. No one's accounting ever for curvature. And a lot of globers like to come in here and be like, yeah, but you probably built like a building and that's too small. 2.5 miles. Still too small, apparently. Because they're like, that's not enough.
Construction project that actually does it. There is none.
Yeah, well, there's make mention of at least one. They always use LIGO because it says, like, literally, if you Google it, it says, oh yeah, we had to count for curvature. Bullshit. You wouldn't have fucking had a count. Matter of fact, if you look in in the building of that, they actually built into a fucking hill where the elevation goes up. So you have to question them. Well, hold on though, like, how did you if you were counting for curvature going down, you built into a hill where it actually was curving up. You can literally see the elevation change. It's like 432, 433, 444, 445. They literally have a rise, so they would have to dig into the ground and make that horizontal. So because they have to have like these most straight railways at LIGO. Anyways, regardless, we don't build that way. I know people lie all the fucking time, especially in these servers. They're idiots. They never built a fucking thing in their life. No one builds that way, platypus. I'm sorry to say. So we're trying to get you to realize that sea level is a zero position of where we start everything. So that way, when we're building something in your town, right, we know, well, what the elevation is based upon the way it's been transferred and transferred and transferred and transferred all the way into your town or city. And then some fucking, some city dude came in and he marked a pole and said, boom, this right here, this city, you are 2 miles up or 1 mile up or 6,000 feet up. And that's your town right here. And everything's going to be built off this. So you're, okay, cool. I'm going to build a 3-story building. Okay, great. That means it's going to be 6,030 feet high or 6,042 feet if you want to include attic and all that bullshit. But I'm just saying, that's the way we build shit. So when you get a level and you establish that horizontal, you're making it parallel, just as they were saying earlier. You're going to make that parallel line to the baseline, which is represented by 0. Do you understand now?
No, I don't need it to be, though, Apocryphon. That's what I was saying. It works that way regardless of the shape of the Earth. It would work that way on a globe, and it would work... Be quiet, Gregory. It would work that way on a flat Earth, and it would work that way on a globe. That's why I'm saying it's completely divorced.
How come you don't understand it, then?
It would work that way if I was standing on a globe. If I was standing on a globe and I established...
Yes or no?
Guys,
you replied saying it doesn't matter what the shape is. Why is Apocryphon talking about a shape, yes or no?
I have to tap out. It's going in circles, and it's 5 o'clock in the morning. I have to go to bed.
And I never mentioned a shape, by the way.
I didn't invoke a shape either.
You just said to him, this can work no matter what the shape is. Yes,
when I was doing it, I didn't invoke one, Gregory. You know that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so what you said in reply to Apocryphon is it can work, Apocryphon, no matter what the shape is, which is to insinuate that he was talking about a shape at all when he wasn't. He was talking about the orient.
No, as a matter of fact, Gregory, literally saying that it would work regardless of the shape is the opposite of invoking a shape. That is me
invoking a shape. That has nothing to do with the content that he said to you. So to
I literally
reply with
said it would
that,
work on
as
any
though
shape.
your reply is demonstrating that his explanation to you is moot or irrelevant or insignificant, is demonstrative of your idiocy, not his. So to reply with that retort is just to totally miss his point, either as an honest error or as a deliberate diversionary tactic to undermine and obfuscate and divert attention away from the clear explanation he said that refutes you.
Not at all.
Just real quick, Platypus, though, to respond to what you said, that it could work on any shape, I would have to argue against it and say, no, that's not true. Because if the world that we're building upon, no matter what continent you're on, if we had to account for a shape of it being a sphere, then we wouldn't be able to transfer those horizontal lines the way we do.
Apocryphon, I'm not a construction guy, man. I didn't talk for the past 2.5 hours about construction. You're going on to a different topic, and I'm trying to go to bed. You're going on to a different topic. We were talking about celestial navigation.
Red button. He's not holding you up.
Okay, yeah.
Well, I'm trying to be cordial about it.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
But it is. It's 5 o'clock in the morning, man. I have to bow out.
Hey, you know what you should do, though, Platypus? Just come in a few hours when Nathan's here. I really want to hear you talk to him.
I already tried talking to Nathan about this.
I thought you had to go to bed.
I was on Flat Earth Debate like 3 weeks ago.
Double speaking stupid shit.
Okay. How'd that go?
I got to tap out.
Not good. All right, good
hold on, somebody asked me a question. I'm going to be cordial and answer. Trying to talk to Nathan Oakley was me punching outside of my window.
Yeah, you don't have to go to bed now to ridicule him.
Right. No,
or I'm just being courteous and taking 30 seconds to answer.
No, you're right. Ridicule someone. Good night. All right, good night. Have a good one, man.
Yeah, have a good one.
Fuck all that fake shit.
I mean, I don't know, like, because I was talking about what we do in construction, it was just to help him with the whole parallel and level thing. That's it.
Exactly.
That's all I was doing. But
those tangents are only extenuated as long as they are, because they're just resisting the facts.
Yeah.
That subject could be easily completed within less than 60 seconds.
Yeah.
Not exaggerating.
Yeah. Because, like, the celestial navigation, okay, when you're using things like a bubble sextant or horizon or level. When you're using those three things, that's why I brought up the construction stuff, because that's literally like the foundations of how you're going to derive those positions, because that's the only way you're going to know your position on that, like, is based upon that base, like it's based upon you creating that baseline. And he did it himself in his own picture. He drew the horizontal line and said, I'm not worried about the surface, but then proceeds to make his own surface. It was amazing. It's kind of funny
Well,
when you
he's
think
saying that
about it.
that's the artificial horizon, and that the guy's not
Right.
standing on any surface.
Yeah. You're creating an artificial, because what the reason why you'd use a bubble sextant, not a sextant, is because like he said, like, if you can't see the horizon, you can't establish one, then you just use a bubble sextant and you create your own horizon. And then what you would do, you take your elevation and you're like, okay, I know how high I am, and then once I create a horizontal line from my eyeballs, then you literally create the baseline, which is where people would do the dip correction from. No different than you're on a boat and you look out to the horizon and you raise it up when you do your dip correction. What you're doing, you're creating a horizontal again, because it's going to be parallel with sea level.
So then that
Gregory smashed
means
it. He could have just listened to Gregory the whole time. Gregory and Flatsy actually destroyed him, but I don't know.
thank you. So then that means, given what you said, that the artificial horizon is the artificial facsimile, the reflection of what we use the sea for. Am I right?
Yeah, something like that.
So
Exactly.
if we use the sea to establish a horizontal plane of reference,
Exactly. That's
then
exactly.
the sea is not curving in a slope around the ball, then, right?
No.
Yeah, what really gave it away was when you asked him if two horizontal lines on top of each other are parallel, and he struggled to answer that.
Yeah,
how's
because
that even hard?
Because he realized, no, he's not stupid though. He realized, if I say
What that
yes,
means.
that destroys my globe, because he's trying to say that the ground is curved, but his horizontal line is flat. So, and that can't be parallel. That's why I said, if you're at your reference point, then yes. Because he's trying to say a mile away from you, it won't be parallel. But that's when I went into telling him about the LAX people mover that we built.
That's intellectual dishonesty, right? Right there.
Yeah,
self-deception.
And self-deception as well, yeah.
So, not only that, but did he not explicitly say, I need this artificial horizon and or this tangent line because I can't get the angle between the Earth and the star? If the Earth is a ball.
Yes. He said without the line, there would be no angle. He said that.
Yeah,
So then
I don't know who it was.
Right, so what does that imply? That you can't do celestial navigation on a ball?
He's also admitting that an angle is two straight lines, right?
Right. And that's why it was comical when especially when he drew it. I was like, wow, this guy is literally drawing that to his demise. Like, he drew the thing that like destroyed his argument. But the good point though too is, I don't know who said it, but they go, hey, why is that not like at a 10-degree slant? And he's like, because I have to get the angle accurate to the star. And it's like, exactly, because you're pulling it from a baseline, because what you're establishing is a artificial horizontal line that's going to be representing the ground, because you want to give that star a ground position. That's the main fucking point of doing that shit. You're trying to give them a ground position, a GP, meaning if I was standing right under it, it would be directly over my head and you would be on the ground. Or in this case, you would be in the ocean if you're doing it out in the middle of the ocean.
I began in this on celestial navigation tonight. And so we really concluded the celestial navigation issue, and then he just tried to repeat the debate again. Then we digressed to something else, not a distraction, but a digression that was relevant to the subject. And as it concerns his talk about celestial navigation, sum it up in a nutshell. I can demonstrate that I can do celestial navigation of the Earth on a ball, whilst I neglect the surface of the ball that I believe I live on. See the problem? It's like saying that I can drive to my job from my house on the Earth while neglecting the nature of the surface of the Earth I'm trying to drive upon. I'm not going to pay attention to the road is there or not, level or not, clear or not. No. I'm just going to close my eyes. I'm just going to look up at the sky.
The military literally admits the Earth is round.
The
what was that? What was that?
The military has independently verified the Earth is round.
Oh, you see, there's a problem.
I cited the sources in the side chat, but some pedophile blocked me from doing that.
There's a problem. Good, there's a problem. See, what's your username?
Cope and Seath pedo.
Did you just call me a
The
pedo?
military literally debunks you, Cope and Seath.
Yeah, he's gonna end up
you're not
getting
gonna say it
banned
again, will
from
you?
the server. Yeah, you kind of blew your chance. We were actually
that was a mute speed run.
yeah, he tried his best. Yeah,
Motherfucker called me a pedo. Called me a child. You're a child.
yeah. I mean, unfortunately, there's some morons out there, but it's interesting because when people have this idea of which they learn, right? It's not like they actually did it or never done it in their life. Go ahead.
No, as soon as I tagged him, look at the bottom of the chat. As soon as I tagged him with the spherical geodesy dilemma, he bounced.
That's all right. He's gonna be gone from anywhere.
He thought that little comment was just because it's supposed to explode the entire channel. Okay, yeah, the military says it's a ball. Shut it down. Shut the channel. See, there's a problem, sir.
Yeah, pack it up, boys. He acts like we haven't heard that argument before. And then on the contrary, like we have weapon systems that can see up to, right? It's classified, but we know that they go up to 300 miles line of sight. But they actually put them at only 150 to 175 miles, as far as we're supposed to know. Remember E.T.? I mean, not to give it away, but I'm going to give it away. E.T.'s brother's in the Navy, I think, and he told us it's like up to 300 miles.
Yeah, you see that in the open chat? Yep.
Let me see. Oh, yeah. That too. The one that I was talking about specifically, it's a radar system and it works by itself because there's different types of defense systems, right? They have some like where they work with like the planes are communicating with the ground towers and they kind of like just relay the information. So then they can shoot a target from real far. But there's these other ones that they're like the AYNS. I forgot the name of it. I think it's AYN.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.